Chapter 102, Su Li, but would dispersing be of any use? The answer was no. Duan Ling Tian stood on top, rooted to the ground like a mountain. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier that was suffused with the radiance of origin energy flickered on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body. A 9th-level body-tempering soldier had a vicious expression as he fully exploded out with the strength of an ancient mammoth, smashing his fist onto Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier. The sound of bones breaking sounded. Ah! The soldier emitted a shrill cry and was blasted away before grasping onto this broken arm and rolling around the floor in pain while pouring out cold sweat. Meanwhile, the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks had arrived. Without exception, they all followed in the footsteps of the first soldier. Especially the 2nd-level core formation martial artist, he had exploded forth with his full strength of 3 ancient mammoths and spared no effort when he smashed his palm onto Duan Ling Tian. As a result, all of the force was teleported in reverse, and his arm was directly broken from the impact before he was blasted away and blacked out on the ground. Star shift. Slight shock appeared on Vice Commander Chao Qingshan's face. He pondered for a moment before recalling an extremely valuable high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding drill grounds was deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Yu Shang was in the arena. Yu Shang only used his defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks. However, Duan Ling Tian not only blocked the attacks, but his defensive martial skill could even counterattack, returning nearly all of his opponent's force. What a terrifying defensive martial skill. Yeah, this defensive martial skill is really too strong. The crowd was in an uproar. Many of the youths couldn't help from emitting a sense of reverence when their gaze was on Duan Ling Tian, and there was even a small amount of youths whose eyes emitted a dense intent to battle. Yu Shang grunted coldly. His limelight being seized by Duan Ling Tian caused the malicious intent in his eyes to grow even deeper. After Duan Ling Tian passed the test, he quickly walked back to where he was standing earlier. As for those remaining enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the brink of death, they were all killed one after the other by the Iron Blood Army soldiers, their blood splattering on the spot. The moment they lost the battle was the moment their fates were sealed. Number 138. After Duan Ling Tian exited the arena, it was Xiao Yu's turn. Xiao Yu and Duan Ling Tian brushed shoulders as they passed each other, and Xiao Yu's eyes emitted a trace of astonishment. As far as he knew, the defensive martial skill that Duan Ling Tian executed earlier was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he cultivated, Star Shift. He was slightly curious as to where Duan Ling Tian learned Star Shift from. Moreover, it seemed to be cultivated to the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian, you know Star Shift as well? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, he battled Xiao Yu during Aurora City's youth gathering and suffered a loss to Star Shift. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Meng Quan, what I executed wasn't Star Shift, only its characteristics are slightly similar. So that's how it is, and here I was feeling puzzled as to how you could know the Xiao clan's martial skill. Duan Ling Tian's gaze wandered off into the distance. As Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure seemed to be still like a mountain, giving off an invisible suppressive feeling to others. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all had fearful expressions as they entered the arena and dispersed to surround him. Star Shift. A defensive chi barrier flickered on the surface of Xiao Yu's body, fully exploding forth with the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Xiao Yu moved out swiftly as he locked on to the 2nd-level core formation soldier. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up to his target, and he jerked his sleeve that was suffused with origin energy. His long sleeve swung out to intercept the enemy kingdom soldier's fist that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The soldier's expression distorted greatly. He only felt that his fist had hit the youth's sleeve, but it seemed to have hit cotton. There was no place to exert his strength on. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force tremoring towards him. The enemy kingdom soldier's arm was directly twisted to the point of breaking by Xiao Yu's sleeve movement. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom soldier was blasted away by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled all over on the floor. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks had arrived to blast themselves onto Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some attacked from the sides. A string of shrill cries sounded at almost the same time as the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers whose attacks descended onto Xiao Yu were blasted away one after the other. Following which, Xiao Yu killed them all one by one. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and thus the captain continued to call upon the next number. Meng Quan, good luck. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan as they brushed past each other. Don't worry. Meng Quan inhaled a deep breath. Meanwhile, only now did the young geniuses present react. Their gazes all switched between Xiaoyu and Duan Lingtian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duan Lingtian. Even his defensive martial skill seems similar. Yeah, I wonder what defensive martial skill it is. It's too terrifying. He only needs to activate his defensive chi barrier. When others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror. They are unable to injure him and instead injured themselves. This defensive martial skill is certainly extremely rare even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Many of the youths present looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu with gazes that emitted an envious and jealous luster. Duan Lingtian, how do you know Star Shift? Xiaoyu couldn't stop himself from asking the moment he returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Star Shift was an extremely valuable high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even their Shao clan relied on their ancestors' bestowal in order to acquire this martial skill. This martial skill was something that neither the Li clan nor the Lin clan possessed. Even the large clans of Swallow Mountain County didn't have it, and even the county governor's estate might not have it. Thus, he was curious as to how Duan Lingtian knew this martial skill. You've seen wrongly. The defensive martial skill I executed wasn't Star Shift, it was greater teleportation. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly recited the principles behind greater teleportation to Xiaoyu. It's indeed slightly different, but it achieves the same goal with different means. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already drawn an iron rod from the weapons rack on a side of the drill grounds and was executing Thousand Shadow Rod as he fought with the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. With a swing of the rod, a 9th level body tempering soldier was blasted away. Just at this moment, an unexpected event abruptly occurred. One of the 9th level body tempering soldiers forcefully threw himself over and withstood a rod strike from Meng Quan before tightly grasping onto the iron rod. Don't worry about me, kill him. The enemy kingdom soldier had a vicious expression as his fresh blood flowed out of his mouth and he howled in grief. The other 8 soldiers had tears in their eyes as they pounced like madmen towards Meng Quan, who couldn't use his rod anymore. Meng Quan. When Meng Quan realized the danger he was in, he roared and hoisted up the soldier along with the iron rod before dropping it down towards one of the soldiers that was pouncing towards him. 2 lives with a single rod strike. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. In the end, Meng Quan eventually passed the test with great hardships. Duan Lingtian looked at the serious-faced Meng Quan and asked, Meng Quan, you've already passed the test. Why do you not seem happy at all? Duan Lingtian, tell me, should I really have killed them? That enemy kingdom soldier was willing to die in order to restrain my weapon just so that he could allow his companions to obtain freedom. Meng Quan had a complicated gaze as he heaved a sigh. That guy was indeed worthy of admiration. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. You killed him in order to protect yourself, and your battle with him would either end in his or your death. So you don't have to feel any guilt. Duan Lingtian patted Meng Quan on the shoulder as he consoled him. The genius camp test continued on like a raging fire. Later on, there were still some youth geniuses who got killed, but overall it was much better than when it just started. Presently, all of the youths present could be considered to have experienced genuine slaughter and bloodshed. They didn't have any mental burdens anymore when they entered the arena to conduct a slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the arena this time was around the age of 18. He was wearing scarlet-red robes and holding a sheathed sword in his hand. The moment he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was a 4th level core formation martial artist. And the 3rd 4th level core formation stage martial artist that was participating in the genius camp test so far. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had only entered the arena and had not even taken their positions when, in the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed crisscross across the soldiers. Repeated sword cries could be vaguely heard falling and rising one after the other. The sound of a sword being sheathed echoed out. The youth's figure revealed itself after having moved from one side of the soldiers to the other. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures before abruptly crashing to the ground. The warm, fresh blood that was spurting out of their throats was dazzling to the eye. This scene caused Chao Qingshan, the dignified vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to control himself from cheering. His eyes shone and he was eager to know more about this youth. What's your name? Su Li. The red-robed youth nodded in a slightly courteous manner to Chao Qingshan. As expected, the crowd of youths were once again in an uproar. Fuck, this Su Li is the real freak. I couldn't even see his movements clearly, but he killed all of the enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I didn't even have time to see what his sword looked like. I think his strength is even more formidable than Duan Ling Tian's and Yu Zhang's. I think so too. Hearing the discussions from the surroundings caused Yu Zhang's expression to turn ugly, but his eyes emitted a trace of fear when he looked at the faraway red-robed Su Li. Although he wasn't willing to admit it, the red-robed youth's strength was indeed more formidable than his number. Not only more formidable. As far as he was concerned, even the first-ranked youth in the younger generation of County City, Tan Rui, was still far from being as terrifying as the red-robed youth. I didn't expect there to still be such a freak among the young geniuses that participated in this year's Genius Camp test, Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the far-away red-robed youth, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Earlier, he vaguely caught Su Li's movements. Su Li's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Moreover, it was cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to face Su Li, unless he went at it with everything he had and exploded forth with the strength comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist, he would be far inferior to Su Li. Chapter 103, Conspiracy. Besides being fast, Su Li's sword skill was extremely terrifying. Duan Ling Tian was sure of at least one thing. Su Li's sword skill was fast enough to compete with his sword-drawing arts. Sword-drawing arts was only able to manifest the might of a high-grade profound ranked sword skill when attacking unexpectedly. Su Li's sword skill, however, was a genuine high-grade profound ranked sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills among the high-grade profound ranked sword skills. The synchronous shadow sword I passed on to Li Shishi is still slightly inferior to his sword skill. Perhaps only K.'s freezing sword can compare to it, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. K.'s freezing sword was part of the top cultivation method Frost God's sword technique and was also the foundation for the succeeding profound sword skills within the Frost God's sword technique, so it was extremely extraordinary. Unless I exerted all my strength, or my spirit serpent movement technique breaks through to the perfection stage, it would be extremely difficult to defeat this Su Li. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with a trace of an intent to do battle. As time went by, dusk slowly approached. At this time, the Genius Camp tests were drawing to a close. After Su Li, although there were many third-level core formation youth genius that were quite extraordinary, they were still inferior to Su Li. Number 237. As the captain spoke, a youth so robust that he looked like a cow walked out quickly, his imposing manner piercing through the sky. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally slightly drowsy, suddenly jolted awake and looked towards the robust youth. This guy isn't simple. Xiao Yu had a serious expression. He obviously noticed as well. Meanwhile, the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him into the arena and pounced towards the robust youth. The robust youth's body trembled. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Another one at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Many of the youths in the crowd couldn't stop themselves from exclaiming. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out all distorted greatly. Meanwhile, the robust youth had already closed the distance between him and the 2nd-level core formation soldier. He slapped out his palm and knocked the soldier out cold. This was nothing. He proceeded to extend his hand and hoist up the soldier's body, hoisting it up as easily as lifting a feather. He treated the body as a weapon and swung it out towards the remaining 9 enemy kingdom soldiers. The 9 enemy kingdom soldiers were repeatedly blasted away. And they were all, without exception, killed from impact. The enemy kingdom soldier that the robust youth used as a weapon had long since become badly mutilated. Although the body seemed to have some slight movements, even God would find it difficult to save him. Suddenly, the robust youth lifted his hand and tossed up the soldier. His leg moved out like a bolt of lightning. The body of the enemy kingdom soldier dislocated at the waist and was kicked away, flying before crashing down onto the ground without any signs of life. The surrounding drill grounds fell into a deathly silence. Ha ha. Good, good. The Iron Blood Army's vice commander laughed heartily. The youths that participated in this year's Genius Camp test really gave him too huge of a pleasant surprise. Especially this youth in front of him. He was virtually a combat machine. If he were to enter the battlefield, he would certainly slaughter the enemies in all directions. What's your name? Chao Qing-shan asked. The robust youth cupped his hand towards Chao Qing-shan and respectfully said, reporting to Vice Commander, Sir. I'm known as Tian Hu. Tian Hu, well done. Chao Qing-shan smiled as he nodded without sparing any commendations. Immediately, the 100+ youths present at the drill grounds looked at Tianhu with envious and jealous gazes. This Tianhu is extremely formidable. I didn't expect that this many freaks would appear for this year's Genius Camp test. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed, there were plenty of people who were similarly sighing. So many black horses actually appeared during this year's Genius Camp test. Tisk tisk, 4 youths at the 4th level of the core formation stage is truly shocking. Yeah, in any other year, if even one 4th level core formation youth appeared, it would be enough to cause surprise. But this time 4 people actually appeared, especially that Duan Ling Tian. Although his current strength might not be on par with Su Li's and Tianhu's, he's still young. Once grows to Su Li's and Tianhu's age, he will certainly be even more terrifying. These words all entered Yu Zhang's ears. Yu Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light, revealing a killing intent. Once he grows up to the age of Yu Shang and Tianhu, then he will surely be even more terrifying. The corners of Yu Zhang's mouth curled into a sneer. Then he will at least need to be alive until then. It'll end soon, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as his gaze once again descended onto the drill grounds. In the later part of the test, over 10 youths died, but there were also over 10 youths that passed the test. At this moment, the Genius Camp test completely came to a close. The captain had returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander and whispered something in his ear. Chao Qingshan took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured within a day as he slowly said, "First of all, congratulations on being able to pass the Genius Camp test. It's needless to say that this year's test was beyond my expectations. Besides the amount of people that passed being higher than the previous years, there were even a few peoples whose strength shocked even me." The people present all knew who Chao Qingshan was talking about when he spoke about their shocking strength. For a moment, nearly everyone present had their gazes divided towards 4 places, respectively being Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Shang. The 4 of them were absolute black horses. Tonight, all of you can enjoy yourselves. But starting from tomorrow, you will all become members of the Genius Camp, and for the next year, there won't be any luxuries for you to enjoy. Although all of you are extraordinary, based on our past experience, there won't be more than 10 of you alive in a year. Chao Qingshan dispersed the crowd of youths after he finished speaking. After a year, no more than 10 would survive. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army drill grounds doubted what Chao Qingshan had said. As the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Chao Qingshan had seen countless young geniuses die during the Genius Camp training over the years. What he said was something extremely worth believing, as it came from experience. Tisk tisk, no more than 10 people. I roughly counted earlier and there were 98 people who passed the Genius Camp test. Meng Quan couldn't help but be astounded. Don't you have anything better to do? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Let's have a feast tonight. We won't have the chance to enjoy ourselves for a year starting tomorrow, said Xiao Yu. Right, let's open up our stomachs tonight and fill them to the brim. Meng Quan grinned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. After eating their fill that night, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 took a stroll around Iron Blood City before heading back to the inn. Duan Ling Tian cultivated until deep into the night before slowly falling asleep. He deeply anticipated the arrival of the Genius Camp's training. In a vast, brightly illuminated room of another inn. Brother, I'm sorry. Yu Shang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Shang stood a 25-year-old young man. The young man was wearing casual clothes, and there was a similarity to Yu Shang between his brows. However, at this moment, his eyes flickered with a ghastly brilliance, and mixed within was a trace of rage and killing intent. It isn't your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. The young man was precisely Yu Hong, the elder brother of Yu Shang. Brother, it's all because of that Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had an argument that eventually attracted the vice commander over. Yu Zhang's eyes emitted killing intent as he spoke. Don't worry, as long as he enters the Genius Camp, I have ways to kill him. Yu Hong tightly clenched his fist as his origin energy started raging and swept out. Under extreme rage, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, 8th level of the core formation stage. Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you have to avoid doing anything that would arouse suspicion? Yu Shang was dazed. Yes, I do. Yu Hong's eye flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. But of the few centurions that are in charge of the Genius Camp, 2 of them are good friends of mine. When the time comes, All they will have to do is play a few underhanded tricks and that Duan Ling Tian will undoubtedly be dead. Great. Yu Zhang's was wild with joy, in the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's quarters. Qing Shan, I heard there were a few good seedlings in this year's genius camp. A refined middle-aged man sat at the head. He emitted a warm smile as he looked at the stalwart middle-aged man beside him. Yes, Commander, sir. Chao Qing Shan nodded with a face full of delight. I'm really getting curious as to why you're still happy even until now. Tell me the details. The refined middle-aged man lightly smiled. His interest had been aroused. Probably no one would have imagined that the cold-blooded Iron Blood Army's commander would be such an ordinary and refined scholar once he removed his armor. Yes, Chao Qing Shan answered respectfully. Among the four of them, the only one I heard about before was Yu Shang, the younger brother of Decurion Yu Hong. But, although this Yu Zhang's strength isn't bad, he is a mediocre person and will not have any great achievements. Chao Qing Shan had an expression of disregard when he spoke of Yu Shang. Isn't Yu Hong a centurion? The refined middle-aged man was dazed. After hearing Chao Qing Shan's explanation, he finally understood the whole story, and his expression sunk as he grunted. This Yu Hong is too presumptuous. How could the Iron Blood Army allow him to use his authority for personal gain? That's why, out of consideration of his previous merits, I gave him a chance. If he doesn't know how to change his ways, we can only discharge him from the Iron Blood Army, Chao Qing Shan said. You handled this matter well. That Duan Ling Tian is the second person that caught your attention. The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. Exactly. Chao Qing Shan nodded. This Duan Ling Tian isn't even 17 yet, but he isn't humble nor arrogant. He was even unfazed when faced with the murderous aura I released on purpose towards him. I suspect that although he is still young, but he's already killed quite a few people. Not even 17 but killed quite a few people. The refined middle-aged man was dazed. Yes, later on, in order to prove my suspicions, I purposely observed him. As a result, I noticed that when faced with the brutal murderous scene in the drill grounds, unlike the other youths, he was unfazed and just watched coldly from the beginning till the end. It's hard to imagine how a youth that's only 16 years of age could be able to achieve such a feat, Chao Qing Shan continued. Chapter 104, Training begins. Early morning the next day at the Iron Blood Army campsite, the 98 youths from Swallow Mountain County gathered once again. After a night's rest, they were all brimming with vigor and vitality. Everything that happened yesterday was completely forgotten. And they started a new chapter in their lives. Before long, the captain that was in charge of presiding over the genius camp yesterday walked over quickly along with 5 young generals. The captain went straight to the point the moment he arrived. First of all, congratulations on passing the test and becoming members of the genius camp. I'm Yang Da, a captain of the Iron Blood Army and the person in charge of this year's genius camp training. In ordinary times, the 5 centurions behind me will be your instructors and will bring you along for training. Now, I'll let you all freely form 5 groups, where each group may not have more than 20 people. Immediately, the group of youths on the drill grounds started getting into action. Most of the people moved over to 4 different directions. In each of these 4 directions stood a single person. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Tian Hu, Yu Shang. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, relying on them would be the most sensible choice. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot. More than 20 people quickly gathered around them. In the end, with the help of the captain, Duan Ling Tian's group was left with 20 people. The same happened for Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Zhang's groups. Only the remaining 18 people had bitter smiles as they stood at a side with slightly helpless expressions and with a sense of loss. Alright, now that the groups have been divided. Next, I'll briefly introduce the rules during the training for the next year. The first round of training will last for 3 months. Each group will face different challenges, and survival of the fittest will occur until only half of the people remain. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group shall survive, Yang Da said slowly. As Yang Da finished speaking, the eyes of the isolated group of 18 young geniuses all shone brightly. Haha, so that's how it is. Looks like my luck isn't that bad, at least my group doesn't have any freaks. Yeah, but they are going to have a hard time. Especially the groups with Duan Ling Tian and Yu Shang. Duan Ling Tian will surely help his 2 companions. In other words, in the first round of training, only 7 people will survive from the remaining 17 people. Ha 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 ha, Yu Zhang's group is even worse. Yu Shang has 4 Yu clan members with him, which means only 5 people can survive from the remaining 15 people. Different from these Yu's delight, the Yu's of the other 4 groups all had slightly unnatural expressions, especially Duan Ling Tian's and Yu Xian's groups. These Yu's had extremely ugly expressions. Fuck, is something wrong with us? Why did we choose this group with Duan Ling Tian? Forget it, our luck is still good. The people who chose Yu Zhang's group have the worst luck. Damn it, why did I choose Yu Zhang's group? What lousy luck. Yeah, even Duan Ling Tian's group is better than this one. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Yu Xing's face sank as he growled, if you all think Duan Ling Tian's group is better, then fuck off over to him. Instantly, the surrounding Yus went silent. They didn't dare to offend Yu Shang at this moment. If Yu Shang had any qualms against them, they would most certainly die. The current 5 groups will be considered small squads. The squads will be led by a centurion instructor and begin the 3-month-long first round of training. Yang Da's voice echoed out once again. Su Li's group was Squad 1. Tian Hu's group was Squad 2. Duan Ling Tian's group was Squad 3. Yu Zhang's group was Squad 4. The final group was Squad 5. The 5 centurions each stood at the front of a group. A centurion around the age of 30 with a medium stature stood in front of Duan Ling Tian's squad and said, in a loud voice, from today onwards, I will be the instructor of Squad 3. Call me Fan Jian. Fan Jian. 1. Some of the Yus were stunned. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. This centurion's name was really special. PFF'd. Instantly, someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sunk as he reprimanded him. Instantly, the entire squad went silent. Follow me. We'll hike to the Dawnshroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he took the lead and started running out of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Meanwhile, the other 4 squads and their instructors followed from behind as well. The group of Yus from the Genius Camp followed their 5 instructors out of Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawnshroud mountain range. In the beginning, there was still chatting and laughter amongst the group of Yus. But by the time noon arrived, no one had the strength to continue idle conversations. All of them were both hungry and thirsty. Instructor, where are we having our lunch at? One of the Yus in Squad 3 couldn't help himself from inquiring. Humph, there's no lunch. If you want food then wait till we arrive at Dawnshroud mountain range and you can make some yourself. Based on our current traveling speed, it will be at least dusk before we arrive at Dawnshroud mountain range. All of you, keep your spirits high for me. Fan Jian coldly grunted. What? We need to run until dusk. The Yus were stunned. They had only run for half a morning and they were already tired and hungry. If they were to run until dusk, wouldn't that mean being exhausted to the point of fainting? Behind the group of Yus in Squad 3, 3 Yus followed at a steady pace. Meng Quan wiped the sweat off his forehead as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, aren't you tired? Presently, even Xiao Yu was breathing heavily. Only Duan Ling Tian remained unfazed. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth contained a smile. Tired. Not to mention that this level of training would be nothing to him in his past lifetime. In this lifetime, his body was even stronger, so even if he had to run an entire day and night, he still might not even feel a bit tired. Meng Quan, your breathing is too erratic. Inhale every 3 steps and exhale every 2 steps, maintain a rhythm. Try it. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he passed on his secret technique to Meng Quan. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a short moment, he looked much better, he even stopped sweating, and his entire person seemed much more revitalized and full of energy. It really works. Meng Quan's eyes shone. Xiao Yu was slightly surprised. He couldn't help himself from trying it out. After doing the same, he noticed that he didn't feel so exhausted anymore. He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He realized that the more deeply he got to know Duan Ling Tian, the more shocked he would be. Duan Ling Tian, I really admire you. Meng Quan sighed. Before long, some of the others noticed that not only was Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 not slow, they were unfazed, causing them to all be stunned. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Yu Zhang's breathing had started to become hurried as well, and his face sunk when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's current condition. Even Su Li and Tian Hu both deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Presently, besides the 5 instructors, only Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 seemed to be on a casual stroll. It didn't even look like they had been running. As the sun set, besides Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, all of the Yus including Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Shang, couldn't help themselves from heaving a sigh of relief when a continuous mountain range appeared before them. "We've arrived so quickly. Hey, so not challenging," Meng Quan said sarcastically. Instantly, it attracted plenty of scornful gazes. Before long, the 5 instructors exchanged gazes before they simultaneously ordered, "Halt." When the 5 squads of youths halted, some of them bended down and fiercely gasped for air. Finally they could rest. After a short moment, they were all stunned on the spot, as the 5 instructors searched them one by one and confiscated all the fire pistons that the youths had brought along with them. 2. As Duan Ling Tian thought of something, a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. The 5 instructors gathered all the fire pistons before burning them altogether. "Instructor, this," some of the youths questioned. "Now, the captain is already waiting for you all at the Dawnshroud Mountain Range's entrance. The first person amongst you to arrive at the entrance will obtain a fire piston from the captain. That will decide whether you'll be able to eat cooked meat or raw meat tonight," one of the instructors slowly said. After a short moment, the group of youths seemed as if they had awakened from a dream. They couldn't even be bothered to rest before they madly ran towards the entrance. In the air, a myriad of ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed across, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. Before long, only Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 remained as they slowly walked over. Duan Ling Tian had an unperturbed expression, however, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan beside him had puzzled expressions. "Duan Ling Tian, aren't we going to go fight for it?" asked Meng Quan. "If we don't have a fire piston, we'll have to eat raw meat for the remaining days in this mountain range." Xiao Yu had a bitter smile as he spoke. "Who said you must have a fire piston to start a fire?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Not to mention he had fire pistons in his spatial ring. Even without a fire piston, he still had many methods to easily start a fire. 4 out of the 5 instructors followed the group and ran off to the entrance. Only Duan Ling Tian's squad instructor, Fan Jian, glanced at Duan Ling Tian before frowning, but he didn't say a word. "How do you start a fire without a fire piston?" asked Meng Quan curiously. "Forget it, we probably can't catch up now anyway. At most, when we need a fire, we can borrow it from the person who has the fire piston." Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't quite believe what Duan Ling Tian had said. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and eventually arrived at the entrance to the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Upon arrival, they realized that only Captain Yongda and the other 4 captains were present, whereas the other youths had all vanished. "What's going on?" Yongda frowned as he glanced at Fan Jian, who was following behind Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. "Captain, sir, they seem to not care about the fire piston, so I didn't force them," Fan Jian said in a matter-of-fact tone. Yongda glanced at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 before shaking his head. "Forget it. The 3 of you can now go hunt for some wild animals and prepare your own dinner." Duan Ling Tian nodded and entered the Dawnshroud Mountain Range with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. "They're probably thinking of borrowing the fire piston." Looking at Duan Ling Tian's group disappearing figures, Fan Jian grunted. "Then they're going to be out of luck." Yongda had a weird gaze. Fan Jian looked at Yongda with a questioning gaze. "Captain, why do you say so?" "Ha. Fan Jian, do you know who got the fire piston?" another one of the centurions asked as he laughed. "Who?" Fan Jian asked curiously. "Yu Shang." 1 TL note. Fan Jian's name similarly sounds to another phrase in Chinese which would mean to commit something despicable. 2 TL note. The actual item used here was something like a fire piston but was blown with force to ignite. Fire piston is used here as it's the closest English equivalent without needing to make changes to the author's original writing. Chapter 105. Gamble. In the sky above Dawnshroud Mountain Range, the sun slowly set and concealed itself behind the other side of the mountain range. Duan Ling Tian looked at the scene in the sky and thought in his heart, maybe this Dawnshroud Mountain Range got its name from that. This Dawnshroud Mountain Range should be similar to Misty Forest, both having a myriad of wild animals and fierce beasts living within. "We must be careful once we enter it," Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan by his side. The 2 of them nodded in reply. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed forward. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan executed their movement techniques as well as they followed Duan Ling Tian like shadows. After entering the Dawnshroud Mountain Range, what appeared before them were 3 forks in the road, but after Duan Ling Tian chose one of them, what appeared before them were 5 more forks in the road. It was virtually a maze. Aowu. An ear-splitting wolf howl tore through the sky. When Duan Ling Tian turned around to look, he saw a pitch-black colored wild wolf with eyes that flickered with bloodlust pouncing out of the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Overconfident, Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as the muscles in his right arm slightly bulged. He swung out his right arm towards the wild wolf's chest, carrying with it a strong wind which swept towards the surroundings. A loud noise sounded, followed by a grievous howl from the wild wolf which abruptly ended in the next moment. The wild wolf's inner organs had been completely shattered from the impact of Duan Ling Tian's arm swing, and as such it only slightly struggled on the ground for a short moment before losing all signs of life. Dead. I didn't expect that our prey would come find us itself. Meng Quan laughed as he walked over and hoisted the wild wolf onto his shoulder. Duan Ling Tian inspected the surroundings for a moment before saying, "Let's return." The three of them left the Dawnshroud mountain range. On the way, they encountered some youths who were carrying their prey back as well. They were going to gather back at the Dawnshroud mountain range entrance. Many people had already begun cleaning the corpses of their prey. Some hunted tigers, some hunted eagles, and some hunted leopards. Duan Ling Tian's group of three found an empty space before putting the wolf corpse down. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his long boot and started cleaning up the wolf corpse. Before long, Meng Quan had already cleaned up the wolf's fur and even thrown its internal organs aside. "Meng Quan, you seem experienced." "Hee, I used to always sleep out in the misty forest, sometimes even for times up to a month, so I needed to get food somehow. Now the meat is ready, so where are we getting our fire from?" Meng Quan laughed slyly, but as he finished speaking, he was slightly perplexed. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned as he looked into the distance. "Both of you, look." Duan Ling Tian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw that nearly all of the genius camp youths besides their squad's members had already made a fire. "Yu Shang, can you lend the fire piston to us for a moment?" Someone from Squad 3 went over to borrow the fire piston. That Yu Shang got the fire piston. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expression were slightly ugly. "If I'm not wrong, you're in the same squad as Duan Ling Tian, right?" Yu Shang asked the youth. "Yes." The youth nodded. "It's a small matter to lend the fire piston to everyone in your Squad 3. But let me be blunt, if anyone dares to lend the fire piston to Duan Ling Tian, don't ever think about having a fire ever again." Yu Xian's eyes narrowed into a line and a cold light could be indistinctly seen from within. It's hard on everyone, and we all have been hungry for the entire day. Yu Shang, why don't you?" The youth hesitated. "Humph, just based on what you said, I'm not going to lend it to anyone from Squad 3. Yu Shang grunted coldly before looking at the youths of his squad and the other squads. "The fires you're all using were borrowed from me. Let me be clear and tell you all that if anyone dares to lend their fire to anyone within Squad 3, don't ever think of using my fire piston again." At this moment, Yu Shang had a complacent expression that said, "I'm the boss." "Yu Shang, don't worry, we're not ungrateful people. Yeah, we guarantee that we won't lend our fire to Squad 3. Instantly, besides the members of Squad 3, all the remaining squads stated their position clearly. "You. The youth that came to borrow the fire piston was angry to the extent that his face flushed. What? Fuck off." Yu Shang glared at the youth. The youth was intimidated to the point of taking 2 steps back before turning around and returning to Squad 3's area. At this moment, the members of Squad 3 looked fiercely at the youth. "Luo Cheng, you still have the face to come back. You originally successfully borrowed the fire piston, but because you couldn't mind your own business and tried to care of that Duan Ling Tian. Now everyone in our Squad 3 doesn't have any fire to use. Duan Ling Tian is right over there. I'm curious though, would he be grateful to you for what you did?" Luo Cheng felt muddle-headed. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this. For a moment, his eyes became red as the luster of tears moved within. "What? You still want to cry? Take your prey and fuck off." One of the youths threw over a wild boar that had been cut up to Luo Cheng. "You all, how could you all be so selfish?" As Luo Cheng held on to the wild boar, his breathing became hurried. Before long, Luo Cheng noticed that the group of youths from Squad 3 that were originally planning to argue with him seemed to have seen something terrifying as they abruptly shut their mouths. Meanwhile, he noticed that a strong hand had been placed on his shoulder. He turned his head around and saw a smiling violet-clothed youth standing behind him. Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, "You're called Luo Cheng?" Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of this youth that was willing to strive to get the fire piston for a stranger like himself. Yes, yes, Luo Cheng was slightly nervous and awkward. Relax. Since they don't welcome you, just follow me from now on. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Cheng before walking back to where Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded to Luo Cheng. Nice to meet you, I'm Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng's face was slightly red, seeming extremely similar to a little girl, not far from them. HMPH. This Luo Cheng really has good luck, actually getting acquainted with someone to rely on like Duan Lingtian. So what, doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it, we really got screwed over badly by that Luo Cheng. The youths of Squad 3 all had ugly expressions. Captain Yongda watched this scene from afar. While roasting meat on the campfire, he asked the other 5 centurions who sat around the fire, "How do you all think Duan Lingtian will deal with his dinner? I heard he was even fearless in front of the vice commander, so he probably will just go seize the fire piston from Yu Shang. Humph, if he seizes it forcefully, he might not even be a match for Yu Shang." Exactly. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Yu Shang? Including Su Li and Tian Hu, they have all received Yu Zhang's kindness, otherwise, where would they have gotten their fire from? The 5 centurions discussed amongst themselves, and not one of them looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat around in a circle. Duan Lingtian, now that the fire piston is in Yu Zhang's hands and the others have stated their positions on not lending their fire to us, what are we going to do about our dinner tonight? I've been hungry for a long time after running the entire day. Meng Quan rubbed his dry stomach with a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked over to Duan Lingtian as well. Why? Why not? I go again and plead to Yu Shang, Luo Cheng said, with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sweep him with a burning gaze. I won't go, okay. Luo Cheng lowered his head. Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng, Duan Lingtian walked over to the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths was on guard as if confronted with a formidable enemy. Relax. Duan Lingtian smiled before his gaze focused on the pile of dried wood between the group of youths. You all probably don't need these pieces of dried wood anymore, right? The youths all exchanged glances, but nobody spoke a word. Since you all don't want them, I'll take them. Duan Lingtian didn't bother to be polite. He grabbed the pile of dried wood and returned to Xiao Yu and the group's side. We don't even have a fire piston. What do you want this dried wood for? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who told you that you need a fire piston to start a fire? Duan Lingtian raised his voice on purpose. For a moment, including Captain Yongda and the centurions, everyone looked over at Duan Lingtian in interest. Yu Shang grunted as he raised his voice and mocked, "Humph. Bullshit, I really do want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire piston. Are you so sure?" Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Shang and abruptly started laughing. Of course, Yu Shang said in opposition. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered, and the smile on his face never faded. What do you want to bet? Yu Zhang's brows knit slightly. Betting on other things aren't interesting. How about whoever loses needs to take off their clothes and run 10 rounds around the Danshroud mountain range entrance without a shred of clothes on their body? How about it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he spoke. What? Yu Shang was stunned. The others were dumbstruck as well. This gamble was really too ruthless. Duan Ling Tian, you. Meng Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression. What? You don't dare. As Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Shang, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If you're a coward, then keep a low profile, and don't bark around like a dog. Fucking noisy. Yu Zhang's face flushed red as he said in rage, why would I not dare? Okay, I'll agree. Very good, I hope you don't go back on your word later. However, I'm worried you will go back on your word. Captain, sir. Yu Shang abruptly stood up as he spoke and looked towards the distance. Something the matter? Yongda brought along the 5 centurions as he walked over. He had heard of the gamble between Duan Lingtian and Yu Shang. Captain, sir, this Duan Lingtian wants to gamble with me, so I hope that you can bear witness so that he doesn't go against his word once he loses. Yu Shang looked towards Yongda as he spoke. Yu Shang is too ruthless, actually asking the captain to be the witness of this gamble. With the captain here, even if this Duan Lingtian loses, he wouldn't dare go against his word. Duan Lingtian really got himself into trouble this time. I'm really looking forward to the scene of Duan Ling Tian running around naked, ha 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 ha. I'm looking forward to it as well, but this Duan Ling Tian is only 16, he probably hasn't even grown any hair yet, so there's nothing interesting about that. The group of youths started discussing animatedly as if they were sure that Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose. Chapter 106, Bore Wood for Fire. Duan Ling Tian, what do you think? Captain Yang Dao looked towards Duan Ling Tian, seeking his opinion. After all, this gamble was something Duan Ling Tian started. Duan Ling Tian, you better not say you don't dare. Yu Zhang's eyes narrowed as he cut off Duan Ling Tian's retreat. Captain, sir, I don't have any objections. Just as Yu Shang said, please bear witness to this gamble. Duan Ling Tian nodded while the corner of his mouth held a smile. This Yu Shang was such a considerate person. Yu Zhang's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to so readily agree. Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't have hidden a fire piston, right? If that's it, then this gamble will have no meaning. Yu Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a vigilant expression. Don't worry, if I use a fire piston, then you can consider it my loss. Fire piston, did he need it? Yu Shang heaved a sigh of relief. Remember that this is something you agreed to. If the both of you have no objections, this gamble will now take effect. Yang Dao looked towards Duan Ling Tian and Yu Shang. The both of them shook their heads, showing that they did not object. Begin. Yang Dao looked with interest at Duan Ling Tian. The 5 centurions behind him also stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. They were all curious as to where Duan Ling Tian got his confidence from. Even they wouldn't dare say they could start a fire without a fire piston. Today, I'll teach everyone some general knowledge. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was seated on the floor after picking out a rounded piece of dried wood from the pile. Meanwhile, the group of youths from the genius camp had all surrounded him. They fixedly stared at Duan Ling Tian's movements. Duan Ling Tian looked over at Meng Quan and said, with a light smile, Meng Quan, give me your dagger. Meng Quan passed his dagger over. After receiving the dagger, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, cut off a stick from the end of the dried wood in his hand, and then sharpened it. At the same time, he dug a small hole in the rounded piece of dried wood. Hosh! Small pieces of wood entered Duan Ling Tian's hand from the pile. Followed by the origin energy that burst forth from within his hand, they transformed into wood filings, and finally dropped into the small hole in the rounded piece of dried wood. Subsequently, he stuck the stick that he had sharpened earlier into the small hole. And he started to spin the stick. If someone from Earth in Duan Ling Tian's previous life were to see this, they would certainly recognize what he was doing with just a glance. Duan Ling Tian's present movements were precisely the act of boring wood to make fire. Kai, indulging in fantasies, you really think you can start a fire like this? Yu Shang sneered. But he was dumbstruck before long. Duan Ling Tian spun the dried stick for a while before the wood filings started to smoke, and after a short moment, a small flame emerged. Meng Quan, dried wood. Duan Ling Tian shouted in a low voice. Coming. Meng Quan had already gone to prepare the dried wood as soon as the wood filings started smoking. After hearing Duan Ling Tian call for him, he promptly placed a pile of dried wood in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian placed the burning wood filings into the dried wood. Instantly, a blazing flame erupted. No, impossible. It's impossible. Yu Shang watched this scene in disbelief, and he took a few steps back before shaking his head in a manner that seemed like he was slightly out of his senses, as he didn't dare believe all this was real. At this moment, the surrounding youths all looked at Yu Shang with gazes that emitted a trace of pity. This Yu Shang was in over his head. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths all had extremely ugly expressions. Yu Shang losing face would equal to the Yu clan losing face, and also they themselves losing face. Yang Da deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian before asking, Duan Ling Tian, how did you think of this? When I was playing as a kid, I accidentally stumbled upon it. I call it boring wood to make fire. Captain, what do you think? Duan Ling Tian rubbed his nose as he spoke. Good, very good. Yang Da laughed heartily. Yu Shang, since you asked the captain to bear witness, I trust you will certainly abide by the bet, right? Duan Ling Tian looked towards Yu Shang as he smiled in ridicule. Yu Zhang's expression grew even uglier. In next to no time, he looked towards 2 of the centurions behind Yang Da with a pleading gaze. Captain, sir, Yu Shang is a disciple of the county city's Yu clan. If he were to be subjected to such humiliation, the Yu clan would undoubtedly be humiliated as well. At that time, I'm afraid it would be difficult to wind the matter up. One of the centurions spoke out. Yeah, Captain, sir, let's just take this matter as a joke and just laugh about it. Another centurion spoke out. Yongda frowned. Yu clan. He had to take them into consideration. However, this gamble was something that was obvious to everyone present. If he, the person who bore witness to the gamble, were to just drop the matter, his prestige would definitely be tarnished. And if the news were to be spread, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position within the Iron Blood army. Ha 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 ha. A wave of loud laughter suddenly echoed out. Presumptuous. The centurion that spoke out at first to help Yu Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian angrily and his face went grim. How can you be presumptuous in the presence of the captain? Centurion, sir. Duan Ling Tian eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The gamble between Yu Shang and I was not only witnessed by the captain, but also by everyone present here. When the gamble was just established, I wonder why you didn't speak out and stop it. Could it be that it was because you didn't think of the Yu clan at that time? Or maybe, I being able to win and Yu Shang losing exceeded your expectations. Thus, you brought out the Yu clan to suppress the captain. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a ghastly brilliance. Could it be that you think the captain would be afraid of the Yu clan and would be obliged to bow down in front of the Yu clan? When the centurion heard what Duan Ling Tian said, his expression instantly turned slightly pale and gloomy. After glaring at Duan Ling Tian with eyes filled with resentment, the centurion looked at Yongdao with a terrified expression. Captain, sir, I've never once thought in this way, I really didn't mean it in that way. The other centurion sensibly shut his mouth when faced with such a situation. Even though he was a good friend of Yu Zhang's elder brother, Yu Hong, he still wouldn't dare to offend his superior officer. This gamble was something that was obvious to everyone present. I hope that captain can handle the matter in a just manner. Xiao Yu spoke just at the right moment to help Duan Ling Tian. We hope captain can handle the matter in a just manner. Instantly, many of the youths from every squad followed suit and expressed their support. His gaze swept past these youths. Most of these youth had all borrowed fire from him, but never would he have thought they were actually fence-sitters and were so realistic. This caused him to get so angry that even his lifeblood started boiling. Yongda looked towards Yu Shang as he indifferently said, enough. Since I acted as the witness for this gamble, I would naturally not side with any party. Yu Shang, make good on your side of the bet. Although he had to consider the county city's Yu clan, he wasn't afraid of them. Not to mention that the Iron Blood army was extremely far away and didn't have any restraints. Even if the Yu clan's patriarch came to Iron Blood City in person, he would be helpless against him. He was a member of the Iron Blood army, and the Iron Blood army was famous for protecting its own. Even the members of the county governor's estate would not dare to rashly offend the Iron Blood army. Yu Shang inhaled a deep breath as a sense of humiliation flashed within his eyes, and his body started to tremble unconsciously. Under the keen gazes of the surrounding youths, Yu Shang started to take off his clothes, piece by piece. Currently, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Zheng had all returned to where they were sitting earlier and started roasting the wild wolf and wild boar. They roasted their food as they watched the performance Yu Shang put on. Ha ha, I didn't notice that this Yu Shang would be even fairer than women. Meng Quan laughed heartily as he watched Yu Shang dashing around. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he said, there's even a birthmark on his buttocks. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, even the other youths were watching fixedly at Yu Zhang's performance, deeply afraid that they would miss any brilliant scenes. As the wind blew past Yu Zhang's stark naked body every few steps he ran, his face would become even gloomier. His eyes even emitted a dense hatred and killing intent. I swear to never stop until I get my revenge. Ah! Yu Shang abruptly howled after he ran half the distance. His legs moved as he executed his movement technique, quickly finishing the remaining rounds. Brother Shang. Yu Xiao passed over a set of clothes just at the right moment. After putting on his clothes, Yu Shang took a deep breath before sitting in a corner. He was too ashamed to show his face in front of anyone. Meng Quan laughed as he said, haha. Satisfying. Xiao Yu started laughing as well. Luo Cheng's eyes flickered and a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. He noticed that a trace of delight had unexpectedly appeared in his heart. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, okay, hurry up and eat, don't let it get burnt. Meanwhile, besides the Yu clan members, all the other youths of the genius camp were whispering amongst themselves. Their topic of discussion was precisely Yu Shang, who had just run 10 laps stark naked. the youths of Squad 3 currently had complacent and delighted expressions. That Yu Shang even said that he wouldn't lend his fire to our Squad 3. Humph, why would we need to borrow fire from him? With Duan Ling Tian's method of boring wood to make fire, even if we don't have fire pistons, we can easily start a fire. Yes, Duan Ling Tian is really too outstanding to the extent that he's even able to create such a method. I really can't believe that Duan Ling Tian is only 16. When I was his age, I hadn't even stepped into the core formation stage, let alone being like him, capable of so many different skills. That Yu Shang probably doesn't have the face to meet anyone anymore. Talking about that, his bird looks really small. I wonder if it can even be used. Shish, speak softer, he's a member of the county city's Yu clan after all. Be careful, because if he targets you, then you'll have a really hard time. Yeah, let's talk softly. Actually, I think his bird is really small too, like a toothpick. At this moment, the youths of Squad 3 unsparingly praised Duan Ling Tian and ruthlessly trampled on Yu Shang at the same time. It was as if they had completely forgotten that just a while ago, they were extremely unsatisfied with Duan Ling Tian and even thought about putting down their pride to go borrow the fire piston from Yu Shang. Afar, Captain Yang Da gnawed on his roasted meat, but his gaze never left Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, this youth was just too miraculous. He was absolutely a genius among geniuses, he was even able to think of such a way to start a fire. Among the 5 centurions, the instructor of Squad 3, Fan Jian, had a surprised expression all over his face that still hadn't faded until now. He completely understood now. It turned out to be that the reason Duan Ling Tian took his time to walk towards the Dawnshroud mountain range earlier today and didn't fight for the fire piston was because he was already prepared since a long time ago. He truly didn't need the fire piston to start a fire. He deeply felt how terrifying this youth was. Among the remaining 4 centurions, 2 of them had indifferent expressions as if the matters of today were of no personal interest to them. The final 2 centurions glanced at each other before laughing helplessly. They were both Yu Zhang's elder brother's good friends, so they felt slightly guilty in their hearts because they weren't able to help Yu Shang. But before long, a killing intent flashed within their eyes. Chapter 107, Between Asleep and Awake. So full, Duan Ling Tian burped and then let himself follow the force of gravity and lie down bare on his back before crossing his legs and glancing up into the night sky. An array of dazzling and resplendent stars floated in the sky. Luo Cheng, I've already finished 3 pieces of meat, but you've not even finished one. Learn from me, this is how a man should be. Meng Quan grunted. Xiao Yu laughed as he said, Meng Quan, what you're doing is gulping down without enjoying anything. Scram, didn't you see Duan Ling Tian eat even faster than me? Meng Quan said. Meng Quan, you're even dragging my name through the mud with yours. Duan Ling Tian couldn't stop himself from deriding. It was a habit from his past lifetime that caused him to eat so quickly, because when he was a mercenary, sometimes he wouldn't even have any time to eat during missions, and thus he could only gulp down his food. It was lucky of him that his digestion capabilities were strong and thus there were no side effects from all the fast eating. In his past lifetime, he cultivated form and will boxing and cultivated his internal energy, so his internal organs had been tempered to an extremely durable state that was far from anything an ordinary person could compare to. In this lifetime, his fleshly body and internal organs were even stronger. Presently, not mentioning origin energy, just the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Who else could possibly achieve such a feat? We won't have to sleep here tonight, right? Luo Cheng was slightly worried. If we can sleep here, it would be good enough. All I'm afraid of is we might need to sleep inside the Dawnshroud mountain range, said Meng Quan. Fuck, Meng Quan, you better hope you aren't right. Duan Ling Tian had only just sat up when he noticed Captain Yang Da and the other 5 centurions walking over from afar. Yang Da's gaze swept past all the genius camp youths present before ordering, rise, report for duty. Instantly, the youths divided into 5 squads and started to line up. Suddenly, Yang Da frowned as he looked to a far-off spot and shouted, Yu Shang, what are you still doing there? Report for duty. People with birthmarks on their buttocks are really something, even daring to not listen to the captain. Meng Quan grinned. Immediately, besides the Yu clan members, all the youths present broke out in laughter. If you have the balls, say that one more time. Meanwhile, Yu Shang took his time and walked over. He arrived just in time to hear what Meng Quan said. His gaze went cold as he looked at Meng Quan with a face filled with killing intent. Meng Quan grunted and ignored Yu Shang. He didn't dare to go too far when he provoked Yu Shang. Hey, these days people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. It isn't a secret that you have a birthmark on your buttocks. Duan Ling Tian faked a sigh as he spoke. Instantly, everyone present burst out in laughter once again. The youths present couldn't help themselves from recalling the scene of Yu Shang running stark naked around the mountain range entrance. As he ragefully said Duan Ling Tian's name, Yu Xian's eyes emitted a killing intent that seemed like it was capable of swallowing people up. Enough. Yang Da's face sunk as he reprimanded them. If the two of you want to argue, you'll have plenty of chances later on. Now, 5 squads of Genius Camp members, follow your instructors and enter deep into the Danshroud mountain range. Don't blame others if you can't catch up and get torn to shreds by the fierce beasts on the way. The 5 centurions moved as soon as Yang Da finished speaking, transforming into 5 gusts of wind that blew into the Danshroud mountain range. The 5 squads of youths hurriedly pursued their instructors, and because the 5 instructors had intentionally decreased their speed, the youths were able to catch up. If they hadn't, there would only be few amongst these youths that were capable of following in their pace. Before long, the group reached the second fork in the road. By this time, all 5 squads had been separated. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng took the lead and followed right behind their instructor, Fan Jian. Meng Quan, Yu Jinx. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from glaring at Meng Quan. He could still remember what Meng Quan said earlier, and Meng Quan really hit it spot on. The good things don't happen, but the bad ones do, Meng Quan said, with a bitter smile. Luo Cheng's face was slightly pale as he said, in a trembling voice, no fierce beasts will sneak attack us while we sleep, right? Rubbish. Of course they will, Meng Quan said angrily. Luo Cheng, you haven't stayed out in the wild before? Duan Ling Tian asked while dashing like the wind, his breathing and expression calm as if it was nothing. Never. Luo Cheng shook his head. I really don't understand why a pretty boy like you, who leads a comfortable life, would come to the Genius Camp. Meng Quan was slightly puzzled. Hearing what Meng Quan said caused Luo Cheng's body to tremble. He clenched his fist and said, while glaring at Meng Quan, I'm not a pretty boy. Hey, even throwing a tantrum. Wanna fight with me? Meng Quan grinned and his eyes emitted an intent to do battle. Enough. Meng Quan, why don't you save your strength to deal with fierce beasts? Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Ling Tian gave Luo Cheng a deep glance. He noticed that earlier, when Meng Quan said that Luo Cheng was a pretty boy, Luo Cheng, who was usually meek, actually emitted a trace of killing intent from his eyes. He could guess that this Luo Cheng was someone who had a story. Before long, Squad 3 eventually entered the inner area of the Danshroud mountain range after countless battles with some weak fierce beasts along the way. The fierce beasts that appeared in their present surroundings were at least comparable to second-level core formation martial artists. In the surrounding bushes, pairs of eyes that flickered with a green luster were indistinctly noticeable. Obviously there were wolves concealed within. These wolves weren't regular wild wolves, as every single one of them were formidable fierce beasts. Tonight, we'll be sleeping here. Fan Jian's gaze swept past all the youths in Squad 3 as he spoke indifferently. What? Sleep here? Are you kidding? Instantly, the expressions of some of the youths went slightly pale. Luo Cheng was one of them. One of the youths gulped down some saliva before asking, Instructor, you'll protect us, right? For a moment, most of the youths looked towards Fan Jian with gazes filled with hope. Fan Jian coldly grunted, you're all overthinking things. I'm only in charge of giving you training orders. Even if a fierce beast were to bite you to death, I would still not interfere. Don't you forget that entering the Genius Camp meant that there was only a thin chance of survival. And this is only the first and easiest round of the training camp. Hearing what Fan Jian said caused some of the youths to be unable to restrain their expressions from becoming pale. There were also some youths who were unperturbed, as they obviously had experienced similar circumstances. Just like Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Sleep. Fan Jian swept his gaze across the youths before lying down on the floor. He was soundly asleep in next to no time, only leaving behind the group of youths who looked at each other. Duan Ling Tian was the first to lie down on the spot. Duan Ling Tian, we're really going to sleep here. Luo Cheng's legs were still shaking. Luo Cheng, don't be a pussy and go to sleep. Meng Quan yawned before lying down as well. Xiao Yu followed suit. The youths in Squad 3 that were braver all followed suit and lied on the ground. In the end, only 7 youths remained standing. They didn't dare to lie down. Luo Cheng, you're not planning on standing the entire night, right? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly twitched as he asked. I don't dare sleep. Luo Chen laughed bitterly. Then you can stand the entire night. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Oh. Deep in the night, moonlight shone unto the ground as a pack of fierce wolves pounced towards the group of youths in Squad 3 from within the bushes. Instantly, the 7 youths who hadn't slept were as if facing a formidable opponent. Some of the youths who hadn't completely fallen asleep jumped up swiftly before entering into battle with the pack of fierce wolves. The commotion grew louder and louder. Even Xiao Yu and Meng Quan woke up to deal with the fierce wolves. When the 30 over fierce wolves were finally killed, the group of youths were exhausted, and some were even injured. Fuck. Duan Lingtian actually didn't wake up. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from swearing when he noticed that Duan Lingtian was still lying there on the spot and hadn't even moved an inch. The instructor didn't wake up either. Many of the youths were speechless. Weren't these 2 people afraid of being bitten to death by the fierce wolves? At dawn the next day, when the first light of dawn enveloped the land, Duan Lingtian awoke full of spirit and vigor. Looking at the 3 youths who had dark circles around their eyes, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, Luo Cheng having dark circles isn't something strange, but the 2 of you. Didn't the 2 of you sleep last night? Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for the 3 of us helping you deal with all the fierce wolves that pounced towards you, you would have died last night. Meng Quan glared as he angrily said, but you, however, slept all the way until dawn. Meng Quan, do you really believe that I would have died if the 3 of you didn't help me deal with those fierce wolves? Duan Lingtian grinned. Meng Quan naturally didn't believe him. You ungrateful bastard. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew that if he didn't say something, Meng Quan would really think that he profited at their expense. Meng Quan, if I'm not wrong, there was a total of 3 packs of wild wolves that attacked us last night. Among them, there was a total of 9 fierce wolves that pounced towards me, and you warded off 3 of them, Xiao Yu warded off 5 of them, and Luo Cheng only warded off 1. Am I right? You. Meng Quan was utterly dumbstruck. Weren't you sleeping? How did you know? If I'm not wrong, Duan Lingtian was in a state between sleep and wake the entire night. But, according to my knowledge, besides those troop officers that have been fighting wars for years, and assassins that live on the edge of a blade, only Origin Core martial artists and above are able to achieve this feat. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as he felt that it was getting more and more difficult to see through Duan Lingtian. Freak. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from exclaiming. The gaze which Luo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian with flashed with a trace of adoration. Instructor, do you have any grade 7 gold injury pills? He can't hold on much longer. He's already consumed 2 grade 8 gold injury pills back to back, but it was still difficult to suppress his injuries. Suddenly, a youth with bloodshot eyes looked at Fan Jian, who had just awoken. Grade 7 gold injury pill. How could I possibly have one? Fan Jian frowned and coldly swept his gaze at the youth that was lying there on the ground on the verge of death. Fate decides who lives and dies. The first elimination round of the training has only just begun. Before long, the youth passed away. For a moment, the scene was filled with a mourning atmosphere. On the second day of the 3-month-long training, someone had died already. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, who were still able to keep their composure, the other youths within Squad 3 all more or less had a sense of a lingering fear. Just at this moment, Fan Jian shouted, "Gather!" in a low voice. After the members of Squad 3 lined up, Fan Jian gave the orders for the training. Before dusk tonight, no matter what method you use, I hope that every single one of you is able to hunt a cloud leopard. Those who are unable to complete the mission will be thrown into the gathering place of fierce beasts. Who are at the 4th level of the core formation stage or above. Chapter 108. Greed. Fan Jian's voice was filled with a trace of mercilessness. Cloud leopard, 3rd level core formation fierce beast. The expression of some of the youths in Squad 3 went grim. These youths were all only 2nd level core formation martial artists. Just at this moment, 4 figures had already left at the first moment, attracting the attention of the remaining youths. It's Duan Lingtian's group. That Luo Cheng really has good luck. Now that he's become Duan Lingtian's friend, this mission will be extremely simple for him with Duan Lingtian's help. Enough. There's no use mentioning this, let's discuss how we're going to cooperate. While the group of youths from Squad 3 were still in discussion, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already entered deep into the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range. Luo Cheng, Your luck isn't bad since you're able to rely on Duan Ling Tian with us. Meng Quan patted Luo Cheng's shoulder as he grinned. Luo Cheng paid no attention to Meng Quan and instead looked towards Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Duan Ling Tian, if we encounter a cloud leopard, I hope you don't help me right away. I want to try myself, and I only want you to help me only if I encounter danger. Is that okay? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Luo Cheng with slight surprise before nodding. He really didn't notice that the Luo Cheng who was usually like a girl would have such a staunch and resolute side. Luo Cheng, you're really asking for extra trouble. With Duan Ling Tian here, we really don't have any need to do anything. Meng Quan shook his head and laughed. Duan Ling Tian abruptly laughed and said, Meng Quan, just based on what you said, you're going to hunt your cloud panther yourself. Or you can ask Xiao Yu to help you, because I won't. Fuck. Duan Ling Tian, that joke isn't funny at all. Meng Quan was dumbstruck. After saying that, he looked towards Xiao Yu only to see Xiao Yu turn his head away, acting as if he didn't notice his gaze. He suddenly felt that he had fallen into a pit he had dug himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked towards Duan Ling Tian and asked, how did you achieve the state between asleep and awake? 1. You're not a soldier that experienced hundreds of battles and is accustomed to camping outside. 2. You're no an assassin. 3. You're not an origin core stage powerhouse. Do you have some sort of secret technique? Obviously, Xiao Yu was interested in Duan Ling Tian's method of achieving the state between asleep and awake. As far as he could guess, Duan Ling Tian surely had some sort of secret technique. No matter whether it was the breathing rhythm when running, or the boring of wood to make fire, they were all things that made him realize how miraculous Duan Ling Tian was. Xiao Yu, this time I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I really don't have a secret technique for this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Experiencing hundreds of battles and accustomed to camping outside. Didn't this exactly portray his previous life as a mercenary? Moreover, even if he didn't have this experience, relying on his soul, which was comparable to an origin core martial artist's soul, he would be able to do many things that only origin core martial artists could, including the means of entering into the state between asleep and awake. Then, next time I sleep, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. Remember to wake me up when a fierce beast attacks. I can finally sleep properly tonight. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a cunning smile. Me too. Meng Quan's eyes shone. I want it too, Luo Cheng said bashfully. Want your sister? If you want it, ask Meng Quan. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he glared at Luo Cheng. Don't you know that I don't swing that way? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 encountered their first cloud leopard, which was dealt with by Luo Cheng. Although Luo Cheng's martial skills were all cultivated to a good level, he was only a second-level core formation martial artist after all, and thus he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position by the Cloud Panther. Xiao Yu's figure jerked and was about to flash over to help Luo Cheng. Duan Ling Tian moved his hand to press onto Xiao Yu's shoulder and he lightly shook his head. Not yet. Xiao Yu looked at Luo Cheng with an uncertain expression. Before long, Xiao Yu seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth held a hint of a smile. Die. Just at this moment, Luo Cheng roared, and the origin energy on his fist exploded forth. Above him, besides the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 1 more ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Luo Cheng shattered the skull of the cloud leopard with a single punch, then the cloud leopard struggled for a few moments before crashing to the ground. Huff huff. Luo Cheng bent his waist as he breathed out heavily. A smile appeared on his face when he gazed at the cloud leopard's corpse. What the heck? Meng Quan was stupefied. Luo Cheng breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage would also mean that among their group of 4, he was the bottom feeder. Meng Quan, didn't you say you wanted to spar a few rounds with me? Luo Cheng looked towards Meng Quan and grinned. Meng Quan glared at Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng, don't be too complacent. Once I break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, I'll surely beat you to a pulp. Lucky bastard, being able to break through just like that. Meng Quan felt extremely speechless. Meng Quan, why don't I help you deal with your cloud leopard? I won't trouble you to do anything. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. No, I still need to rely on it to help me break through. Meng Quan hurriedly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, since Luo Cheng could break through while battling a cloud leopard, he could as well. However, he was bound to be disappointed. In the end, Xiao Yu still helped him, and only then was he able to successfully kill the cloud leopard. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 spent the entire morning searching for their 4 cloud leopards. It's already noon. Let's go hunt some fierce beasts for lunch. After finishing the mission, Meng Quan's mood was elated. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 all agreed to his suggestion. Roar. Suddenly, a wave of ear-splitting roars sounded from afar. These roars were accompanied by the quaking of the ground. Looks like some fierce beasts know that we're hungry and decided to send themselves over. Meng Quan rubbed his palms together as he waited for his prey to arrive. However, his expression quickly turned grim. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 of their group also had grim expressions. Scorching Tiger, a level 4 core formation stage fierce beast. Oh my god, there's 7. Luo Cheng exhaled a breath of cold air. All of you, take the cloud leopards and leave first, Duan Ling Tian decisively said. What about you? Meng Quan's expression distorted. I'll bait them away. If I don't, once they pounce at us together, I won't be able to take care of all of you. Hurry up and go, Duan Ling Tian said, with a serious expression. How could it be possible for 4th level core formation stage fierce beasts to appear here? Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with a slightly puzzled expression. It isn't the time to talk about this, just hurry up and leave, Duan Ling Tian urged once more. Duan Ling Tian, be careful. Let's go. Xiao Yu nodded as he realized the severity of the matter. He then received the cloud leopard Duan Ling Tian passed over to him before beckoning Meng Quan and Luo Cheng to follow him and leave. If he stayed behind, he would only be a burden. Duan Ling Tian, we'll be waiting for you to return. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng glanced at Duan Ling Tian's figure before gritting their teeth and following Xiao Yu to leave. Looks like I need to go all out today. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he looked at the 7 enormous tigers whose bodies seemed to be burning ablaze and silently awaited their arrival. If he was an ordinary 4th level core formation martial artist, he would only be able to bait the scorching tigers away. But he wasn't. If he were to exert his full strength, his entire strength was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. The scorching tiger was a 4th level core formation stage fierce beast with a body of crimson red fur. When it moved, it seemed like a ball of fire blazing, and this was how it got its name. The 7 scorching tigers arrived not far away from Duan Ling Tian in but a blink of an eye before howling and pouncing towards him. The sound of air exploding could be heard as the 7 scorching tigers approached in full fury. Above them, each one appeared 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes, a total of 42 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed onwards. Bring it on. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a bright light as an excited smile appeared on his face. Ever since he gained the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, he hadn't had the chance to exert his strength to his heart's content. Today was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Although he was only using a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, relying on the strength of an extra ancient mammoth compared to these scorching tigers allowed Duan Ling Tian's speed to completely overcome the scorching tigers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he brushed past one of the approaching scorching tigers and appeared on its back before sitting down on it. Roar! The scorching tiger was enraged as it shook its body, trying to throw Duan Ling Tian off. However, Duan Ling Tian straddled himself onto the scorching tiger's back and was stable like a mountain, not moving a single inch. Don't worry, even if you don't want to let me get down, I will get down on my own soon. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold and his hand pressed upon the sword hilt on his waist, drawing his violet myrtle flexible sword. His sword flashed out, exploding forth with his entire strength of 7 ancient mammoths. He didn't use any martial skills. The sword directly pierced into the enormous head of the scorching tiger. Blood splattered everywhere. The scorching tiger let out a sad and shrill growl before its body dropped down to the ground. Duan Ling Tian used the back of the scorching tiger as a stepping point and jumped onto the back of the other 6 scorching tigers, relying on his extraordinary speed and strength to kill the scorching tigers one by one. The 7 scorching tigers all fell to his sword. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as he sheathed the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered and then the violet myrtle flexible sword was once again drawn. He forcefully tore off the skin and fur of the scorching tigers, as well as some of their body parts, and then stored them all inside his spatial ring. Presently, the spatial ring on Duan Ling Tian's hand was the spatial ring that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had left behind. This spatial ring was much better than the spatial ring he obtained from the Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao, as its space was a few times larger. It was a spatial ring that was a grade 6 spirit weapon. As for He Zhu Dao's spatial ring, he had left it to Ke. After all, during the time he left, Ke would need to replace him and continue the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid collaboration with Tang Yin, and thus it would be more convenient for her to put away the silver if she had a spatial ring. Humph. Consider yourselves unlucky. Duan Ling Tian took one last look at the badly mutilated bodies of the 7 scorching tigers before preparing to return. Spatial ring. Just at this moment, a voice abruptly sounded. Duan Ling Tian's expression instantly distorted. A figure flew out from the other side of a nearby hill and descended in front of Duan Ling Tian. It's him. The person who was currently standing in front of him was none other than one of the 2 centurions that spoke for Yu Shang after he had lost the gamble yesterday, but why would he be here? At this moment, the centurion's eyes flickered with a greedy brilliance, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel that this turn of events was far from good. Chapter 109, Transacting at a Loss. Centurion, sir, why are you here? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he coolly asked. What do you think? The centurion's gaze was slightly cold as he replied rhetorically. Could it be that those 7 scorching tigers were drawn here by Centurion? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Normally, it was impossible for fierce beasts that are above the 4th level of the core formation stage to appear in the area he was currently in. Even if one really did appear, it would at most be 1 or 2 fierce beasts. But earlier, there were 7 scorching tigers at the 4th level of the core formation stage, and they appeared together. Combined with the centurion's timely appearance, it was extremely difficult for him not to link the 2 matters together. You're very intelligent. The centurion looked at Duan Ling Tian. I originally thought that the 7 scorching tigers would be enough to tear you to shreds, but I never expected that you had actually concealed your strength during the Genius Camp test. You're actually a 5th level core formation martial artist. 5th level core formation martial artist. It wasn't anything noteworthy, but if you added on the fact that the person with this cultivation level was a youth that wasn't even 17 yet, then it would be terrifying. A 5th level core formation martial artist that wasn't even 17 yet. There hadn't been an appearance of such a monster across the Crimson Sky Kingdom's hundreds of years of history. Centurion, sir, I don't think there are any grievances between us, but I wonder why you want to cause harm to me. Duan Ling Tian inhaled a deep breath and his eyes flickered. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian, if you want to blame something, then blame yourself for failing to show restraint. If it wasn't for you casing Yu Hong to lose his position as centurion, Yu Hong wouldn't have targeted you, and he wouldn't have entrusted me with taking care of you during the Genius Camp training. As far as the centurion was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man, and as such he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Yu Hong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. So it really was him. Yu Zhang's elder brother, Yu Hong. Needless to say, your natural talent really shocked me. Maybe if you're given another 2 years, even I won't be a match for you. But unfortunately, you're going to lose your life here today. The centurion's eyes flashed with killing intent. Origin energy suffused between his hands and then 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. This centurion was an 8th level core formation martial artist. Wait. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he shouted in a low voice. What? You have some dying words? The centurion asked indifferently. If you let me go, I'll give you 1 million silver. How about it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked. 1 million silver? Needless to say, that's really enticing. However, if I'm not wrong, the 1 million silver you spoke of is kept inside your spatial ring, right? As long as I kill you, everything inside your spatial ring will be mine, including that silver. A smile appeared on the face of the centurion. It was as if Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring was already inside his pocket. I originally was only doing Yu Hong a favor by driving those 7 scorching tigers over here to let them kill you. But never would I have expected that you actually concealed your strength and would be able to deal with all 7 of the scorching tigers. And what is even more unexpected was that you actually possess a valuable item like a spatial ring. As he finished speaking, the centurion's face was covered with killing intent. As far as he was concerned, as long as he killed Duan Ling Tian, everything Duan Ling Tian owned would be his. So you got greedy, right? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked in an indifferent manner. So what? The centurion sneered. I don't feel like wasting my breath on you anymore. I'll kill you right now and take your spatial ring. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Hearing what he said, the centurion's heart jerked, and he started inspecting the surroundings. When he noticed that there wasn't anything amiss, he sneered and said, "Duan Ling Tian, cut the crap. You will undoubtedly die today, unless you have a strength that surpasses mine. That is, however, that's impossible." The centurion moved the second he finished speaking. His figure dragged out a string of after images as it flew out and flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed like the wind. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold as he moved to intercept. His body moved as if it had transformed into a nimble and agile spirit serpent. The violet sword light was like a poisonous snake's tongue as it flashed towards the centurion that was menacingly approaching. Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian. You actually still concealed some strength." The centurion's figure jerked and he easily avoided Duan Ling Tian's sword strike before flashing to a side and staring at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Something was not right. Before long, his gaze fell upon the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and he exclaimed, "Spirit weapon. You actually have a spirit weapon. It's able to give you an extra 1 mammoth worth of strengths, meaning it should be a grade 8 spirit weapon, right?" The greedy brilliance in the centurion's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would give him so many pleasant surprises. First it was the spatial ring, now it was the grade 8 spirit weapon. If he could obtain the grade 8 spirit weapon, even a 9th-level core formation martial artist wouldn't be his match. This Duan Ling Tian was virtually a treasure trove. "Your gaze isn't bad," Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Duan Ling Tian, your strength is comparable to a 6th-level core formation martial artist by relying on that spirit weapon. But in front of me, it isn't enough. Die." The centurion's body jerked before he started moving once more. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and seize everything Duan Ling Tian had. The centurion attacked with the speed of lightning as he slapped out a palm strike towards Duan Ling Tian. The gusts of wind from the palm strike caused Duan Ling Tian's violet clothes to flutter. Really, a cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his origin energy poured into the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword, activating the blood crescent inscription within. A crimson-red crescent accompanied Duan Ling Tian's violet myrtle flexible sword as it flashed out with a speed like lightning. It seemed as if it had eyes, accurately intercepting the centurion's palm strike. Fresh blood splattered all across the air as the centurion's palm was sliced in half by the crescent. The centurion's shrill and sad cry sounded before abruptly ceasing in the blink of an eye. It stopped because after the crescent cut his hand in half, its momentum didn't slow down a shred as it directly penetrated his chest. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed by as he dodged the centurion's body, which was flying over from inertia. The centurion's eyes were wide open as he flew along with the force of momentum, and his eyes flickered with a luster of disbelief. Maybe, even until death, he never thought that Duan Ling Tian would actually still have such a terrifying move. Blood poured all over as the centurion's corpse fell to the ground. "HMPH, I was kind enough to give you 1 million silver, but you didn't want it. You really think I'm afraid of you? If it wasn't for me not wanting to waste a blood crescent inscription, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you." Duan Ling Tian coldly swept the centurion's corpse with his gaze before searching his body, only to find a few thousand silver. "What a pauper!" Duan Ling Tian mocked before placing the silver in his spatial ring. A wisp of pill fire ignited on his palm before he tossed it onto the centurion's corpse. Sizzle. The centurion's corpse was burnt to ashes in the blink of an eye, not even tiny bits remained. "There are only enough materials in my spatial ring to inscribe 2 more blood crescent inscriptions. I didn't think that a lousy centurion would waste one of my blood crescent inscriptions." Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Recalling what happened earlier caused him to feel annoyed. He thought about it like this: the materials to inscribe the blood crescent inscription were worth at least 500,000 silver, but he only obtained a few thousand silver from killing that centurion. This was undoubtedly a transaction that was done at a loss. With his current circumstances, even if he had gained more silver, it would still be extremely difficult to obtain the materials needed to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. At present, he only had a limited amount of blood crescent inscriptions. This was also the reason why he would rather give the centurion 1 million silver than wasting a blood crescent inscription on him. "Never mind, I'll just let nature take its course. I'll inscribe another blood crescent inscription on my violet myrtle flexible sword before I return. What's done is done, So Duan Ling Tian didn't continue thinking about it. Duan Ling Tian walked forward a short distance and found a secluded area before sitting down cross-legged. He then withdrew some materials and started inscribing the blood crescent inscription. As the sun set in the west and dusk enveloped the land, in the resting area of the genius camped Squad 3. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian returned yet? After waiting half a day with no news, Xiao Yu's expressions was slightly ugly. Yeah, it's been so long. Logically speaking, he should have already drawn those scorching tigers away and returned by now. Meng Quan frowned and was extremely puzzled. Nothing would have happened to him, right? Luo Cheng had a worried expression. Don't be a jinx. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu both glared at Luo Cheng. However, their eyes still had worry within them. If anything were to happen to Duan Ling Tian, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. After all, Duan Ling Tian did it all just to save them. If they weren't there, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, wanting to escape from those 7 scorching tigers wasn't a difficult matter. Before long, the other members of Squad 3 had returned. With 15 youths joining hands, they managed to hunt a sufficient amount of cloud leopards to pass their mission after sweeping through the mountain range for the entire day. Is everyone here? Fan Jian's expression was cold as ice. Where's Duan Ling Tian? Fan Jian's gaze swept past the 18 people present before finally fixing his gaze on Meng Quan, Xiao Yu, and Luo Cheng. Instructor, we encountered 7 scorching tigers while hunting cloud leopards with Duan Ling Tian. He asked us to bring the cloud leopards back first while he drew away those 7 scorching tigers, Luo Cheng slowly said. Scorching tigers. Fan Jian's pupils constricted. You all are really too brave, actually daring to go so deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. We didn't enter deep into the mountain range, we were only going around the area that the fierce beasts at the 3rd level of the core formation stage roamed. Who knew that 7 scorching tigers would abruptly appear? Xiao Yu frowned. Impossible. Fan Jian said with certainty. The scorching tigers have a very strong sense of territory and would not easily leave it. Maybe someone disturbed the scorching tigers. Meng Quan's expression was unsightly as he voiced his guess. Enough. Since Duan Ling Tian's cloud leopard is here, it's considered as having completed the mission. Tonight, these cloud leopards will be your food. After giving out his orders, Fan Jian sat at a side and roasted his own prey. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng hadn't eaten the entire day and had long since been hungry, but at this moment, they didn't move a muscle, because they didn't have the appetite. In their hearts, all they could think about was Duan Ling Tian's safety. Chapter 110, Beast Tide. Not far away, the youths of Squad 3 gathered around as they bore wood for fire. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, we would probably only have raw meat to eat. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the odds are against him this time. Scorching tigers are 4th level core formation stage fierce beasts, so any one of them had strength that wasn't inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Some of the youths didn't regard Duan Ling Tian as being able to return, they all believed that Duan Ling Tian was killed by the scorching tigers. You're all using the method of starting fire that Duan Ling Tian taught you, yet you're cursing him behind his back. Aren't you all afraid of being struck by lightning? Hearing the discussions of the group of youths caused Meng Quan's expression to sink, and he reprimanded them. We're just speaking of the truth. What are you getting so agitated for? Since you're so agitated, why did you abandon Duan Ling Tian and flee by yourself earlier today? Pussy. One of the youths sneered. What did you say? Meng Quan's eyes were bloodshot as he abruptly stood up and was about to go teach the youth a lesson. Meng Quan, what are you doing? So agitated. The first thing Duan Ling Tian saw when he returned was the scene of Meng Quan getting angry for him. A warm feeling ran through his heart when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian, you're back. Luo Cheng had an excited expression. What, could it be that you were hoping I'd be eaten by those scorching tigers? Duan Ling Tian joked. Of course not. Luo Cheng hurriedly shook his head. As long as you're back. Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's return. Luo Cheng, go get some dried wood. Xiao Yu, come help me clean up these cloud leopards. Duan Ling Tian, you've been occupied the entire day, so rest more and just wait for food. Meng Quan divided the work. Then I'll properly enjoy this special treatment. Duan Ling Tian laughed. As it so happened, Duan Ling Tian was exhausted from the spiritual force he expended to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. Now he could finally rest. With Xiao Yu and the others bustling about working together, a campfire was quickly set ablaze and the fragrance of meat suffused the air. Meng Quan roasted the meat as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, were those scorching tigers really hard to deal with? To think that they actually chase you around the entire afternoon and exhausted you to such a state. Xiao Yu and Luo Cheng looked over at Duan Ling Tian with curious expressions as well. Duan Ling Tian lied on the floor and comfortably shut his eyes before crossing his legs and speaking. Don't remind me, I drew those scorching tigers away not long after the three of you left. And it so happened to be my unlucky day. The direction I drew those scorching tigers away to was precisely even deeper into the Dawnshroud mountain range, and as a result, I was chased by a spiked mink the entire afternoon. I nearly wasn't able to return. He naturally wouldn't speak of the truth, and thus casually made up an excuse. Spiked mink. Xiao Yu's and the others' expressions were all slightly pale. The group of youths nearby went pale-faced as well. Even the instructor of Squad 3, Fan Jian, couldn't help himself from being moved. The spiked monk was a 5th-level core formation stage fierce beast, and it was advantaged due to its small size, making it one of the top fierce beasts in the 5th level of the core formation stage, especially since the speed of a spiked mink was swift like a bolt of lightning, even to the extent of being comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist who had cultivated a high-grade profound rank movement technique to the perfection stage. You actually were able to flee from a spiked mink. Meng Quan fiercely swallowed his saliva. Including instructor Fan Jian, every one of the other 15 youths present pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian fled from a spiked mink. As far as they were concerned, this was truly an unbelievable feat. Wasn't Duan Ling Tian a 4th-level core formation martial artist? My luck was good. That spiked mink's leg was injured, so its speed was only comparable to mine. If it wasn't for that, my life would probably have been thrown away in the Dawnshroud mountain range, Duan Ling Tian said, with an expression that seemed to show he had a lingering fear. That really is good luck. Xiao Yu's group of 3 heaved a sigh of relief. They were happy for Duan Ling Tian. So that's what happened. Hearing his story allowed the Squad 3 youths to finally understand clearly. Like this, everything could be explained, compared to the tranquility of Squad 3. Squad 1 was in chaos. Why? The instructor of Squad 1 had disappeared into thin air. Where's the instructor? The group of youths looked at each other. Could it be part of the training as well? Some people guessed. Su Li, what do you think? Some of the youths looked towards the red-robed youth that stood to the side. Su Li's expression was cold as he embraced his sheathed sword. When he heard what the group of youths asked, he coldly shook his head. I don't know. Looks like this is one of the genius camp training routines. The instructor's sudden disappearance means that our training has officially started. A green-clothed youth complacently perked his head up. He had an expression that said, I've guessed it long ago. Why, do you say so? The other youths were puzzled. Don't you get it? The instructor didn't go missing. He is purposefully concealing himself. He's purposefully leaving us by ourselves to see if we can live alone in the wild. The green-clothed youth spoke with logic as if it were true. Che, this is just your guess. Some of the youths disregarded his guess. The green-clothed youth grunted and retorted, HMPH. What? Don't agree. Could it be that you thought that someone as strong as our instructor would go missing in this area of the Dawnshroud mountain range? It's impossible for the instructor to go missing. Just at this moment, Su Li spoke. The centurions of the Iron Blood Army are all martial artists of at least the 8th level of the core formation stage. Did you hear what Su Li said? If we didn't go missing, how could an 8th level core formation martial artist go missing? What a joke. The green-clothed youth laughed complacently. Looks like the instructor leaving could really be the content of the next part of our training. I hope he returns soon. I feel nervous when the instructor isn't here, one of the youths said, with a slightly fearful expression. While the members of Squad 1 were terrified, Duan Ling Tian was gulping down big chunks of meat. He had completely tossed aside the fact that he had killed the instructor of Squad 1. In the following 2 months, the group of youths in Squad 3 would need to face waves of fierce beasts every night. And in the day, they would go into the mountain range to complete their missions. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. There were only 3 days remaining in the entire 3-month training. Currently, including Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, there were only 11 people remaining in Squad 3. Only one more person needed to be eliminated. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 got along with each other the same as always. The other 7 youths, however, even though they still cooperated with each other, they had already started to be suspicious of each other. They all knew that the person who was going to be eliminated next would most certainly be one of them. It's probably going to turn into a dog-eat-dog situation. Meng Quan glanced at the nearby 7 youths and laughed. Meng Quan, you sound like you're slightly taking pleasure in their misfortune. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Of course, once they eliminate one of the people among them, we can finally leave this damned place, Meng Quan said, in a matter-of-fact way. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. His extremely strong soul seemed to have vaguely perceived something. Xiao Yu frowned as well. His intuition perceived danger. What's wrong? Luo Cheng and Meng Quan looked questioningly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have the chance to speak, because in the next moment, the ground started shaking. The quaking of the ground was accompanied by strange beast roars which echoed out from deep within the Danshroud mountain range. Before long, a group of fierce beasts appeared before everyone's eyes. Not good, it's a beast tide. Fan Jian's expression distorted, then his body flashed out, transforming into a gust of wind that rushed out of the Danshroud mountain range. As he did so, he roared, "Flee!" Even the instructor had fled, and thus Duan Ling Tian and the other youths naturally wouldn't dally. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's expression focused, then his origin energy exploded forth and his legs moved like the wind. Duan Ling Tian took the lead and followed behind Fan Jian. However, Fan Jian dashed at full speed and quickly left Duan Ling Tian far behind. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian and fled out of the Danshroud mountain range while in an alarmed state. They weren't hurt. Huff huff huff. Besides Duan Ling Tian, who was still tranquil, and Xiao Yu, whose breathing was slightly hurried, Meng Quan and Luo Cheng both bent down as they fiercely and heavily breathed. Luckily, I broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago. If I hadn't, I might not have been able to keep my life. Recalling the scene from before, Meng Quan had a lingering fear. Meanwhile, another 4 youths from Squad 3 arrived. The 4 youths all had a similar trait. They were all 3rd level core formation martial artists. As for the other 3 youths, they were only 2nd level core formation martial artists, and they would remain inside the Danshroud mountain range forever. Only 8 youths remained from the final 11 youths in Squad 3. If we were any slower, we would all have to remain there forever. Supposedly, in these beast tides, the fierce beasts that lead the charge are of comparatively lower strength, whereas all the formidable fierce beasts follow behind. Therefore, there is no lack of origin core stage existences among them. Xiao Yu had a fearful expression. Just at this moment, many figures dashed out of the Danshroud mountain range. The 3 people in the lead were precisely the other 3 centurions, and a group of youths in a sorry state followed behind them. Yushang and Tian, who were both among the group of youths. There weren't many youths remaining in Squad 2, Squad 4, and Squad 5. Every squad only had less than 10 members that survived. Squad 5 was the worst off, as only 4 members remained. Where's Squad 1? After the 4 centurions gathered together, they noticed that there wasn't any movement from within the Danshroud mountain range for a period of time. They looked at each other questioningly. Squad 1. Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression. The entire Squad 1 couldn't have remained within the Danshroud mountain range, right? Didn't their instructor go missing 3 months ago? In the Danshroud mountain range, at the resting area of Squad 1, facing the beast tide that was menacingly approaching. Not good, it's a beast tide. The expression of the group of youths all distorted. The end of the first round of the training will end in 3 days. But having a beast tide at this time is slightly weird. Could it be that the instructor that concealed himself for 3 months drew the beast tide over and wants us to eliminate 3 people from our remaining group of 13? Probably. Then should we flee or not? Since it's a beast tide drawn over by the instructor, it shouldn't have any formidable fierce beasts. We can just kill them all. Yeah, if we flee, then we probably will be eliminated. Charge. The group of youths from Squad 1 were filled with bravery as they charged towards the beast tide that approached menacingly, and a battle unfolded. Su Li entered the fray as well, killing a fierce beast with each sword strike. Extremely easily. Suddenly, a strange beast roar entered Su Li's ears, causing his expression to instantly turn extremely grim. Su Li didn't dare hesitate as his body jerked before flashing towards the outside of the Danshroud mountain range. At the same time, he caught his breath and warned. Hurry up and flee. It's a 7th level core formation stage Thunder Lion. Chapter 111. Yu Hong's Rage. At the entrance of the Danshroud mountain range, the remaining youths that survived and their instructors awaited there. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who actually spoke, but everyone's gazes instantly looked towards the distance. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian recognized the red-robed youth that dashed out with a sword in hand. It was precisely the strongest youth in Squad 1, Su Li. The members of Squad 1 really never left the Dawnshroud mountain range. Didn't they notice that their instructor had gone missing? Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. It was hard for him to wrap his head around the matter. He imagined that after the instructor of Squad 1 died by his hands due to greed, the Squad 1 members would be like a host of dragons without a leader and would surely leave the Dawnshroud mountain range at the first possible moment to notify Captain Yongda about their instructor going missing. However, based on the current circumstances, it seemed like things had gone completely different from how he had imagined it. After exiting the Dawnshroud mountain range, Su Li breathed heavily and his expression was extremely unsightly. Fan Jian and the other 3 centurions walked over and asked, "Su Li, what happened? Where's the instructor of Squad 1 and the other members?" "Instructor?" Su Li's face sank and his eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. "We haven't seen him in around 3 months. I have no idea where he went. As for the other people, not one of them were able to make it out alive due to the negligence of that lousy instructor." Lousy instructor? Hearing what Su Li said caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to twitch. If that centurion knew that he would still be insulted even after death, he would probably spit blood out of anger. What actually happened? The 4 centurions' expressions went slightly grim. "On our second day at Dawnshroud Mountain Range, the instructor ordered us to hunt fierce beasts to complete our missions. At dusk, when everyone in Squad 1 had returned, our instructor was the only one missing." As Su Li spoke up to hear, his expression filled with hatred. "Why didn't you all leave the Dawnshroud mountain range when you couldn't find the instructor?" Fan Jian was slightly puzzled. "Leave the Dawnshroud mountain range? Do we dare?" At that time, everyone thought that the instructor's disappearance was only him concealing himself on purpose. So everyone thought that it was a part of the training, and thus the group of us remained there for nearly 3 months. Up until this morning, only 7 had died and 13 members remained. Su Li took a deep breath after he finished. The expressions of the 4 centurions were slightly heavy, as they realized the unusualness of the matter. Duan Ling Tian stood afar, and his expression was slightly unnatural when he heard what Su Li said. Just now, when the beast tide arrived, our Squad 1 even thought that it was a beast tide driven over by our instructor, and as such everyone spared no effort in going against the beast tide, until the 7th level core formation stage Thunder Lion appeared. I've heard a Thunder Lion's roar once before, so I was able to react at the first possible moment. If I hadn't, it would be impossible for me to be standing here right now." As Su Li finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes grew even deeper. All of this was because of the instructor of our Squad 1, Bai Feng. Su Li's voice wasn't soft, so the nearby all the youths present heard it clearly, and they burst into an uproar. What the heck? Squad 1 was obviously screwed over by their instructor. What bullshit. Luckily I didn't motherfucking choose to join Squad 1, otherwise I would be dead right now. Fuck, I was actually standing in Su Li's group that day, but in the end I was pushed away by the others and could only go join Tian Hu's group. Thinking about it now, I really should thank those brothers for saving my life. Brothers, if I'm still alive when the genius camp training ends, I'll certainly burn some paper money for all of you. 1. It was because I saw that there were many people already standing around Su Li that I went over to Yu Zhang's group. Now that I think about it, that was really a close call. Some of the youths had a lingering fear as they wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Duan Ling Tian, looks like our luck isn't bad. Even though our Squad 3's instructor's name is slightly unique, at least he isn't unreliable like Squad 1's instructor. Meng Quan said to Duan Ling Tian, as a way of expressing the rejoice he felt in his heart. Perhaps. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. If Bai Feng really was the instructor of their Squad 3, and they were to encounter a beast tide, he would definitely flee at the first possible moment. After all, Bai Feng died by his hand, and thus he knew that it was impossible for the beast tide to be driven over by Bai Feng. How could a dead man drive over a beast tide? He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The youths of Squad 1 were really too naive. Although he was the cause of the incident, he didn't have a trace of remorse. At that time, it was Bai Feng who was determined to kill him. If he hadn't killed Bai Feng, then the one who died would have been him. It was impossible for him to tell anyone that he had killed Bai Feng. If he did, he would be faced with unending troubles and might have even drawn a calamity onto himself. As far as he was concerned, he didn't do anything wrong in the entire matter. His conscience was clear. Since when did I become so sentimental? Duan Ling Tian laughed in self-ridicule. Maybe even he didn't realize that he wasn't the slaughter machine he used to be anymore and had become much more human. The expressions of the 4 centurions were extremely unsightly. After a discussion amongst themselves, they decided to take the remaining youths back to Iron Blood City first. This matter needed to be reported to the captain, or even the vice commander at the earliest possible moment. On the way, Meng Quan was bored and started counting. In the 5 squads, only 8 people remain in our squad 3, 1 person in squad 1, 7 people in squad 2, 9 people in squad 4, and 4 people in squad 5. It's only the first round of the training and there are only 29 people remaining from the initial 98 youths. When Meng Quan finally arrived at this conclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. Of these 29 people, there should only be less than 10 remaining 9 months from now. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as he spoke. I wonder what our training will be like after the turn of events that happened today. Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. He was certain that following the incident of today, the original training regime will surely be altered. After all, in the original plan, there would be a total of 50 people who would remain after the first round, but now there were only 29 people remaining. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He raised his head and looked towards the centurion in the distance. The centurion hurriedly turned his head away, obviously afraid of being found out. This centurion was precisely the other centurion that spoke up for Yu Shang after he had lost the gamble. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, when he looked at me earlier, his gaze seemed to contain an air of question and puzzlement. Looks like he probably knows about the matter of Bai Feng taking action to kill me. HMPH, I hope you behave yourself, because I don't mind taking care of you as well. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He wasn't worried about anyone witnessing him kill Bai Feng. After all, if this matter were to be spread out, the one who would get into trouble wouldn't be him. Moreover, no one would believe he had the ability to kill Bai Feng. The Yu clan members actually all survived, Meng Quan muttered to himself, after taking a glance at the Yu clan's members. He was slightly disappointed. Before long, Duan Ling Tian and the other 28 youths from the genius camp followed the 4 centurions and arrived back at the Iron Blood Army campsite. I'll go notify the captain. On the drill grounds, Fan Jian notified the other 3 centurions before leaving swiftly. After a few short moments, Fan Jian returned once more. The captain ordered that the remaining 29 youths be temporarily placed in the reserve tents. The reserve tents couldn't be considered to be spacious. Each one had a total of 4 simple wooden beds within. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 was placed in the same tent. Finally I can have a good night's sleep. Meng Quan's eyes shone when he laid his eyes upon the beds, then he flew over and dropped his entire body onto one. Duan Ling Tian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Meng Quan's body descended and the bed shattered with a bang. Meng Quan stood up and patted of the dust off his body. He was stupefied as he looked at the bed board that was reduced to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian and the others couldn't help themselves from laughing out loud. Meng Quan's gaze focused onto Luo Cheng. Luo Chen, we're both good friends. You won't deny this, right? Of course I won't deny it. Luo Cheng said in all seriousness. When a good friend's in trouble, you should be duty-bound to help him out, right? Meng Quan continued. Naturally. However, if you're thinking of asking me to sleep on that broken bed of yours, dream on. Luo Cheng lightly lied on his bed as he spoke, heaving a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to irritate Meng Quan though. So comfortable. Meng Quan was flustered and exasperated. Next, his gaze moved on towards Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. Just right to take a short rest. Before lying down on the bed, Duan Ling Tian yawned and acted as if he didn't notice Meng Quan's gaze. What, Meng Quan, don't tell me you're thinking of snatching mine. Xiao Yu smirked as he looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was close to tears. He'd already been sleeping on the ground for nearly 3 months in the Danshroud mountain range, and now, when he finally got a decent bed to sleep on, it was spoiled by him in a spur of excitement. Could it be that he was born fated to sleep on the ground? In an inconspicuous corner of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Fang Chun, what actually happened? Why did Bai Feng suddenly go missing? Yu Hong looked towards the young man in front of him and frowned. This Fang Chun was precisely the other centurion that spoke out for Yu Shang after he lost the gamble the other day. I don't know either. However, I have a feeling that this matter is related to that Duan Ling Tian. Fang Chun shook his head and added. Duan Ling Tian, He's only a 4th level core formation martial artist. Could it be that he has the strength to kill Bai Feng? Yu Hong frowned. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that during the process of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian, Bai Feng encountered a formidable fierce beast and was killed by it. After all, the beast tied during this trip to the Danshroud mountain range was obviously planned since a long time ago, and maybe Bai Feng was unfortunate and was affected by this. Fang Chun shared the guess that he had in his heart. If it really is like this, then that Duan Ling Tian really got lucky. Yu Hong's face sank. We missed the opportunity during the first round of the training, and it will be difficult to find an opportunity after this. Yu Hong. Fang Chun looked at Yu Hong and was slightly hesitant to speak. What? You still have something to say? Yu Hong questioned. Fang Chun, when did you become so hesitant to speak? Based on our friendship, you can go ahead and speak your mind. Yu Hong, 3 months ago, that Duan Ling Tian and your younger brother made a gamble. Fang Chun told Yu Hong of what happened between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Hong during the gamble. At that time, Duan Ling Tian forced the captain into a tight spot with just a few words, and he could only make your younger brother make good on his wager. He made my younger brother take off all his clothes and run 10 laps in front of over 100 people. Yu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly, as he was extremely furious. Duan Ling Tian, you humiliated my younger brother, you've humiliated a Yu clan member. I, Yu Hong, will never rest until I kill you. 1TL note, the expression of burning paper money here points towards the burning of joss paper, which is also known as ghost money. It's a Chinese tradition where they annually burn the paper money as offerings to the deceased, as they believe it would allow the deceased to have better things in the afterlife, as they view the burnt paper money as a sort of currency in hell. Chapter 112, Duan Ling Tian on a rampage. When Duan Ling Tian woke up at dawn the next day, he glanced at Meng Quan, who was soundly sleeping on the ground, before shaking his head and smiling. He then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Concentrating his spirit and calming the energy within his body, Duan Ling Tian started circulating the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. Last night, he felt his cultivation bottleneck slightly loosening, and now was the perfect time to strike the iron when it was hot and charge past his bottleneck in one go. Duan Ling Tian completely forgot about the passage of time as he cultivated. Finally, Duan Ling Tian broke through the last profound gateway within his meridians. And in next to no time, the origin energy inside his Dantian underwent a metamorphosis. He broke through. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes in delight, and a bright light flashed within. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage would mean that he could once again further temper his fleshly body. Presently, even without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths, which is a strength he previously required a spirit weapon to exert. If he were to use a spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Once he completes the tempering of his fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, his strength will be even more formidable. At that time, he will be able to easily exert the strength of 10 ancient mammoths when relying on a spirit weapon. Moreover, it was at a level that was nearing the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, completely surpassing the 7th level of the core formation stage and slightly inferior to the 8th level of the core formation stage. Of course, the precondition would be that the opponent didn't possess a spirit weapon. Now, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, my strength is sufficient to be comparable to Duan Ling Xing's at that time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, that was the Duan Ling Xing of a year ago. Duan Ling Xing's current strength is surely even more formidable now, even to the extent that he might have broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. As a disciple of the Duan clan, spirit weapons aren't anything rare to him. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, my strength should be slightly superior to his, or at least be comparable to his. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. I must break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage before I enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll vent the hatred in my heart by making Duan Ling Xing regret what he did that day, then I'll let him go repent in hell. Duan Ling Tian's body emitted a bloody killing intent in an unrestrained manner. Just at this moment, a hurried voice sounded as a flustered Luo Cheng rushed in. Instantly, Luo Cheng's face froze as he was affected by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent, causing his entire body to tremble and his face to turn ghastly pale. Only after Duan Ling Tian withdrew his killing intent did Luo Cheng catch his breath. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that both Xiao Yu and Meng Quan weren't present, and he realized that quite some time had passed since he started cultivating. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were walled up by Yu Shang and his Yu clan members. I noticed the situation wasn't good, so I hurriedly came back to get you. Luo Cheng had an anxious expression as he hastily spoke. What? Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Did that Yu Shang really think that he was someone so easy to bully? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian brought Luo Cheng along as he swiftly left the tent. At an empty space on a side of the Iron Blood Army's drill grounds, many youths surrounded this area and watched the scene. In the crowd, Meng Quan was on the floor with heavy injuries and in an extremely sorry state. Besides him was a few steamed buns that were tainted in mud and grass. This was the breakfast he was bringing back for Duan Ling Tian. A cold and indifferent voice sounded as Xiao Yu, who had a gloomy expression, flashed out, exploding forth with his entire strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning with unparalleled speed as he flashed towards Yu Shang in full fury. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, the difference between our strengths is the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. You aren't my match. Yu Xiao scornfully glanced at Xiao Yu. In the next moment, Yu Zhang's body moved as well as 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. In the blink of an eye, Yu Zhang's body jerked and his speed far exceeded Xiao Yu's, so he passed Xiao Yu and arrived behind him. He struck out with his fist and seemed to have not even used a martial skill out of disdain, directly blasting Xiao Yu away. Even though Yu Shang didn't use a martial skill, his fist contained the strength of 6 ancient mammoths after all, and thus it easily shattered Xiao Yu's defensive qi barrier and blasted him away. Xiao Yu dropped to the ground with a crash before fainting. Not even worth a single blow. Yu Shang had an expression of disdain. The core formation stage was divided into 9 levels, and it had 2 phases. The first phase was from the 3rd level of the core formation stage to the 4th level of the core formation stage, and the second phase was from the 6th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage. There was a difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths between these phases. As for the other levels of cultivation in the core formation stage, every increase in level would grant an extra ancient mammoth worth of strength. Only these 2 phases were comparatively special. Xiao Yu's offensive martial skill and movement technique are both high-grade profound rank martial skills and are both cultivated to the perfection stage. His comprehension ability is truly shocking. But unfortunately, his cultivation is inferior to Yu Zhang's by too much. Yeah, the difference between a 3rd-level core formation martial artist and a 4th-level core formation martial artist is truly too great, and they're in entirely different realms. If Xiao Yu was also at the 4th level of the core formation stage, with the might of his offensive martial skill and movement technique, Xiao Yu wouldn't necessarily be his match. The spectating youths all sighed, as they felt pity for Xiao Yu. What do you want? Meng Quan consumed a gold injury pill and had just slightly recovered his injuries when he noticed Yu Shang walking over, causing his expression to unconsciously turn grim. Stomp. Yu Shang stomped his foot on the steamed bun, causing it to become flat and be imprinted with his shoe print. Eat it. A malicious smile appeared on Yu Zhang's face as he looked at Meng Quan. You better not go too far. Meng Quan's face distorted. He didn't expect Yu Shang would humiliate him in such a way. Some of the surrounding youths couldn't stand to watch any longer, but no one dared to speak out, as they were too afraid of Yu Shang. What's wrong, Meng Quan? My brother, Yu Shang, is entertaining you with a steamed bun, but you're fucking pushing your luck. Do you want us to feed you? Yu Xiao walked in large strides and brought along the other 3 Yu clan disciples before clinging onto Yu Zhang's strength to bully Meng Quan. Brother Shang, you just have to say the word and I'll get him to eat all these steamed buns. The Yu clan youths walked forward 2 steps before they stomped all the other steamed buns flat and imprinted their shoe prints on them. Okay, Yu Shang started laughing. However, his smile froze in next to no time. Okay, my ass. An explosive roar accompanied by an incomparably swift figure howled through the air and approached like a tempest. The crowd hastily opened up a path before gazing slack-jawed at the space above the figure, as there were 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed on in tow. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. 5th level of the core formation stage. Many youths exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Shang looked at the violet-clothed youth that was flying towards him. His expression went pale when he noticed the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the youth. The first thought that he had was that Duan Ling Tian had broken through. Duan Ling Tian's skills were something he had knowledge of, and thus he knew that he wasn't a match for him, who now had an extra mammoth worth of strength. Yu Zhang's legs jerked before flashing out. He wanted to flee. Want to flee? Can you? Duan Ling Tian sneered. This Yu Shang wanted to flee. Before long, Yu Shang noticed that Duan Ling Tian's incomparably swift figure had actually made a strange circle and seemed like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed over to block his path. Yu Zhang's face sank as he shouted, in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, my elder brother is a member of the Iron Blood Army and is an 8th level core formation martial artist. If you dare to do anything to me, he won't let you off. Even if the person behind you was the emperor, he still wouldn't be able to save you today. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. He seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew out. Attacking out of rage, his arm ruthlessly swung out like a raging python swinging its tail. As far back as when he noticed the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, fear had arisen in Yu Zhang's heart. Currently, he only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill. Instantly, his defensive chi barrier was shattered from the force of Duan Ling Tian's arm, and he was blasted away over 10 meters before finally falling flat on his face. Yu Shang only caught his breath after spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Go get my brother, he roared. What he said was obviously directed towards Yu Shao and the other 3 Yu clan disciples. After seeing Duan Ling Tian exert the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, Yu Zhang's group were all scared shitless, and they were just watching Duan Ling Tian heavily injured Yu Shang. At this moment, they heard Yu Zhang's orders. Let's go, Yu Shao shouted in a low voice. He wanted to take his fellow clan disciples and sneak off. Duan Ling Tian's body moved at the first possible moment and blocked their path. The expressions of Yu Shao's group of 4 instantly went pale. Duan Ling Tian horizontally swept out his arm that carried the might to sweep away anything before him, blasting away Yu Shao's group of 4 and causing them all heavy injuries that made it difficult for them to even stand. From the moment Duan Ling Tian made his first move until the 5 Yu clan Yus were on the floor, it was only about 10 breaths of time. Meanwhile, the surrounding Yus finally reacted. Fuck. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian actually broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Freak. How old is he? A monstrous martial artist like him has never appeared before in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? That Yu Shang really is misfortunate to have offended Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan are both Duan Ling Tian's friends, so Duan Ling Tian probably won't let the matter go that easily. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiao Yu was shaken awake by Luo Cheng before consuming a gold injury pill. Duan Ling Tian seized all of the medicinal pills in the possession of the 5 Yu clan Yus, causing them to be unable to consume gold injury pills to recover their injuries. Are you alright? Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and pulled Meng Quan up. Luckily, you arrived in time, otherwise, I would have been humiliated by them. Meng Quan had a slight lingering fear. Since they like those steamed buns so much, you can return the favor to them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Haha, I nearly forgot. Meng Quan laughed as he picked up the steamed buns that had been stomped flat, then he walked over to the 4 Yu clan Yus and stuffed the buns into their mouths one by one. At this moment, he was fearless. He had thrown the term, County City Yu clan, to the back of his head. When he noticed that the 4 Yu clan Yus weren't cooperating, Duan Ling Tian said, in a cold voice, if you dare to spit it out, I'll shatter all your teeth. Instantly, their bodies trembled and they swallowed down the steamed buns that they stomped on earlier. Their faces had expressions full of humiliation and resentment. The youths that were spectating the scene were all dumbstruck. Suddenly, a youth that was slightly thin turned around and left. If I go notify Yu Zhang's elder brother now, it would be considered as doing a favor to the Yu clan. Gaining the favor of the Yu clan will provide me with countless benefits. Chapter 113. Straight for the kill. Meng Quan, there's one more steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Ling Tian looked at the steamed bun that had been stomped on until it looked like mud and lightly smiled. Let me. Before Meng Quan could even react, Xiao Yu, who had woken up and slightly recovered, picked up the steamed bun that looked like mud and walked over to Yu Shang. Xiao Yu, don't you dare. I'll make you die without a grave. Yu Zhang's pupils constricted as he howled. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Yu sneered as he extended his hand and grabbed Yu Zhang's hair before pulling him upwards. You're courting death. Yu Shang lifted his hand and was about to attack Xiao Yu. Duan Ling Tian had been watching Yu Shang since the beginning. When he noticed him wanting to attack, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed forward and grabbed his hand. Yu Shang, If you don't cooperate, I'll twist off your arm right now. You probably won't be able to pass the genius camp test if you lose this arm. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Shang gnashed his teeth as he spoke Duan Ling Tian's name word for word with an enraged expression. Even though he was enraged, he didn't dare to make any further movements, as he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Ling Tian would dare do what he said. What a joke. How could the person who dared to be presumptuous in front of the vice commander be a cowardly person? He forcefully swallowed the flames of rage burning within him, and in his heart he swore that he would make Duan Ling Tian pay 1,000-fold. Eat it. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he held up Yu Zhang's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was stained with mud and shoeprints into Yu Zhang's mouth with his other hand. Xiao Yu lifted his hand and struck his palm onto Yu Zhang's back. Instantly, Yu Shang swallowed the entire steamed bun. Bleark. Yu Shang felt a wave of disgust, then his face turned extremely unsightly when he couldn't spit it out. Xiao Yu stood up and looked down at Yu Xian with eyes that emitted a cold gaze. This was the first time in his lifetime that he lost face in front of so many people, and if it wasn't for his fear of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Shang. Slap. Slap, slap, slap. Meng Quan imitated what Xiao Yu did and slapped his palm on the backs of each of the 4 Yu clan Yus, causing them to swallow down the steamed buns they stomped flat themselves. The surrounding group of Yus were deathly silent, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 was truly too domineering. However, they had the means to be domineering. Duan Ling Tian. A furious, cold shout approached from the distance. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked. What he saw was a young general that he hadn't seen before flying over here from afar with a speed that was swift as a bolt of lightning. When the general flashed past the crowd and arrived in front of him, Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of this person. This person's appearance was slightly similar to Yu Shang, and thus his identity was extremely obvious. Yu Hong. Yu Hong had an expression full of rage as he swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze, and only after he gave Yu Hong and the others some gold injury pills did he once again appear before Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with a dense killing intent. Brother, Duan Ling Tian made us all eat steamed buns that were tainted with mud, grass, and had been stomped flat. Yu Shang howled in rage. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was they themselves who stomped on those steamed buns. What? Yu Hong's face distorted and he fiercely glared at Duan Ling Tian while angrily saying, Duan Ling Tian, you actually humiliated my Yu clan members and humiliated my Yu clan in such a way. Today, I, Yu Hong, am bound to kill you to uphold my clan's honor. Yu Hong moved like a tempest with terrifying speed. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. This Yu Hong was obviously planning to pin a label saying that Duan Ling Tian humiliated the Yu clan before killing him. In this way, he would have a logical reason to avoid the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong's motives were wicked, even malicious. The sky trembled above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Ling Tian, as 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong had a cultivation level similar to Centurion Bai Feng's, the one who died by Duan Ling Tian's hand 3 months ago. They were both 8th level core formation martial artists. An enraged attack from a 8th level core formation martial artist brought great pressure to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that he would suffocate soon. With the speed of an 8th level core formation martial artist, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to dodge. Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then you can't blame me. Duan Ling Tian's voice was icy cold, as if it were coming out of a pit of ice. His body moved. He was using the spirit serpent movement technique to intercept Yu Hong. In an instant, his hand brushed past his waist and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled as it swept out. He didn't use the strength of the spirit weapon, only his origin energy to activate the blood crescent inscription. Bullshit. Seeing Duan Ling Tian actually daring to come intercept him, Yu Hong had a sneer on his face and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring killing intent. He had long ago heard of Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, and at the moment, the killing intent in his heart was incomparable. Now that he had found an opportunity and transformed into the protector of the Yu clan's honor, he attacked with full force, as he desired to completely annihilate Duan Ling Tian and avoid any future troubles. In his mind, even if Duan Ling Tian were to be killed by him at this moment, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't be able to blame him, as he did it for the sake of the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't a general of the Iron Blood Army, but a Yu clan disciple that was upholding the honor of the clan. The people present nearly suffocated as they watched the scene unfold fixedly. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu's, Meng Quan's, and Luo Cheng's expressions turned grim with a trace of paleness, as they didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was dazzling to the eyes. What a pity! The surrounding youths who were spectating sighed in their hearts. The heavens envy the gifted. No one thought that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbstruck. Just at the instant Duan Ling Tian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted to a degree. He brushed past Yu Hong's sleeves and narrowly dodged in a slightly sorry state. And just at this exact instant, the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flickered and transformed into a blood crescent. The blood crescent flashed out like a shadow. No, Yu Hong's expression turned ghastly pale when he perceived the terrifying strength that the blood crescent contained, and he shouted out in fright. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. However, the blood crescent easily sliced through his defensive chi barrier and entered his chest before penetrating through to the other side, creating a fountain of blood. Yu Hong's forward-charging body fiercely smashed into a high platform on the side of the drill grounds. His eyes were open wide and were unmoving. There were no signs of life on his body anymore. Brother! Yu Zhang's face turned ghastly pale as he howled in grief before charging forward and unceasingly shaking Yu Hong's corpse, as he was unwilling to believe that everything was real. The other 4 Yu clan youths now looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they were looking at a terrifying demon, and their bodies unconsciously trembled. As Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes didn't have a trace of emotion, they were incomparably cold. He had never once held back against anyone that wanted his life. Ha ha, Duan Ling Tian, nice work. Meng Quan laughed heartily. The worried expression on his face had vanished. Xiao Yu and Luo Cheng heaved a sigh of relief as well. The surrounding youths that were spectating, however, were utterly dumbstruck to the point of not being able to come back to their senses after a long period of time. Oh my god, what did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? Ah, that hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I really am not dreaming. Fuck, if you want to know if you're dreaming or not, then pinch yourself. What did you pinch me for? Right, I nearly forgot I can pinch myself. The thing that dealt the killing blow to Yu Hong wasn't origin energy, it seemed to be a bloody light that flashed out of Duan Ling Tian's sword. It seemed like an inscription. If it really was an inscription, then Yu Hong was really misfortunate. Even until death, he probably never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would possess an offensive inscription capable of killing him. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian but didn't do his homework. It would be strange if he didn't die when he was so reckless. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one felt pity for Yu Hong. Everyone. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered his composure before sheathing the violet myrtle flexible sword and directing his gaze towards the group of youths. Instantly, the scene returned to peace, and everyone looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, you all saw what happened today with your own 2 eyes. It was Yu Shang who provoked me, and I only slightly punished him in response. As for Yu Hong, he desired to kill me and had unleashed his killing intent upon me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope that everyone can bear witness for me. Duan Ling Tian expresses his thanks. Duan Ling Tian clasped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matters could turn out to be either big or small, so he had to set up a path to extricate himself. Or else, killing a decurion of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to carry the greatest charge. At that time, not to mention being unable to participate in the Genius Camp test and obtaining the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy, whether or not could even survive would be hard to say for certain. Duan Ling Tian, you can be at ease. What you said was the truth and nothing but the truth, and we all saw it with our own 2 eyes, so we would surely not mislead the public. Yeah, it was just Yu Shang using his clan and brother's status to bully others today, and thus Yu Hong's death was warranted. Since we saw this with our own 2 eyes, it absolutely can't be a lie. The surrounding youths clarified their positions one by one. Thank you, everyone. A light smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. He had successfully controlled everything with his own 2 hands. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let the matter go so easily. You will undoubtedly die. Yu Shang had a face full of grievance as they stared angrily at Duan Ling Tian. There's myriad of people who want me dead, but what I really want to know is if your Yu clan has the ability. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly and a sneer appeared on his face. It only took the afternoon for the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Yu Hong to be spread across the entire Iron Blood Army campsite. Everyone was made aware of the matter. In a reserve tent, Duan Ling Tian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and killed Yu Hong by relying on an offense inscription. As a red-robed youth held a sword in his embrace, battle intent emitted from his eyes. In a month's time, I will surely step into the 5th level of the core formation stage as well, and at that time I will certainly find a chance to spar with Duan Ling Tian. In another tent, Duan Ling Tian, Tian Hu, will catch up to you. A robust youth concentrated and calmed himself before starting his painstaking cultivation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was comfortably lying down on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly rocking them. Duan Ling Tian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to lie on, sat on the floor as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a curious gaze. Duan Ling Tian noticed that even Xiao Yu and Meng Quan had glanced over. He was just about to reply. Duan Ling Tian, the vice commander is summoning you. A deep voice sounded from outside the tent. Chapter 114, Teng Yunhai. Hearing this caused Duan Ling Tian to frown. It wasn't unexpected to him that Vice Commander Chao Qingshan would summon him. After all, he did kill a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Ling Tian, we'll go together and bear witness for you. Xiao Yu and the other stood up. There's no need for that. Since the Vice Commander sent someone to summon me and not detain me, it means that he has definitely found out the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be back in a short while. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. You have a point. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't a rash person and was just slightly disordered from worry. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the tent and greeted the soldier outside. Big brother, I'm Duan Ling Tian. The Iron Blood Army soldier gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance. The shock in his heart was unparalleled. This youth around the age of 17 was the Duan Ling Tian that killed Yu Hong. He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17, but at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Just the thought caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Ling Tian was led by the soldier and walked into Vice Commander Chao Qingshan's tent before long. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the tent was empty after entering it. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that led him over. The Vice Commander might have left at the last moment. You'll have to wait for a bit. After getting a reply to his question, Duan Ling Tian started looking around and sizing up Chao Qingshan's tent as he waited. As expected of the Vice Commander's tent, it was an entire 3 times larger than the tent he stayed in. Presently, only half of the space in the tent was before his eyes, as the other half was blocked out by a screen. That other half was probably the resting area. After 10 minutes, Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. That Vice Commander sent someone to summon me but then vanished. What's going on? Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's ears lightly twitched as he perceived movement from outside. 2 steady and deep sets of footsteps were walking over towards the tent he was in. The sound of the footsteps on the left has a deeper and steadier sound than the other. The one on the left should be the Vice Commander. Could the one on the right be a captain? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Swish. The tent's door curtain was lifted upon by the person on the right. Vice Commander, sir. Duan Ling Tian looked at the one who lifted the door curtain and couldn't help but be stunned. Never would he have imagined that among the 2 people standing before him, the one with weaker strength in comparison would actually be Chao Qingshan. Then the other person was. Haha. Duan Ling Tian, sorry for the wait. Chao Qingshan laughed heartily as he walked in before raising the door curtain to allow the other person to enter. The person that entered was a refined middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a light smile on his face which felt like a spring breeze washing over anyone who saw it. Commander, sir. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly saluted. The middle-aged scholar was stunned, and so was Chao Qingshan, who had just let down the door curtain. How did you know? The middle-aged man, also known as the Iron Blood Army's commander Teng Yunhai, looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. Isn't it obvious? Who else could make the vice commander personally raise the tent's door curtain and emit such a respectful posture? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. In his heart, however, he was slightly surprised, as he originally thought that based on Vice Commander Chao Qingshan, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would most definitely be a burly man. Never would he have imagined that he would be a refined scholar with an extraordinary temperament. It was impossible to discern based on his appearance that he was the Iron Blood Army's commander, a man who galloped across the battlefield and bathed in the blood of his enemies. It probably shouldn't only be this that allowed you to guess my identity, right? Tang Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. His wise gaze seemed as if it could discern everything. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Looks like I can't conceal it from the commander. You're right, I got an inkling from the sound of your footsteps. I originally thought that the one walking on the left would be the vice commander, and the one on the right would be a captain. Chao Qing-shan couldn't help but be moved. Tang Yunhai nodded with a smile. You were able to discern the difference in our cultivations based solely upon the sound of our footsteps. I have to say, kid, you're really extraordinary. Commander, sir, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian moved aside and welcomed the two commanders in. Tang Yunhai and Chao Qing-shan sat down one after the other. Chao Qing-shan looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, with a smile, Duan Lingtian, since you're so good at guessing, then can you guess why I summoned you here? All I know is that Vice Commander didn't summon me here to denounce my crimes. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Haha. Interesting. Chao Qing-shan laughed heartily before looking over to Tang Yunhai. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Tang Yunhai nodded in satisfaction. Huh. Duan Lingtian was dazed and had a feeling that he was being played. As he expected, Chao Qing-shan once again directed his gaze at Duan Lingtian before slowly saying, Duan Lingtian, many people witnessed the scene of you killing Yu Hong, and since it was he who was the one who struck with an intent to kill first, his death was warranted. Vice Commander probably hasn't finished saying what you want to say, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You really are a Grinch. Our Iron Blood Army won't make it hard on you in terms of the matter of killing Yu Hong, but Yu Hong is a disciple of the Yu clan after all. The Yu clan's status isn't the greatest, but it isn't low either. If you're willing to join our Iron Blood Army and follow by the side of the commander will be able to protect you and your family from any harm, while also being able to foster you into the next commander of the 10,000 elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army. Chao Qing-shan had an expression of complete control over Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Tang Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change from start to finish, and his heart twitched. Vice Commander, sir. Duan Lingtian smiled at Chao Qing-shan. First of all, I thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, a mere Yu clan is nothing to me. Finally, what I want to say is, my aspirations are not within the Iron Blood Army, nor are they within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chao Qing-shan was stunned before saying, with a frown, Duan Lingtian, don't look down on the Yu clan. The Yu clan is a large clan of the Swallow Mountain County after all, their ability isn't something you can imagine. Duan Lingtian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've made up my mind. Man's aspirations should be far and great. I believe you will definitely be able to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and walk towards a stage of your own. Meanwhile, Tang Yunhai spoke as if he wasn't one bit angry that Duan Lingtian had rejected to remain within the Iron Blood Army. Thank you, Commander, sir. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Okay, you can return now and have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training regime for the next period of the Genius Camp. Your true training is about to begin. Tang Yunhai waved his hand in dismissal. Commander, Vice Commander, I'll be taking my leave now. Duan Lingtian directly left. Inside the tent, Chao Qing-shan looked at Tang Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated that Duan Lingtian, and his records are clean. With his natural talent and ability, he would absolutely be the best candidate for being the future commander of the Iron Blood Army. You're really letting him go like that? Qing-shan, do you think that with his reaction from earlier, he would remain if we continued to waste our breath? Tang Yunhai asked. Chao Qing-shan went silent. Duan Lingtian's attitude earlier was extremely obvious, he wasn't willing to remain in the Iron Blood Army. If he doesn't remain in our Iron Blood Army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy, he will probably be dealt with by the Yu clan before he even enters Paladin Academy. I really can't bear to see such a talent go to waste. Chao Qing-shan sighed, as what he said came from the heart. Didn't he say earlier that he thought nothing of the Yu clan? Tang Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't notice that that was just something he said to evade from accepting our offer. What? Commander can't really have believed what he said, right? Chao Qing-shan had an astounded expression. Tang Yunhai lightly smiled. I can tell that he was completely confident. A person can speak lies, but their eyes would absolutely be unable to lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, that gaze of contempt told me that he was really confident and not just talking rubbish. Commander, how could this be possible? I've already investigated his background. He's a member of Aurora City's Li clan, and he is originally from the Li clan's branch family in Fresh Breeze Town. Chao Qing-shan didn't believe him. Then do you know who his father is? Tang Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I wasn't able to investigate anything about this. Could it be that his father is someone extraordinary? Chao Qing-shan's finally got his head around the matter. I have an old friend with an appearance 60% or 70% similar to Duan Lingtian's. If I'm not wrong, that old friend of mine married a woman from a remote small clan. That woman was also surnamed Li, Tang Yunhai said slowly. Who is it? Chao Qing-shan was curious, as he had followed the commander for a very long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he should know of him. Do you remember the person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that went missing 15 years ago? Tang Yunhai's eyes flickered as he spoke. Commander, are you talking about Duan Rufeng? Chao Qing-shan's pupils constricted, and in an instant his expression emitted a sense of heartfelt reverence. Duan Rufeng, a peerless genius that shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. A figure that people from their generation had to look up to. After leaving the vice commander's tent, Duan Lingtian didn't dally around and directly returned to his own tent. Duan Lingtian, what did the vice commander summon you for? Meng Quan's eyes emitted a sense of curiosity when he saw Duan Lingtian return. Nothing much, he just wanted to tell me that the real training of the genius camp will begin tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke in a slow manner. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Shish. Softly, Luo Cheng said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Yu sitting cross-legged on his bed. He was cultivating. It's so early in the day, why is Xiao Yu already cultivating? Definitely because of being provoked by Yu Shang. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu was a figure his peers needed to look up to after all. Being humiliated by a peer like Yu Shang caused him to be unable to bear it. Working hard because of this isn't strange. Meng Quan, I noticed that you have a lot to say. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes opened, and his cold gaze descended upon Meng Quan. Think of it as if I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. Meng Quan waved his hand embarrassedly, like a child who was caught stealing candy. Chapter 115, Final Test. Xiao Yu paid no attention to Meng Quan after glaring at him. He then glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked, do you know what the following training regime is? Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded before closing his eyes once again and started to cultivate. Duan Lingtian pupils constricted. Looks like being knocked out in public was a real blow to Xiao Yu. He wouldn't be making such an effort otherwise. However, he was confident that Xiao Yu would be able to trample on Yu Shang sooner or later. So you two aren't seizing the opportunity to cultivate. Be careful, you might not be able to pass the test. Duan Lingtian glanced at Luo Cheng and Meng Quan as he spoke with a smile. I'm not afraid, don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at them. How do you know that the training that starts tomorrow won't be done individually? If everyone undergoes the training separately, how would I help you too? Jinx. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng cried out in unison. It was a rare occasion that they had such tacit understanding. At dawn the next day, the remaining 29 youths in the genius camp gathered on the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived when he noticed two sets of gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over only to notice that it was Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like what he did yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit within the two of them. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian noticed a gloomy and cold gaze that was filled with hatred staring at him. Yu Shang. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he glanced at Xu Yang. He made nothing of the hatred in Yu Zhang's gaze. However, to Yu Shang, the light smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth was like a move to further provoke him, causing his face to flush in extreme rage. The other youths of the genius camp had gazes of slight reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was something that they could only look up to. Before long, Vice Commander Chao Qing-shan appeared, and behind him were another 4 captains and 25 centurions. The formidable array of men emitted a faint aura of slaughter from their bodies, causing the expressions of the youths to turn slightly pale. Duan Ling Tian stood unfazed on the spot. This degree of slaughter aura was nothing to him. However, he was slightly surprised and curious at this moment. 4 captains and 25 centurions, what a parade! What on earth is the next training? Reporting to Vice Commander, sir. The group of youths from the genius camp respectfully saluted Chao Qingshan. Chao Qingshan nodded before saying, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the genius camp's test. Although the amount of you that survived is fewer than expected, I believe that those of you who were able to survive are surely the elites of the elites. To accommodate the unexpected turn of events during the first round, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily altered the training regime. The following training, instead of calling it training, it's more suited to be called a test. Anyone who passes this test and survives will be able to obtain the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy." What Chao Qingshan said was like a fuse that ignited the atmosphere of the scene. What the Vice Commander means is that the training we are about to face is the last round of the training. I imagine that the so-called final test will certainly be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far and will surely go all the way. Yeah, go all the way. Gamble for a chance to soar into the heavens. The youths of the genius camp felt their blood boil. As Chao Qingshan waved his hand, the clamorous drill grounds went silent. The final test will no longer be carried out in groups. Everyone will complete a mission assigned by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who successfully complete their mission will be considered to have passed the test. Chao Qingshan continued. As soon as Chao Qingshan finished speaking, most of the youths had shining gazes. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Jinx. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng looked at Duan Ling Tian before once again crying out in unison. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth slightly twitched. He didn't think that what he said would really came true. Before long, Chao Qingshan started recounting the rules of the test. In order to prohibit you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, our Iron Blood Army has dispatched 29 officers to supervise your progress on a one-to-one basis. During the course of completing the mission, even if you face a life-threatening danger, they will still not lend a hand. Don't have any hopes of trying to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army, as they have the authority to execute anyone who wishes to bribe them on the spot. As Chao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was icy cold. The youths on the scene felt as if they had fallen into a pit of ice, and their expressions became heavy. They realized that the mission they would be facing wasn't so simple. 29 officers. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze swept the group of people behind Chao Qingshan one by one. The 4 captains couldn't have been prepared for me, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Shang, right? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Clap. Clap. Abruptly, Chao Qingshan clapped twice. Instantly, a wave of clamorous noise sounded from outside the drill grounds. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying over simple tables and chairs before distributing them to him and the other 28 youths of the genius camp. A set of table and chairs for each of them. Why distribute tables and chairs to us? He couldn't get his head around the matter. Sit down. Following Chao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths, including Duan Ling Tian, sat down in front of their tables. Now, everyone will be given 2 papers and a brush. As soon as Chao Qingshan's voice sounded, Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed papers and brushes to the group of youths. What's this all for? Most of the youths were dumbfounded. Could it be that before the final test of the training, there would be a written test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and I'm only capable of writing a few words. If it's a written test, then I probably can't do it. Just at this moment, a muddle-headed youth flushed as he spoke. Instantly, many people roared in laughter. Who told you I'm giving you a written test? In Cloud Continent, only the strong are respected. Even if you have the top score in a written test, what good is that? Chao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a written test. Then what was it? Besides Duan Ling Tian, all of the youths gazed at Chao Qingshan. Only Duan Ling Tian propped his chin as if he had thought of something. Today, I distributed these papers and brushes to you not for a written test, but for you to write a letter. Or to be straightforward, I want you to write a will. Chao Qingshan said in a loud and clear voice, Will. Write a will. Immediately, the expressions of some of the youths went pale. Some, however, didn't have much change in their expressions, as they weren't so surprised. Enough. Now I'll give all of you an hour to write your wills. It can be 1 or 2 wills. After you've finished, fold it up and write the recipient's general information. If you're misfortunate and lose your life, our Iron Blood Army will send your will back home at the first possible moment, Chao Qingshan indifferently said, with a carefree expression. The breathing of some of the youths became hurried. They picked up their brushes but couldn't write anything for a long time. Some of the youths, however, had already started wielding their brushes energetically. A will. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Is there any need for this? In the end, Duan Ling Tian simply lied on the table and took a nap. Chao Qingshan was constantly paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. When he Duan Ling Tian lying there and taking a nap instead of writing a will, the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched. This kid, is he really confident or is he arrogant? After all, the mission arranged for Duan Ling Tian could be considered the most difficult among the 29 missions. These missions were divided into 3 grades, and the most difficult was Duan Ling Tian's without a doubt. It was something that was only decided on last night at the last minute. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a 5th level core formation martial artist, so if the mission was too easy, he could probably finish it with his eyes closed. Just below Duan Ling Tian's mission, there were 3 that were comparatively difficult. These were for the other 3 youths who were at the 4th level of the core formation stage, Su Li, Tianhu and Yu Shang. The remaining 25 missions were very easy for Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 youths, but for the remaining 25 youths, the difficulty was quite high and could threaten their lives at any moment. After an hour passed, the Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Ling Tian crumpled up his 2 pieces of paper into a ball and tossed them aside. Meanwhile, the youths present noticed that Duan Ling Tian actually hadn't written a will. Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help himself from asking. Why do I need to write it? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Meng Quan was stunned. Yeah, with Duan Ling Tian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following mission? Duan Ling Tian disdained to write the letter because he is confident. When can I be so confident and even have the ability to be so arrogant? Meng Quan sighed in his heart. Now that you've all finished writing your wills, the mission is about to begin. After this, you will all follow your respective Iron Blood Army officers and leave Iron Blood City. Due to the long journey, they will brief you on your missions on the way. Chao Qingshan's voice sounded once more. Instantly, the 4 captains and 25 centurions behind Chao Qingshan walked out. Just as Duan Ling Tian guessed, the 4 captains respectively walked over to him, Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Shang. The captain that arrived before Duan Ling Tian was a familiar face, Captain Yan Da. Captain, sir. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he saluted. Let's go. Yang Da returned a smile as he nodded before walking away swiftly. Come back alive and let's have a drink together. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Yu and the others with a serious expression. It's a promise. The 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army officers took the youth out of Iron Blood City in batches. Duan Ling Tian galloped behind Yang Da and left Iron Blood City. However, the direction in which he left was the eastern road, all the way towards the east. Captain, sir, this way leads to the regions of the Crow Summit Kingdom, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask. You're right, your mission this time will precisely be carried out in the Crow Summit Kingdom. Yang Da nodded. Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted. Carry out a mission in the Crow Summit Kingdom. Could it be they wanted him to assassinate someone? Chapter 116, High Difficulty Mission. Captain, what's my mission? After they were a decent distance away from Iron Blood City, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from asking. Your mission is to cause the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor Army and the Lian clan to have a falling out and completely hate each other forever. Yang Da's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. In his heart, however, Yang Da couldn't help but sigh. In these years, their Iron Blood Army had left no means untried but still came back empty-handed. Even he didn't know why the commander would give such a mission to Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to complete this mission. Black Armor Army, Lian Clan. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Captain, can you brief me about them? Of course. Yang Da nodded and slowly said, by following this road, we will be able to arrive at the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor City. The Black Armor City is similar to our Iron Blood City, and the Black Armor Army is similar to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lian clan, It's the strongest clan in Black Armor City, and they have always had good relations with the Black Armor Army. Yongda continued, the Black Armor Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army, and they once suffered defeat at the hands of our Iron Blood Army. As he spoke up to this point, Yongda's face slightly sank. Once, Duan Ling Tian was dazed. Ever since the Lian clan interfered with the conflict of our two armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armor Army have always been in an evenly matched situation, and it is difficult to demoralize the Black Armor Army once again like before. Yongda was obviously furious as he spoke. Normally, powers like a clan would not interfere in the conflict between two armies. However, due to the good relations between the Lian clan and the Black Iron Army, although they didn't openly interfere, they had secretly asked the masters of their family to sneak into the Black Iron Army, thus causing its strength to increase drastically. This was precisely the thing that caused the Iron Blood Army to have the biggest headache. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Since the Lian clan went out of their way to help the Black Armor Army, the relationship between them isn't that simple, right? Yongda nodded. Of course, the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armor Army's commander are sworn brothers. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, Captain, if I'm not wrong, the Iron Blood Army has tried to break up the Lian clan and the Black Armor Army but have constantly failed, right? You're right, Yongda nodded. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from swearing. What kind of mission are you giving me? You're asking me to do something your Iron Blood Army can't accomplish. Captain, tell me the truth, do you think I can accomplish the mission? In my personal opinion, the chances of you completing the mission are very slim. However, the commander said that maybe you will bring a favorable turn for us. Yongda gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance. He couldn't wrap his head around why the commander would think so highly of this youth. The commander. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. The first thing that came to mind was that Commander Teng Yunhai was taking revenge on him, as he bore a grudge against him for rejecting his offer to remain in the Iron Blood Army and become his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duan Ling Tian asked. The commander specially notified me that due to the special circumstances of this mission, you may refuse it. However, you would then lose your chance of obtaining the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy because of this, Yongda said. Can't I change to a different mission? Duan Ling Tian frowned. No, Yongda spoke decisively. This is the commander's wish. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we can turn around and return right now and you can return home directly, Yongda asked. Let's go look at the circumstances first. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. If he sees that there's no hope in completing the mission once he arrives at Black Armor City, he will refuse it. There was no reason to waste his life just for the qualification to study at Paladin Academy. In any case, he would only be 17 in a few more years, so there would be plenty of chances in the future. Yongda nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian before asking, Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you relied on an inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. You know an inscription master. You can say that, when I was young, I met a shitty geezer who was dressed up like a beggar on a street. I tossed over a steamed bun for him to eat and he left this inscription to me. Unfortunately, it wasn't until later on that I figured out that he was an inscription master, or else I would have taken him as my master. Duan Ling Tian talked nonsense with a sigh. You really have good luck. The corners of Yongda's mouth twitched. However, he didn't doubt what Duan Ling Tian said. He had heard before about how inscription masters' tempers and hobbies were extremely weird. Duan Ling Tian and Yongda spurred on their horses at top speed from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City until the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor City, but even then it took them 3 entire months to get there. Black Armor City was a city that covered an area similarly vast to Iron Blood City. Looking at it from afar, it seemed like a formidable fierce beast that was hibernating there, and a grim atmosphere blew into his face. After entering Black Armor City, Duan Ling Tian's group of 2 found an inn. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel you're unable to complete it, you may give up on this mission and directly return. After leaving Duan Ling Tian this last speech, Yongda entered his room. For the next few days, not even a shadow of Yongda could be found. During these few days, Duan Ling Tian moved about the various restaurants to try to find out about news of the Black Armor Army and the Lian clan. Only then did he know that it wasn't only the patriarch of the Lian clan and the Black Armor Army's commander that were sworn brothers, even their sons were best friends. They were very close with each other, to the point that they usually called each other brother. What bullshit mission is this? Duan Ling Tian frowned and prepared to pay his bill before leaving the restaurant to go find Yang Da to give up on the mission. In the next moment, however, his movement stopped, as he was attracted by the discussion from the table to his side. The concubine that the Lian clan's young patriarch admitted has a really bright and beautiful appearance. I nearly lost my soul from only just a glance. I heard about it as well. Allegedly, he now runs over to that concubine's room every night and doesn't even bother with his wife. The true epitome of the saying, if my body should perish, girls I'll still cherish. The person who spoke didn't have any intention when he spoke, but the person who heard it inserted his own intention into it. Maybe this is an opportunity. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as a plan emerged in his heart. In these past few days, he had heard of the Black Armor Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, who could not be satisfied without a woman every night and would head to the city's Spring Breeze house to have some fun every other day. Tong Lin was 19 this year and with ordinary natural talent, but his cultivation was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He could imagine how high of an expectation his father, the Black Armor Army's commander, would have placed on him. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lian Ke, you've been entrapped by that concubine of yours lately, and it's been so long since you went to the Spring Breeze house with me. How about this brother of yours invites you to have some fun in the Spring Breeze house tonight? Would you do me the favor? Tong Lin's body wobbled as he spoke. Of course, who asked you to be my brother? I'll let that little succubus be alone for tonight. Let's go. Lian Ke, also known as the Lian clan's young patriarch, went off to the Spring Breeze house with Tong Lin. In the distance, in 2 corners, a figure hid within each corner. They were hidden in the darkness of the night before vanishing. Duan Ling Tian stood on the balcony of a penthouse in the Spring Breeze house as he looked from afar at the 2 figures that were leaving, and thought in his heart, HMPH. Looks like the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armor Army's commander both truly value their sons. Well, one is the only child and the other the only son. Young master, I've been waiting so long for you. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and beautiful prostitute hugged Duan Ling Tian from behind and blew a breath of air on the side of his ears. If he was teased by a woman with a good appearance like this at any other time, Duan Ling Tian would surely have punished her right away, but now he had more important matters to deal with. Duan Ling Tian tossed 100 silver to the woman. I'm not interested tonight, take it and buy some makeup. Thank you, young master. The woman burst into a smile of joy and sensibly withdrew herself. Then I won't disturb the young master. Before long, Duan Ling Tian snuck into another room and concealed himself above the bed. A short while later, the room door opened, and a man and woman walked in. Young Master Tong, it's been so long since you've played with me. The woman's lustful voice slowly sounded. My good little Red, I'll properly play with you right now. Sounds of clothes being taken off sounded, and mixed in it was the sound of hurried breathing. Before long, Tong Lin embraced the prostitute onto the bed. The prostitute noticed Duan Ling Tian, who had crawled onto the top of the bed like a spider, with but just a glance, and she was scared to the extent that her face went pale and she screamed. Little Red, I haven't even started. What are you screaming for? Tong Lin still hadn't realized the danger that was descending upon him and continued to feel up the prostitute. Duan Ling Tian made his move and directly knocked Tong Lin out. Sir, spare me, spare me. The prostitute's face was pale as she hurriedly pleaded. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and tossed a stack of silver onto the prostitute before indifferently saying, You're an intelligent person. Take this silver and redeem yourself before leaving the city tonight. Or else, you'll probably lose your life. Duan Ling Tian hoisted up Tong Lin after he finished speaking and disappeared before the prostitute. The prostitute's face flushed as she counted the silver in her hand before exclaiming, 100,000 silver. Even if she worked in the Spring Breeze house her entire life, she still wouldn't be able to earn so much money. She took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and made up her mind. She would redeem herself and leave Black Armor City tonight, and it was because of this that she was able to conceal her identity and live a peaceful life. Eventually she even married an honest man. Years later, after she had groups of children, she would still be unable to help herself from recalling the violet-clothed youth that changed her entire life that night. After Duan Ling Tian took Tong Ling, he snuck into the Lian clan estate. Duan Ling Tian knocked Lian Ke's concubine out without difficulty before tossing Tong Lin onto the bed and removing the clothes off both their bodies. She really is a beauty. You don't deserve to get her. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lian Kei's concubine before moving his gaze onto Tong Ling for a moment. Only then did he leave. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, Tong Lin awoke in a dizzy state. Before he could even make sense of what happened, he felt the smooth, jade-like body beneath him, and his breathing instantly became heavy as he pressed himself onto her. Little Red, I'm coming. Chapter 117. Duan Ling Tian's Methods. Spring Breeze House. In a secluded room, the heavy breathing of a man and woman sounded from within. Roar. Lian Kei emitted a low roar like a wild beast before falling onto the prostitute's body in exhaustion. Lian Kei. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly entered into the room. Who? Lian Kei was scared to the point that his body froze, and the prostitute that was under him was shivering as well. Duan Ling Tian leaned outside the window as he lazily said, Lian Kei, you probably still don't know that you've been betrayed by your brother, right? Who are you? What do you mean? Lian Kei's face slightly distorted as he slowly got off the bed and walked towards the window. Won't you know if you rush back home and go take a look now? Tisk tisk. Tong Lin fooled you to come to the Spring Breeze house and then he himself went to have a good time with your concubine. Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence and immediately left. He still had an important matter to take care of. Lian Kei opened up the window, but all he saw was a figure disappearing in the distance, causing him to unconsciously frown. Lian Kei took a deep breath and put on his clothes before going to the room next door to look for Tong Lin. But he noticed that Tong Lin wasn't there at all and had vanished without a trace. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Tong Lin. Lian Kei's face slightly sank. Although he had a good relationship with Tong Lin, it wasn't to the extent of wearing the same clothes, or sharing the same woman. The sky was clear and starless above the Lian clan estate. Lian Kei galloped into the estate, going straight for the courtyard his concubine lived in. Lian Kei had only been here for a short while before 3 war horses galloped swiftly and approached the main door of the Lian clan estate. A bearded man who wore light armor and was being followed by 2 generals got off his horse and walked into the Lian clan estate. Commander, sir. The Lian clan members hurriedly saluted when they saw the bearded man. This man was the commander of the Black Armor Army, an existence similar to the local tyrant of Black Armor City, and he was even the sworn brother of the Lian clan's patriarch. Where does the concubine your young patriarch recently admitted stay at? The bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at one of the Lian clan disciples. The Lian clan disciple's face went ghastly pale, then he pointed towards the north. Lead the way. The bearded man glared, and his breathing was slightly hurried. He had only just received news that his son was plotted against by someone and that there would be a threat to his life. And as such, he didn't dare hesitate and brought along 2 vice commanders before rushing over. At this moment, outside the pitch-black room, a figure entered the courtyard before kicking the door open and entering the room. The room's door being kicked open startled awake the man and woman inside the room. Who's so daring as to actually disturb my sleep? A familiar voice sounded, causing the person who kicked open the door, in other words, the Lian clan's young patriarch's, Lian Kei's, body to tremble as if struck by lightning. When he lit a candle and saw the naked pair on the bed, his eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted in a fierce voice, Tong Lin, you despicable scum. When Tong Ling noticed Lian Kei's appearance, he was slightly muddle-headed. Only now did he notice that he wasn't at the Spring Breeze house anymore. He lowered his head to look, and the beautiful young girl who hid shivering at the corner of the bed and looked at him in fear, wasn't she precisely the concubine Lian Kei had just recently admitted? He just now was expressing himself on top of this concubine. He felt his scalp go slightly numb. What's going on? Tong Lin looked at Lian Kei in panic. Brother, it isn't what you think it is, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Even I don't know how I got into your concubine's room. Misunderstanding. Lian Kei's face sank as he walked up 2 steps and directly pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Lian Kei struck out his fist, causing Tong Lin to spit out a mouthful of blood on floor. There were even some shattered teeth mixed within. Tong Lin got angry as well. He smashed his fist out and blasted Lian Kei away. Lian Kei, you actually dared to strike me. Not to mention this is a misunderstanding, even if it isn't, I fucked your woman and you should be honored. If it wasn't for our Black Armor Army, could your Lian clan be the #1 clan in Black Armor City? Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, and mixed within was an awe-inducing coldness. Good. Good, Tong Lin, I'll kill you today. Lian Kei rushed forward once again and started battling Tong Lin with his raging origin energy. However, the both of them were on par and could not discern superiority in a short amount of time. Young master. Just at this moment, when Lian Ke was forced to retreat by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. An attendant that wore the Lian clan's servant's clothes walked in quickly and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lian Ke. Lian Ke didn't think anything of it and took the broom in his hand, then he poured his origin energy into it and smashed it towards Tong Lin. PFF'd. Lian Ke, could it be that you think that you can use a broom to defeat? Tong Lin stuck his fist towards the broom. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when a strand of dusky gray force was emitted from the broom. It was like a 1,000-pound hammer as it smashed down towards him. The force knocked away his fist and the terrifying strength within continued on and smashed directly on his head. Splosh. Brain matter splattered all over Lian Ke's face, causing him to be dumbstruck. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. That was an offense inscription. Who the heck are you? In this instant, Lian Ke seemed to understand something as he turned around. But what he noticed was that the fellow that passed him the broom had vanished. He realized that he had been schemed against, and this was all just a trap. Ah, just at this moment, Lian Ke's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse and was scared to the point of screaming before fainting. Lian Ke took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what happened here couldn't spread. If word of this got out, his Lian clan would surely suffer the rage of the Black Armor Army, which could even injure the vitality of the clan. If the Black Armor Army really were to roll out towards the Lian clan, that was no laughing matter. Just when he calmed himself down and was about to secretly deal with Tong Lin's corpse. Lin. A roar of rage that sounded like explosive thunder caused Lian Ke's expression to turn ghastly pale. This voice was a voice Lian Ke was extremely familiar with. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lian Ke felt a wave of helplessness surge in his heart, as he realized that the person who devised this trap had purposely forced him on this road to ruin. Uncle Lei, hear me out. Lian Ke tossed away the broom that was tainted full of blood and looked at the bearded man in front of him in panic. Lian Ke, all my son did was play with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman. Die. In a state of explosive rage, the bearded man, or in other words, the Black Armor Army's commander, struck out his fist which carried with it the force of a tempest. Brother Lei, show mercy. Just at this moment, a figure flashed over like a gust of wind but was stopped by the two Black Armor Army vice commanders. The bearded man's attack, which contained his rage, blasted open Lian Ke's head. My son. The person who had just arrived was none other than the Lian clan's patriarch. Seeing his son being killed with his own two eyes caused him to be enraged. He blasted away the two Black Armor Army vice commanders and started battling the bearded man. Before long, the entire Lian clan was alarmed, and no one noticed that while the Lian clan estate was in chaos, a clan servant had silently left. Done. After taking off the servant's outfit, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed like a spirit serpent and disappeared at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been smoothly completed. After returning to the inn and taking a bath, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy. Crackle crackle. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the muscles and bones in his body undergoing a metamorphosis. Similarly, his fleshly body and lifeblood completed the final tempering. Duan Ling Tian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he didn't expect that he would complete the third level of core formation stage fleshly body tempering at this time. Duan Ling Tian lightly clenched his fists. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. And this was only the strength of Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body. When Duan Ling Tian exerted his origin energy as well, 3 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. What an unexpected pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, and now my strength broke through. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian fell asleep. The next day, the sound of the door being knocked disturbed Duan Ling Tian's sweet dreams. He opened the door only to have the Captain Yang Da walk in bluntly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was still drowsy, with a weird expression. How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang Da heard about what happened in the Lian clan last night, the major event that caused the entire Black Armor city to quake. The 3 great commanders of the Black Armor Army were all heavily injured by the Lian clan elders, whereas the Lian clan patriarch was nearly killed. After countless inquiries, he finally found out the ins and outs of the matter. Everything that happened stemmed from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the Lian clan's patriarch's son. As far as he was concerned, it was filled with questionable points, and thus at the first moment, he thought of Duan Ling Tian. What? How did I do what? Duan Ling Tian asked while yawning. Don't act stupid. What happened at the Lian clan last night? Don't tell me you don't know, Yang Da derided. So it was that matter. Duan Ling Tian cleared his head before shaking it. It's only a small matter and it's not even worthy of being mentioned. Small matter. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, as he wondered if the youth in front of him had said that on purpose. Their Iron Blood army had schemed for years but were unable to cause the Lian clan and Black Armor army to fall out and become enemies, but now it was completed by this youth in front of him in but just a night. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Da as he asked, right, my mission is considered complete, right? It's completed. Yang Da nodded, then his eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. How did you actually do it? Duan Ling Tian roughly explained the whole course of the incident. After hearing the entire story, Yang Da couldn't help but be moved, as he didn't think that this youth would have such scheming ability. He was able to create so much trouble by only using Lian Kei's concubine. More importantly, the entire matter was conducted perfectly and could also be said to be flawless. Maybe Lian Kei had some suspicions, but he didn't even have the chance to explain before being annihilated by the Black Armor Army's commander, who was in grief of the loss of his son. There's something I can't wrap head around. Even if Lian Kei was any angrier, he probably wouldn't go so far as to kill Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang Da looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was enraged at the time, he didn't have any killing intent on him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How did you do it? Yang Da had a face full of anticipation. Secret. Duan Ling Tian shrugged before going to bathe and change his clothes. Yang Da was slightly irritated, but it just so happened that he couldn't take any action against Duan Ling Tian, and thus he could only laugh bitterly. Chapter 118, Origin Sealing Parasite. While Duan Ling Tian and Yang Da were on their way out of Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor Army parading towards the Lian clan estate with a bearing that seemed like a dark cloud bearing down on the city and threatening to overwhelm it. Feels like I went a bit too far. Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse forward and rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Yang Da rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Isn't this all you're doing, kid? If you want to talk about the initiator of all this, it definitely wasn't me, right? I have no grievances with the Black Armor Army nor the Lian clan, and thus have no reason to entrap them. Wasn't it your Iron Blood army that asked me to complete this bullshit mission? Such a hard but thankless job. Duan Ling Tian grunted. Let's go. Since the matter's settled, the commander will presumably be relieved. Yang Da's voice had only just finished echoing out when Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse forward, leaving behind a face full of dust for Yang Da. This kid. Yang Da glared before catching up to him. On the way over, the two of them spurred their horses forward and embarked on a 3-month-long journey. Presently, since the mission was complete, Duan Ling Tian and Yang Da slowed down their speed and leisurely traveled towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they stayed in the inns of some of the small towns and experienced various local customs and practices. Only after 5 months did they arrive at a small town near Iron Blood City. We'll rest here for the night, and we'll arrive tomorrow after a day's travel, Yang Da said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as the two of them galloped into the small town. Every time he entered these small towns, Duan Ling Tian would have the feeling as if he'd returned to Fresh Breeze Town, as these small towns were of similar scale to Fresh Breeze Town. Captain, there were a few inns earlier that seemed pretty good. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yang Da had brought him all the way into the small town and disregarded all the inns on the way. We're not staying in an inn tonight. Yang Da smiled. Now staying in an inn? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. This is Solitary Goose Town, and is also my hometown. Yang Da's eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. Just at this moment, a fleet of wagons were like a swimming dragon as the formidable array entered into the town. These wagons had some cages placed upon them, but there weren't fierce beasts or wild beasts locked inside. They were occupied by humans. These people were dressed like beggars but were extremely ferocious. They emitted a sense of ruthlessness from between their brows and were obviously not ordinary people. There were obvious brands on the faces of these people. This is... Duan Ling Tian stopped his horse and looked on. These are the slaves the Kai clan gathered from outside. They usually sell some in the Solitary Goose Town before heading to the county city. The Kai clan has good relations with the county city's county governor's estate, Yongda slowly said. Yongda, the man at the lead of the fleet of wagons galloped over before stopping his horse in front of Yongda. Instantly, the entire fleet of wagons stopped. Kai Hai, you actually took charge personally. Yongda smiled back in a familiar manner. Yongda, you haven't come back for some time. Your cultivation has advanced, right? Once I'm done with sending these slaves over, I'll come to your Yang clan to visit you, and I cannot do without some sparring with you. Kai Hai laughed. Then you have to use your time wisely, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Yongda laughed as well. Huh, suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He noticed that a slightly robust figure inside one of the cages was gazing upon the spatial ring on his hand. This was a middle-aged man, and his gaze emitted an uncontrollable agitation. He recognized this spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. It was hard for him to imagine how the middle-aged man could have recognized this spatial ring, which was the possession of the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's boundless sect. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that there was an obvious black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern. The memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. Origin Sealing Parasite. Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted, as he knew the meaning that this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for a parasitic poison that required such high skill to create to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Origin Sealing Parasite was a parasitic poison that would seal a person's origin energy. Even a void stage powerhouse would be infected by it if caught off guard, and once infected, the entire body's origin energy would be sealed, only leaving the victim with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Boundless sect. Noticing the unkempt middle-aged man's fierce gaze sweeping towards him, Duan Ling Tian mouthed these two words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled and his eyes emitted a sense of excitement. He's really from the boundless sect. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. Yongda, who's this? Meanwhile, Kai Hai's gaze had descended upon Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. He's a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, so he will become a Paladin Academy student soon. Yongda smiled as he spoke. Kai Hai was visually moved and an amiable smile appeared on his face. Brother Ling Tian, I'm Kai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Ling Tian returned a smile but was unaware as to how he should address Kai Hai. Kai Hai laughed heartily. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind, then call me Big Brother Kai. How about it, Big Brother Kai? Duan Ling Tian greeted before asking, Big Brother Kai, where did you get all these slaves you're transporting? Kai Hai said, with a smile, our merchandise is purchased from other kingdoms, they're mostly war prisoners and wanderers. Purchased their stock. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of grief for these slaves. They were obviously human but were taken as merchandise. Big Brother Kai, I've always wanted to buy a slave but didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy one from you. Duan Ling Tian probed. Brother Ling Tian, you're treating me like a stranger. Not to mention the friendship between me and your captain as we grew up, we've become friends at our first meeting, and it makes me feel considerably warm. Just take any one of these slaves as a meeting gift from your Big Brother Kai, Kai Hai generously said. As far as he could see, since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his extraordinary natural talent was evident from his young age of 17. Once he graduates from Paladin Academy, his future will certainly be boundless. He would never have a chance to be on friendly terms with such a person in the future. Now, however, it was precisely the best time to do Duan Ling Tian a favor, and maybe in the future it would grant him an even larger favor. Thank you, Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse it and purposely spurred his horse closer to the cages. The slaves all looked at Duan Ling Tian with cold and indifferent gazes, seeming to wish nothing more than to tear him to shreds. I'll take him. Duan Ling Tian eventually pointing towards the middle-aged man that might be from the boundless sect. Kai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Ling Tian, that slave is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and is the cheapest among this group of slaves. Why don't you pick another? How about that slave that's at the 5th level of the core formation stage? It's one of the high-quality merchandise among this batch of slaves. Big Brother Kai, this one is fine. You're giving me a meeting gift, how could I take advantage of you? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Ha ha, Brother Ling Tian, you're straightforward as expected. Once I finish arranging a place for these slaves, I'll bring him over to the Yang clan. Kai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, as his feeling that this youth wasn't simple grew even deeper. Kai Hai said his farewells to Yang Da before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, is there something special about that slave? Yang Da looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly suspicious expression. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think could be special about that slave? Isn't it just a 9th level body tempering slave? Ha ha, I just think it's strange that you would be so sensible. Yang Da laughed loudly. Do I seem like the type of person that covets small gains? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. You don't seem like one. That's more like it. You were always one. That night, Duan Ling Tian stayed at the Yang clan. Only then did Duan Ling Tian know that the Yang clan that Yang Da originated from was actually one of the 3 great clans of Solitary Goose Town. The Kai clan which Kai Hai was from was also one of the 3 great clans of Solitary Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Ling Tian found out of another matter. The wife of Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the Kai clan's patriarch's elder sister. And Pei San, whose arm was cut off, was precisely the nephew of the Kai clan's patriarch. Kai Hai, on the other hand, was the Kai clan's patriarch's younger brother, and Pei San's uncle. One really can't avoid their enemies. After finding out about all this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me but even gifted a slave to me, I wonder what he would feel. He probably would spit blood out of anger. Duan Ling Tian's heart flashed with a wicked thought. Young Master Ling Tian, the second master requests your company. Just at this moment, the voice of the servant girl entered the room. Looks like Kai Hai's arrived. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The second master that the servant girl spoke of was precisely the Captain Yang Da, who was also the younger brother of the Yang clan patriarch. In the Yang clan's audience hall, Duan Ling Tian saw Kai Hai once again, and with him was the middle-aged man that Duan Ling Tian chose earlier. After cleaning up and changing clothes, the middle-aged man seemed refreshed. However, the brand on his face undoubtedly proclaimed his low status as a slave. Big brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Kai Hai. Brother Ling Tian, you really have a good eye. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly low, his appearance and bearings are quite extraordinary. Kai Hai smiled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell and brought along the middle-aged man as he left. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tian and the middle-aged man stood staring at each other. The middle-aged man's expression was calm without a trace of change as he grabbed Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and asked, in an agitated manner, "Why do you have the young sect master's spatial ring? What did you do to him?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and his hand moved like a bolt of lightning and knocked the middle-aged man a distance away. The middle-aged man's face turned grim as he growled, "If it wasn't for me being poisoned, even if 1,000 of babies like you were to attack me, I would be able to annihilate them with a flip of my palm. Even you yourself said that you're poisoned. All I know is that you're currently a 9th level body tempering piece of trash. So behave yourself." Duan Ling Tian moved forward 2 steps and gave the middle-aged man a slap. "You." The middle-aged man's face distorted as he moved to attack Duan Ling Tian. "It seemed you've forgotten that I'm your liege now." Duan Ling Tian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and swung it out like a raging python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man away once again. Thump. Duan Ling Tian put his foot on the middle-aged man's chest as he looked down at him and coldly said, "Remember that from today onwards, I'm your liege. Your liege that you're not allowed to disobey." Chapter 119. Shang Quan. The middle-aged man's face flushed as if he wanted to struggle, but he was unable to do so. "What? You're unwilling to submit?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he applied pressure with his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale and slowly became ghastly pale. Then his body started to tremble. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man took deep and heavy breaths for a long time before finally recovering. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an icy cold gaze. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to this as he indifferently said, "If you acknowledge me as your liege, I can help remove the origin sealing parasite within you." "You know of the origin sealing parasite?" The middle-aged man's pupils constricted and astonishment filled his face. As far as he knew, the origin sealing parasite was something that was absolutely impossible to be known by anyone in a small kingdom like this. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him seemed to be well versed on the origin sealing parasite, and most importantly, he had the Boundless Sect's young sect master's spatial ring on his hand. You're really able to remove the origin-sealing parasite within me. The middle-aged man took a deep breath as his eyes flickered. What? You doubt me? Duan Ling Tian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze as he spoke. Now tell me all about why you're infected with the origin-sealing parasite and why you're here in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The middle-aged man caught his breath. I'm Shang Quan, the guardian of the Boundless Sect. I am the young sect leader successfully fled the scene when the Boundless Sect tragically met with the calamity of annihilation. In an effort to save ourselves, we each led away some of our pursuers. Although I was lucky and managed to flee my pursuers later on, the origin-sealing parasite that I was infected with finally took effect, and I was only able to walk for a while in my sorry state before finally losing my strength and falling unconscious. When I next came to my senses, I noticed that I was locked up and branded with the mark of a slave. As he finished speaking, Shang Quan gnashed his teeth. The dignified guardian of the Boundless Sect had actually become a slave. In the beginning, he even thought of dying. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would someday be able to remove the origin-sealing parasite and recover his strength. At that time, he would annihilate the group of people that gave him this slave brand. So that's what happened. Your spatial ring actually wasn't taken by them. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Shang Quan's right hand. On Shang Quan's right middle finger was a rust-stained ring which no one would take a second look at, but Duan Ling Tian, however, was able to discern that it was a spatial ring. And maybe it was precisely because Shang Quan's spatial ring was so inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Shang Quan had a vigilant expression as he put away his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian stared blankly for a moment before ordering, "Remove the ownership and give it to me." Shang Quan's face distorted before turning into a face full of bitterness as he helplessly removed his spatial ring's ownership and passed it over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian dripped his blood and established ownership before looking within. What he saw, however, was that it only contained some grade 7 medicinal pills, and a narrow saber, which was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Just this pile of trash. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he casually removed his ownership of the spatial ring and tossed it back to Shang Quan. The corners of Shang Quan's mouth twitched. Who the heck is this youth? Even grade 7 spirit weapons and grade 7 medicinal pills are considered trash to him. Little brother. Shang Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. However, he couldn't even finish what he wanted to say before being interrupted by Duan Ling Tian with a frown. Who's your little brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your liege, then I won't let you live, let alone remove the poison within you. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his body emitted a dense killing intent. Shang Quan let out a deep breath of cold air before speaking in a composed manner. I want to know what happened to the young sect leader. If the young sect leader was killed by you, then I would rather die than acknowledge you as my liege. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Shang Quan with a slightly surprised gaze. I didn't notice earlier that you were a man of such integrity. Shang Quan grunted in reply. When I found your young sect leader, he was already on the verge of death and left a voice transmission jade slip to me. He requested that I pass another voice transmission jade slip to an old man called Shang Guanyan. I'll give you the voice transmission jade slip to discern its authenticity once I've removed your poison and helped you recover your origin energy, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Young sect leader. Shang Quan cried out in grief and his aged face was drowned in tears. In the end, he stopped his tears before bowing to Duan Ling Tian. My liege. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Shang Quan. I will spare no effort in removing the poison within you, but I'll have to leave a contingency. I'll have you consume another type of highly toxic poison. Shang Quan's face instantly went ghastly pale. Don't worry, the effects of the poison I'll give you will only recur every 6 months, so as long as I give you the antidote, you'll be able to live without worry for 6 months. This is also my method of preventing you from going back on your word once you recover your origin energy, Duan Ling Tian added. Shang Quan's eyes flashed with a bright light and his face was filled with bitterness. He never imagined that this youth would think so far ahead, as he really had such thoughts earlier. Don't have any hopes of getting lucky, I'm an alchemist. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his Alchemist Guild Grade 9 Alchemist crest and shook it at Shang Quan's face before putting it away. Grade 9 Alchemist. Shang Quan's face froze. This youth that looks to be around the age of 17 is actually a Grade 9 Alchemist. There was never such a young Grade 9 Alchemist even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Follow me back to Iron Blood City tomorrow and I'll refine the medicinal pill to remove your origin-sealing parasite. However, My current cultivation is limited, so I'm only able to refine a medicinal pill capable of removing 1/3 of the origin-sealing parasite's poison within you at most. What was your cultivation level when you were at your prime? Duan Ling Tian asked Shang Quan as he briefed him. 6th level of the void prying stage, Shang Quan said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised before he rubbed his chin. Your cultivation should be able to recover to the nascent soul stage after 1/3 of the poison is removed. As for what level of the nascent soul stage, that would depend on your own fortune. I can't completely recover. Shang Quan's expression froze and he was slightly disappointed. HMPH. I'm only a grade 9 alchemist right now, so the strength of my pill fire is limited. Once I step into the origin core stage, I can become a grade 8 alchemist, and at that time I can remove another 1/3 of the poison within you. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a grade 7 alchemist, it will be sufficient to help you completely remove the poison within your body. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, your cultivation will recover to its prime. Duan Ling Tian swept Shang Quan with a cold and indifferent gaze. What? Can't wait. I'm very satisfied with that. Shang Quan hurriedly shook his head. It was more than enough to him that he would be able to recover his strength in this lifetime, and he was just momentarily blinded by his desire earlier. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian brought Shang Quan along as he followed Yang Da back to Iron Blood City. At this moment, Shang Quan was wearing a mask that covered half his face, and with it the slave brand on his face. Upon arrival at Iron Blood City, Duan Ling Tian gave Shang Quan some silver to stay at a predetermined inn before following Yang Da back to the Iron Blood Army campsite. Only now did Duan Ling Tian find out that he was the first Genius Camp member to complete the mission and return. Only another month remains from the 1-year deadline, but none the other 28 youths have completed their missions and returned. Looks like the places they went were extremely far as well, Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. As expected, Duan Ling Tian was once again summoned by the Iron Blood Army's commander, Teng Yunhai, and this summon was a banquet that the commander specially held in honor of Duan Ling Tian's return. During the banquet, besides Commander Teng Yunhai and Vice Commander Chao Qingshan, another 7 captains, including Yang Da, were present. And thus, the high-ranking generals that were garrisoned at the Iron Blood Army campsite were all present. Duan Ling Tian, on behalf of the Iron Blood Army, we raise this cup of wine in your honor. From today onwards, the Black Armor Army is nothing to be afraid of. Teng Yunhai laughed heartily as he raised his cup. The others raised their cups as well. As far as the Iron Blood Army was concerned, the Black Armor Army losing the assistance of the Lian clan was comparable to losing its wings. Cheers! Duan Ling Tian raised his cup as well before draining the cup with one gulp. Satisfying. They do say that heroes get their start when they are youngsters. This has been really eye-opening to me. A captain looked at Duan Ling Tian as he led the praise. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praise to Duan Ling Tian. After the banquet ended, Duan Ling Tian followed Teng Yunhai into the largest tent in the Iron Blood Army's campsite, or in other words, Teng Yunhai's tent. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think that you would really be able to complete that mission. Teng Yunhai sighed. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered. What, Commander, if you weren't confident, then why did you give me that mission? Teng Yunhai smiled as he spoke. By your tone, it seems you have some slight resentment. Commander, sir, where's my proof of qualification? Duan Ling Tian didn't reply to Teng Yunhai but instead spread out his hand, obviously not interested in staying at this place for long. Teng Yunhai raised his hand and passed a document of proof to Duan Ling Tian. The time to head to Paladin Academy and register starts half a year from now and ends a year from that time. You can prepare to start your journey as soon as you return home. If you bring your family along in a wagon, it would require around a year's time to travel from Aurora City to the Imperial City. You investigated me. Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I had no ill intentions. The smile on Teng Yunhai's face never faded. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian put away the proof of qualification and turned around before leaving. He's still young but already has a mild temper. Duan Rufeng, you have a good son. Teng Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Since Duan Ling Tian was currently considered to have passed the Genius Camp training, the rules he had to follow as a member of the Genius Camp were abolished and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After leaving the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine stores and obtained sufficient medicinal materials before heading to the inn to look for Xianxia. My liege, Xianxia knew how to behave now and displayed respect and reverence in front of Duan Lingtian. Stand guard for me as I refine the poison removal pill for you. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve before directly entering the room. Hearing what he said caused Xianxia to reply in excitement before respectfully standing guard outside the door like a guardian deity. In the room, Duan Lingtian separated the medicinal materials into categories before picking them up one by one and placing them into the cauldron. A pill fire appeared on his hand before he pushed it into the cauldron. Tongues of flames shot out of the cauldron and then the cauldron started trembling. 2 hours later, Duan Lingtian finished up and retrieved the 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a green stream of light which shot out of the cauldron. Chapter 120, Will. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that was currently Duan Lingtian refining was a poison removal pill the rebirth martial emperor invented after researching a myriad of different poisons. This pill was divided into 9 grades. Duan Lingtian was only a grade 9 alchemist at present, so he was only able to refine a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian pushed open the room door and instantly saw Xianxia, who gazed at him with a face full of agitation. Duan Lingtian casually tossed the 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xianxia before indifferently saying, "Consume 1 pill first. The medicinal effect will probably require a month to completely manifest. After a month, consume the 2nd pill, and after 2 months, consume the 3rd pill. After 3 months, you will be able to recover 1/3 of the strength you had at your prime." "Thank you, my liege." Xianxia didn't hesitate to pop the spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallow it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away inside his spatial ring as if he would a treasure. "Keep in mind that I've mixed a highly toxic poison within the medicinal pill, and if you don't behave yourself, then only death awaits you." Duan Lingtian added. "Yes, my liege." Xianxia had long ago been mentally prepared for this. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the inn. As the living conditions of the Iron Blood Army campsite were too inferior to the inn, Duan Lingtian had already started to charge towards the 4th level core formation stage threshold. "Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase my strength by 2 ancient mammoths." Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly started shining brightly. "At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, I can still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths with just my bare hands. That's comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. As expected of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, which is at the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated. Once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the future and complete the final fleshly body tempering of the Raging Python form, I will be able to possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Without the assistance of external forces such as spirit weapons, an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist only possesses the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. I, however, will have an extra 11 ancient mammoths compared to them due to my fleshly body being far stronger than an ordinary person's. Even a 1st level origin core martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Thus, at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I can firmly defeat a 1st level core formation martial artist. However, a 2nd level origin core martial artist would possess the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, and thus only when I step into the 1st level of the origin core stage will I be able to battle with such a martial artist. Duan Lingtian's surging state of mind quickly returned to a calm state. Cultivate seriously. Origin energy continuously circulated within Duan Lingtian's body in an effort to break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian had currently obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy and thus could return home directly, he didn't return because he wanted to know the results of Xiao Yu's, Meng Quan's, and Luo Cheng's missions. 10 days later, another person finally returned. It was Su Li. He completed his mission and obtained the proof of qualification. "Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you." Su Li's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. "Su Li, you've broken through." Duan Lingtian smiled as he asked. Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flickered above him. "Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me?" Duan Lingtian had a face full of smiles as he took a step forward. The energy of heaven and earth trembled above Duan Lingtian as 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. "You. Su Li had a lifeless expression as a sense of loss arose in his heart, but he recovered before long. I understand now. Su Li took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that had a battle intent as it did before. Duan Ling Tian, I'm inferior to you now, but I'll work hard to catch up to you. See you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now. After he finished speaking, Su Li left the Iron Blood Army campsite as if he had transformed into a gust of wind. This Su Li is interesting as well. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. In the following days, both Tianhu and Yu Shang returned. Duan Ling Tian, my Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yu Shang threatened Duan Ling Tian just when he was about to leave. What, you aren't afraid I'll take care of you on your journey back? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and killing intent flashed within them. Yu Zhang's face went ghastly pale, as he was truly shaken by what Duan Ling Tian said. Although he had obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy, he temporarily was too afraid to leave. He went to look for one of his brother's former best friends, Centurion Fang Chun, as he wanted him to send him away from Iron Blood City to prevent Duan Ling Tian from trying to kill him. Yu Shang, I've been quite busy lately and I'm afraid I won't have the time to send you home. Unexpected to him, however, Fang Chun refused his request. Since the moment Duan Ling Tian killed Yu Hong, he had long ago sworn in his heart that he would absolutely not offend a malefic existence like Duan Ling Tian. Presently, he even suspected that Centurion Bai Feng had died by Duan Ling Tian's hand the other day. Or else, with his strength, how could Bai Feng have vanished into thin air? Yu Zhang's face slightly sank. Yu Shang, how about this? Since you're worried about Duan Ling Tian coming after you, why don't you temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite and wait for Duan Ling Tian to leave? When he's gone, you can take a detour and leave under the cover of the night. How about it? Fang Chun pondered for a moment. He was good friends with Yu Hong after all, and thus he made this suggestion to Yu Shang out of that friendship. Yu Zhang's expression was as unsightly as it could possibly be. He was the dignified genius disciple of County City's Yu clan, and he had even obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy, but he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. Nevertheless, he knew that he had no choice. Duan Ling Tian naturally wasn't aware that a single threat from him had actually caused Yu Shang to be so distressed as to only dare leave after he leaves Iron Blood City. A few days passed by before Duan Ling Tian finally met Xiao Yu, who had returned after completing his mission. Xiao Yu broke through. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiao Yu once again. How did you notice? Xiao Yu was stunned. It isn't hard to guess when you're in such high spirits. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Accompany me for a while. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duan Ling Tian was dazed. I want to go challenge Yu Shang. There was a trace of icy coldness mixed within Xiao Yu's voice. Yu Shang was afraid of Duan Ling Tian but not of Xiao Yu, and thus he naturally agreed upon being challenged by Xiao Yu. In the end, Xiao Yu relied upon his sleeve dimension and gained a slight advantage to take the victory. Xiao Yu recalled the enmity from before and flicked his sleeve, blasting Yu Shang away and causing him to be heavily injured to the point of fainting. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he asked, finished venting? Xiao Yu nodded as a wide grin appeared on his face. Before long, as the 1-year deadline approached, all of the remaining centurions returned one after the other, whereby most of them returned alone and only a few of them brought with them a genius camp youth. In the end, the centurions that left with Luo Cheng and Meng Quan had returned. However, Meng Quan and Luo Cheng were nowhere to be found. Duan Ling Tian's and Xiao Yu's hearts sank, and they eventually got an answer. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng had lost their lives. Meanwhile, all of the centurions had returned, and the number of youths who passed the test were only 7 including Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu. Just after Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu had received news, Vice Commander Chao Qing-shan appeared before them. And in his hands were 2 letters. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng both prepared 2 wills when they were still amongst the living. Among Meng Quan's 2 wills, one was addressed to Xiao Yu, and one of Luo Cheng's wills, on the other hand, was addressed to Duan Ling Tian. Chao Qing-shan passed the 2 wills to Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. You have my condolences. Chao Qing-shan sighed before turning around and leaving. He had seen too many partings in his life, and thus knew how Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu were feeling at this moment. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and opened up Luo Cheng's will. Luo Cheng's writing was beautiful, it seemed like it was written by a young girl. Duan Ling Tian, when you receive this letter, it means I probably didn't pass the final test. Sigh, I still failed in the end. However, I don't regret it because I've tried my best. Being able to meet you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that led me realize how to be a true man, so thank you. Help send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. That's if they're still alive when you read this letter. Besides that, I still have a matter I can't let go of. This matter was the drive that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope that you can help me. Luo Cheng signing off. Crush. Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled as he crushed the letter in his hand into a ball. Although he'd only been acquainted with Luo Cheng for 3 months, but in his heart he had already taken Luo Cheng as a friend. Now, this friend of his had parted with him forever. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he solemnly said in his heart, Luo Cheng, don't worry, I'll surely help you on that matter. Meng Quan, Xiao Yu, who was standing to the side, had also finished reading Meng Quan's will, and his ice-cold face emitted a trace of melancholy. Meng Quan, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he couldn't help himself from recalling how full of high spirits Meng Quan was when they were still in Aurora City. Meng Quan, rest in peace. Xiao Yu took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan finish his unfulfilled wish. I need to make a visit to Luo Cheng's clan as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The two of them went to see Vice Commander Chao Qingshan and took along the other wills that Meng Quan and Luo Cheng had prepared before leaving Iron Blood City. Shang Quan silently followed behind the two of them, protecting his liege, Duan Ling Tian. A month had passed and he had finished dissolving the medicinal strength of the first spirit cleansing pill, so he had regained his origin energy, and his cultivation recovered to the origin core stage. Luo Cheng's clan was situated at Pine City. Pine City was in between Iron Blood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 veered off their course halfway towards Aurora City and entered Pine City. The Luo clan was only a small clan in Pine City. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo clan estate and bribed a Luo clan disciple. They thus smoothly entered the Luo clan estate and met Luo Cheng's younger sister, Luo Qian. At first sight, Duan Ling Tian had a slightly breathtaking feeling. Luo Qian's age was similar to his, and she was very pretty and charming, delicate and appealing. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian was only slightly inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Xiao Yan, but she surpassed Li Shishi. You all. Luo Qian had only just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Shang Quan's stern shout. Who? Come out. Chapter 121. The domineering Duan Ling Tian. Shang Quan's sudden shout caused the people who were concealed at a corner outside the courtyard to be unable to hide any longer, and thus they simply walked out in the open. Xiao Yu's brows slightly frowned. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained tranquil, as if it wasn't the least bit unexpected to him. Luo Hu, Luo Qian, you two have been surveilling me. Seeing the two of them caused Luo Qian to be so angry that her face went slightly pale. 1. Luo Qian, this is the Patriarch's orders. The 2 Luo clan youths had tranquil expressions. Luo Qian took a deep breath and ignored the 2 of them before looking at Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. You both are my brother's friends. But my brother's gone to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu looked at each other with bitter smiles on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to break the news about Luo Cheng to Luo Qian, but they knew that Luo Qian would find out sooner or later. Luo Qian, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duan Ling Tian withdrew Luo Cheng's will and passed it over to Luo Qian. Luo Qian's face was ghastly pale as she received the letter with trembling hands, seeming to have realized something as she opened and read it. Unknowingly, tears had started pouring from her eyes like waterfalls. Big brother. I told you the genius camp's training was dangerous. Why didn't you listen? How am I supposed to live without you? Luo Cheng's dead. The pupils of the 2 Luo clan young men constricted. You have our condolences. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu consoled her. Luo Qian's delicate figure slightly trembled and twitched for a few moments before finally asking, your big brother Ling Tian? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. My big brother said I should listen to you from now on. Luo Qian cried as she spoke. We came today to take you away from the Luo clan. This is also your brother's wish. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. HMPH. According to the agreement between him and our Luo clan, since he's dead and unable to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, then Luo Qian must obey our Luo clan's arrangements and marry the Qian clan's young master, and thus unite our 2 clans in marriage. No one can take her away. The two Luo clan young men took a step forward and stared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian's group of three. No one can stop me from taking her away. Duan Ling Tian sneered with a domineering expression. Xiao Yu was even more straightforward as he directly took a step forward before his figure jerked. Xiao Yu flicked his sleeve that was bursting with origin energy and directly blasted the two Luo clan young men away. Fuck off. On the way here, Xiao Yu had learned of Luo Cheng's unfulfilled wish from Duan Ling Tian. Luo Cheng didn't desire for his sister to become the Luo clan's tool to unite their clan with the Qian clan in marriage. And this was precisely the reason why he joined the genius camp. Everything Luo Cheng did was for the sake of his sister. The will he wrote Duan Ling Tian was to ask Duan Ling Tian to help him save his sister by taking her away from the Luo clan and providing her with a stable life. Fourth level of the core formation stage. The two Luo clan young men's expressions turned grim when they noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu. They glanced at each other and left in a sorry state. Pack up your things and leave with us. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded as her tears uncontrollably poured out, but when she thought of what Luo Cheng wrote within his will, she wiped off her tears and put on a strong and resolute expression. She wanted to be strong and not let her big brother down. LL help you. Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into her room. With Xiao Yu's help, it wasn't long before Luo Qian had packed away all her things. Duan Ling Tian took the lead with Xianxia following right behind him, and Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed from behind. The group of four made their way towards the exit of the Luo clan estate, but when they arrived at the main door, 3 figures stood there like guardians of the way. One was a middle-aged man and the other 2 were old men. Patriarch. Seeing the middle-aged man caused Luo Qian's face to turn pale. Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay and I'll let them leave. If you don't, then they will undoubtedly die. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale and she struggled for a moment before finally looking at Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. Thank you for taking care of my big brother. Leave without me. After the patriarch and the 2 elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu were her big brother's friends, and thus she was unwilling to implicate them. In her heart, she was ready to die. Once Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu had smoothly left, she would choose to take her own life. Her brother wasn't here anymore, so she didn't have any ties in this world. Big brother, I'll come accompany you really soon. I would rather die than marry the Qian clan's profligate disciple. Luo Qian's heart flashed with a trace of melancholy. Xiao Yu's face sank as his cold and indifferent gaze descended upon the Luo clan's patriarch. I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Shao clan's supreme elder. If you have any sense, then hurry up and scram. Aurora City's Shao clan. The Luo clan patriarch started laughing. It isn't the place for your Aurora City's clan to meddle in our Luo clan's affairs. Elders, see our guests out. Yes. Immediately, the 2 elders that were standing behind the patriarch moved, flashing straight towards Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xianxia. Above each of the 2 old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. First level of the origin core stage. Xiao Yu's expressions distorted. Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian finally spoke, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Humph. 2 first-level core formation martial artists dared to be presumptuous in front of my liege. Fuck off. Xianxia grunted coldly as he moved forward swiftly, blasting the 2 Luo clan elders away with a slap each and causing them to be knocked out cold after they crashed onto the ground. Above Xianxia, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flickered before vanishing. Third level of the origin core stage. The Luo clan patriarch's expression went grim, and his gaze was filled with a cold fierceness as he walked out in large strides. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Ignorant. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned cold. Xianxia, cripple him. Yes, my liege. Xianxia moved, but he seemed to have moved entirely from one point to another with only a single step. Earth-heaven warp. A green sword light flashed by and then a shrill cry was heard. The Luo clan's patriarch knelt on the ground before his entire body crashed onto the ground, as his body had lost all support. Blood sprayed out from all 4 of his limbs. The tendons in both his hands and legs were severed. As the Luo clan's patriarch lied on all 4s, he raised his head to see the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flickered above Xianxia before vanishing at almost the same moment. He said, with a shaky voice, 7. Grade 7 spirit weapon. In the end, the Luo clan patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch. The two Luo clan young men that went to deliver the news earlier were standing nearby, and when they saw this scene, they were scared to the point that their legs shook and their faces went ghastly pale. Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze swept past the two of them. I already said this earlier. No one can stop me from taking her away. Let's go. Only after Duan Ling Tian's group left the Luo clan estate were the two Luo clan young men finally be able to react. Their ears echoed with the domineering words of the violet-clothed youth. No one can stop me from taking her away. When they heard this for the first time, they thought that the youth was arrogant and conceited, but now it would seem that the youth was actually confident. Outside of the Luo clan estate, Duan Ling Tian jumped up onto his horse. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, pulled Luo Qian up onto his horse. He held her in his arms as he galloped. Seeing this caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to flash with a smile, as he had long ago noticed Xiao Yu's gaze flicker with a strange light. It would seem that Xiao Yu had feelings for Luo Qian. It was better this way, as at the very least Luo Qian would have someone to rely on. If Luo Cheng was aware in the afterlife, he would finally be able to rest at ease. On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze had never once left Shang Quan. He wasn't clear of Shang Quan's background. All he knew was that since they left Iron Blood City, this middle-aged man who wore a mask that covered half his face had always followed Duan Ling Tian and even addressed Duan Ling Tian as his liege. At the moment Shang Quan noticed the two Luo clan young men, Xiao Yu became aware of how Shang Quan was no simple person. And when Shang Quan exerted the strength of the third level of the Origin Core stage and even withdrew a grade 7 spirit weapon out of the air, he was utterly dumbstruck. This Shang Quan actually had a spatial ring. As for the grade 7 spirit weapon, even his grandfather, the Shao clan's supreme elder, in existence at the nascent soul stage, did not possess one. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu spurred his horse closer to Duan Ling Tian before asking in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly knit as he indifferently said, "He's my servant." Servant? The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Qian, whose tears had not dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her grief for a moment and had an astonished expression. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo clan patriarchs was actually Duan Ling Tian's servant. Who the heck was this friend of her brother's? Her heart trembled slightly. Duan Ling Tian was fairly satisfied with the strength Shang Quan had recovered as of current, and based on the current circumstances, when the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill manifests 1 month from now, Shang Quan should be able to recover his strength to at least the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. In 2 months, once the third spirit cleansing pill's medicinal strength manifests, it will be sufficient for Shang Quan's strength to recover to the nascent soul stage. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, the current Shang Quan was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared stand in his way would be bound to die beneath this sharp blade of his. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated, as he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is there such a huge difference between two people? Not to mention Duan Ling Tian's natural talent being superior to his, now even his servant was in existence at the Origin Core stage. This caused Xiao Yu to feel slightly disturbed. Before long, he was able to come to terms with the matter. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was a freak and could not be looked at from a normal person's perspective. After half a month's time of traveling, Aurora City finally appeared before Duan Ling Tian's group. "I'm home." Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. "Mom, I'm home." I'm home." "Little Fei, I'm home." Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with the brilliance of excitement as well. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Yu as he asked, "Xiao Yu, you take care of Luo Qian from now on." "How about it?" "No problem." Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Ling Tian then glanced at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. "Little Qian, Xiao Yu is someone worthy of you relying upon. I believe that he will take good care of you and give you a carefree life." After half a month's time, Luo Qian had recovered quite a bit. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, which had a hidden meaning, caused her face was to go slightly red, and she was at a loss for words as she nodded. "Yes, big brother Ling Tian." "Xiao Yu." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. "From the moment Luo Cheng entrusted Luo Qian's care to me, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now I'm giving her to you, and I will absolutely not let you off if you let her suffer any injustice." "Don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression and his eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. He knew that Duan Ling Tian had long since seen through his thoughts and was helping him. 1TL note: the second guy here, Luo Qian, is actually named Luo Qian, but with a character that has the same pinyin but different writing and pronunciation as Luo Cheng's sister's name. So it seemed in everyone's best interest to slightly modify his name. Chapter 122, Returning Home. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Qian, Duan Ling Tian tossed over some silver to Shang Quan and sent him to stay in an inn, then he returned to the Li clan estate by himself. Duan Ling Tian, on his way, all of the Li clan disciples that saw him seemed as if they had seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian has returned. Oh my god, he actually returned from the demonic genius camp. The entire Li clan estate was stirred for some time. The matter of Duan Ling Tian entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had long since spread around the entire Li clan, and thus many people had knowledge of this. However, never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to return alive. All of them were aware of what returning alive represented. It meant that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy was the most sacred existence in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, and to every Li clan disciple, it was something unreachable. But now their Li clan actually had someone who obtained the qualification to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of news that inspired them greatly. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was cultivating the sword. The edge of her sword flashed as strands of an icy cold aura was emitted from the blade. Abruptly, the young girl sheathed her sword and stood still before looking at the two little pythons that were coiled on her wrist. She sighed before saying, "Young master has been gone for 1 year and 1 month. Why hasn't he returned yet? Little black, little white, do you two miss him? They don't miss me as much as my K.R. does." Just at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate figure to tremble uncontrollably as he slowly turned her body around. "My K.R.'s grown up." Duan Ling Tian gazed at the slim and graceful young girl who had now grown slightly taller, and some of the childishness on her face had slightly shed off. Nothing was more amazing than how fast a girl's appearance changes as she grows. "Young master." The young girl's eyes turned slightly red. At this moment, she forgot all about any formalities as she rushed swiftly and gracefully towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian opened his arms wide and pulled the young girl into his embrace. He inhaled the fresh fragrance off the young girl's hair as he said, in a gentle tone, "K.R., I'm back." The young girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Ling Tian's embrace even after a long time had passed. She hoped so dearly that this moment could be eternal. Creak. Just at this moment, the nearby room's door opened. "Tian, you're back." A beautiful woman whose face radiated with joy walked out slowly. A trace of excitement flashed within her clear eyes. "Mom, I'm back." When Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman, his eyes emitted a gentle stream of light. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. "Ma. Madam, silly girl, what are you shy about?" Li Ru shook her head with a smile. "Yeah, K.R., you're my fiancé, so what's there to be shy about?" Duan Ling Tian asked. A year had passed, but his mother didn't experience any great changes and was still as beautiful as ever, not even slightly showing that she was the mother of a 17-year-old youth. "Scoundrel." Suddenly, an excited voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian turned around and with a glance noticed the hot figure that was dashing towards him. She flew straight into his embrace and started hammering his chest. "You rascal, you returned but didn't come see me. If it wasn't for me hearing about your return from the others, I wouldn't even have known you were back." Little Fei. It had been a year since they last met. Li Fei was even more mature and unceasingly emitted her charms, causing Duan Ling Tian's little brother, who was asleep for over a year, to react. Li Fei felt it as well and her face flushed. Only now did she realize that K.R. and Li Ru were just beside them, so she hurriedly left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. "Aunt Ru, little sister K.R." Li Fei greeted K.R. and Li Ru and was shy to the extent of wishing she could dig a hole and hide inside it. "Tian, are you hungry after traveling all day? Mom will go prepare some food for you." Li Ru entered the kitchen and started her work. K.R. followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Are you, see grandfather, right?" Duan Ling Tian interrupted Li Fei, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. "Of course I have to go see him. I haven't been home for over a year, and I miss grandfather as well. What's more, you're already mine, so I naturally will be filial to grandfather with you." Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and pinched the center of her palm. Duan Ling Tian wasn't sure if he was seeing things or not, but when Li Da saw him, he actually heaved a sigh of relief as if a huge burden was released from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to Duan Ling Tian during the genius camp training? Duan Ling Tian didn't continue to ponder the matter. Grandfather. Duan Ling Tian smiled to the old man. It's good that you've returned. What are your plans for the future? Li De asked. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li De's eyes had an extra sense of anticipation. Grandfather, I'm prepared to leave in a few days. This time I'm planning on bringing my mom, K.Er, and little Fei to the Imperial City with me. Grandfather, why don't you follow us? Duan Ling Tian spoke of his plans. Just like what Commander Teng Yunhai had said, if he wanted to use a wagon and bring his family along to the Imperial City, it would require close to a year's time of travel due to all the rest stops on the way. As such, he didn't plan on staying for a long time after returning this time. I'm not going. I'll spend the rest of my life in the Li clan. The old man shook his head. Li Fei pouted and said, in a spoiled manner, Grandfather, if you don't go, then neither will I. Fei, you're all grown up now and aren't the little girl from before. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will be good to you. Even if you leave now, can't you come back and see your grandfather when you're free? Don't worry, Grandfather isn't so old that I need someone to wait upon me. The old man's face was filled with tender affection. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Ling Tian's gaze never left the old man's face. He had this feeling that something was not right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's have dinner together, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man as he glanced at the darkening sky. Okay, I'll have a meal at your house tonight. The old man laughed heartily. Just the right moment for me to ask you about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp's training. I'm really curious about it. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally bustling with noise and excitement. The old man was very interested in the genius camp, and K.Er, Li Fei, and Li Ru were interested as well. Besides some of the more dangerous happenings, Duan Ling Tian told them about most of the things that happened during his year at the genius camp. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he spoke of Meng Quan's and Luo Cheng's deaths. A man's life eventually comes to an end, and thus a man's life will never be void of partings. You have to see past it all. Moreover, you've already helped Luo Cheng fulfill his wishes, so he should be able to find his peace, the old man consoled. He had experienced many vicissitudes in life, and thus had the right to speak on the matter. Don't worry, Grandfather, I've seen past it all. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 98 people passed the initial genius camp test but only 7 survived. The demonic genius camp really does deserve its name. Li Fei sighed. Mom, you and K.Er pack up in the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City 3 days from now, Duan Ling Tian said to Li Ru after finishing their dinner and sending Li Fei and the old man off. Li Ru nodded. She was long ago prepared for this and wasn't surprised. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white, it's been a year. Have your strengths increased? You couldn't have stayed at the same strength, right? The 2 little pythons seemed to have understood what Duan Ling Tian said, as they raised up their small heads and nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the horns on little black's and little white's heads had nearly fully manifested themselves. Looks like the 2 of you have improved greatly. Duan Ling Tian could guess the increase of their strengths just from the changes on their bodies. An increase in a fierce beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in its physical characteristics, and this was from the rebirth martial emperor's experience. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian had only just finished his breakfast when an unexpected guest arrived. Patriarch Liao. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Liao's face had a brilliant smile as he spoke. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he replied. This is a small token from the Li clan. I hope that once you arrived at Paladin Academy, you won't forget that you're also a member of the Li clan, Liao said as he passed a huge pile of silver to Duan Ling Tian. Patriarch, I'm not someone who forgets his roots. You actually don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Ling Tian spoke in this way, he still extended his hand and received the silver, which he estimated to be at least around 2 million silver. He naturally understood Liao's thoughts, which were to try and win him over at the early stages and make him feel himself to be a part of the Li clan. In this way, if he were to be able to make a name for himself in the future, the Li clan would benefit from it as well. This money will only be of use to you at this moment, in the future it will probably be nothing. Liao sighed. No mediocre person ever graduated from Paladin Academy, every one of them was a great figure, and even if they weren't as successful, they would still have a high position. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's status would be far from something a patriarch like him could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for the timely assistance with my travel needs, Duan Ling Tian said, with a smile. When are you planning on leaving for the imperial city? Liao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian said. So rushed. Liao was surprised. If it was just me galloping my horse to the imperial city, a few months would be sufficient, but this time I will be taking my mother along, so I will travel with a wagon, Duan Ling Tian continued. Then leave the wagon to me, Liao said. Then you have my gratitude, Patriarch. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. After sending Liao off, Duan Ling Tian left the Li clan estate and went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. Kid, you came back alive at long last, Tang Ying derided. I think you looked forward to me being unable to return alive, right? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Tang Yin. When are you preparing to leave? Tang Ying asked the same question as Liao. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, I precisely came to tell you about this. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Since you're leaving, you'll surely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body tempering liquid? Tang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. How about you sell the medicinal formula to me? Not for sale. Duan Ling Tian replied in a straightforward manner. Although he had long ago expected this answer, Tang Ying still couldn't help himself from laughing bitterly. Chapter 123, Duan Ling Tian's Fury. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next made Tang Ying's eyes shine brightly. I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can teach you. However, you have to guarantee that I will obtain the same amount of profit share as before. In addition to that, you can't teach it to anyone else. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Tang Ying. After feeling pleasantly surprised, Tang Ying asked, in a joking fashion, aren't you afraid I'll kill you after I obtain the medicinal formula? But would you be willing to do so? There are a lot more good things in my possession. Who knows, we may even have another opportunity to cooperate in the future. You're a smart man, and thus should understand how stupid it is to kill a goose that lays golden eggs. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. You're a sly little fox. Tang Ying said angrily. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the medicinal formula he had prepared earlier and let Tang Ying memorize it before igniting a strand of pill fire and burning the formula into ashes. When did you become an alchemist? Seeing the pill fire on Duan Ling Tian's hand caused Tang Ying to be dumbstruck, as he didn't know that Duan Ling Tian was an alchemist. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the grade 9 alchemist crest that the alchemist guild provided and flashed it in front of Tang Ying, then he strutted out of the medicine store under Tang Ying's stupefied gaze. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through the youth even more as time passed on. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Li clan estate. He had only just entered his house's courtyard when he heard an anxious voice sounding from within. Although he couldn't discern the exact conversation, he was still able to discern the owner of the voice, little fatty Li Zan. What's that kid doing here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main clan by the branch family? A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he walked over. However, the depressed atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel a sense of seriousness. Boss, little fatty had an agitated expression when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had returned. Li Zan, has something happened? Duan Ling Tian noticed that his mother's expression was unsightly and faintly perceived that something might have happened. Little fatty's chubby face trembled as he said, with an agitated voice, Boss, the Grand Elder is dead. The Grand Elder that little fatty spoke of was obviously Grand Elder Li Huo from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family. Duan Ling Tian's face distorted and his hands moved to grab little fatty's shoulder. What happened? How'd the Grand Elder die? He was extremely familiar with the Grand Elder's current condition, as he helped the Grand Elder remove his hidden injuries before. It was more than enough for the Grand Elders to live tens of years more with his current cultivation. Thus, there was only one possibility: the Grand Elder was killed by someone. Boss, it was the Fang clan. An old goat of the Fang Flan returned and forced the Grand Elder to hand over the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal formula. Grand Elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. Little Fatty's mood was extremely agitated as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked, Fang family, the Fang family again. What's that old goat's cultivation level? He seemed to be a second-level origin core powerhouse. When he attacked out of rage, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Little Fatty's face sank slightly. If it wasn't for him being afraid of the fact that our Lee family was Aurora City's Lee clan's branch family, our Fresh Breeze Town Lee family would probably not exist anymore. The reason I came here this time was to see if the Lee clan would be willing to take revenge for the Grand Elder, and if they're unwilling then, I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Lee clan to do anything. I'll go with you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and the air around him seemed to become slightly colder as well. But boss, that old goat's at the origin core stage. Little Fatty was somewhat hesitant. So what? Duan Ling Tian grunted coldly. Xianxia had already completely dissolved the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill, so his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The Fang family old goat was only a 2nd level origin core martial artist, but even if he was also at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die for sure. Xianxia was formerly at the void stage. Even if his cultivation was currently far from what it used to be, in terms of experience, how could any ordinary 9th level origin core martial artist compare to him? Moreover, even if you disregard this fact, just by relying on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession, there would absolutely be no martial artist below the nascent soul stage that would be a match for Xianxia across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Mom, I'll be returning to Fresh Breeze Town for a while. I'll be back tomorrow, so I won't delay our travels. Tell K.R. for me. Duan Ling Tian notified his mother before grabbing Little Fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Lee clan estate. All Little Fatty felt was a frightening whistling of the wind continuously blowing past his ears, causing him to be frightened to the point that his chubby face went pale. When he lifted his head and saw the scene in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, he felt completely dumbstruck. 9. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. When did boss become so strong? Little Fatty fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. When Little Fatty noticed that Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving, only then did he realize that an inn had appeared before him. Boss, what did you bring me here for? The fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait here for me, Duan Ling Tian said to Little Fatty before entering the inn to look for Xianxia. Follow me. Yes, my liege. Xianxia didn't ask anything. He respectfully followed behind Duan Ling Tian. He could clearly feel that the voice of his liege was extremely depressed and was obviously restraining a shocking rage. I wonder which misfortunate soul actually dared to offend my liege. After Duan Ling Tian left the inn with Xianxia, he called Little Fatty along, bought 3 horses, and directly departed, rushing towards Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, who is he? An assistant you called over. Although Little Fatty was shocked at Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he obviously felt that the current Duan Ling Tian was absolutely not a match for that old goat. Now that he saw Xianxia, Little Fatty finally felt a sense of security in his heart. I'm his liege, Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Liege. Little Fatty's small eyes emitted a sense of doubt as he sized up Xianxia and galloped his horse forward. As far as he was concerned, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Ling Tian would surely not have a strength that was above Duan Ling Tian's. Boss, why don't we go look for my grandfather? Little Fatty asked. Trust me, I'll kick you off your horse if you say another word. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse to move close to Little Fatty as he spoke. Boss, don't. Little Fatty's face went pale from fright as he hurriedly swung out the horse whip in his hand. Go. The group of 3 galloped their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was bustling with noise and excitement as always, its roads filled with an unceasing stream of people and wagons. However, the Lee family estate seemed to be slightly quiet. In a state of mourning, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he entered the Lee family estate with Little Fatty and Xianxia. The Lee family members were currently gathered at the mourning hall. Duan Ling Tian walked in and with a glance saw that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and all the elders had faces full of grief as they took turns to burn joss sticks and respectfully bow at the altar. The Grand Elder's daughter that had been married off into another family had returned as well. She was kneeling down at the side with her children as she cried in grief. Duan Ling Tian. Before long, Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders noticed Duan Ling Tian. Although they should have been happy for his return, they just couldn't bring themselves to feel happy. The Grand Elder had passed away. The Li family's greatest strength had fallen. What would the Li family do from now on? Patriarch, elders. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Li Nanfeng and the elders before taking a few steps forward, grabbing a few joss sticks, and bowing towards Grand Elder Li Huo's memorial tablet. Grand Elder, You gave your entire life to the Li family and were willing to remain here at Fresh Breeze Town instead of moving up in the world. It must have been hard on you. Duan Ling Tian gazed at Li Huo's memorial tablet with an expression that seemed slightly agitated. Although he wasn't acquainted with Li Huo for long, Li Huo unceasingly helped him and tolerated his frivolous behavior. He had engraved all of this deeply within his heart. He always had a sense of respect and reverence for Li Huo. Grand Elder, don't worry. I'll take revenge for you. After today, and Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family will cease to exist. Duan Ling Tian respectfully placed the 3 jaw sticks in the incense jar. What Duan Ling Tian said in the end caused Li Nanfeng and the other Li clan elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Ling Tian, he wasn't the type of person who liked to boast, but what was he relying on? Shang Quan, follow me. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled before 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. In the blink of the eye, Duan Ling Tian vanished before the eyes of everyone present in the morning hall. Shang Quan followed like a shadow right behind him with 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appearing above him as well. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian Li Nanfeng was stupefied. Even he, with his 6th level core formation cultivation, could only exert a force of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The elders of the Li clan were stupefied as well. The current Duan Ling Tian had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Ling Tian's strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, but it's still not enough for him to be that old goat's match. One of the Li family elders spoke out. Don't worry, didn't all of you see that he had another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously trusted Duan Ling Tian deeply. As far as he knew, Duan Ling Tian had never done anything he wasn't confident in. No matter whether it was the battle with 7th elder Li Kun's son, Li Jia, or the battle with the Fang family's manager, Fang Cheng, they were both battles with endings that exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it isn't the same this time. Little fatty Li Zan had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the person following boss had a cultivation similar to his and should not be a match for that old goat of the Fang clan. Why? Li Nanfeng was dazed. 1st elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the heck is going on? Hurry up and speak. That person respectfully addresses boss as his liege and is the boss's servant. Do you all think that he? Li Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't even finished speaking before the expressions of Li Nanfeng and the Li clan elders all went grim. Let's go. Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The other Li family higher-ups followed in suit. That Duan Ling Tian kid is really too rash. Li Ting's expression sank. I even thought that the person he brought back would be strong enough to suppress that old goat of the Fang family. I never would have thought that he was only a servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with worry. Hurry, if we're too late, then Duan Ling Tian will probably have no chance of surviving. Today our Li family will fight a bloody battle with the Fang family and take revenge for the Grand Elder. No regrets, not even in death. The Grand Elder gave his entire life for the family, now it's time for us to do something for the Grand Elder instead. The Li family elders were all extremely agitated. Chapter 124, Staining the Fang Family in Blood. The Fang family estate. In contrast to the Li family's state of mourning, the Fang family was decorated with lanterns and bustling with excitement as if it was the new year. In a large hall of the Fang family estate, an elderly and thin old man sat at the head as he enjoyed the reverent gazes of the Fang family higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've really helped the Fang family vent our grievances. Since the traceless disappearance of the Grand Elder, the Li family and the Chen family have been continuously pressuring our Fang family, and more than half of our marketplace has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've reclaimed everything. The Fang family patriarch, Fang Yi, had a face full of smiles as he spoke to the old man seated at the head. Now that Li Huo's dead, the Li family is left completely without anyone to rely on. Once we've finished reorganizing the property we've just reclaimed, we can take over the Li family's marketplace as well, one of the Fang family elders said. Exactly, if we do this, I don't think the Chen family would dare to say a word. Chen family, the Chen family originally wanted to help the Li family, but once they experienced the strength of Second Ancestor, didn't they cower and look on as the Li family's Grand Elder was killed by Second Ancestor? They didn't dare to say a single word. Yeah, I still remember the expression of the Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen Kun, at that time. He wanted to do something but didn't dare to. I nearly died from laughter. The Fang family elders flattered the old man seated at the head. The old man's gaze went cold as he slowly said, "If that Chen Kun dared to make a move, then I would have killed him there and then." However, being unable to obtain that miraculous medicinal liquid's medicinal formula was truly a great loss for our Fang family. The old man looked towards Fang Yi and asked, "Yi, have you found any leads on where Li Huo got that medicinal formula from?" Fang Yi shook his head. "However, what I can be sure of is that he obtained it sometime in these 2 years. Even a trash disciple with another surname of the Li family was able to achieve great growth due to that medicinal liquid, and that disciple ultimately caused our Fang family to lose face. Unfortunately, however, that little bastard went to the Li family main clan, or else I'd surely have made living worse than death for him." As Fang Yi finished speaking, a cold light flashed within his eyes. "I've heard of him before. That little bastard must die indeed." The old man's gaze went cold and emitted an icy cold light. "Patriarch, Patriarch." Just at this moment, a figure that was in a sorry state rushed into the Fang family's hall. The figure was a Fang clan young man with a pale face, and his entire body was trembling out of extreme fear. "Who let you come in?" Fang Yi's face sank. The old man seated at the head looked at the young man as he asked, "What happened?" "Second ancestor, Patriarch, 2 people have forced their way into our Fang family and are currently slaughtering their way towards this very hall. Many members of our Fang family have already perished," the young man said, with a shivering voice. "What?" The expressions of all the Fang family higher-ups instant went gloomy. "Let's go. I want to see who dares be so impudent in my Fang family." The old man flew out as he spoke. The Fang family higher-ups followed suit. Duan Ling Tian unsheathed his violet myrtle flexible sword the moment he entered the Fang family estate with Shang Quan and started a slaughter. As long as they were Fang family members, he would kill them on sight. Shang Quan followed behind Duan Ling Tian with a 3-foot-long blade in hand. A life would be taken every instant his blade flashed. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand jerked, and with it another Fang family member's life followed. Duan Ling Tian's face and clothes had long ago been drenched in blood. Everywhere he passed, blood would flow there. Killing a man every 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Presently, this saying was extremely suitable to be used on Duan Ling Tian. Even Duan Ling Tian wasn't aware of how many people had fallen to his sword as he moved along with an icy cold gaze. As far as he was concerned, no amount of Fang family lives would equal the life of the Grand Elder Li Huo. Presently, his unrestrained slaughter was precisely appeasing the Grand Elder's soul in heaven. The violet sword light and azure sword light were like 2 scythes of the death god, as a Fang family disciple would fall lifeless every time they flashed. The surroundings resounded with cries filled with dread. Eventually, there weren't any Fang family disciples that dared to come close to them. They stood far off with faces filled with dread. "It's Duan Ling Tian." Someone recognized Duan Ling Tian. "It really is him. Oh my god, there's actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean that he's even stronger than the Patriarch? Impossible, he should be only around 17 this year." Every single Fang family disciple felt terrified. "Duan Ling Tian, it's you." An explosive shout full of rage sounded from afar. Duan Ling Tian's forward steps slowly came to a standstill, and his cold gaze returned to a calm state. The main targets of today's events had finally appeared. Shang Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Ling Tian like a guardian deity. Duan Ling Tian gazed over only to see a thin old man with eyes that flickered brilliantly walking over in the lead to confront him. The Fang family patriarch, Fang Yi, and the group of Fang family elders followed suit. Presently, all of the Fang family higher-ups had incomparably gloomy expressions, and the one that shouted explosively earlier was precisely Fang Yi. "You're Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm when confronted with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Looks like you should be that Fang family old goat. Then do you know that you're currently courting death?" Killing intent was emitted from the old man's eyes. "Courting death?" Duan Ling Tian started laughing. "Old goat, are you that confident? Presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dare be disrespectful to my second grandfather. I'll kill you." Fang Yi's face sank as he yelled explosively before transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. "That would depend on if you have the capability." A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he saw Fang Yi flashing over with 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Fang Yi's strength would still be inferior to his by 1 ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skills, there was no way Fang Yi could ever compare to him. Die! Fang Yi arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in the blink of the eye, then he explosively roared before blasting his palm, which seemed to transform into a fan, downwards. Duan Ling Tian made his move as well. He exploded forth with his full strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian made his way behind Fang Yu. A violet sword light flashed by. Fang Yi's body continued to fiercely charge forward as his head flew off his body. Warm blood shot out of his neck like a fountain. Fang Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Ling Tian's speed, their strengths were virtually on different levels. Including the thin old man, all of the Fang family higher-ups were dumbstruck. Patriarch. The Fang family disciples that stood afar trembled in fear. This Duan Ling Tian was a complete and utter monster. He actually only needed one sword strike to kill their patriarch. Too terrifying. Patriarch. The Fang family elders finally reacted from their dumbstruck state as they cried out in grief. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how Duan Ling Tian could possibly obtain such terrifying strength when he had only left Fresh Breeze Town for not even 2 years, the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. None among them were capable of such strength. Yi. The thin old man's face went green as he exploded with rage. His cold gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Ling Tian. Little bastard, I'm going to use your blood to appease Yi's soul in heaven. Old goat, do all your Fang family members love to talk big like that? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a sense of coldness as he laughed. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the Li family higher-ups had finally rushed over, and when they noticed Fang Yi's corpse on the ground, their eyes flashed with a trace of elation. Not one of you Li family members should have any hopes of leaving here with your lives today. The old man took a step forward as his origin energy suffused throughout his body and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, second level of the origin core stage. The Li family higher-ups, however, remained unfazed as their gazes emitted a sense of resolution. They wanted to take revenge for Grand Elder. Battle. Even if they battled to their deaths, they would be fearless. However, just at this moment, the sound of an unexpected voice caused them all to be dumbstruck. You think the second level of the origin core stage is really so great? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man as he ridiculed. Have a try. The old man sneered. He emitted a sense of madness. At this moment, he had already thrown any considerations of the Aurora City Li clan to the wind. Duan Ling Tian took a step back as he indifferently said, Xianxia, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to finish him. 3 breaths. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, took a step forward to confront the old man. My liege, you're looking down on me. He will undoubtedly be dead within a breath's time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. This included the Li family members as well as the Fang family members. They were originally shocked when Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man to finish the old man within 3 breaths, but now what did this middle-aged man say? Within 1 breath. Was that even possible? 1 breath. The old man burst out in laughter due to extreme rage. Junior, I really want to see how you can finish me within 1 brea. The old man never finished speaking his mind, because he would never speak again in this life. Everyone only saw something flash before their eyes before the middle-aged man that spoke boastfully disappeared before their eyes and instantly reappeared before the old man, as if he had teleported. An extremely swift green sword light flashed by, and with it was the old man's head flying up into the air. His headless body shot out a fountain of blood before crashing onto the ground, following in the footsteps of Patriarch Fang Yi. The old man's severed head flew off into the distance before rolling onto the ground. His eyes were filled with everlasting regret as they stared at everyone present. Xianxia, well done. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction as he laughed coldly in his heart. This Fang family old goat really thought that he was something. He even dared to address Xianxia, the former guardian of the Boundless sect, as a junior. Thank you for the praise, my liege, Xianxia replied respectfully. The Fang family members were dumbstruck, and the Li family members were stupefied. All they felt was their scalps going numb. Who the heck was this servant of Duan Ling Tian? Second ancestor. The Fang family elders finally returned to their senses and felt dread crawl up onto them as their faces turned pale. Kill. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react. His body flashed out towards the remaining Fang family elders. The Li family elders followed him and charged forward. the Fang family elders only took a glance at Xianxia before losing any remaining will to battle, then they scattered off, fleeing in panic. Xianxia, go help the patriarch and the others. Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, my liege. Xianxia's figure flashed out, and with his help, the Li family higher-ups were able to quickly slaughter all of the Fang family's higher-ups. Duan Lingtian, however, stood on the spot and watched on coldly, not having any intention of taking part in the massacre. Chapter 125, Chen Mei. Duan Lingtian was perfectly aware of how the pain and grief the patriarch and elders were feeling were not one bit inferior to his. Now they finally had an opportunity to vent their grievances, so he let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you can finally rest in peace. After today, the Fang family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the heavens and spoke with a gaze that contained a flashing light within. Before long, the Li family higher-ups were all drenched in blood. Of course, it was all the blood of the Fang family's elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. The Li family patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the Li family elders bowed deeply to Duan Lingtian. This was their heartfelt gratitude. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm part of the Li family as well. A single sentence from Duan Lingtian expressed his standpoint. Haha, good, Ninth Elder has a good son, and he is a blessing to our Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily in an extremely excited manner. Unconsciously, the gazes of the Li family elders descended upon Xianxia, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now they finally understood why Duan Lingtian was confident enough to speak of annihilating the Fang family. It turned out to be all because of this servant beside him. They had all seen how 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above this servant of Duan Lingtian when he killed that old goat of the Fang family, and it caused them to be terrified. Third-level origin core stage powerhouse. If they knew that the current Xianxia was actually in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage and that he had only used a third of his strength earlier, Duan Lingtian wondered what their expressions would look like then. The death of all the Fang family higher-ups also meant the decline of the Fang family, and that the Fang family would become part of Fresh Breeze Town's history. While the Li family continued to attend to the morning processions of Grand Elder Li Huo, this shocking piece of news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who were in an inferior position, suddenly managed a shocking counterattack to completely annihilate the Fang family. Tisk tisk, the Fang family is gone just like that. Could it be that the Li family's main clan, the Aurora City Li clan, sent someone? Impossible. Unless the Li family of our town faced annihilation, the Aurora City Li clan probably wouldn't interfere. PFF'd. Do all of you really not know of the reason? Could it be that you do? Of course, let's hear it. Hey, I heard it from one of the guys at the Li family. Allegedly, Duan Lingtian returned with a servant, and that servant of his killed the Fang family's supreme elder, an existence at the 2nd level of the origin core stage, within a single breath. Duan Lingtian's servant. This is too exaggerated. The entire Fresh Breeze Town discussed animatedly. Deep in the night, the Li family audience hall was brightly lit. The mass of Li family elders sat around as they ate and drank, and at the head, the one seated there wasn't Li Nanfeng but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was forced to sit there, but after refusing repeatedly, he eventually gave in and sat there. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head right now, the Li family higher-ups would surely feel restless, as Xianxia, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was obviously an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, why don't you sit down as well? Li Nanfeng looked at Xianxia as he spoke respectfully. Although he was Duan Lingtian's servant, his strength made Li Nanfeng have heartfelt respect towards him. Furthermore, if it wasn't for him, it would be impossible for the Li family to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xianxia remained unfazed. Li Nanfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian embarrassedly. Xianxia, sit down, Duan Lingtian said. Yes, my liege. Only now did Xianxia sit down. During the course of their meal, the Li family higher-ups finally got to know about all that happened after Duan Lingtian made his way to the Aurora City Li clan, and they couldn't help but sigh. No matter where it went, gold would always shine. This saying was not false in the slightest. The number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. The achievements Duan Lingtian accomplished caused Li Nanfeng and the other elders to feel ineffable shock. Haha, I never imagined that our branch family could produce such a figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his glass to honor Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, there's been some differences between us in the past. Right here and now, I solemnly offer you my deepest apologies. Li Ting had once colluded with the deceased 7th Elder Li Kun and made trouble for Duan Ling Tian at every corner, and his heart was filled with regret now that he recalled what had happened in the past. 6th Elder, don't mention it. At the moment that you lent a hand when the Fang family manager, Fang Chang, attacked me, the differences between 6th Elder and I were completely resolved, Duan Ling Tian said as he raised his glass in return. Then it's just me being narrow-minded. I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup of wine for himself before draining the cup in one go. Duan Ling Tian, after you leave this time, I wonder when you'll be able to return again. 5th Elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders deeply agreed to this as well. Fellow elders, no matter when, I, Duan Ling Tian, will always remember that I was a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask a favor of the main clan's patriarch to take good care of the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. Duan Ling Tian slowly spoke. Hearing what he said caused gazes of the Li family higher-ups to abruptly shine. They understood how Duan Ling Tian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the main clan's patriarch to spare no effort in winning him over, and thus the main clan would absolutely not refuse Duan Ling Tian's request. Duan Ling Tian, the Fresh Breeze Town Li family will always be your home, and whenever you feel exhausted, you can return here at any time. The Li family's doors will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath as he raised his glass and drained it in one go. I'll keep that in mind. Duan Ling Tian nodded earnestly. That night, Duan Ling Tian returned to the courtyard he used to live in. The courtyard was extremely clean and the rooms tidy, obviously the area had been cleaned regularly. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered for your home to be cleaned, as he said you would return here sooner or later. Unfortunately, Grand Elder never had the chance to see you return. Little Fatty was following behind Duan Ling Tian as he sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian was originally wondering who would have been so considerate, but he never imagined it would be that old man. His heart lightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you that as long as I, Duan Ling Tian, am alive, this Li family which you gave your entire life for will never, ever crumble. Duan Ling Tian looked up into the starry night sky as he pledged in his heart. As a grade 9 alchemist, Grand Elder Li Huo could have gone to the main clan and become a medicine court elder. However, he didn't do this. His entire life was lived for the sake of the Fresh Breeze Town Li branch family, and he never once had any complaints. In Duan Ling Tian's heart, the Grand Elder was a senior worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and drink a few cups with me, Duan Ling Tian said to Little Fatty. All right, Little Fatty hurriedly nodded and walked away spiritedly. Duan Ling Tian had only just started drinking with Little Fatty when an unexpected guest appeared. Chen Mei, the Chen family patriarch's daughter, came alone. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Miss Mei, are you here looking for me? Duan Ling Tian, I'm here to express the apologies of my father and the Grand Elder. A slight anguish appeared on Chen Mei's face. She never imagined that the youth from before would actually grow to such a degree that she could only look up to in her entire lifetime. And only continued to look on as he went further and further away. Apologize to me? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. What are you apologizing to me for? If it's only about this, then Miss Mei, I won't be seeing you out. Please go ahead. He had heard of the Chen family's reaction when the Li family faced danger, and needless to say, he was extremely disgusted with the Chen family. Chen Mei felt flustered and exasperated and was about to get angry, but when she noticed that Shang Quan was standing behind Duan Ling Tian and was staring at her coldly, she was instantly scared to the extent that her face went pale. If she wasn't wrong, this person was the Origin Core stage powerhouse that was discussed about animatedly all over Fresh Breeze Town today, and also Duan Ling Tian's servant. Duan Ling Tian, my father and the Grand Elder originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fang family ancestor would have such a formidable strength? If my Chen family were to lend a hand, then it would surely incur a catastrophe. My father and the Grand Elder made such a choice for the sake of the Chen family. Our Chen family doesn't have a main clan to seek protection from like your Li family does. Chen Mei explained. Miss Mei, I think you've really misunderstood. I don't have any relationship with your Chen family, and the Li family doesn't have any relationship with your Chen family either. How your Chen family goes about their business has nothing to do with me nor the Li family. Shang Quan, send my guest out. Duan Ling Tian swept his indifferent gaze over Chen Mei before raising his cup and looking towards little fatty. Li Zan, let's continue. Let's consider this wine as your farewell to me. I wonder when us brothers will be able to meet again. Boss, I'll surely work hard in my cultivation so I can head to the imperial city to look for you. Li Zan said earnestly. Then you have to work harder. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Miss Chen, please. Shang Quan stood in front of Chen Mei, causing her face to turn pale as she walked out in panic. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take one last glance at Duan Ling Tian, but she noticed that from beginning to end, Duan Ling Tian had never once glanced at her once more. Father, Grand Elder, your choice has completely cut off any relationship our Chen family had with him and the Li family. Cheng Mei came with hope but left with disappointment. Li Zan, I'll be leaving Fresh Breeze Town early tomorrow morning and I'll probably not bid farewell to the Patriarch and the others. Tell the Patriarch not to worry, from now on someone will send some 6 treasures body tempering liquid over every now and then, Duan Ling Tian said to Li Zan. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Huo made him become aware of how he couldn't once again allow the Fresh Breeze Town Li family to hold the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal formula. If he did, it would certainly bring calamity to the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. He had already made a plan that once he returned to Aurora City, he would tell Tang Ying to send some 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the Fresh Breeze Town Li family every now and then. In this way, all of the potential problems would be solved. Chapter 126, Yu Clan. At dawn the next day, the sky had only just brightened when Duan Ling Tian left Fresh Breeze Town with Shang Quan. They were back in Aurora City by noon. Duan Ling Tian notified Tang Ying and sent Shang Quan to an inn before finally returning to his home in the Li clan. Tian, how did everything go? Duan Ling Tian had only just gotten home when Li Ru asked impatiently. She understood her son, so she wasn't really worried, as she knew that since he was so confident yesterday, then he would surely have a way to deal with the situation. However, she still wondered how her son dealt with the origin core stage martial artist of the Fang family. Mom, everything has been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fang family doesn't exist anymore. The Grand Elder can finally rest in peace. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Li Ru was slightly moved. The Fang family was annihilated. She suddenly felt like her son had become even more mysterious. Duan Ling Tian asked, Mom, where's K.Er? Probably still cultivating. Li Ru shook her head and sighed. K.Er, that girl has been painstakingly cultivating all the time since you've left and has now already cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still continues to cultivate painstakingly. I think she hopes that she can help you in the future. K.Er. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle light, and his heart lightly trembled. Truly such a silly girl. Mom, I'm going out to do something, so I won't be returning for lunch later at noon, Duan Ling Tian said to Li Ru. Since he was leaving at dawn tomorrow, he planned to go bid his farewells to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li clan estate, Duan Ling Tian headed to the Shao clan. Once he arrived, not only did he see Xiao Yu and Luo Qian, he even unexpectedly noticed that the Lin clans Lin Zhou and Lin Qi were here as well. Duan Ling Tian, you really aren't a true friend. You didn't even come have a drink with me after you returned. Lin Qi intentionally pulled a long face when he noticed Duan Ling Tian. I only just returned the day before yesterday. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He didn't think that he would be able to meet Lin Qi and his brother here. This saved him the trouble of heading to the Lin clan to bid farewell. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian said, I was just planning to have a meal with you 2 brothers and Xiao Yu, as I'm leaving tomorrow, so you can take it as me bidding my farewells. Leaving tomorrow, Lin Qi and Lin Zhou were both slightly surprised. Xiao Yu, however, wasn't so surprised. He knew that since Duan Ling Tian planned to take his entire family to the imperial city with him, then he would surely need to leave 6 months earlier, as the speed of a wagon was far from galloping on a horse by himself. Little Qian can come with me as well. Duan Ling Tian looked towards Luo Qian as he spoke. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We're going as well. Just at this moment, 2 beautiful figures walked over slowly from afar, and they were precisely Xiao Yu's little sister, Xiao Lan, and the Shao clan patriarch's daughter, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was Xiaoyun. He had last seen her nearly 2 years ago. The immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had shed and seemed to be much more transcendent of the mundane, like a living celestial maiden that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiaoyun, although her charms were inferior to Xiao Lan's, she had become more reserved and much more mature. I don't know if the silver I have is enough for so many people. Duan Ling Tian joked. In reality, with the wealth he currently had in his spatial ring, he couldn't even finish it even if he ate for more than 100 years at the best restaurant in Aurora City. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had already earned a few million silver when he inscribed the blood crescent inscription for Tang Ying. Adding on to it the profit from the sales of the 6 treasures body tempering for the past 1 year plus that K'er passed to him, and furthermore there was the 2 million silver that Patriarch Liao gave him. The wealth within Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring totaled to over 9 million silver, and it was nearing 10 million silver. Don't worry, I'll treat you for this meal, Lin Zhou and Xiao Yu said, at almost exactly the same time. I'm kidding. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. I still can afford this little bit of silver. Duan Ling Tian's group left the Shao clan estate in next to no time and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Ling Tian vaguely noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze descended upon him every now and then, causing him to feel stunned. This Xiao Lan, it can't be that she took a liking to me, right? It's probably just me overthinking things. Even Duan Ling Tian himself felt it to be impossible. He shook his head and laughed at himself. Xiao Lan, the Shao clan's supreme elder's granddaughter who had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance like a celestial immortal. In the entire Aurora City, countless men bowed beneath her skirt, but she disdained to even pay any attention to them. How could such a woman so easily take a liking towards another? In the restaurant, their group sat around the table and were bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Qi abruptly looked at Duan Ling Tian as he earnestly said, Duan Ling Tian, you were right. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time Duan Ling Tian said those things to him in this very restaurant. My aspirations aren't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current accomplishments of being about to enter Paladin Academy, which had a special status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, with Paladin Academy as his stepping stone, he was bound to go further and higher in life. All of this was something that was impossible to obtain if he joined the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Good luck to you too. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. What are the two of you talking about? Xiaoyun's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit, as she didn't understand the conversation between Lin Qi and Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it wasn't just she who didn't understand it, Xiao Yu and the others couldn't make any sense of it either. No one understood what the ramblings between Duan Ling Tian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but his gaze flashed with a trace of resolution, seeming to have made up his mind on something. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say. Xiaoyun pursed her lips, refusing to concern herself with it any further. The group of youths chatted happily, and unconsciously their topic of conversation moved towards the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, to Meng Quan and Luo Cheng. It was hard for Luo Qian not to feel sad when Luo Cheng was mentioned, but luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiaoyun were beside her. They treated her like their sister and were there to comfort her. Seeing this scene allowed Duan Ling Tian to finally completely be at ease. It looked like Luo Qian had completely assimilated herself into the Xiao clan, and with Xiao Lan and Xiaoyun being there to care for her, he didn't have to worry that she would suffer any injustices in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan. Such a pity. Lin Zhou sighed. That time during the genius gathering, how full of spirits Meng Quan was. But now he was gone just like that. Yeah. Who would have thought that he would meet such an end? Xiao Yu sighed. However, I've at least helped him finish his last wish, so he should finally be able to rest in peace. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered with a complicated light. No matter what, you and Duan Ling Tian can be considered to have escaped from death, and this is worthy of celebration. Lin Qi changed the topic as he raised his cup. Cheers. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Xiao Lan raised her cup as well and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Her drop-dead gorgeous face, which was without a shred of makeup, had a sense of shyness appear on it. Duan Ling Tian was startled. This Xiao Lan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu noticed this as well, and as the twin brother of Xiao Lan, how could he not notice what his little sister was thinking? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Based on his understanding of Duan Ling Tian, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to abandon those other two women of his, who had appearances not one bit inferior to his little sisters. Come, drink. Duan. Ling Tian raised his cup and stopped his wild thoughts. Let fate run its course. Their group continued to eat and drink, chatting the entire afternoon before finally leaving the restaurant. Before going their separate ways, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you at the Imperial City. Don't speak too early. There's only one road towards the Imperial City from our Aurora City. Who knows, I might catch up to you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian felt the same way after giving it a brief thought. He was traveling by wagon, whereas Xiao Yu would gallop on a horse swiftly, and thus the speed between the two were utterly incomparable. Then I'll be waiting for you to catch up. Duan Ling Tian laughed before seeing everyone off. He then once again went to the trade market to buy a pile of medicinal materials to refine origin-increasing pills before returning to the Li clan estate. On the way home, Duan Ling Tian bumped into a familiar face, a face that was completely out of his expectations. Duan Ling Tian. Li Shishi looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Li Shishi. Although he didn't approve of Li Shishi's previous actions, there originally wasn't anything much between him and Li Shishi, so he was indifferent to the matter. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shishi was bound to be someone that just passed by in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow, is that true? Li Shishi asked in a quiet voice. Her gaze was extremely complicated, because the youth that formerly had only just entered the Li clan estate had now grown to a degree that was difficult for her to ever reach. In her heart, besides regret, there was only even more regret. However, she understood that she couldn't become as close to Duan Ling Tian as before, and their relationship was something she shattered with her own two hands. Yes, I'll be leaving at dawn tomorrow. See you again. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left after bidding his farewells to Li Shishi. Li Shishi sighed faintly as she watched Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear in the distance. She gritted her teeth and her delicate figure lightly trembled like a wild flower being blown by the wind, standing there alone without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Ling Tian's family and Li Fei's family gathered together for dinner. This could also be considered a farewell dinner with Li Fei's grandfather. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still tried to persuade him. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has already spent more than half of his life in the Li clan and has long since rooted himself here. If you miss grandfather in the future, you can return at any time. Don't worry, grandfather's body and bones are still fine, and I will certainly be able to hold the child of you and Ling Tian. As the old man finished speaking, he had a face full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who's going to have children with him? Li Fei was embarrassed to the point that she lowered her head. However, she looked extremely beautiful at this moment. Swallow Mountain County City. The Yu clan was a renowned and large clan even in the county city. Outside the Yu clan estate, a figure galloped his horse over before jumping off and dashing inside. Father, big brother is dead. The figure who had returned was precisely Yu Shang. After Duan Ling Tian left the Iron Blood City, Yu Shang finally mustered up the courage to leave, and by spurring his horse onwards throughout his journey, he finally rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Zhang's father was the Yu clan's second elder and also the little brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. After he finished hearing Yu Shang recount the events, his face went ghastly pale. He was angry to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shang, come with me to see your uncle. I want that Duan Ling Tian to suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 127. The Approaching Storm. Duan Ling Tian and his family departed at dawn the next day. Patriarch Liao had specially prepared a large wagon for Duan Ling Tian. It was pulled by 5 strong and large horses, drawing the attention of many as it left Aurora City. Where did this figure come from? Who could be riding in such an exaggerated wagon? Didn't you see the Li clan crest engraved on the side of that wagon? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant fool, Duan Ling Tian is the one inside there, and he's about to leave for the Imperial City. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Ling Tian and the Shao clan's Xiao Yu have passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp training and obtained the qualification to enter Paladin Academy? Leaving so early, he naturally has to leave early since he's going by wagon. We're quite a distance away from the Imperial City after all. This Duan Ling Tian is only 17 this year. I'm absolutely certain he will one day become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nonsense. Who doesn't know of this? The Aurora City residents that stood at the side of the road and watched the wagon disappear into the distance all had gazes of veneration, and only when the wagon finally disappeared before them did they come back to their senses. Aurora City being able to produce a figure such as Duan Ling Tian caused them to feel a sense of pride as well. As a wagon that was pulled by 5 large horses, the interior of the carriage was luxurious and spacious. 2 beds that were covered in high-quality marten skin were on either side, and in the middle was a small table that was filled with fresh fruits and refreshments. The wagon that the patriarch prepared is really not bad. As Duan Ling Tian lazily lied on the soft bed, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He imagined that Patriarch Liao had certainly gone to great lengths to prepare this wagon. Of course, I heard that the Patriarch ordered the craftsmen to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush to complete this wagon. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the marten skin on the beds inside. Just these high-quality marten skins should probably be worth a few 100,000 silver. Li Ru sat on the edge of the other bed as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. The Patriarch is really considerate. Tian, you have to remember this favor of the Patriarch. Mom, I know. Duan Ling Tian comfortably lied on the bed, crossed his legs, and lightly shook them in satisfaction. Kair's beautiful eyes curved slightly, seeming to become 2 crescent moons as she lightly asked Duan Ling Tian, "Young master, where did you get our wagon driver from? Why does he call you his liege?" Li Fei and Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian as well, as they had both realized that the middle-aged man that was driving their wagon now was no simple man. That cold and extraordinary appearance with a mask on his face was absolutely not something a normal wagon driver was capable of. He isn't a wagon driver, he's my servant, Duan Ling Tian corrected before laughing. When you've married me, he will address you as his liege lady. Kair's face flushed in embarrassment after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. She was lost for words. Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Kair again. Li Fei extended her delicate, jade-like hand and pinched the flesh on Duan Ling Tian's waist before lightly twisting it. Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband? Duan Ling Tian cried out in pain as he extended his hand to pull Li Fei into his embrace before swinging his palm to slap her sexy buttocks. Li Fei's sensitive and delicate figure lightly trembled, and upon realizing that Kair and Li Ru were present as well, her face blushed to the point that it seemed like blood would drip out at any moment. And she sat at a corner in embarrassment, not daring to bully Duan Ling Tian anymore. Tian, take note of the current situation. Li Ru lightly coughed and helplessly shook her head. I'll obey your command, my dear mother. Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite of him. During their entire journey to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Ling Tian's group would stop and rest whenever they passed a town. This wagon's speed was far greater than that of a regular wagon, so their time wasn't so strained. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed, and Shang Quan had gained more and more experience on his ability to drive the wagon. As the former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in Shang Quan's entire lifetime that he had taken the role of the wagon driver. However, he didn't dare have any complaints, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Go! Accompanied by a high-pitched shout, a Fergana horse covered in blood dashed on the county city's roads before quickly arriving at the entrance of the Yu clan estate, and the figure on the horse jumped off before dashing into the Yu clan estate. In the Yu clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression sat at the head, and beside him on each side was a middle-aged man and a youth. These 3 were precisely the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Shang. Presently, the gazes of the 3 all descended upon the Yu clan disciple who was breathing heavily. The dignified middle-aged man lightly touched the beard beneath his chin and asked slowly, with a calm expression, "Have you finished your investigation?" After the calmness, his expression seemed to be mixed with a sense of breathtaking coldness. The Yu clan disciple caught his breath before respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, the Duan Ling Tian that young Master Shang spoke of is a disciple with another surname of the Aurora City Li clan. As for that Xiao Yu, he's a member of the Aurora City Xiao clan, and is allegedly the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan supreme elder is a nascent soul martial artist." The grandson of a nascent soul martial artist? Yu Zhang's face slightly sank. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background. So what if he's a nascent soul martial artist's grandson? A nascent soul martial artist from a small clan like that would at most be at the first stage. You said Aurora City earlier. Unexpectedly, however, Yu Dian frowned. Yes, The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose in Yu Zhang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City Shao clan is the branch clan of the Imperial City's Shao clan. Yu Dian said slowly. Imperial City's Shao clan's branch clan. Yu Zhang's expression went gloomy as he took a deep breath and recalled something. No wonder he had such a strong defensive martial skill. I didn't expect that his clan would be related to the large clan of the Imperial City. Yu Dian looked at Yu Li and Yu Shang as he slowly said, Second brother, Shang, we can't touch this Shao Yu. Their Yu clan was considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but once it was compared to the large clans of the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep roots within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were undoubtedly the Imperial family and the few large clans of the Imperial City. The Yu clan was completely powerless before them. Uncle, he's only a branch clan disciple. If we kill him, the Imperial City Shao clan won't look into the matter. Yu Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Until today, he couldn't forget the scene of Shao Yu forcing that steamed bun that was tainted with mud down his throat. Also, Shao Yu had challenged, defeated, and knocked him out cold. He considered this matter to be a great humiliation. The hatred in his heart towards Shao Yu was only inferior to his hatred towards Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Yu Zhang's father, Yu Li, said, in a low voice, Shang, don't be silly. That Shao Yu might not have been taken into consideration by the Imperial City Shao clan in the past, but now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his meaning to them is completely different. Even the Imperial City's Shao clan would focus on fostering such a figure. If our Yu clan were to touch him, it would be a catastrophe for our Yu clan once the Shao clan found out about it. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City Shao clan, but the Imperial City Shao clan, on the other hand, was a colossus compared to the Yu clan. Father, I understand. Yu Shang took a deep breath. Although his eyes still emitted killing intent, he knew that the clan wouldn't take such risks just for him. Shao Yu, you got lucky. What's the background of that Duan Ling Tian? Yu Shang gazed at the Yu clan disciple that was tasked with gathering information. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Ling Tian used to kill his brother. That Duan Ling Tian couldn't also have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple respectfully replied, Young Master Shang, that Duan Ling Tian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple with another surname of the Aurora City Li clan and is allegedly even only a branch family disciple. Uncle, you must take revenge for my brother. Yu Shang had an agitated expression as he looked at Yu Dian. I've never heard of the Li clan having any sort of background. Moreover, that Duan Ling Tian is only a disciple with another surname that came from a branch family. HMPH, he's just a bumpkin. Since he killed Yu Hong, then he most certainly must die. Yu Dian's eyes flickered and his tone was filled with an overbearing manner. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke once more. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate Duan Ling Tian, I found out that he left Aurora City by wagon 2 months ago and is heading for the Imperial City. By wagon, he really does know how to enjoy. Yu Shang sneered as his eyes flickered with killing intent that seemed to be able to swallow anyone it targeted. Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own 2 hands. Yu Li looked at Yu Dian with a slightly agitated expression. Yu Dian stood up and spoke resolutely. Don't worry, second brother, I'll take you to see the Grand Elder right away, and I'll ask the Grand Elder to accompany you on this journey. There's only a single road heading from Aurora City to the Imperial City, and since he's traveling by wagon, he couldn't have gotten far. You can easily catch up to him by riding on Fergana horses. Grand Elder. Yu Li's gaze abruptly shone. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage powerhouse in their Yu clan besides the 3 supreme elders. Having a nascent soul stage powerhouse accompanying them would allow their trip to have certain success. Father, I recognize that Duan Ling Tian, so I'll follow along. Yu Shang was extremely agitated as well, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even said a word when Yu Dian had already agreed. Shang, don't worry, Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you as well. At that time, I'll let you see for yourself how the Grand Elder and your father take revenge for your brother. Even to the extent that the Grand Elder can capture that Duan Ling Tian alive and let you deal with him yourself. Thank you, Uncle, thank you, Uncle. Yu Zhang's face flushed. Thinking about how Duan Ling Tian would soon die at his hands caused his mood to be excited to the point where he was unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 128, Tian Clan Young Master. An antique-styled small town seemed to transform into a peaceful drawing under the gentle light of the setting sun, relaxing the mind of anyone with but just a glance. A large wagon pulled by 5 large horses entered the small town and stirred up a sensation. Oh my god, what a large wagon! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the small town had never once seen such an extravagant wagon, so they stopped and looked. The middle-aged wagon driver slightly turned his head and said towards the carriage, "My liege, we've entered the town." A lazy voice sounded from within the carriage, as if only just having woken up. "Okay, find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave at dawn tomorrow." "Yes." The middle-aged wagon driver respectfully nodded. The people on this wagon was naturally Duan Ling Tian's group. It presently had already been an entire 3 months since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of the surrounding spectators, the wagon stopped at the door of an inn, and the middle-aged wagon driver raised up the wagon's screen. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out, following which, with the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl at a similar age to him walked out. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Her skin was white like jade and her appearance like a goddess. Everyone's minds flashed with the same thoughts, and before long, they were dumbstruck once more. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't 20 yet walked out. The young girl had a face like an angel and a body like a devil, causing the men present to be unable to help their eyes from glowing. And before long, another young woman with graceful bearings walked out. At this moment, everyone was numbed. When had they ever seen such beautiful women before? And today at once they saw 3. "Guests, please enter." 2 attendants walked out of the inn and stood on either side of Duan Ling Tian's group as they greeted them into the inn with a respectful and humble bearing. Meanwhile, the crowd of people outside the inn dispersed. Why is it that everywhere we go there are so many bored people? What's so great to look at? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned with an unhappy expression on her face. During this entire journey, every time they found a place to stay at, she would receive the same treatment and would become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Fei is beautiful? This is a type of compliment to you, why are you unhappy about it? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed, following which he booked a total of 4 rooms. 1 for his mother, 1 for Shang Quan, 1 for himself and 1 more for K'er and Li Fei. After entering their rooms, Duan Ling Tian left his own room and made his way to K'er's and Li Fei's room in an easy and experienced manner. "You scoundrel, always keeping 1 room empty. Such a waste of silver." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. During the entire journey, whenever they stayed at a town's inn, Duan Ling Tian would book 4 rooms. However, when night fell, his room would always be empty, as he would enter into Li Fei and K'er's room and sleep together with them. Li Fei and K'er started off with refusal, but that slowly turned to helplessness, and finally they just let Duan Ling Tian do what he wanted. "It's not wasted. The biggest use of that room is to mislead others." Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly as his eyes swept around the delicate bodies of the 2 beauties without restraint. "Young master, you're misleading madam, right?" K'er blushed as she spoke. "K'er, you've been led astray by little Fei." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. That pure and cute little maid girl of his seemed to have disappeared forever. "Pei, if anyone is being led astray, then you are surely the scoundrel that led us astray." "Scoundrel, I'm planning to go buy a veil with little sister K'er. Do you want to follow us?" Li Fei asked Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, Li Fei was unwilling of being the center of attention. "Why do you want to buy a veil? You 2 don't have anything to hide." Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were completely different from Li Fei's. As far as he was concerned, the beauty of a woman was meant to be shown, and there was no need of concealing anything. They weren't thieves after all. "Humph, if you aren't accompanying us, then we'll go by ourselves." "Are you kidding? How could I, the escort, not follow the 2 of you when you want to go out?" "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian took the lead and left the room before walking out of the inn. Li Fei and K'er walked shoulder to shoulder with him on either side. The sky had already dimmed down, and the roads in the small town were lit up brilliantly and radiantly. The night market was extremely lively and filled with a bustling stream of people. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 naturally attracted the gazes of many people as they walked by, and just at this moment, at the corner ahead of the road that Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 were walking on, an over 20-year-old embroidered-clothed young man was walking over with 2 of his family's servants. I heard that a wagon that was pulled by 5 horses entered the town today, is this true? The young man in embroidered clothes abruptly asked the 2 servants behind him. Yes, young master, I was at the scene at that time. One of the servants hurriedly nodded, and as he recalled the scene from before, he felt shock in his heart. Those 3 women that exited the wagon were absolutely the most beautiful women he had even seen in his lifetime, perfect to the point he couldn't find a single flaw. The rumors are getting more exaggerated as they're passed on, saying that the 3 women that exited the wagon all had appearances like goddesses. The young man in embroidered clothes shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Young master, it isn't that the rumors are exaggerated, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not one bit inferior to goddesses, the servant hurriedly said. He saw them with his own 2 eyes, so he knew that the rumors weren't false. Is it really that exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes still acted as if he didn't take it seriously, his eyes flashed with a brilliance. I'm curious right now, so let's go. Follow me to take a look at that inn. Young master. The other servant's expression went pale. Those people are obviously of extraordinary background, so the clan probably can't afford to offend them. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes emitted a sharp light as he said, "Humph. I'm only going to take a look and not going to do anything. Besides, they're just 3 women, a youth, and a wagon driver. Even if they're members of a large clan, if we secretly capture them, who would know it was us who did it? Young master, it's them." Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have made a discovery as he pointed far off into the distance. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown as he was just about to help Li Fei and Ke put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over. Glancing over, Duan Ling Tian saw a young man in embroidered clothes around the age of 20 walking over with 2 servants. Duan Ling Tian ignored him and held the hands of the 2 young girls. "Let's go. We'll go look at things up ahead. Don't move." The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the way of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Although the 2 young girls in front of him had put on veils, those 2 pairs of intelligent eyes and the half-revealed face that was white like jade undoubtedly proclaimed their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes gulped down a mouthful of saliva as his eyes flashed with a trace of greed. Li Fei frowned in disgust as she snapped, "Scram. Hot-tempered. This young master likes it." The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone brightly, completely ignoring Duan Ling Tian, whose expression had sunk, as he looked at Li Fei and Ke. "2 little beauties, come, remove your veils for this young master to see. This young master is curious of whether you 2 are really beautiful like goddesses as the rumors say. She asked you to fuck off. Didn't you hear?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from a pit of ice, shocking the hearts of everyone present. Normally, if anyone were to take an extra glance at Li Fei and Ke due to being shocked by their peerless appearance, Duan Ling Tian saw it as nothing. After all, everyone loved to look at beauties, but the actions of the young man in front of him had touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd gathered and started discussing animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that entered the town in that large wagon earlier? And these 2 women, aren't they the 2 little goddesses? You can tell that they aren't ordinary people by just looking at their wagon alone. This Tian clan young master actually provoked them. Isn't he afraid of bringing a catastrophe to the Tian clan? Many bystanders recognized Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding crowd caused the expression of the young man in embroidered clothes to become unsightly. However, he had no way to back down right now. Could it be that he would have to lower his head in front of so many people? If this were to happen, how would he stand his ground in Raining Valley Town after this? As a member of Raining Valley Town's 3 great clans, the Tian clan's patriarch's son, the young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own pride. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a cold light as he said, in a cold and indifferent voice, "My patience is limited. I'll give you one more chance. Fuck off, kid. I don't care where you're from. You have to understand that a mighty dragon can't crush a snake in its own lair. If you don't ask them to take off their veils and let this young master have a look, then this young master won't budge an inch." Tian Guang sneered with a shameless expression. "Little Fei, Ke, close your eyes," Duan Ling Tian said in a tranquil voice. Li Fei and Ke could perceive a shocking coldness coming from this tranquil voice. However, Duan Ling Tian standing up for them caused them to feel pleased in their hearts. "What, Scared, it may not be a bad idea. Beauties taking off their veils with their eyes closed should be nice to behold as well. Tian Guang's eyes shone. He didn't understand the danger that was about to befall him. A violet sword light instantly flashed out before returning to its sheath in the blink of the eye. Under the night's cover, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian flashed before disappearing. No one was able to discern them. Ah! A shrill cry full of grief sounded at almost the exact same instant. At the same time that Tian Guang's shrill cries sounded, his body fell over before rolling around all over the ground. At his lower regions, blood flowed out like a fountain, and the piece of meat that was unique to men fell off as well. It would probably be useless from now on. Young master. The two servants' expressions went pale as they hurriedly tried to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they realized that it was utterly impossible. One should know one's own limitations. In this world, you can't afford to offend some people. I'm relatively kind-hearted, so I'll let you live today, but if there's a second time, you will undoubtedly lose your life. Duan Ling Tian swept Tian Guang with his cold gaze before grabbing Li Fei's and Ke Er's hands and walking off. Phew! Tian Guang's face flushed from anger at hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. At the moment before he fainted, he only had one remaining thought: this is called kind-hearted. Chapter 129. Sky-high compensation. The surrounding crowd was deathly silent as they watched the violet-clothed youth grab the hands of the two girls and slowly fade into the distance. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. Actually directly crippling the Tian clan's young master's little bro. This Tian Guang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. They could imagine how the Tian clan was bound to be in chaos tonight. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't give it any thought. He patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ke Er on a few rounds around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel, do you think that snake would bring other people to make trouble for us? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and blinked her eyes as she gave him a spurious smile. Snake, he seems like a worm to me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and paid no attention to the matter. It was only a clan from a small town, and thus probably wouldn't even have an origin core martial artist. As long as they didn't come provoke him, he would let the matter rest, or else. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a piercing cold light. I'll pass the veil over to madam. While they strolled around the night market, Ke Er didn't forget to buy a veil for Li Ru. Li Fei looked at Ke Er's silhouette and said, with slight jealousy, little sister Ke Er is really considerate of others. No wonder Aunt Ru dotes on her so much, even I feel slightly envious. I, however, think my mother dotes on you equally, and she has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to wrap around Li Fei's slim waist, and his mouth came close to her ears as he quietly said while breathing heavily, "Little Fei, it's been so long since I ate you." Scoundrel! Li Fei blushed a bright red before struggling free of Duan Ling Tian and fleeing into her room. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. He didn't think that this girl couldn't even stand a little teasing. After Ke Er returned, Duan Ling Tian embraced the two girls and was about to head to sleep. Knock knock. Just at this moment, the sounds of door knocking echoed out, which was followed by the voice of the inn's attendant. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two elders have arrived and they requested a meeting with you. Tian clan. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly raised. He let go of the two girls, got off the bed, and put on his clothes before heading out. You two head to sleep first. Duan Ling Tian said to Ke Er. And Li Fei with a voice-filled gentleness before he left. Shang Quan. After leaving the room, Duan Ling Tian was just about to knock on the door of the room beside his when the room door opened with a crack, and Shang Quan walked out in large strides. My liege, continue your rest. I'll go deal with them. Shang Quan's tone was filled with killing intent. You don't have to attack so impatiently. I want to see what they want to do. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian met with the Tian clan's patriarch while being escorted by Shang Quan. The patriarch was a middle-aged man around the age of 50, and beside him were two elderly men. At this moment, the two old men looked at Duan Ling Tian with faces filled with terror. You're the Tian clan or whatever's patriarch. Duan Ling Tian lazily gazed at the middle-aged man as he yawned. Just say whatever you want to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have much time to waste with you. You, the expression of the Tian clan patriarch, which was already incomparably gloomy, distorted greatly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's attitude. Patriarch. The gray-robed old man among the two stopped the Tien clan patriarch from turning hostile. The Tien clan patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Only now did he recall that the youth's background would probably not be so simple. And if it wasn't for this, why would he have to swallow the insult and humiliation? Tien Guang was his only son, and now that his little bro was crippled, it would also mean it was the end of his bloodline. The rage in his heart was unsurpassable. What's your background, and why did you attack so viciously? The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze, as if wanting to see something from Duan Ling Tian's face. Attacked viciously, Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Old man, it's easy for you to say that. If it was your wife that was teased in public, I wonder how you would react. I didn't kill him, and that can be considered showing mercy. Based on the way I normally do things, even if he had 10 lives, that wouldn't be enough for me to kill. What Duan Ling Tian said was indeed the truth. If it was the him from his previous lifetime, it wouldn't even be enough if that Tien Guang died tens of times. What high-sounding sentiments. I'm really curious, what's your true background? Which clan are you from? The Tien clan patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the youth before him wasn't a member of any county city or imperial city clans, even if he had to take a risk, he would still kill him here and now, as he wanted to vent the hatred within his heart and take revenge for his son. And on this matter, he had gotten the acknowledgement of the two elders beside him before coming here. At that time, they would attack together and annihilate all possible dangers. Tien clan patriarch, you really think highly of me. I'm just a nameless junior, not even worthy of being mentioned, Duan Ling Tian indifferently said. Hearing what he said, the expression of the Tien clan's group of 3 sank. The more Duan Ling Tian spoke in this way, the more they felt that Duan Ling Tian was mysterious, so they didn't dare to act rashly. What? You dare to cripple my son but don't even have the guts to proclaim your background? The Tien clan patriarch asked in a deep voice as he desired to use provocation to force Duan Ling Tian into revealing his background. Unfortunately, however, how could Duan Ling Tian fall for these little tricks of his? Tien clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking of. Today I'll put down these words. I'm only a nameless junior, and I don't have any background behind me. So you don't have to be considerate about a lot of things, do whatever you feel like doing. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Tien clan patriarch to turn angry out of embarrassment, and the two old men besides him felt even more afraid. Disregarding everything else, just this composure sufficiently showed that this youth wasn't simple. Then I really want to see how capable this nameless junior is. The Tien clan's patriarch face sank as the origin energy he had accumulated since the beginning exploded forth. In the blink of the eye, his body flashed, and he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like a rock that had spread its wings, approaching in full fury. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch. The expressions of the two Tien clan old men turned grim. Never had they imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. Although they wanted to stop him, it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face since the beginning. He stood there unfazed, as if paying no attention to the Tien clan patriarch's attack. In next to no time, they obtained their answer. HMPH. A mere 7th level core formation weakling dares to be presumptuous in front of my liege. Xianxia seemed to have abruptly disappeared from where he stood, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Ling Tian. The Tien clan's patriarch's face went gloomy. Wasn't the man who wore a mask a wagon driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't even able to catch a fraction of Xianxia's speed. And he was perfectly clear in his heart as to what this meant. Xianxia swung his fist out without using any martial skill. The simple punch brought along an incomparably violent energy as it blasted onto the Tien clan patriarch's chest, and the terrifying origin energy within exploded forth, blasting the Tien clan patriarch away. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xianxia. The Tien clan patriarch fell to the ground with a crash. His chest had completely sunken. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and struggled for a moment before completely losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's expressions went grim. Even though their patriarch was just killed by another right before their very eyes, they didn't dare to make any rash movements, as their cultivations were only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting off grass. The two old men took deep breaths as they glanced at each other before shifting their gazes onto Duan Ling Tian simultaneously. Young master, everything that happened was because of the patriarch and his son. Please forgive us. Yes, young master, you're a great man, and I'm sure you will forgive these lowly ones. The two old men bowed and apologized with perturbed expressions. The inn manager and attendant that stood nearby were both completely stunned when they saw this scene. As a member of reigning Valley Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two strongest elders in the entire Tien clan. Normally, these two old men were like local tyrants that commanded the wind and rain in reigning Valley Town. But now they were acting like grandsons in front of this violet-clothed youth. I wasn't planning on pursuing the matter any further if you didn't come look for me tonight, but unfortunately. Duan Ling Tian eyes narrowed as he looked at the two old men with a calm expression. The expressions of the two old men went grim. Young master, please show mercy and let our Tien clan off. Our Tien clan is willing to pay a price as compensation. A origin core martial artist would be able to annihilate the Tien clan with ease. This was something they did not doubt one bit. Compensation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone, and his originally cold expression revealed a brilliant grin. Why didn't you elders say that earlier? Under the circumstances, I won't be courteous then. I want 1 million silver. How about it? I presume such a small amount wouldn't be a problem for your Tien clan. 1 million silver. The two old men were completely stunned. This youth. What high-sounding sentiments. They originally expected that spending 200 to 300,000 would allow them to buy peace, but they never thought that the violet-clothed youth would actually ask for 1 million right off the bat. The Tien clan was only a small clan within a small town, and thus it was far from being able to compare itself in terms of resources to the clans of those large cities. Although the Tien clan was able to produce 1 million silver now, this would cause great damage to their financial status. They were just about to open their mouths and beg for leniency when Shang Quan, accompany these two elders. Return once you get the silver, but don't stir up any trouble. Duan Ling Tian beat them to the punch by issuing an order to Shang Quan first. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian yawned before waving his hand in dismissal at the two old men. I'm returning to sleep. Thank you, Tien clan, for your generous gift. Duan Ling Tian left after he finished speaking. The two Tien clan elders glanced at each other with helpless and bitter expressions. It would look like they wouldn't be able to save those 1 million silver. Now they wished for nothing more than to squeeze Tien Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid, the Tien clan wouldn't have to lose 1 million silver for no reason. They secretly determined in their hearts out of rage that once this matter is over, they would surely severely punish Tien Guang as a warning towards the others so as to avoid another similar incident from happening in the Tien clan. Let's go. Shang Quan's cold and indifferent gaze descended upon the two old men, causing them to shiver as they respectfully led the way. Oh my god, what sort of great figure has come to our inn? The inn manager fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had decided in his heart that when the violet-clothed youth came to check out tomorrow, he would return all the room fees to him. Chapter 130, The Misfortunate Tien Guang. At dawn, as the world awoke and the first ray of sunlight shone onto the land, a large wagon pulled by 5 large horses dashed out of reigning Valley Town, continuing its journey on the road towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after a night. Splash. In the carriage, as Duan Ling Tian weighed the stack of silver in his hand, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. I never expected money to come so easily. Currently, the silver in his possession had already passed the threshold of 10 million. Tian, where'd you get all this silver? Li Ru frowned with a questioning expression. She only saw Shang Quan pass all of this silver to Duan Ling Tian but didn't know what had happened nor where the silver came from. Aunt Ru, it's surely from him blackmailing that reigning Valley Town's Tien clan. Li Fei covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. Although she didn't see exactly what happened last night, when Shang Quan passed the silver over to Duan Ling Tian and mentioned the Tien clan, it wasn't difficult for her to link everything together. When Li Ru found out about the entire sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tien Guang really went for wool but came home shorn. But Tien, who exactly is that Shang Quan, and why would he acknowledge you as his liege? Seeing that Shang Quan was able to terrorize the entire Tien clan, Li Ru realized that Shang Quan was no ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly knit as he slowly explained, Mom, he was captured by others as a slave and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his liege. He could still get caught as a slave even with his strength. Li Ru was puzzled and at the same time came to an understanding as to why Xianxia wore a mask. It turned out to be a means to cover his slave's brand. He was poisoned earlier and only had the strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and then helped him cure the poison. He currently has recovered his strength to the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian lied on K.'s jade thighs and ate the grapes K.'r fed him while speaking unclearly. Nascent soul stage. At this moment, it wasn't only Li Ru, even Li Fei was dumbstruck. Although Li Fei was aware that Xianxia's strength was formidable, she never expected him to be so strong. Nascent soul stage. Such a cultivation was already not one bit inferior to the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City, and it caused her to be deeply shocked. Only K.'r wasn't really surprised and maintained calm as she removed the skin off the grapes and set them inside Duan Ling Tian's mouth one by one. In her heart, there wasn't anything that the young master she adored wasn't capable of. No wonder you dealt with the matter of the Fresh Breeze Town Fang family so easily. Li Ru finally understood, and the questions in her heart were finally answered. I really never imagined that Xianxia was a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Li Fei only came back to her senses a long time later. Isn't it only a nascent soul martial artist? Do you need to be so surprised? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Li Fei before slowly saying, Little Fei, as long as you seriously cultivate the galactic star technique, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years. Only now did Li Fei recall that the galactic star technique that she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated all the way to the martial emperor stage. Adding onto that the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Ling Tian refined, her cultivation would rise at an extremely quick pace. Tian, can we rely on that Xianxia? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ru thought over things more thoroughly, and her beautiful face was serious and slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, having a powerhouse at your side was no different than a double-edged blade. Mom, don't worry, I've taken that into account. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about, and it was nothing other than worrying that Xianxia would go against him. Unfortunately, however, Xianxia's life was currently within his grasp, and in the entire world, only he was capable of curing the poison that he gave Xianxia. That poison was a special formula unique to the rebirth martial emperor, who was a royal-grade alchemist at the time. When Duan Ling Tian's group left, the entire Tian clan's atmosphere was extremely depressed. Their patriarch had died. Father. When Tian Guang awoke and noticed that his little bro was gone, he already took a heavy blow. Now hearing that his faster had been killed caused his to emit a cry full of grief, and it was so hard on him to take the 2 blows so suddenly that he blacked out again. He understood that with his father dead, it would also mean that the status of the Tian clan would suffer a great decline. After a few days, Tian Guang, who had just recovered with great difficulty, was carried off to the punishment hall by a few Tian clan disciples and was beaten 100 planks as punishment in front of everyone in the Tian clan. As he blacked out from pain, he heard the voice of the Grand Elder. Tian Guang brought calamity unto our Tian clan. Abiding by the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he was given a special punishment here. In the future, if anyone makes this same mistake, they will receive the death punishment as stated in the laws of the clan. When he awoke once again, Tian Guang was extremely dispirited and his eyes flickered full of regret. Never had he imagined that one decision from that night would cause him to fall into such a state. If the heavens were to give him another chance to redo that night, even if he had to abandon his pride and kowtow 10 times to that violet-clothed youth, he would still want to plead for forgiveness from the violet-clothed youth. Now he didn't have anything left, let alone pride. Tian Guang, the Grand Elder requested your presence in the audience hall. Just at this moment, a voice sounded from outside and caused Tian Guang's face to turn pale. After arriving at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Grand Elder and held onto the Grand Elder's legs and he cried. Grand Elder, I know my mistakes, I really know my mistakes. Don't punish me anymore. Please, please. The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned and his expression was slightly unsightly as he looked over to the 3 people nearby. He said, in embarrassment, 3 respected guests, excuse this scene. Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang away. Tian Guang, I didn't bring you here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar of the appearance of the violet-clothed youth from the other day. Now, Describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to the three respected guests. When Tian Guang heard that he wasn't brought here to be punished, he finally caught his breath, and only now did he notice that there were three more people inside the audience hall. An elderly old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. You all, what's the relationship between you all and that violet-clothed youth? Tian Guang asked, in a slightly nervous manner. He was really scared that these people were related to that violet-clothed youth. He thought that they were here to take action for the violet-clothed youth. If that was the case, then he would really be misfortunate to the utmost extent. He's an irreconcilable enemy of ours, and the reason we're here is precisely because we're chasing after him with the objective of killing him. The 20-year-old young man said, with a voice filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Hearing what he said caused Tian Guang's eyes to shine, following which he seemed to recall something and his eyes dimmed back down. It's of no use, there's an origin core martial artist protecting him, even my father, the patriarch, died in his hand. Origin core stage, the young man laughed in disdain. It's only an origin core martial artist, what's there to be feared? This person beside me is Ru clan's Grand Elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere origin core martial artist would die with just a flip of the hand of the Grand Elder. Nascent soul stage, Tian Guang was shocked. The Tian clan Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. You clan, nascent soul stage, you all wouldn't be from Swallow Mountain County cities you clan, right? Tian Guang's gaze shone once more, like a starry sky in the night sky, as he looked at the young man as if looking at the last life-saving straw he could clutch onto. Yes, we're from the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's second elder. The young man haughtily raised his head as he enjoyed the gazes full of reverence from the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, second elder, and young master. Please forgive this Tian Lin for not entertaining you properly. Tian Guang, hurry and get the kitchen to prepare a grand banquet. I want to properly entertain our guests. The Tian clan Grand Elder Tian Lin looked at Tian Guang as he ordered. Yes, yes, as Tian Guang hurriedly stood up, his eyes flickered brightly in agitation. Father, someone will take revenge for you really soon. So what if there's an origin core martial artist beside that little bastard? A nascent soul stage powerhouse has moved out of the Yu clan to kill him, and moreover, it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard will undoubtedly die, and you can rest peacefully in heaven. Wait, just at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Wei, stopped Tian Guang and indifferently said, the reason I came to your Tian clan isn't to eat. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth right now. Tian Guang didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly nodded and recalled the scenes of the violet-clothed youth from that night. He described the violet-clothed youth's appearance to the Yu clan's group of three. Grand Elder, it's him. The young man, the Yu clan's Yu Shang, had an excited expression. As long as it's him. So if that's the case, he left here 7 days ago. Yu Wei nodded. Then let's leave now. Grand Elder. Tian Lin took a step forward as he respectfully said, the three of you have traveled so far and should probably be hungry by now. Why don't you stay at my Tian clan and have some food? It's our Tian clan's honor that you have arrived here. I hope that you will give me the opportunity to provide you with the hospitality of the Tian clan. Yu Wei didn't agree directly but instead looked at second elder Yu Li and Yu Shang. What do you two think? Grand Elder, since that Duan Ling Tian has already left 7 days ago, we aren't really in a rush. Let's have a meal before we leave, Yu Shang suggested. Exactly, we're traveling by Fergana horse, so we can surely catch up to him within 2 days even if we eat this meal. Yu Li nodded as his eyes flickered with a cold light. Yu Wei nodded before looking at Tian Lin. Then I'll trouble the Tian Grand Elder. Not a problem at all. Tian Lin's burst into smiles. These past few days had been rough to the Tian clan after the death of the patriarch and then being robbed of 1 million silver. The other two clans of Reigning Valley Town had already become restless in these past few days, obviously thinking about taking over the entire Tian clan. As far as he was concerned, as long as the Tian clan were to strike up a relationship with the county city Yu clan, he would surely be able to ensure its safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen right away, Tian Guang said with an excited voice as he dashed out of the audience hall. Chapter 131, Despair. Inside Duan Ling Tian's body, origin energy charged out and broke through the last bottleneck. a carp leapt over the dragon gate and instantly transformed into a dragon. At the exact moment the origin energy charged through the bottleneck, Duan Ling Tian's body instantly underwent an earth-shattering change. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I've broken through. In these past 3 months, Duan Ling Tian had never once stopped cultivating as he traveled to the imperial city, and the facts would prove that his hard work wasn't wasted. I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using spirit weapons at my current strength. That's comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the 4th level core formation stage tempering of the fleshly body for the raging python form, I will gain another ancient mammoth worth of strength. That will allow me to possess a strength comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a brilliant light. Duan Ling Xing, we'll meet really soon, and at that time, what you gave me, gave Ke gave Li Zan, I'll make you repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. After breaking through, Duan Ling Tian's mood was elated, but only when he lifted his head to look did he realize that his mother was still cultivating, and the girls, Li Fei and Ke were both sleeping. These 2 little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth and his eyes were filled with a gentleness. He planned to use his entire life to protect these 2 girls and allow them to be the happiest women on this world. This was the promise he made to himself that wouldn't change throughout his lifetime. Duan Ling Tian opened the carriage curtain and looked off into the distance. During this journey, they'd met with some senseless bandits, however, none of those bandits were able to rob and kill them. Instead, they were killed by Shang Quan. Duan Ling Tian was extremely at ease with Shang Quan around, and after a short while, he felt slightly exhausted and dozed off. Before long, Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake by the sound of hurried horse hooves stomping towards them. These sounds came from 3 horses which had speeds far above the speed any ordinary horse was capable of. 3 Fergana horses. The sound of the horses grew closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian lifted open the carriage curtain and looked towards the back. What he saw made his brows twitch. In next to no time, he clearly saw the face of one of the 3 figures. The Yu clan's movements are really fast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold as he closed the carriage curtain. He didn't disturb his mother nor Ke and Li Fei as he opened the carriage door and sat beside Shang Quan. Shang Quan, the 3 people behind are coming for me. Stop the wagon at the side and let's deal with them. Yes, my liege. Shang Quan nodded and stopped the wagon at the side of the road before following Duan Ling Tian and dashing towards the back of the wagon. Nay. Nay nay. 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Ling Tian. On their bodies was sweat that seemed like fresh blood, and under the rays of the burning sun, it glimmered with a devilish glow. A young man atop one of the Fergana horses stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you know that you can't escape death, so you came over to seek your own doom. What? Hoping to use this to plead as to spare your family? Yu Shang, you're still as conceited as usual. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Shang and spoke in an indifferent tone. His gaze had never once fallen upon Yu Shang. Instead, it descended upon the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Once a martial artist was above the core formation stage, his cultivation wasn't something that could be easily discerned, but Duan Ling Tian inherited the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor after all. And by relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he was vaguely able to discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core martial artist, and the old man, on the other hand, was a nascent soul martial artist. This old man's strength was not one bit inferior to Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zudao. Humph, Duan Ling Tian, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll tell you right here right now, even if you come and seek death, I still won't spare your family. As long as it's someone related to you, then they will die. Seeing Duan Ling Tian actually ignoring him caused Yu Shang to burst with rage. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian's face sank and his gaze turned slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from him towards Yu Shang. Threatening his family was taboo to him. Yu Zhang's expression went ghastly pale and his body started trembling when he was abruptly enveloped by this killing intent, and he actually fell off his horse in a sorry state. The old man, or the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Wei, glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly astounded gaze. Such a killing intent. Even he, who had killed to make his way through his life till now, had not developed a killing intent of this degree. This youth around the age of 17 was not an ordinary person. "You're courting death." Yu Li's face sank as his legs stomped on the Fergana horse's body. He launched himself like a rocket towards Duan Lingtian, then he smashed his palm that swept out with violent winds towards him, causing the sound of air exploding to echo out. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he came to an understanding. So this man was Yu Hong's father. As he looked at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, this Yu Li's strength isn't bad, he actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. But this little bit of strength. You dare to be disrespectful to my liege. Die, Shang Quan shouted explosively. As he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Li, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 7th level of the origin core stage. Yu Wei, who still sat atop his Fergana horse, was slightly surprised, but didn't have any intention of lending a hand. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li was more than enough to handle a 7th level origin core martial artist. Humph, a mere 7th level origin core martial artist dares to be presumptuous in front of me. I'll kill you first. Yu Li looked on disdainfully as he sneered, and his palm that approached with tremendous momentum was suffused with origin energy as it blasted towards Shang Quan. However, in this very instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shang Quan instantly became 200. No, seeing this scene caused the sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth to completely freeze, and his eyes contained terror. He never would have thought that Shang Quan was actually a nascent soul martial artist, as 200 ancient mammoths were something only a martial artist above the 1st level of the nascent soul stage was capable of condensing. He wanted to stop his attack, but he realized that it was already too late, as the entire strength within him had already been fully poured into this palm strike and was now difficult to withdraw. "Stay your hand." Yu Hui's expression distorted, as he never imagined that Shang Quan would have concealed his strength, and his body swiftly flashed out in an effort to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he noticed Yu Wei attacking, but he remained unfazed. A 3-foot-long blade abruptly appeared in Shang Quan's hand and whistled out to instantaneously flash past Yu Li's throat. After successfully completing his attack, Shang Quan returned to stand in front of Duan Lingtian and protect him. Yu Wei caught Yu Li's body only to notice that blood was flowing violently out of Yu Li's throat. Then Yu Li struggled for a few moments and lost all signs of life. Second Elder. Yu Hui's expression turned gloomy, as the middle-aged man in his hands was not only simply the 2nd Elder of the Yu clan, he was the younger brother of the Patriarch. Now that Yu Li had died in front of him, how would he return and explain it to the Patriarch? Since the moment Shang Quan exerted the strength of a nascent soul martial artist, Yu Shang had been completely dumbstruck. Now that he saw Yu Li's death, his expression went ghastly pale. He pounced forward and continuously shook Yu Li's corpse. It was as if he was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. "Father! Father!" Yu Wei put down Yu Li's corpse and strode over towards Duan Lingtian and Shang Quan while staring at them with a cold and indifferent gaze. "Today, even if you're at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, you will still die for sure. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and give you over to be dealt with by Yu Shang." Yu Hui's cold and indifferent voice sounded as his ice-cold gaze flashed past Shang Quan before descending upon Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I will let you see with your own 2 eyes how I slice the flesh off your body piece by piece. I want you to feel that living is worse than death." After hearing what Yu Wei said, Yu Shang looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that emitted a ruthless glare. Duan Lingtian's face sunk. "Then it would depend on if this old goat is able to live up to your expectations." Yu Wei made his move. His speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian, at his current cultivation level, was unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Wei. Shang Quan flashed out right after Yu Wei, seeming to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's whereabouts as he directly intercepted Yu Wei. A mere 1st-level nascent soul martial artist, die. Yu Hui's figure appeared as he shouted coldly, and in his hand, a narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared abruptly before whistling through the air as it struck at Shang Quan. The light of the saber radiated, and under the rays of the blazing sun, it flickered with a brilliant luster. Grade 8 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he noticed the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Wei, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the strength amplified by the spirit weapon. The grade 8 spirit weapon provided a 20% amplification. Yu Hui's saber martial skill was extremely remarkable, as it perfectly revealed his entire strength, and his attack moved like a shadow to envelop Xianxia. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Xianxia didn't dodge when faced with Yu Hui's remarkable saber strike, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed out to intercept the attack. Overestimating yourself. A sneer appeared in the corners of Yu Hui's mouth. However, in next to no time, his expression completely changed. What did he see? Just at the moment Xianxia attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantaneously became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, third level of the nascent soul stage. And this wasn't even the end. As the spirit sword in Xianxia's hand trembled, its might was completely revealed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The spirit weapon's amplification was close to 30%. The strength of more than 500 ancient mammoths against the strength of nearly 360 ancient mammoths, the two of them were truly not on the same level, so the result was easily determined. The grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade, flashed past as it instantly cut the grade 8 spirit weapon, narrow saber, in half, and without losing any momentum continued on to descend upon Yu Hui's head. Yu Wei only had one thought before his death, third level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon, Yu Hui's severed head that flew off had its eyes opened wide, seeming to say that even till the moment of death, he never imagined that Xianxia would possess such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Zhang's eyes to seem like they were about to split apart, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He muttered in despair while extending his hand to pinch his own thigh. Chapter 132, Duan Ling Tian, disdain it. Ah, the sharp pain that came from his thigh caused Yu Shang to be unable to stop himself from emitting a shrill cry. Only now did he realize that everything that happened before him was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Shang, how could Duan Ling Tian not know what Yu Shang was thinking after seeing what he was doing? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Now, tell me, what do you think of how I should deal with you? Should I let you see with your own 2 eyes as I slowly slice off the flesh on your body piece by piece and let you feel like living is worse than death? Or should I give you a swift death? In the next moment, what Yu Shang did caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. Putong. This Yu Shang actually knelt on the floor and started kowtowing to him, even disregarding the blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Ling Tian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death closed in on him, Yu Shang forgot about his pride and forgot about everything. Let you go. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Let you go so that you can return to the Yu clan and get more people to take revenge on me. Yu Shang hurriedly shook his head. He was so afraid that his body shivered. I won't look for you to take revenge, I really won't look for you to take revenge. Your father and your brother both died by my hand. Are you sure you won't look for me to take revenge? Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a trace of doubt. Really, really. Yu Shang gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a pleading expression. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed the cold light that flashed briefly deep within his gaze, but even if Duan Ling Tian didn't notice this, he still didn't plan on letting Yu Shang go. If weeds weren't removed at the roots, then they would grow once more when the spring winds blow. Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have experienced how malicious this Yu Zhang's heart was. Yu Shang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we met for the first time, and how you seemed to look down upon me. Originally, I didn't plan on fussing about it, but you actually secretly schemed with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even the death of your father, were all caused by you. Duan Ling Tian swept his gaze over Yu Shang. You, the disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you. Yu Zhang's expression turned ghastly pale. He had felt it to be strange when his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, disappeared, but now, after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, he vaguely guessed something. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he openly admitted, yes, Bai Feng died by my hand. I used the same inscription that I used to kill your brother when I killed him in the Danshroud mountain range. Yu Zhang's expression was ashen. Never did he imagine that from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian was never once worried about his revenge. Now that he recalled the matter, everything seemed to really be his doing. Duan Ling Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and let you command me however you wish. How about it? Yu Zhang's eyes emitted a desire to live, as he was only 20 this year and was unwilling to lose his life here. Be my dog, Duan Ling. Tian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Shang would actually disregard his pride in such a way just to continue living. The current Yu Shang, compared to the Yu Shang he met on their first meeting, were like two completely different people. If Yu Shang could still maintain his arrogant appearance from before, Duan Ling Tian might have thought slightly highly of him, but now he didn't even feel like killing this Yu Shang. Shang Quan, Duan Ling Tian said lightly in a tone that was mixed with dense coldness. Yes, my liege. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't provide detailed instructions, Shang Quan could still understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. He was, after all, someone that had followed Duan Ling Tian for a few months. No, Yu Shang turned around and fled, as he realized that he was facing imminent danger when he saw Shang Quan walking towards him. However, that puny speed of his was nothing in front of Shang Quan, so he was caught up to by Shang Quan within a short moment before dying beneath his blade. Under Duan Ling Tian's instruction, Shang Quan searched the 3 Yu clan corpses and withdrew some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring precisely belonged to the Grand Elder, Yu Wei. My liege, Shang Quan respectfully passed over the spoils to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded and glanced at the grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber that was in 2 halves before glancing at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon, I can use it when I refine weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, substitute them to pull the wagon and sell off our 5 horses in the next town. Shang Quan's gaze flickered as he asked, in shock, my liege. You're a weapons craftsman as well. Is it that strange? Let's return. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as a pill fire burned a light on his palm. He turned around and left after he burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members. Meanwhile, he established ownership over Yu Hai's spatial ring on the way. 2 million silver. Not bad. This Yu Wei was much better off than Aqua Mist City's He clans he Zhu Dao from before. Shang Quan led on the 3 Fergana horses as he respectfully followed behind Duan Ling Tian. He felt that this liege he acknowledged seemed to be no ordinary person. What a joke. How could an ordinary person at this age be so wise and farsighted, and seem to have everything within his grasp? Shang Quan even felt that in certain areas, even the sect leader of the boundless sect from before was far inferior to this liege of his. Maybe being able to follow my liege is my fortune. With my liege's natural talent, he will sooner or later head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I have a feeling that my entire life will change because of this. This thought suddenly arose within Shang Quan's heart, and this very thought was like a seed that slowly sprouted and grew. Years later, when Shang Quan looked back at it all, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts at this moment were. After returning to the carriage, Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei's, Ke Er's, and Li Ru's gazes all descend upon him. You're all awake. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Young master, what happened? Ke Er asked. Nothing, just a few bandits. Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head and found an excuse so that he could keep his mother from worrying. Bandits? Since when did bandits come on Fergana horses to rob people? Li Ru pulled upon the carriage curtain, took a glance outside, and smiled spuriously at Duan Ling Tian when she noticed Shang Quan leading the 3 steeds whose entire bodies were covered in blood like sweat. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly. It really is a Fergana horse, and there are even 3. Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and a light flashed within her eyes. What beautiful horses. These are Fergana horses. Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special? Ke Er was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter whether it was the strength of its legs, or its appearance, the Fergana horse was absolutely the highest grade among horses. Ke Er, the Fergana horse's speed is several times faster than the average steed, and they are able to travel 1,000 miles within a day. Moreover, merely 1 Fergana horse was worth 1 million silver, Li Fei explained. Ah, Ke Er was shocked. 1 horse was worth 1 million silver. In next to no time, the 3 women's scrutinizing gazes simultaneously descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's heart constricted, and light flashed within his eyes. Shang Quan, tell me when we've reached the next town. I'm sleepy and I'm going to take a nap. Duan Ling Tian yawned and notified Shang Quan before enduring the burning gazes of the 3 women as he lied down on the bed and pretended to be sleeping. Rascal, Li Fei chided. Li Ru helplessly shook her head but didn't plan to get to the bottom of the matter. She closed her beautiful eyes to continue cultivating. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at his mother, and upon noticing that she was fully submerged within her cultivation, he extended his hand to grab Li Fei's hand. "Little Fei, come." Li Fei was still puzzled when Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a spatial ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Wei. "This is." Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, which caused her to be slightly excited. "Weren't you jealous that K'er has a spatial ring?" As Duan Ling Tian spoke in a light voice, he removed the ownership on the spatial ring and put it onto Li Fei's hand. "It's really a spatial ring." After Li Fei dripped her blood and established ownership of the spatial ring, she bent her head down in excitement and kissed Duan Ling Tian. Following which, she noticed K'er looking at her with a spurious smile, causing her to turn away in embarrassment and not daring to look back over even after a long time had passed. Little Fei still shy, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand out and pulled Li Fei into his embrace in a domineering manner, and his other hand embraced K'er, embracing women in both hands as he fell asleep. Before long, Xianxia drove the wagon into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, Xianxia harnessed the 3 Fergana horses onto the wagon. When they left the small town, the rate of people taking a second glance was 100%. There were even some people who chased behind as they left the small town and watched as their wagon disappeared off into the distance before coming back to their senses. "My God, is that a Fergana horse? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million silver. Pulling a wagon with 3 Fergana horses, too extravagant." The crowd of the small town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts, as this was the most extravagant act they would see in their entire lives. After changing to the 3 Fergana horses, the wagon dashed like the wind with extremely swift speeds. In Duan Ling Tian's original plan, he would need nearly a year to arrive at the imperial city, but now, since they had changed to the Fergana horses, they would be able to arrive a whole 3 months earlier. The imperial city is just up ahead. Li Ru's gaze was complicated as she looked through the carriage window and saw the far-away grand and enormous city that covered a vast expanse. That year, she took her son that was still too small to understand anything and left this place. Never did she imagine that after so many years she would once again step foot on this soil. She seemed to recall the scenes of when her husband, Duan Rufeng, was still alive. Although her husband had vanished many years ago, she believed that he was still alive. "Tian." Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, "Once we've arrived at the imperial city, Mother hopes you will accompany Mother to take a trip to the Duan clan so you can acknowledge your ancestors and return to your clan." That year, it was she who secretly took Duan Ling Tian and left, and Duan Ling Tian's blood flowed with the blood of the Duan clan after all, so he was still a member of the Duan clan. "Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan." Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Mom, I'm not going." "Tian." Li Ru's tone became heavier, as she had always been a person who was particular about loyalty and emotions, and thus couldn't bear to see her son be so insensible. "Mom." Duan Ling Tian's eyes were crimson red as he said, in a low voice, "Has the Duan clan ever once cared about whether we, mother and son, are dead or alive all these years? Also, when Duan Ling Xing nearly killed me 2 years ago, that so-called 4th uncle, did he ever treat me fairly? I, Duan Ling Tian, disdain such a clan." Chapter 133. Red-Clothed Girl. The interior of the carriage was deathly silent. Li Fei and K'er were both intelligent and thus didn't say a word. Li Ru's eyes were slightly red, as she could feel her son's resentment from the way he spoke. After a long time, she sighed and said lightly, "Fine, Tian, since you're unwilling to go, then we won't." "Mom, don't be upset." Duan Ling Tian's heart ached slightly when he saw his mother like this. He sat over beside her and held her hand. "I know that you want me to go acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan for the sake of father, but why did you leave the Duan clan all those years ago? Surely it doesn't mean that you've forgotten all that, right? When father was alive, everyone respected you, but once father disappeared, those jealous people were the first to make trouble for you. I'm sure that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us." Li Ru nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. "Tian, you've grown up. Mother can be at ease. Mother doesn't have any other requests for the remainder of my life. All I hope for is to be able to see you and little Fei and K'er bear children together, and then I'll be satisfied." Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. The love of a mother was as heavy as Mount Tai, and it caused his heart to ache and his eyes turned misty. "Mom, rest for a while." After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian returned to the side of Kair and Li Fei before sighing. He would go to the Duan clan, but it wasn't to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. Instead, it was to kill that Duan Ling Xing. Before long, the wagon arrived before the imperial city, and the large wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted much attention wherever it passed. The imperial city encompassed a vast expanse of land, and it stood there like an enormous fierce beast in hibernation, giving people a type of oppressive feeling. Surrounding the imperial city was a wide moat, only leaving a single stone bridge to provide access towards the city's main gate. This was precisely the one and only city gate in the imperial city, and thus there was only this one method of passage in and out of the imperial city. As the wagon traveled on the stone bridge, ferocious fish-type fierce beasts could be vaguely seen leaping about the city moat, revealing their vicious sharp teeth. The denseness of the fish-type fierce beasts within the city moat would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. It's imaginable that even if a nascent soul martial artist were to fall in, he would still probably have only a slim chance of survival. As the one and only city gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large and completely made out of fine steel. Its height was over tens of meters, and on either side of the city gate were mighty soldiers wearing armor. These soldiers held sharp spears within their grasps, and they separated into 2 squads that stood guard on either side of the city gate, not moving an inch. Wherever Duan Ling Tian's wagon passed, the crowd would move aside. Even the soldiers stationed on either side of the city gate did not dare come close. A wagon pulled by 3 Fergana horses wasn't a common sight even in the imperial city, as a figure who could travel on such a wagon was either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Ling Tian, Kair, and Li Fei carefully sized up the imperial city through their carriage's window. On either side of the wide road were plenty of stores and restaurants, and the area was extremely bustling. Li Fei faintly sighed. Aurora City can only be considered a small, countryside city compared to the imperial city. Duan Ling Tian deeply agreed with Li Fei's sentiments. Aurora City was completely unable to compare with the imperial city. Meanwhile, Shang Quan's voice sounded. "My liege, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into the outer city and inner city. We are currently only in the outer city." Outer city? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Such a flourishing place was only the outer city of the imperial city. "My liege, look, the inner city is right up ahead." The wagon traveled for around another half an hour before Shang Quan's voice sounded once more. At this time, Duan Ling Tian glanced over to see that at the end of the road, there was a city inside a city standing there. This inner city seemed no different than the outer city. If there really was a difference, then it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. The moat, the city walls, and the stone bridge, they were all exactly the same as the outer cities. Presently, the inner city's city gate was shut tight, and the stone bridge was devoid of people. This inner city is actually not open. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly knit. "It's probably time restrictions," Shang Quan said. "Shang Quan, you seem to be familiar with the imperial city. You've come here before?" Duan Ling Tian asked. As from Shang Quan's introduction earlier, he had noticed that Shang Quan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. "I've come here once." Shang Quan sighed. He seemed to be recalling past events. At that time, he was acting on his status as the guardian of the boundless sect, and he passed through here while leading some disciples to run some errands. Now that he recalled it, he couldn't help but sigh. "Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay at first," Duan Ling Tian instructed. "Yes," Shang Quan respectfully replied. Before looking for a slightly luxurious inn to stay at, the manager of the inn personally came out to greet them, as a wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear. He was deeply afraid of irritating the esteemed guest. Duan Ling Tian arrived before the door of Li Ru's room and quietly said, "Mom, let's go get something to eat. Mom isn't hungry and wants to take a rest." "Go on ahead. Remember to bring Shang Quan along, as the imperial city is full of powerhouses. Be sure to not cause trouble on your own accord." Li Ru's voice sounded, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian acknowledged her before leaving the inn with Kair and Li Fei. Shang Quan followed suit. Duan Ling Tian looked for a nearby restaurant that seemed good before walking in with large strides. This restaurant was a multi-storied pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The first floor's surroundings were filled with flora and fauna that were extremely pleasing to the eye, and since it was lunchtime, the first floor was already packed with people and bustling with activity. Duan Ling Tian followed the stairs and walked swiftly up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor was instead much quieter. Although many people were conversing, they intentionally suppressed the sound of their voices, as they were very conscious of their image. "Guest, please come over here." Before long, a female attendant greeted Duan Ling Tian's group and brought them to a nearby table. "Bring me a serving of all the specialty dishes in your restaurant, and a jug of fine wine," Duan Ling Tian instructed. "Yes." The female attendant respectfully nodded before turning around and leaving. In next to no time, good wine and delicious food were placed onto the table. "This restaurant is really special." Li Fei lightly smiled. They were nearly unable to hear any of the loud noise from the first floor while sitting here on the second floor, and everything seemed so calm and peaceful. A small portion of the surrounding patrons were discussing private matters, whereas the larger portion were discussing the Paladin Academy. "I wonder if the Paladin Academy will receive another genius student like Xu Qing this year." What a joke! That Xu Qing is a rare genius martial artist, and in our entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy's history, only one person from 20 over years ago could compare with him. Who? Naturally it was the Duan clan's Duan Rufeng. Who's Duan Rufeng? You actually don't even know Duan Rufeng. He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom from over 20 years ago and is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I actually have never heard of him. That normal, because he disappeared 15 years ago. If he didn't disappear, the #1 powerhouse in our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not be the figure from the Imperial family. Shish, softer. Are you courting death? Is that figure of the Imperial family's figure someone you can wildly talk about? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he heard the discussion from the nearby table. Duan Rufeng was precisely his father of this lifetime. I never imagined that there were still people who remembered that deadbeat father of mine, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, as he was slightly surprised. HMPH. Duan Rufeng was only just a short-lived guy. Just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded from the stairway. A red-clothed girl around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her followed an old woman. The old man supported herself on a walking stick, but her eyes were brilliant like an array of stars, obviously due to having a high cultivation level. "Little girl, you're too presumptuous. Would you dare say that if that Duan Rufeng was around?" The face of the middle-aged man who adored Duan Rufeng sank. Slap in the face. The red-clothed girl's icy cold voice sounded. It was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved as if she had transformed into a gust of wind and flashed towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form before vanishing in the next instant. A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned to the red-clothed girl. Half of the middle-aged man's face swelled up, and his expression was extremely unsightly, but although he was furious, he did not dare say anything, as the old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the entire second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flickered. Within. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all, and now that someone was insulting him, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have rage arise in his heart. What a joke. A short-lived guy is worthy of your adoration. The red-clothed girl's icy cold gaze descended upon the group of people that were discussing earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. Li Fei obviously detested the actions of the red-clothed girl, so she coldly grunted, HMPH. Nowadays, people can't even speak the truth. Would you dare insult him if he was still alive? The red-clothed girl's gaze descended upon Li Fei as she mocked, a freak covered in a veil is worthy of speaking to this young miss. I'll give you a chance. Slap yourself 30 times, or else bear the consequences. Freak. Li Fei was dazed for a moment before sneering, you really think highly of yourself. With this sort of attitude, even if you give yourself over to the beggars on the roadside, they might not even want to marry you, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This girl's mouth was really unforgiving. You're courting death. The red-clothed girl's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Her hand trembled and was suffused with origin energy before sweeping out with a black whip, carrying violent winds and a string of afterimages towards Li Fei. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when everyone thought Li Fei was about to suffer a loss, Duan Ling Tian moved. Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei and dodged the red-clothed girl's attack just when Li Fei's eyes went slightly cold and she was about to attack. And Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze descended upon the red-clothed girl. So only you can mock others but others can't mock you. If you can't win an argument, you turn angry out of embarrassment and use force instead. Don't you think you're going too far? Chapter 134, I'll discipline you in your parents' stead. Going too far. The red-clothed girl's face was extremely unsightly due to her attack hitting nothing. You can't afford to offend some people. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualification to speak. Qualification to speak? That's really fresh. It's the first time I've ever heard that speaking required qualifications. I wonder where you obtained the qualifications to injure another, and who gave you the qualifications? Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he started laughing out of extreme anger. Even if he hadn't made a move earlier, Li Fei, with her strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, was more than sufficient to defeat this 4th level core formation stage red-clothed girl. The only reason he pulled Li Fei away was not because he was worried Li Fei would suffer a loss, but rather he was listening to what his mother said and was trying not to get into trouble. If the matter really progressed to a point that it got out of hand, then he wasn't someone who was easy to offend. Some of the surrounding patrons frowned as they gazed at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt she was going too far. Some people are born lowly like ants. Some people are born noble and lofty. The red-clothed girl raised her head arrogantly as she spoke in a tone filled with contempt. You asked this young miss where I got the qualifications. This is precisely my qualifications. In front of this young miss, she is just an ant. You are just an ant as well. So you don't have the qualification to speak in front of this young miss. The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when her black whip swung out once more, flashing towards Duan Ling Tian. What logic? Today, I'll properly discipline you in your parents' stead, and I'll let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on another's dignity. Duan Ling Tian's voice was incomparably cold, as he was really furious. Die! The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into many black poisonous snakes that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and only used a strength close to 7 ancient mammoths, easily grasping in his hand the black whip that the red-clothed girl swung at him, before he fiercely shook it. Pooh! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and the shock caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Duan Ling Tian with a ghastly pale face as if she had encountered something completely unbelievable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me, but I can't injure you. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Does this insane girl really think that she is number 2 beneath the heavens? She can kill others, but others can only stand and be killed by her. What logic is this? For a moment, the crowd of patrons in the restaurant looked at the red-clothed girl as if looking at an idiot. Although they'd seen many good-for-nothing rich kids, this was the first time they had seen one that was this bad. Do you know who this young miss is? This young miss will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this young miss, and perhaps this young miss might show mercy and spare your life. The red-clothed girl looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke in a cold voice, as if she was giving charity to Duan Ling Tian. Ridiculous. Do you really think you're the judge of life and death and may easily determine another's life or death? Duan Ling Tian strode a step forward, and an icy cold, bloody killing intent swept out from his body. The red-clothed girl's expression went ghastly pale when she was enveloped by this killing intent, and her whole body trembled while she took a few steps back. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, her gaze was as if looking at a devil. You! Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Enough. The old woman finally said something. She walked out to stand in front of the red-clothed girl, blocking the unparalleled killing intent that was emitted from Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around the age of 18 not only had a strength not one bit inferior to her clan's young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably wouldn't be many people who possessed such a killing intent. Who the heck are you? The old woman looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly fearful gaze, as she vaguely became aware that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, even to the extent that he might have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. He swept his gaze across the red-clothed girl behind the old woman. I'm the ant she spoke of, the ant that was born to be lowly. What? The great young miss that's born to be noble now is only capable of hiding behind another. You don't dare to attack to show your nobility. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with a mocking tone. The red-clothed girl was so upset by that her face flushed, and she angrily shouted, "Kill him, I want him dead." The old woman's pupils concentrated on Duan Ling Tian and her killing intent flickered. Originally, seeing that Duan Ling Tian was so mysterious and unfathomable, she had some worries in her heart, but now, after hearing the orders of her young miss, she didn't hesitate anymore. Even if the violet-clothed youth's identity was even more extraordinary, today he would surely die. The old woman attacked with her full strength. 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above her, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the core formation stage. Shang Quan, don't let her disturb me. Just when the hearts of the patrons in the restaurant were in their throats due to worry for Duan Ling Tian, he instead abruptly said this, causing all of the patrons to feel baffled. Yes, my liege, Shang Quan only used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman, and he fully suppressed her, causing her to be unable to attack Duan Ling Tian again. 7th level of the core formation stage. The old woman looked at Shang Quan in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. Don't you come any closer. Don't come any closer. The red-clothed girl's face turned ghastly pale when she noticed that her one and only reliance was pinned down by Shang Quan and Duan Ling Tian was walking towards her. Duan Ling Tian walked up and raised his hand before slapping it down onto the red-clothed girl's face, and then he said, in a cold voice, "Noble young miss, let this lowly ant properly discipline you in your parents' stead today. This slap is for my wife." A smile of happiness appeared on Li Fei's face as she sat there at the side. You dare slap me?" The red-clothed girl was stupefied, even her father had never once hit her. Now, a stranger actually dared slap her. "You'll die for sure. You'll die for sure." The red-clothed girl looked at Duan Ling Tian with an icy cold gaze as if looking at a dead person. Duan Ling Tian gave the red-clothed girl another slap before sneering, "This slap is for that big brother over there." The middle-aged man with half of his face swollen glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze full of gratitude. "Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is?" Meanwhile, the body of the old woman that was pinned down by Shang Quan started to lightly tremble. "Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll still properly discipline her in her parents' stead today and teach her how to behave." Duan Ling Tian had a cold and unfeeling expression as he swept the old woman with his cold and indifferent gaze before shifting his gaze back to the red-clothed girl. Duan Ling Tian swung slap after slap at the red-clothed girl's face, causing her face to completely swell up like a pig's head. "Didn't you say you were born noble and lofty? Didn't you say I'm born lowly, and you wanted to kill me, this ant?" Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with indifference. The red-clothed girl's eyes flickered with an icy cold killing intent. She seemed to be numb to what was happening to her, as she continued to mumble, You surely will, regret this. Ignorant. Duan Ling Tian gave the red-clothed girl another slap, and only after slapping her down onto the ground did he stop and shout coldly, "Fuck off. Don't appear in front of me ever again. Or else, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Meanwhile, Shang Quan had returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. After regaining the freedom to move, the old woman supported the red-clothed girl up and swiftly walked down the stairs. Her icy cold voice echoed out from afar, "Kid, no matter who you are, and what your background is, you prepare to face the wrath of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate." Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. A country governor's estate again. He seemed to be extremely fated with members of county governor estates. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed girl from before is the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter? I once heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter was an unruly girl, but I never thought that she would be unruly to this degree. The expressions of many of the patrons in the restaurant went pale, and they hurriedly paid their bills and left, deeply afraid that they would court disaster by remaining here. Little brother. Before long, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grim expression. The Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is not to be trifled with. You all should hurry and leave the imperial city. This is the imperial city. Could it be that their county governor's estate possesses the ability to rebel against the imperial family? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious, because no matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it would only have its prestige spread within the county it controlled. In the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate still dared to be presumptuous. The middle-aged man might have seen through Duan Ling Tian's indifference, and he laughed bitterly and explained, "Little brother, you are not aware. If it was any of the other 17 counties, it wouldn't really matter. But the Fair Sun County's counter-governor's estate is different. If memory serves, the red-clothed girl from before should be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and the little sister of His Majesty the Emperor's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty the Emperor is also the mother of the 5th prince." The middle-aged man left the restaurant after he finished explaining, and he didn't forget to warn Duan Ling Tian once more to leave the imperial city as soon as possible. In other words, the red-clothed girl from before is the cousin of the 5th prince. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly worried gaze. "Scoundrel, what should we do?" They had only just arrived in the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was no good sign. "What, little Fei, weren't you so confident earlier? Now you're scared." Duan Ling Tian made fun of her. I'm just worried about you." Li Fei grunted. Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat between Li Fei and Ke as he said, with a light smile, "All right, let's eat." Before long, Duan Ling Tian looked towards the female attendant that stood afar and called her over. "Ji guest, do you need anything?" The female attendant didn't dare to look at Duan Ling Tian, as Duan Ling Tian's domineering bearings from before had scared her as well. "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public." Duan Ling Tian forced out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. The female attendant's expression calmed slightly as she said, "Guest, the inner city is open to public for an hour in the morning, noon, and dusk." "What's the difference between the inner city and outer city?" Duan Ling Tian continued asking. "The inner city is much more luxurious than the outer city. The imperial palace, the estates of the large clans, and Paladin Academy are all located in the inner city. However, ordinarily, even if visitors enter the inner city, they wouldn't stay the night within, as the inns within the inner city are more than 10 times more expensive than the outer city. And anyone who is able to buy an estate within the inner city is considered to be either rich or noble," the female attendant slowly explained. Chapter 135, Duan Ling Xing's cousin. Duan Ling Tian found out about the differences of the inner city and outer city from the female attendant. Compared to the outer city, the cost of land in the inner city was extremely expensive. "Young master, are we going to the inner city?" Ke looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "There's no rush, as there's still some time before dusk. Let's finish eating and return to the inn first." While they left the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind that later, at dusk, they would enter the inner city and look for an inn to stay in, and after that he would buy a courtyard house as the home for his family in the imperial city. He would be spending the next few years in Paladin Academy after all. On the way back to the inn, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, "Looks like I have to work hard and earn money." Although he had 10 million silver on him currently, he knew that this little amount of money would probably be spent just on buying a courtyard house in the inner city that had such an expensive cost of land. Swallow Mountain County, County City, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a Yu Clan disciple that was travel-worn reported to the Yu Clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, patriarch, grand elder, second elder, and young master Yu Shang probably have met with disaster. Probably. Yu Dian's face sank. He said, with a piercing and cold voice, "This is the result of your investigation." The Yu Clan disciple took a deep breath before slowly saying, "Patriarch, during my entire investigation, I didn't find any traces to the Great Elder's whereabouts. However, I continued my investigation all the way to nearby the Imperial City. I heard that someone used 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon, and on that wagon was the Li Clan's crest." Li Clan's crest, HMPH, it's probably that little bastard's wagon. Looks like I've underestimated him. Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered with a shout, "You, go request the presence of the 3 supreme elders." Yes, the Yu Clan disciple accepted his orders and left, and only after he exited the audience hall did he heave a sigh of relief, as the patriarch's rage from before pressured him to the extent that he nearly couldn't catch his breath. "Second brother, Shang, don't worry, even if that Duan Ling Tian has gone to the Imperial City, I'll still dye his blood on a 3-foot-long blade to console your spirits in heaven." At this very moment, The Yu clan's patriarch's flames of fury ravaged, as he was clear that the three of them who hadn't made contact for nearly half a year would most probably be dead. Imperial City outer city, in an inn that was exceptionally peaceful in such a bustling city. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of things being tossed about echoed out from the best room in the inn. Obviously the guests inside were venting the rage in their hearts. Inside the room, the red-clothed girl seemed to have gone mad, and nearly everything within the room had been tossed about by her. The red-clothed youth dropped herself onto the bed after feeling exhausted from throwing, and said, with crimson-red eyes that made her seem like she was an asura who had just walked out of hell, "When have I, Tong Li, suffered such humiliation in my entire life? I won't rest until he dies." The old woman stood at the side without making a single sound, as she knew that when the young miss got furious, not to mention her, even the county governor was helpless. "Grandma Wong, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go. I want to go look for my cousin." Tong Li stood up and stomped out angrily. "Yes." The old woman respectfully followed behind. Clang clang. At dusk, accompanied by the opening of the inner city's city gates, the stream of people who had been waiting on the stone bridge and the people who were waiting to leave from inside the inner city crossed each other as they left and entered. As a wagon passed the stone bridge, although there was still an unceasing stream of people moving in and out, the stream of people still moved aside to make way. Everyone looked on at the wagon with gazes of reverence as it passed by, as a wagon being pulled by 3 Fergana horses would surely be owned by someone who was either rich or noble, and that wasn't someone they could offend. This is the inner city. So many people. Inside the wagon carriage, Kair couldn't help herself from exclaiming when she took a glance outside. Inside the inner city, streams of wagons and people moved about unceasingly, and a black mass of people entered her eyes. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge, I thought we'd probably need to K up for a long time before finally being able to enter. I never imagined it would go so smoothly. Li Fei's angelic face was full of smiles, and her devilish body lazily leaned beside the carriage window. "Of course, don't look down on the deterrent power of these 3 Fergana horses," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Even the 18 county governors' estates within Crimson Sky Kingdom might not use 3 Fergana horses to pull a wagon. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the Fergana horses, but rather that they wouldn't misuse them in such a way. A Fergana horse was worth 10,000 gold, so very few people were willing to use them as a means to pull a wagon. While Duan Ling Tian's wagon had smoothly entered the inner city and started looking for an inn to stay at, outside of the inner city's city gate, a wagon similarly pulled by 3 horses stepped onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly move forward on the stone bridge like the speed of an ant. "It's too slow." Inside the carriage, the red-clothed girl had an extremely unsightly appearance. The red-clothed girl raised the carriage's curtain and growled at the wagon driver, "Hey, hurry up. Young miss, I'm helpless. The wagon can't move at all when there's so many people in line." The wagon driver had a wronged expression. "HMPH." The red-clothed girl snorted coldly before walking out of the carriage and looking out at the surrounding stream of people all around her, causing her face to sink. These lowly commoners actually dared to obstruct this young miss's way. The red-clothed girl raised her hand and swung the black whip through the air, causing a loud sound to echo out. However, this little sound was quickly covered by the noisy sounds coming from the surroundings, and virtually no one heard it. "You lowly commoners, scram!" The red-clothed girl swung her whip about as she shouted angrily. Her voice entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd, and these people had expressions of contempt as they coldly looked at the ordinary horses that pulled the wagon, then they mocked her in a completely unrestrained manner. "Does she think her wagon is pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, riding on such a lousy wagon and she thinks she's some great figure. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull your wagon just like the wagon in front, then you won't even have to say a word and we would automatically open a path for you." "Brother, how can you speak like that? Do you think that a random person has the resolution to use 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon?" "Yeah, that's true too." The wave of mocking voices entered the red-clothed girl's ears, causing her expression to become even more unsightly. The black whip in her hand swung out, and she was about to whip the people who mocked her. "Young miss." The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed hold of the red-clothed girl's hand. "Granny Wong, what are you doing? I'm going to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson." The red-clothed girl's face sank. "Young miss, if you were to injure people in front of so many people, you would surely become a target for criticism. Presently, His Majesty the Emperor is getting old, and it is about the time for a change of emperors. Could it be that you want the matter of you hitting commoners for no reason to become a means for the other princes to move against fifth prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she warned the girl in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath before returning to the carriage. She said, with a gloomy expression, "This young miss is just angry that these lowly commoners actually dared to talk like this to this young miss. If this young miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon and swagger about, causing this young miss to be mocked, this young miss will surely not let him off." The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Yi, the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter. However, it was a mystery how Tong Li's expression would be if she knew that the owner of the wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the same youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, in her city, in a quiet and peaceful inn. "Both of you, stay and accompany my mother. I'll be going out with Shang Quan to run some errands," Duan Ling Tian said to Kair and Li Fei before going out with Shang Quan. In the imperial city's inner city, there were businesses that specialized in the sale of courtyard houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Presently, Duan Ling Tian walked into a spacious store with Shang Quan. "Customer, may I know what type of courtyard house you're looking for?" Among the female attendants that stood at the door, the most beautiful among them respectfully greeted Duan Ling Tian in the lobby, as she noticed that among the 2 people before her, the violet-clothed youth was the leader. The lobby was extremely simple. Besides a counter, there were only the models placed within the lobby. These models were all courtyard house models, and each were placed separately. "I didn't think that this world would have similar architectural models like to ones from Earth in my previous life." Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dazed for a moment and felt a sense of familiarity. "Customer, these are the courtyard houses that haven't been sold. Please take a look and see which one you like." The female attendant pointed towards a row of courtyard house models and introduced them with a light smile. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to carefully size up these courtyard houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store accompanied by an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression and was obviously a disciple from a rich family. "Customer, do you wish to purchase a courtyard house?" Another female attendant greeted him. "Nonsense. Do you think I came here to look at you? Of course this young master came here to buy a courtyard house. Let this young master see what courtyard houses you have here." The young man's voice was filled with a slightly condescending tone, causing the expression of the female attendant to change between green and pale, but she didn't dare say anything. As someone who were able to buy a courtyard house here, he wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Duan Ling Tian frowned and swept the young man with his gaze, but he didn't say anything. He continued to be absorbed with sizing up the courtyard house models in front of him. This girl is not bad. Hey, you, this young master doesn't want to be attended by her. You, come and attend to this young master." The young man walked over in large strides before stopping in front of Duan Ling Tian and looking at the female attendant that was attending to Duan Ling Tian with a lustful gaze that seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on her body. The female attendant took a deep breath to suppress the fury in her heart, then she said, in a low voice, "Sorry, customer. I'm currently attending to this customer and am temporarily unable to attend to you." "What did you say?" The young man glared before scolding. "Girl, do you know who the fuck this young master is?" "This young master is a member of Jade Magnolia County's County City's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is our Duan clan's main clan. Besides that, do you know of the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duan Ling Xing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin brother." Hearing what he said caused the female attendant's face to go ghastly pale from fear. Imperial City's Duan clan. One of the few powers only inferior to the imperial family within the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian's state of mind was completely disturbed by the young man, and he looked at the young man with a gaze that flashed with a cold light. Duan Ling Xing's cousin. "Kid, what are you looking at? Unwilling to submit? Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend." The young man noticed Duan Ling Tian looking at him, and he had a face full of disdain as he spoke with a condescending tone. Chapter 136, Recruiting Jing Ru. Duan Ling Tian was still surprised, as he didn't think that he would encounter Duan Ling Xing's cousin here. But now he hadn't even speak and was already taunted and mocked by the young man, causing a malicious flame to burn within his heart. Idiot! The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly spit out a word. Duan was stupefied. This violet-clothed youth had actually called him an idiot. He even thought that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly, "What did you say?" Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man. Although he was Duan Lingxing's cousin, there wasn't any real relationship between the two. He had enmity with Duan Lingxing, but he wouldn't involve Duan Lingxing's family members for no reason. This was a principle that he had always persisted upon in his previous life while living in the world of mercenaries on the edge of a blade. One's family shouldn't have to bear their sins. This point was something that even made the enemies in his previous life have heartfelt admiration towards him. Of course, if Duan wasn't sensible and provoked him, that he wasn't someone that was afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the attendant beside him as he asked, "What are the prices of these courtyard houses?" The attendant returned to her senses. Duan Lingtian's smile was like a spring breeze to her, and she momentarily forgot about the displeased feeling from what happened just now as she earnestly explained to Duan Lingtian, "Customer, this courtyard house is divided into a main and a secondary building. It has a total of 20 rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 halls, 1 front yard, and 1 back yard. The courtyard houses we sell here all come with brand new furniture and daily necessities, and in total cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded as he looked at the courtyard house the attendant pointed at. Duan stood at the side with a flushed face. When was he ever ignored by someone in such a way? Flames of fury couldn't help but ignite within his heart as he watched the violet-clothed youth chat happily with the beautiful attendant. "Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said earlier? I want this attendant," Duan said in a cold voice that contained an undisputable manner and was extremely overbearing. "Customer." The attendant's face turned slightly pale, as she was scared of Duan's growl, and looked over at Duan Lingtian. With a worried expression, "In this world, dogs bark everywhere, you just have to get used to it. You can continue." Duan Lingtian had a carefree and unbothered expression. Just like he said, there were so many mad dogs in this world that he couldn't actually kill all of them, right? As long as they didn't bite him, they could go on and be as mad as they wanted, he would just ignore them. The attendant heaved a sigh of relief when she saw how Duan Lingtian was so unperturbed. She realized that although this youth had heard of the young man's background, he was still unperturbed, and thus obviously was unafraid. "Dog bark." Duan's face darkened as he shouted in rage, "Kid, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 5th level of the core formation stage. "Customer, be careful." The attendant's face went pale, as she didn't expect that this young man would have such a deep cultivation. At the same time, she unconsciously moved to block in front of Duan Lingtian. Her delicate body trembled as she closed her eyes in terror. "You're courting death." Seeing the attendant actually being willing to shield Duan Lingtian caused his eyes to emit jealousy and insanity. His palm strike, which suffused palm images throughout the air, blasted down towards the attendant. "It looks to me like you're courting death." Duan Lingtian's voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from hell itself. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, seeming to transform into a spirit serpent as he moved around the attendant's delicate figure to circle around in front of her. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, then palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duan's palm strike. Between the flurry of fist and palm images, Duan Lingtian's finger pointed out and, accompanied by an ear-shattering sound, touched Duan's approaching palm. In the blink of the eye, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian exerted the strength of nearly 8 ancient mammoths when executing this finger attack. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man behind Duan had maintained a calm expression while all of this was going on. Even when Duan attacked, he didn't have any reaction. But now, when he noticed that Duan Lingtian revealed a strength that was completely sufficient to suppress Duan, his face sank, and he instantaneously flashed out. His figure left a string of afterimages behind as he flew towards Duan Lingtian and shouted explosively, "Stay your hand." The silhouettes of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form above the old man. 4th level of the origin core stage. HMPH. A cold grunt that seemed like thunder instantly exploded out throughout the lobby. A robust figure that seemed like a mountain blocked in front of the old man. The figure casually swung out a punch, seeming to disdain to even use a martial skill. The punch blasted onto the old man's chest and sent him flying. The old man had approached swiftly and flew away even more swiftly. 7th level of the origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he could vaguely see 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the figure that attacked him. And almost at the exact same moment, Duan Ling Tian's finger strike touched Duan Rong's approaching palm strike. Instantly, the force of his finger attack exploded out. Ah! Duan Rong's shrill cry sounded, accompanied by a strange sound of bones shattering, and his body jerked before following in the old man's footsteps. He was blasted away by Duan Ling Tian's finger attack. The old man's body had only just crashed onto the ground when Duan Rong's body descended straight after him, crashing just right beside the old man. The sharp pain that came from the heart of his palm caused Duan Rong to let out another shrill cry full of grief. Eighth Elder. My carpal bone. Shattered. It's shattered. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the robust middle-aged man in terror before he slowly stood up, supported Duan Rong to exit the store, and made his way towards the Duan clan estate. The attendant had already opened her eyes, however, the expected palm strike didn't descend upon her, and she only saw the disappearing figures of the young man and the old man beside him. Who is he? Subsequently, her gaze, which was filled with curiosity and disbelief, descended upon the violet-clothed youth. Everything that happened before only took place in the blink of the eye, and she had only come back to her senses when she noticed that everything had already ended. But even then she could still recall that although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, in the end, the violet-clothed youth still managed to circle around in front of her. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered her ears, causing her to awaken from her daze. She had a perturbed expression as she spoke. Customer, why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked the attendant. I don't know as either. At that moment, I felt that I couldn't let a mishap befall my customer. After that, I unconsciously, as the attendant recalled what happened earlier, she had an inexpressible feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she did what she did earlier, and she felt a lingering fear when she recalled what happened. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face never faded as he asked, "What's your name?" "Customer, I'm Jing Ru," the attendant respectfully replied. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded, then his gaze descended upon the courtyard house model Jing Ru was introducing earlier. I think this type courtyard house is pretty good. Are there any near Paladin Academy? Paladin Academy. Jing Ru's delicate body trembled and her eyes emitted a glow of disbelief. Customer, you're a student at Paladin Academy. Sort of. I've obtained the qualifications but haven't reported in yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Jing Ru was startled, as she never would have imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student at Paladin Academy. In order to enter Paladin Academy, besides members of the imperial family and the few great clans in the imperial city who possessed a small amount of qualifications to recommend one of their own, only genius martial artists who had experienced and surpassed countless tests and tribulations were able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. No matter how she looked at him, the violet-clothed youth in front of her was around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications, it was still sufficient to shock her, and even make her look up to him. Jing Ru took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Customer, you're in luck. There just happens to be one of these courtyard houses close to Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then I'll take that courtyard house. What procedures do we have to go through? With the help of Jing Ru, Duan Ling Tian spent 8 million silver and bought the courtyard house Jing Ru introduced. Duan Ling Tian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand before separating 8 million silver and tossing it onto the counter. His entire movement flowed naturally and smoothly. The manager behind the counter who was in charge of registrations was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's wealth. He passed over the deed for the land and keys to Duan Ling Tian with utmost respect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Jing Ru and asked, with a smile, "Jing Ru, how about you take me over to have a look?" Jing Ru glanced at the manager in hesitation when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. "Go." The manager nodded. Although this customer was young, he obviously had an extraordinary background based on how liberal with money he was, so the manager wasn't willing to offend him. Under Jing Ru's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the courtyard house he had bought. The conditions of the courtyard house were roughly similar to the model, and it came complete with furniture and daily necessities, saving him much trouble. "Customer, do you have any other question?" Jing Ru asked respectfully after taking Duan Ling Tian around the entire courtyard house. Jingru. Duan Ling Tian looked at Jingru and smiled lightly. Are you interested in being my manager here? Jingru was stunned and couldn't quite wrap her head around things. Duan Ling Tian continued, I'm worried Duan Rong will come look for trouble with you because of what happened today. Even though you're a member of the imperial family's business, and he wouldn't dare make trouble for you openly, a despicable person like him isn't above operating in secret. If you be my manager, your main job will consist of being in charge of my daily income and the everyday management of the courtyard house. You don't have to do anything else, so it's absolutely more relaxed than your previous job. Besides that, I can give you double your salary. Duan Ling Tian had already decided in his heart that when he bought this courtyard house, he would find a manager, some servant girls, and a chef. In the future, the household affairs would be handled by the manager, allowing his mother and his 2 fiancées to cultivate in peace. You think it over properly. Within the next 3 days, you may come find me here anytime. Duan Ling Tian didn't force Jingru when he noticed her hesitation. Chapter 137. Huge problem. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any other intentions for looking after Jingru like this, it was all pure concern. Although Jingru had a pretty appearance, she was still inferior compared to Li Fei and Ke, and at most at the same level as Li Shishi. As a former king of mercenaries, Duan Ling Tian was a person that knew how to be grateful. Even though Jingru moving to block in front of him was very unnecessary, at that time Jingru didn't know his ability and was obviously throwing her life out there. Such a kind girl being the manager of his courtyard house was extremely suitable because he could completely trust her. Shang Quan, let's return to the inn and bring them over. After Jingru left, Duan Ling Tian locked up the main gate before leaving the house with Shang Quan. Duan Clan Estate. As a large clan within Crimson Sky Kingdom that was only inferior to the imperial family, the Duan Clan Estate occupied an extremely vast area of land. At this moment, in a large courtyard within the Duan Clan Estate, a fat, married woman with a body weight of around 300 pounds was currently helping Duan Rong dress his injuries. The pair of small eyes on the fat woman flickered with a vicious light. Rong, do you know who the person who injured you is? Duan Rong furiously shook his head. I don't know. Don't worry, Auntie will surely find out and take revenge for you. The fat woman's voice emitted a trace of sinister coldness. Thank you, Auntie. Duan Rong had a face full of delight, as he knew the ability of this aunt of his. Although his uncle, the Duan clan's second son-in-line, had his Dantian crippled 20 years ago, he was still able to manage the various businesses of the Duan clan, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarchs and the few supreme elders. And his uncle always listened to this aunt of his. The fat woman looked at Duan Rong and slowly said, you go get some rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send some people over to buy a courtyard house for you. At that time, you can directly move in. Besides that, you must be sure to live up to expectations once you enter Paladin Academy. The entire Duan clan only has a quota of 5 recommendations, and your uncle gave you the only one he had, so you mustn't lose face for him. Auntie, I won't disappoint you and uncle for sure. Duan Rong fiercely nodded before turning and leaving. After Duan Rong left, the fat woman stood up with great difficulty, and her 300-pound body walked out in large strides, causing a wave tremors on the ground. North of the Duan clan estate, there was a luxurious estate just a few streets after. A wagon had only just stopped at the estate's gates when a red figure flashed out of the carriage and flew directly towards the estate gate. Who? 4 house guards stopped the figure at the gate. You all actually dared to stop this young miss. Open up your damn eyes and look at who I am. The red-clothed youth burst out in rage as she stared at them furiously, and her hand that grasped the black whip seemed to tighten. One of the house guards' face turned ghastly white when he recognized her, then he hurriedly bowed. Young Miss Li, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment. Please pardon my offense, young Miss Li. The other 3 house guards' expression turned ghastly white as well and they hurriedly bowed. They had all recalled this she-devil. She was precisely the 5th prince's cousin and the only daughter of Fair Sun County's county governor, Tong Li. Pardon your offense. Dream on. I'll discipline you all properly in my cousin's stead today. Tong Li, however, wasn't so forgiving. When she lifted her hand, the black whip seemed to transform into a black, venomous snake that flashed towards the 4 house guards, fiercely swinging itself upon their bodies. Even though the 4 house guards were beaten to the point that their skin split apart, they didn't make a single sound, as they knew that if they made a sound, their punishment would be even worse. HMPH, at least you're sensible. Grandma Wong, Let's go find my cousin. After venting her anger, Tong Li put away her whip before walking swiftly into the estate. The 4 house guards' faces were ghastly white with a sense of lingering fear, and they only caught their breaths after Tong Li had disappeared from their sights. I didn't think that this Tong Li's temper wouldn't change a bit after so many years. Not only did it not change, I feel it became worse. I still remember the first time she came here 3 years ago, half of my hair was burned off by her. That's nothing. 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a poisonous snake into my bath barrel. If it wasn't for 5th Prince bestowing medicine to me, I would have died from poisoning back then. This she-devil is back again. Looks like the estate is going to be eventful again. The 4 house guards had faces filled with lingering fear, seeming to be unable to bear to remember the past. In the luxurious estate, within the backyard pergola, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there as he peacefully tasted some fragrant tea. Behind him, a white-browed old man stood there, not moving an inch. Cousin brother. Suddenly, a voice that caused the refined young man's eyebrows to twitch sounded from afar, and then a sense of tender love appeared on his face. The corners of the white-browed old man's mouth twitched, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Before long, Tong Li arrived before the refined young man. With red eyes, her tears flowed like the rain. Cousin brother, you have to take revenge for me. The refined young man, in other words, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 5th prince, couldn't help but be stunned. It was hard for him to imagine how there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. Li, what wrong? Who offended you? Woo-woo. Tong Li flew into 5th prince's embrace. It was like a place for her to vent as she started crying loudly. Grandma Wang, what happened? When the 5th prince looked at the old woman that followed Tong Li in, the tender love on his face vanished, and in its place was a trace of a dignified expression. This was the dignified expression of someone in a high position, and thus suppressed the old woman to the extent that she lowered her head. The old woman hurriedly recounted what happened in the restaurant. 5th prince, this is what happened. A few hours ago I and the young miss. The 5th prince's palm that exploded forth with origin energy descended upon the stone table in front of him, shattering it into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. What did you say? That person slapped Li many times. Yes. The old woman lowered her head. Tong Li raised her head and cried as she spoke. Cousin brother, look, it's been a few hours, and although I consumed an icy skin pill, the marks on my face couldn't be fully removed. When the 5th prince noticed the light marks on Tong Li's face, the fierce light in his eyes grew even brighter. Icy skin pill, a grade 7 medicinal pill that healed the external injuries on the skin and yielded miraculous results. She had consumed the icy skin pill a few hours earlier and the marks on her face still couldn't be fully removed. He could imagine how heavily injured she was before. Who is he? 5th prince's refined temperament vanished, and in its place was fierceness and ruthlessness. His gaze descended upon the old woman, causing her expression to turn slightly pale. 5th prince, I don't know. All I know is that there were 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 more women who wore veils and weren't older than 20. 5th prince took a deep breath. Old man Bai Mei's present. The white-browed old man took a step forward before looking at the 5th prince and respectfully bowing. Go investigate. I want to see who actually dared to injure my cousin's sister. 5th prince instructed with eyes that emitted dense killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters from the same father but different mothers, none of them could be entrusted with his heartfelt feelings. Only this cousin sister of his wouldn't scheme against him nor fight for power and status with him, and thus he had always doted on this cousin sister. Cousin brother, I want him captured alive. I want to kill him with my own 2 hands. Tong Li's voice was mixed with infinite icy coldness. Duan Ling Tian naturally wasn't aware that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd already created 2 huge problems. He was currently sitting within the wagon and chatting with the 3 women as they traveled towards the house he had just purchased. Scoundrel, why'd you sell the Fergana horses? Li Fei asked in curiosity. I lack money, so I sold them. We won't be using them while we stay in the imperial city anyway, and we can buy them again when we need them in the future, Duan Ling Tian casually said. Purchasing the house cost 8 million silver, and now, with the balance 2 million silver combined with the 3 million from the sale of the 3 Fergana horses, he had another 5 million silver on him. There were no advantages. to traveling in the imperial city using Fergana horses, so changing to ordinary steeds were more than enough. Young master, what's the pleasant surprise you spoke about? Kair's watery eyes blinked as she asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. If I tell you now, then it won't be a pleasant surprise. So mysterious. Nobody wants to know, Li Fei rebuked, but in truth, a trace of curiosity flashed deep within her eyes. Eventually, the wagon came to a stop. My liege, we've arrived. Shang Quan's voice sounded. When the three women saw Duan Lingtian unlock the main gate of the courtyard house in front of them, they were dumbstruck. Tian, this is a house you bought? Li Ru asked in surprise. Years ago, she had stayed in the imperial city's Duan clan for a few years, and naturally knew how expensive land was in the imperial city's inner city. Compared to the Duan clan estate, the courtyard house in front of her eyes might be nothing, but even then, this house was worth at least be 7 million or 8 million silver. Pleasantly surprised, right? Duan Lingtian laughed. The three women nodded as they followed Duan Lingtian into the house. This pleasant surprise was really too huge. Shang Quan led the wagon into the courtyard before closing the main gate. Scoundrel, this courtyard house cost a lot, right? Li Fei suppressed the shock in the heart and blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Never mind how much it was, see if you like it. The building on the right is the main building. It has 7 rooms and leads directly to the backyard. The building on the left is the sub-building. It has 30 rooms and I plan to leave it for the servant girls and chef. Duan Lingtian slowly introduced. Before long, Li Ru was pulled away by Kair and Li Fei, who had excited expressions on their faces, to take a look around the entire courtyard house. After today, they would be the owners of this house. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of a door being knocked sounded. Under Duan Lingtian's instruction, Shang Quan walked over and said, in a low voice, "Who?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice sounded from outside. "Open the door." Duan Lingtian recognized this voice. It was the voice of the manager he had decided upon, Jing Ru. However, why was she so anxious? Chapter 138. The Terrifying Little Pythons. When Duan Lingtian saw Jing Ru once more, he noticed that she had brought a bundle of things with her, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Jing Ru, what happened?" "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent people to ask the manager about the whereabouts of your house. Although that person couldn't do anything because the manager wouldn't speak due to business rules, the Duan clan's second master is too skilled, so before long, he will probably find out about your whereabouts." Jing Ru's mouth didn't stop speaking since she entered, and only after finishing did she have a worried expression on her face. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he slowly nodded before asking, "You came to notify me?" Jing Ru's face blushed. "I came to seek refuge from young master. I never imagined that the Duan clan's second master would interfere in the matter, and if he interferes, then he will come for me sooner or later. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Never had he expected that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him achieve his aim. Jing Ru's face went pale when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression. "Young master, you can't be regretting it now, right?" How could Duan Lingtian not realize that Jing Ru had misunderstood? "What are you thinking?" Duan Lingtian, never take back what I've said," he explained with a light smile. Duan Ling Tian. Jing Ru's beautiful eyebrows knit. "Young master, could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan?" "According to my knowledge, the younger generation direct line descendants of the Duan clan were named with Ling. I was once, but now I'm not," Duan Lingtian said indifferently, as he never had any sense of belonging to that Duan clan. Even if his deadbeat father were to return, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice. That clan that would force a single mother to leave. He would never in his entire life forget the generous gifts the Duan clan gave to him. Jing Ru was a smart person, so upon noticing that Duan Lingtian didn't want to explain any further, she didn't continue asking. Before long, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up and he withdrew some silver before passing it to Jing Ru. "Jing Ru, from today onwards, you're my house's manager. Take this money and hire a few well-behaved, diligent, and reliable servant girls within the next few days. And look for 2 chefs. As for their salary, make it double of whatever their counterparts get in those large clans." "Yes, young master." Jing Ru received the silver and hurriedly nodded. I will surely take care of this properly and won't disappoint you. If I didn't trust you, then I wouldn't let you be my manager. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It was precisely because he liked Jing Ru's behavior that he made this decision. Besides that, in the future, you'll stay in the main building with us since there are 7 rooms. My family plus Shang Quan would only take 5 rooms, so there are 2 extra rooms, Duan Ling Tian continued. Thank you, young master. Jing Ru had an excited expression and her heart was filled with gratitude. The young master allowed her to stay in the main building, and it would also mean that he didn't take her to be an outsider. Scoundrel, who is she? A fragrance invaded his senses as Li Fei grabbed Duan Ling Tian's arm. It was as if she was announcing that Duan Ling Tian belonged to her. Her gaze, which was filled with vigilance, descended upon Jing Ru. This is the manager I found, Jing Ru. Jing Ru, this is my fiancée, Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian introduced the 2 girls. Manager. The vigilance on Li Fei's face eased up and she lightly smiled to Jing Ri. Big sister Jing Ru, nice to meet you. Jing Ru was overwhelmed with the unexpected favor as he hurriedly said, young mistress, you can call me Jing Ru. Li Fei beamed when Jing Ru called her young mistress, then she grabbed Jing Ru's hand and walked off towards the house. Big sister Jing Ru, let's go. I'll introduce Aunt Ru and K'er to you. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw the 3 women quickly getting along with Jing Ru. Just at this moment, 2 flashes of light that seemed like bolts of lightning flashed out straight towards Duan Ling Tian like lightning striking. Be careful, my liege. Shang Quan's expression turned grim and his body jerked before disappearing on the spot. When he appeared once again, he was already in front of Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, his 3-foot-long blade flashed out and over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Facing the 2 flashes of light that were flying over, Shang Quan used his full strength, clearly showing how fearful he was of these 2 sudden flashes of light. However, even Shang Quan's sword strike still hit nothing. The 2 flashes of light flashed past his sword and flew towards Duan Ling Tian. My liege. Shang Quan's expression turned extremely grim and cold sweat started to pour from his body. If his liege were to die, he wouldn't be able to survive either. It's fine, Shang Quan, put away your sword. Duan Ling Tian said, which caused Shang Quan's heart to settle down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were 2 strange little pythons on Duan Ling Tian's hands. Little black, little white, you 2 have finally awakened. Duan Ling Tian started playing with the 2 little pythons. He noticed that after half a year of sleep, they actually had undergone a huge metamorphosis. Not only were the horns on their heads fully revealed, now they even flickered with a faint brilliance. I really never imagined that the current speed of you 2 would be so swift. What sort of variant are you 2? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. His origin energy merged into the bodies of the 2 little pythons and he noticed a shocking matter. The snow python's beast core had actually been completely dissolved and absorbed by the 2 little pythons. No wonder their current speed was obviously far superior to the snow python at its prime. Even Shang Quan couldn't touch them when he exerted his full strength while relying on his grade 7 spirit weapon. However, luckily, nothing happened to them. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of fear wash over him. He hadn't mentioned the 2 little pythons to Shang Quan, and thus Shang Quan didn't know of their existence. The 2 little pythons playfully flicked their tongues at Duan Ling Tian. Seeing this scene caused Shang Quan's scalp to go slightly numb, and he asked, in disbelief, my liege, are these your fierce beasts? Sort of. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His thoughts were still fixated on the moment the 2 little pythons flashed towards him. He vaguely saw more than 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above them before disappearing in the next second. It was so fast that even he wasn't able to clearly see the exact amount of ancient mammoth silhouettes, he only vaguely caught sight of some afterimages. Little Black, come demonstrate for me to see how strong you 2 are currently. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little black python and lightly rubbed its small head. The little black python seemed to understand what Duan Ling Tian said, as it flicked its tongue before instantly flashing out and coiling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It then playfully hung on a tree branch and started blinking its intelligent eyes at Duan Ling Tian. This time Duan Ling Tian saw it clearly. Just at this moment, Little White moved as well and hung onto a tree branch like Little Black. 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Ling Tian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, as he noticed that Little Black and Little White each possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xianxia's strike at full force. Xianxia had currently only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and without a spirit weapon, his entire strength was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert close to 520 ancient mammoths, which was quite a difference from either one of the 2 little pythons. I never expected such a terrifying change to occur after they finished absorbing the snow python's beast core. Unbelievable. It took a long time for Duan Ling Tian's state of mind to calm down, and a question arose within his heart. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the snow python's beast core shouldn't be able to cause the 2 little pythons to undergo such changes. Maybe there were some hidden facts which he didn't know of, or maybe there was something else within the snow python's beast core. Unfortunately, however, now that the snow python's beast core had been completely dissolved and absorbed by the 2 little pythons, there was no way to investigate, no matter what, the 2 little pythons. Undergoing a metamorphosis once again caused Duan Ling Tian to feel delighted, as this would mean that he would have 2 more powerhouses beside him that were even stronger than Xianxia. The 2 little pythons and Duan Ling Tian could understand each other on a heart-to-heart basis. Duan Ling Tian only needed to slightly lead them and the 2 little pythons would be able to transform into 2 invincible sharp blades, 2 sharp blades that could pierce through his enemies' chests. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and the 2 little pythons returned to his hand. Xianxia's eyes emitted a sense of fear, as he understood that even if 1 little python were to attack him, the current him wouldn't be able to avoid death. Even if he used the grade 7 spirit weapon, the end result would be the same. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Xianxia's gaze, and he felt that this wasn't a bad thing. From today onwards, besides needing to worry about the poison Duan Ling Tian gave him, he would need to worry about these 2 little pythons that completely obeyed Duan Ling Tian's orders. He knew that Xianxia was an intelligent person and would know how to choose. Since they didn't have a chef yet, Jingru personally made dinner for them, and the taste caused Duan Ling Tian and his family to unceasingly praise her. "Big sister Jingru, I never expected your cooking skills to be so good," Kair said, with a light smile. "Young mistress, you're too kind, but how could I compare to those professional chefs?" Jingru lightly shook her head. "Big sister Jingru, just call me Kair." Being addressed as young mistress caused Kair to blush from embarrassment. After dinner, Li Ru, Kair, and Li Fei returned to their rooms. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood behind Duan Ling Tian, fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. "Jingru." Duan Ling Tian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. "Young master, do you need something?" Jingru looked at Duan Ling Tian inquiringly and full of curiosity. "Jingru, you seemed extremely afraid when you mentioned the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, this second master is just an ordinary person that had his dantian crippled, right?" This was something Duan Ling Tian couldn't wrap his head around. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei's dantian was accidentally crippled by his deadbeat father all those years ago. This was something even he knew. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist whose dantian had been crippled was actually able to cause Jingru's face to turn pale just from mentioning him. "Young master, there are things which you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's dantian was crippled, he's skilled in business. The businesses under the Duan clan were mostly built up by him. Although he lost his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economy, so his status within the Duan clan is only below the patriarchs and the few supreme elders." As soon as Jingru heard what Duan Ling Tian said, she knew that he didn't know of the Duan clan's current circumstances. She was curious in her heart. Could it be that the young master was a direct descendant of the Duan clan that was left behind outside of the clan? Chapter 139. Dire Straits. In a spacious room, Duan Ling Tian lied on the soft bed as he looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. What Jingru said earlier made him feel like he was awakening from a dream. He suddenly felt that many of his previous ways of thinking were too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after he arrived at the imperial city, he would directly go to the Duan clan and challenge Duan Lingxing before killing him. In this way, the Duan clan would suffer a loss but be unable to voice their grievances. But now it would seem that the matter was not as simple as he thought. If he were to kill Duan Lingxing in a fair and public match, he would surely need to face Duan Rulei's frenzied secret attempts at revenge. Duan Rulei's status was extremely high in the Duan clan, so that would be very troublesome. He himself wasn't afraid, but he had to consider the safety of his family. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duan Lingxing needs to be planned carefully. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he closed his eyes and started thinking of a way to deal with the situation. Besides Xianxia, there was only the two little pythons by his side that were strong. If the two little pythons were to work together and attack unexpectedly, killing a 5th-level nascent soul martial artist shouldn't be a problem, but if it was a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist, then even if Xianxia and the two little pythons were to work together, they still might not be able to kill him. Duan Rulei has such a high status in the Duan clan, not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist, he probably can even order about a martial artist above the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength that I control is still too weak. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire and become a grade 8 alchemist, and thus would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia's strength would recover by another 1/3. And based on Duan Lingtian's estimations, his strength would be at the first level of the void prying stage. I wouldn't be so constrained if Xianxia was a first-level void prying martial artist. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a piercing cold glow before he closed them. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body madly rushed at his fleshly body and unceasingly tempered it. If his fleshly body hadn't completed its tempering, then he wouldn't be able to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method slowed down Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed by a certain degree. This was precisely the reason it was difficult for him to catch up to Ke and Li Fei's cultivation levels. His cultivation had an extra step, the tempering of the fleshly body. Duan Lingtian cultivated the entire night until dawn the next day, but he noticed that he actually didn't feel one bit exhausted. Although the 4th-level core formation stage tempering of the fleshly body hasn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual force seems to have advanced. Only a little bit more for it to be comparable to the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. After noticing this, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed a spiritual force comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, then it would also mean that he would be able to inscribe an inscription that was at an even higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. If activated unexpectedly, the Blood Crescent inscription was capable of killing martial artists below the nascent soul stage but posed no threat against any martial artist at the nascent soul stage. If he wanted to deal with a nascent soul martial artists, then he would have to use a higher grade offensive inscription. Scoundrel, you broke through. Duan Lingtian walked out of the main building and arrived at the front courtyard. His appearance, which was full of spirits, caused Li Fei to be surprised. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only he knew what he was happy about. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ke, who was absorbed in her sword cultivation, and lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei, "Who's stronger between you and Ke?" Li Fei said, with a smile, "After little sister Ke's freezing sword stepped into the perfection stage, I wasn't a match for her. Moreover, her cultivation should soon step into the 6th level of the core formation stage." Li Fei was not one bit envious of Ke's cultivation surpassing hers, as she had gotten along well with Ke in these past 2 years, and they were like true sisters. Of course, this was only limited to Ke. Maybe it was because Ke was with Duan Lingtian at first and she came later on. However, Li Fei was extremely vigilant towards any other woman that appeared near Duan Lingtian, as she was unwilling to share Duan Lingtian with a third woman. Ke. Duan Lingtian looked at the faraway beautiful figure with slight surprise, as he didn't expect Ke to have such huge progress in her cultivation. Ke currently was similar to him, already at the age of 18. Women changed quickly as they aged, and the current Ke was completely different from the immature little girl from 3 years ago. Ke's sword that was suffused with origin energy flashed out, and with it, an icy cold aura swept out. The entire sword seemed to be covered in a layer of cold chi. This was precisely the freezing sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill. And it was also the sword skill within the top cultivation method, Frost God's sword technique. In the following month, the courtyard house was peaceful. Besides occasionally flirting with his 2 fiancées, Duan Lingtian spent his time painstakingly cultivating. The facts proved that concentrating solely on cultivation made the process much faster than the cultivating while traveling in the wagon. After all, during the journey, he couldn't help but be affected by some disturbances. Duan Ling Tian completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage within half a month and started to charge towards the 5th level of the core formation stage. Something worth mentioning was that his spirit serpent movement technique that hadn't broken through for a long time had finally stepped into the perfection stage during this 1 month's time. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills that he possessed had all stepped into the perfection stage in succession. In the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian's body was like a spirit serpent as it flashed out, seeming to transform into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. If he used the grade 8 spirit weapon, Violet Myrtle flexible sword, he was confident that there weren't many people under the origin core stage that could withstand a single sword strike from him. During this month, Kair smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month before, the peaceful house felt much more alive, as Jing Ru had found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the house was on the right track, allowing Duan Ling Tian and his family to cultivate in peace. "How's the situation outside?" Duan Ling Tian asked Shang Quan, who had just returned. Shang Quan respectfully said, "My liege, although that Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th prince's people are still searching for your whereabouts, it isn't so frequent anymore. They don't know of your background and thus have no way of searching for you. However, according to my knowledge, the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter and the Duan clan's 2nd master's nephew, Duan Rong, seem to be students in the same year as you in Paladin Academy. There's still 2 months before the end of the registration period of Paladin Academy and when the term begins. My liege, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment, and at that time, the Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th prince will both target you." Shang Quan spoke of his worries. Both the Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th prince had a myriad of powerhouses under their command. Shang Quan was self-aware and thus knew that with his current level of cultivation, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. They're Paladin Academy students as well. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "I understand. I'll think of a way to handle this. Hereafter, continue to keep an eye on the surrounding circumstances. I don't wish for the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's people to locate this place in the short term." "Yes, my liege," Shang Quan replied respectfully. He obeyed any of Duan Ling Tian's orders unconditionally. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shang Quan and slowly said, "Besides that, don't call me your liege in the future, call me young master like Jing Ru and the others." "Yes, young master," Shang Quan replied before leaving. Duan clan's 2nd master, 5th prince. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his temples. If the current him were to face them head-on, he would undoubtedly be overestimating himself. "My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for some time." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as his eyes emitted a dense, cold light. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, there was no way to cultivate spiritual force, and one could only rely on the progression of one's cultivation to continuously grow one's spiritual force. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete the final metamorphosis. At that time, his spiritual force, which was comparable to that of a martial artist at the nascent soul stage, would be sufficient to inscribe a formidable inscription that could annihilate nascent soul martial artists. However, the higher the inscription, the more expensive the materials needed. Merely one inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials worth a few million silver. Duan Ling Tian realized that he needed to find a way to make money. Duan Ling Tian looked at the servant girl beside him and asked, "Xiao Lu, do you have some makeup?" This servant girl was a clever girl named Xiao Lu. She was brought in by Jing Ru. "Yes." Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. "Get it for me," Duan Ling Tian said. Even though Xiao Lu was curious as to why Duan Ling Tian would want makeup, she still brought it over for Duan Ling Tian. When she saw Duan Ling Tian putting makeup onto his own face, she was stunned. Does young master's face, which is so delicate and pretty that even a girl would be envious of, need makeup? In next to no time, she was completely dumbstruck. "How is it? Can you still recognize me?" Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. The current him looked as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effects of the disguise from the makeup he used. "Young master, you're too formidable. This is really too godly." Xiaolu had a face full of adoration as she looked at Duan Lingtian. If she hadn't seen it with her own two eyes, it would be extremely difficult for her to believe that this was real, because it was utterly impossible to notice that Duan Lingtian had makeup on just by looking. "Xiaolu, what are you so surprised about? You. Who are you? Why are you wearing my scoundrel's clothes?" At an unknown time, Li Fei had come out of her room, and when she saw the disguised Duan Lingtian, her expression went grim. Duan Lingtian glared at Li Fei and fiercely said, "Little girl, I've killed your scoundrel. This courtyard house is mine from now on." You're mine as well. Scoundrel." Li Fei was confused earlier due to being too concerned, but after a moment, she recognized Duan Lingtian. "You. This. How did you do it?" Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Li Fei was able to recognize him. After all, they had been together for such a long time. Chapter 140, Genius Alchemist. "Ask Xiaolu. I have to go out and do something." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Although he had a different face now, his smile was extremely natural. Duan Lingtian brought Little Black in his sleeve before walking out of the house. After leaving the house, Duan Lingtian asked a passerby about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over with large strides. The inner city wasn't big, but neither was it small. Duan Lingtian weaved through the stream of people before arriving at the Alchemist Guild half an hour later. Compared to Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was an ancient and majestic building. This should probably be the main building for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's lobby, the stream of people entering and leaving was unceasing. Most of these people were here to post assignments. There was also a small amount of people who had an Alchemist Guild crest on their chests. Obviously they were alchemists, and most of them were grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that were a rare sight in Fresh Breeze Town and even Aurora City are now everywhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and at the same time he withdrew his grade 9 alchemist crest and placed it on his chest before walking in. Instantly, the people outside the Alchemist Guild's door stopped their steps and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, a grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. They were all shocked. Although Duan Lingtian had disguised his face, this face was still a face of a youth and looked to be at most around the age of 18. Duan Lingtian ignored these gazes. He directly walked into the Alchemist Guild lobby and made his way towards the counter. Meanwhile, the people at the door finally started moving. 18-year-old youth, grade 9 alchemist. Is it real or fake? Do you believe this? Do you think that if our Crimson Sky Kingdom really had an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist that passed the Alchemist Guild's verification, we wouldn't know about it? You're right, the crest he's wearing is probably from his family's senior. Most of the people didn't consider Duan Lingtian to be a real grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Lingtian knew of what they thought, he would surely laugh in disdain and feel that they had gotten excited over something so common. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, 18-year-old alchemists appeared in the foreign lands, without end and were countless in number. Duan Lingtian walked over to an empty counter. However, just when he was about to reach the counter, a blue-clothed young man dashed over to his front and stood at the counter before him. Duan Lingtian's face sank. The young man didn't get the attendant to help him post or receive an assignment, but instead looked over at Duan Lingtian with a ridiculing smile on the corners of his mouth. The young man was over 20 years old and emitted arrogance between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild's rules state that only alchemists are qualified to wear the Alchemist Guild's crest. If someone were to give another their crest as they pleased, it would be considered a form of disrespect towards the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Your family seniors are really bold, actually daring to let a little kid like you wear their Alchemist Guild crest. Looks like have no respect for the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian was initially thought that it was strange. This person didn't actually want to get to the counter, he wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, Duan Lingtian finally came to an understanding and knew why the young man had stopped him. Little kid. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then he lightly smiled and said, "How do you know it isn't my own Alchemist Guild crest?" Or maybe it's you who's getting excited over something common and think that it's impossible to be a grade 9 alchemist at an age like mine. Just at this moment, many people within the Alchemist Guild lobby surrounded them. Watching a scene was human nature. Isn't this the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He? Yeah, it's Xiao He. Allegedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20 and was publicly acknowledged as our Crimson Sky Kingdom's most talented genius alchemist in the younger generation. The Xiao clan really got lucky, producing such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, becoming a grade 7 alchemist in the future won't be difficult. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well. Oh my god, he looks like he's only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably got the Alchemist Guild crest from his family's senior and purposely came here to show off. This youth's seniors are really outrageous. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duan Ling Tian could really be a grade 9 alchemist, as he too young after all. Moreover, in the entire history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never once been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Xiao He, 0.20 years old, grade 9 alchemist. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's domain, such a natural talent was indeed considered to be a genius alchemist. However, wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm getting excited over something common. Xiao He perked up his head and mocked, little kid. Last year, when I was 20, I, Xiao He, registered as a grade 9 alchemist in this alchemist guild. I was acknowledged as the most gifted alchemist in the entire younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and this was something that the guild master of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild personally acknowledged. If you're really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I have not heard of it? So, you are surely a fake. Sometimes being self-confident is a good thing, but you shouldn't make self-confidence your means to be arrogant. In this world, there are some people that might not have the same level of fame as you, but that doesn't mean their natural talent is inferior to yours. So, this little kid, will give you a piece of advice. You should conduct yourself in a more humble manner. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled before slowly saying, if there's nothing else, please move aside, my time is extremely precious. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the surrounding bystanders to have weird expressions on their faces. This kid was actually teaching Xiao He a lesson. Little kid, you seem to be too self-righteous. Xiao He's face sank and his voice turned slightly cold. Xiao He, what's going on? Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance walked out from within the Alchemist Guild and walked over upon seeing the crowd gathered together. Vice Guild Master. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Even Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master, Yi Lun. Vice Guild Master, this person put on another's Alchemist Guild crest and blatantly sought public attention. It's detrimental to the Alchemist Guild's reputation, so I say the Alchemist Guild should find the true owner of this Alchemist Guild crest and give out punishment to him. Xiao He pointed at the Alchemist Guild crest on Duan Ling Tian's chest and spoke with a sense of justice. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man, as through the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master. Oh, after hearing what Xiao He said, Yi Lun curiously sized up Duan Ling Tian before asking, in an indifferent voice, kid, who gave you this Alchemist Guild crest? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. What? The dignified Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild speaks irresponsibly when he doesn't know the truth of the matter yet. Yi Lun's brows creased. Presumptuous. Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duan Ling Tian, kid, you still dare deny it in front of the Vice Guild Master. Yi Lun raised his hand to stop Xiao He before glancing at Duan Ling Tian in interest. Kid, could it be that it's really your own Alchemist Guild crest? Is it that strange? Duan Ling Tian shrugged and had a disapproving expression. It isn't strange, but you seem to be only around 18 years old. Are you sure this grade 9 Alchemist crest is something you obtained through the verification of our Alchemist Guild? Yi Lun's eyes shined brilliantly as his gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian's face, seeming to be wanting to discern something. Unfortunately, however, he was bound to be disappointed, as Duan Ling Tian's face remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of the grade 9 Alchemist crest, then our Alchemist Guild has the right to reclaim this crest, Yi Lun added. Actually, Yi Lun didn't believe that this alchemist guild crest belonged to the youth in front of him either. He was sure that the youth's alchemist guild crest was indeed one that was issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's alchemist guild, because on the crest was a special marking of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's alchemist guild's main guild. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom had a 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist, no matter how secluded the small city it was verified in, the small city's alchemist guild would report it to the main guild at the first possible moment, so as far as he was concerned, the possibility that this alchemist guild crest was the youth's was nearly non-existent. How could Yi Lun have known that when Duan Lingtian was 16 years old, after he tested and verified his status as a grade 9 alchemist in Aurora City, the alchemist guild's guild master at the time, Su Mo, did indeed think of reporting this matter to the main guild? However, later on, after hearing the nonsense Duan Lingtian spoke of, Su Mo believed it to be true. He really thought that Duan Lingtian's mysterious teacher was unwilling to let anyone disturb Duan Lingtian's growth, so he concealed the matter and didn't report it. This leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild had absolutely no knowledge of the existence of Duan Lingtian, or else the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most gifted genius alchemist in the younger generation of Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiaohe, but Duan Lingtian. Although a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't that rare. But a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, not to mention it hadn't appeared in the entire history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's even never appeared in the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 141, Laying a Trap, Massive Gamble. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove your identity as a grade 9 alchemist, then the Alchemist Guild will reclaim your Alchemist Guild crest. Xiaohe looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with a sense of looking at a joke. He wouldn't believe no matter what that this little kid was a grade 9 alchemist. One by one, the gazes of the people present descended upon Duan Lingtian, and even more people were waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surrounding people as he asked, "None of you believe that I'm grade 9 alchemist?" Even though no one replied, their questioning gazes explained everything. "You're called Xiaohe." Duan Lingtian turned his gaze over to Xiaohe, and his eyes flashed with a trace of a cunning brilliance that he didn't allow Xiaohe to notice. "Exactly, I'm Xiaohe." Xiaohe perked up his head in an incredibly arrogant manner as he looked down upon Duan Lingtian. "If do you dare to make a bet with me?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Humph, I'm not interested in betting with you," Xiaohe sneered. Even though he didn't know what exactly Duan Lingtian had up his sleeve, being someone who could become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wasn't a fool. Haha, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most gifted genius alchemist, an alchemist at the age of 20. What an undeserved reputation. Duan Lingtian started laughing with a carefree expression, but anyone could perceive that Duan Lingtian was actually mocking Xiaohe as a cowardly person. "Kid, don't change the subject. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove you're an alchemist, then you have to hand over that Alchemist Guild crest." Xiaohe looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "Stop acting, I saw through your act long ago. When did I change the subject? The bet I want to carry out with you is precisely in response to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet on is, if I can prove that I'm a grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. Conversely, if I'm unable to prove it, then I'd lose 5 million silver to you. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian gazed at Xiaohe with a tranquil expression. 5 million silver. The gamble which Duan Lingtian spoke of was like a pebble tossed onto the water, raising 1,000 ripples. The surrounding crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Even the Alchemist Guild's main guild's Vice Guild Master, Yi Lun, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze full of interest. Could it be that he really is a grade 9 alchemist? However, if he really is a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the verification process to obtain the Alchemist Guild crest, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild that registered him not report this to the main guild? There were too many questions within Yi Lun's heart. 5 million silver. Xiaohe was stunned. 5 million silver was nothing to him. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would surely satisfy his wish. After all, he was the genius alchemist who the Xiao clan was focused fostering, and he was in existence would sooner or later become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only been a grade 9 alchemist for a year, and most of the medicinal pills he refined were to complete the Alchemist Guild's assignments in order to earn Alchemist Guild points. Currently, he only had with him the 3 million silver the clan gave him. "What? You don't dare?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He and started laughing. If that's the case, then I guess you think I'm a grade 9 alchemist. Now, shouldn't you take back your questioning towards me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you must admit that I'm an even more gifted genius alchemist than you. And your reputation as the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most gifted genius alchemist of the younger generation is undeserved. Since Xiao He appeared, Duan Ling Tian had seen through the sort of person he was. Xiao He was an arrogant and conceited person, and it was exactly this point that he picked out to use as a means to force Xiao He to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He was confident that with Xiao He's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Haha, what a bullshit genius alchemist, he's nothing more than a coward. Duan Ling Tian continued to add fuel to the flame, breaking down the last line of defense within Xiao He's heart. Yi Lu glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. This violet-clothed youth, can it be that he's really confident? Okay, I agree. However, can you even produce 5 million silver? In the end, Xiao He still agreed to the bet, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile. As far as he was concerned, everything this youth said earlier was surely said on purpose to embarrass him, and now he would unravel the violet-clothed youth's lies. Can you even produce 5 million silver? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended upon Duan Ling Tian. They were all stunned by the massive gamble that Duan Ling Tian spoke of. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone would be able to casually put forth. Even a grade 9 alchemist would at least need tens of years to earn that amount of silver. Are you sure? After hearing what Xiao He said, Duan Ling Tian didn't rush to withdraw his silver, as he wanted to make Xiao He enter his trap completely, and in this way Xiao He wouldn't be able to go back on his word. What? You're scared? Seeing Duan Ling Tian like this caused Xiao He to think that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of being found out, and he laughed loudly before looking at the surrounding people and Yi Lun. Vice Guild Master, you and everyone present here shall be the witnesses of today's gamble. I, Xiao He, and this ignorant kid establish a gamble. If he can prove that he's a grade 9 alchemist, I'll lose 5 million silver to him. And if he is unable to prove he's a grade 9 alchemist, then he will lose 5 million silver to me. As he finished speaking, Xiao He added, but of course, the precondition to this gamble would be him being able to produce 5 million silver. The meaning of what he said was nothing more than saying if Duan Ling Tian couldn't produce such an amount of silver, then the gamble would have no meaning. As far as he was concerned, doing this was more than enough to reveal Duan Ling Tian's scheme. Of course I'll produce the silver, but I'm afraid you might not be able to. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He and smiled lightly. I can't produce it, kid, I'm the genius alchemist that's being fostered by the Xiao clan, I only need to say the word to get 5 million silver. I understand now, this is just your way of evading the bet because you're incapable of producing 5 million silver. You said this on purpose, right? The smile on Xiao He's face grew even wider, and the last trace of worry within his heart vanished as he firmly believed that Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to produce such an amount of silver. And everything that happened was just something Duan Ling Tian did on purpose with the objective of making him afraid of agreeing on the bet, thus causing him be embarrassed and lose face in public. What? I've unraveled your lies. Don't have anything to say. Seeing Duan Ling Tian slightly hesitating caused Xiao He to sneer. If you don't have that much silver, then don't act beyond your means. If you're sensible, then cut the crap and hand over your alchemist guild crest. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. As long as you can produce 5 million silver and pass it to the Vice Guild Master for safekeeping, I naturally will produce my 5 million silver and pass it to the Vice Guild Master as well. Unfortunately, however, you're probably unable to produce such an amount. The smile on the corners of Xiao He's mouth completely froze as he said, in a low voice, Kid, are you not done? Fine, I'll pass 5 million silver to the Vice Guild Master right now. Vice Guild Master, I only have 3 million silver with me right now, can I borrow the other 2 million silver from you? Xiao He withdrew a stack of silver with a wave of his hand and passed it over to Yi Lun. As the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He was the only one among the Xiao clan younger generation that possessed a spatial ring. Yi Lun's brows lightly twitched, but in the end he didn't say anything as he received Xiao He's silver and nodded. Kid, did you see that? That's my wager. Where's yours? Xiao He held his head high as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered unceasingly as he waited for Duan Ling Tian to make a fool of himself. What a joke. You say you're the Xiao clan's disciple, but you have to borrow from another person just to gather a mere 5 million silver. Tsk tisk. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Cut the crap, where's your wager? Xiaohe's face sank, and a desire to kill the violet-clothed youth abruptly arose within his heart. This kid was too hard to deal with. Watch closely. This is my wager. Although I'm just a nobody, I don't need to borrow money from someone else to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Ling Tian put his hand into his pockets on purpose before withdrawing all the silver within his spatial ring, then he passed it over to Yi Lun. Vice Guild Master, this is my wager. Please count it. Yi Lun was stunned for a moment before he received the silver from Duan Ling Tian. After counting for a moment, he nodded. Yes, it's precisely 5 million silver. As he finished speaking, Yi Lun had an extremely complicated gaze. He vaguely realized that everything was a trap laid by this violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiaohe to jump in. He used Xiaohe's conceited personality against him. This violet-clothed youth was really too terrifying. He completely made use of Xiaohe's weakness. At this point, he was almost completely sure that the violet-clothed youth was a genius that slipped through the Alchemist Guild main guild's net. He should indeed be a grade 9 alchemist, but he was still slightly anticipating the scene when the youth proved himself. What the fuck? It's really 5 million silver. Who is this youth? Even Xiaohe wasn't able to produce 5 million silver and needed to borrow some silver from the Vice Guild Master. However, he easily produced 5 million silver. Truly unbelievable. Since he can produce so much silver and he initiated this gamble, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Since the matter has already come to this, do you think it's possible that he's so kind as to gift so much money to Xiaohe? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's really too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a new record within our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're lucky enough to witness this special moment. The surrounding crowd grew in number, as everyone who entered the Alchemist Guild crowded over. After some of the people who were unaware of what happened heard of the sequence of events from the person beside them, they looked at Xiaohe and Duan Ling Tian with interest as they waited for the crucial moment to arrive. Of these two people, one of them was the famous genius alchemist in Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other was only a nobody. Chapter 142, Divine Might Marquis Estate. No, it can't be. How could he possibly be able to produce 5 million silver? Xiaohe's expression became extremely unsightly when he gazed at the stack of silver in Yi Lun's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Now even he realized that he had fallen for the violet-clothed youth's trap. However, deep within his heart, he still wasn't willing to believe that this youth was really a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, this mostly came from him not accepting the fact that he was surpassed. Only he knew how much hard work he expended in order to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He wasn't willing to believe that there was someone within the younger generation in Crimson Sky Kingdom with natural talent that surpassed his. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly raised. He naturally noticed the change in Xiaohe's expression, but there wasn't a trace of pity within his heart. Today, if it wasn't for this Xiaohe picking a fight with him, he would have already accepted some assignments and started making money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one is able to choose between points-based compensation and monetary-based compensation. Duan Ling Tian came here precisely to accept assignments and make money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was in Aurora City, he 5,000 points from Sumo, and that was sufficient for now. Since Xiaohe incited the matter of his own accord, then he would have to pay the price for his actions. 5 million silver was precisely the price Xiaohe had to pay. Actually, even Duan Ling Tian didn't expect that he would actually encounter such an unexpected joyful event when he came to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. It completely exceeded his expectations. He was going to obtain 5 million silver without needing the slightest effort. He wished he could encounter such a good opportunity a few more times. Seeing that all of the gazes of the people present had descended on his body, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing upwards. A strand of milky white pill fire instantly sprouted out of Duan Ling Tian's hand and slowly flickered. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild lobby was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were upon the pill fire on Duan Ling Tian's hand, and they couldn't return to their senses even after a long while. Grade 9 pill fire. If it was only a grade 9 pill fire, it wouldn't be sufficient to cause surprise in them. However, when the grade 9 pill fire appeared on the hand of an 18-year-old youth, it was sufficient to cause them to be so surprised that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. an 18-year-old Grand 9 alchemist. What kind of monster was this? Yi Lun was the first to react. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Never had he thought that there was actually such an outstanding alchemist within their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This is the real genius alchemist. Xiaohe was utterly incapable of comparing with him. Subsequently, the people present reacted, and for a moment the entire lobby was filled with the sounds of exhaling breaths of cold air that rose and fell unceasingly. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. I wonder which clan he's from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is virtually a new record in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our alchemist guild's main guild master, an existence that's from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, allegedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was nearly 20. In other words, this youth's natural talent is even more monstrous than the guild master's during his youth. And his future accomplishments might even possibly surpass the guild master's. The guild master is the one and only grade 6 alchemist within our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Since this kid surpassed him, doesn't that mean that he has a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? Monstrous talent. The surrounding crowd was not one bit stingy on their praises of Duan Ling Tian. Some of the people's gazes descended onto Xiaohe and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that at the instant that violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pill fire, the genius halo atop Xiaohe became a thing of the past. It was now history. This violet-clothed youth was the one that truly deserved being acknowledged as the most gifted genius alchemist within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiaohe didn't even amount to scraps in front of him. Xiaohe's body was trembling. He had recovered from the shock and quickly noticed the gazes full of pity that were upon him. At this moment, he felt his heart tremble. 1 year ago, how awe-inspiring he was when he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. But now he was surpassed by an even younger youth, and had even lost 5 million silver to the youth. All of this made him feel too ashamed to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes from the surrounding people were more like gazes that were ridiculing and mocking him. Vice Guild Master, I'll get someone to send the 2 million silver over to you later. Xiaohe's voice was hoarse and deep. He swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze and memorized Duan Ling Tian's appearance before leaving the Alchemist Guild, only leaving behind these words. If Xiaohe were to find out that Duan Ling Tian's current appearance was only the product of his disguise, it was a mystery as to what his expression would look like. The people present all knew that it probably wouldn't take long for today's matter to spread through the entire imperial city. At that time, Xiaohe would really lose face. Kid, here's your 10 million silver. Yi Lun took out another 2 million silver from his own pocket, combined it with the 8 million silver already in his hand, and passed it over to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Duan Ling Tian put away the silver and lightly smiled to Yi Lun. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were a few gazes filled with greed on him that were coming from the surrounding crowd, targeting his money. Kid, let's go have a chat inside. How about it? Yi Lun looked at Duan Ling Tian and invited with a light smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded before leaving the Alchemist Guild lobby with Yi Lun to enter to the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yi Lun asked Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't reveal his full name, and this name was precisely his name during his previous life. Ling Tian, surnamed Ling, name Tian. What a good name, Yi Lun praised as his eyes emanated a brilliant light. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join, the Alchemist Guild will go all out in fostering you. In the future, you'll even have the chance to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Lun was concerned, this was an extremely huge temptation, and the youth before him probably wouldn't refuse. Forgive me, Vice Guild Master, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Ling Tian faintly shook his head. Then that's really unfortunate. Yi Lun was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses. He didn't try to force Duan Ling Tian. He was able to notice that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted a sense of wisdom, and he was absolutely not someone who would change his decision on a whim. Vice Guild Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be taking my leave, Duan Ling Tian said to Yi Lun before leaving the rear hall. Upon noticing Duan Ling Tian arriving at his counter, the young man behind the counter in the lobby took a deep breath and didn't dare neglect him in the slightest. May I know if you're posting or accepting an assignment? Accepting an assignment. Let me take a look at your assignment folders, Duan Ling Tian said with a light smile. The young man didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so friendly and felt slightly overwhelmed from the unexpected attitude as he hurriedly passed over the folder to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian smiled to the young man before starting to flip through the assignment folder. Most of the assignments within the folders related to the refinement of grade 8 medicinal pills, and although there were quite a few assignments requiring grade 9 medicinal pills, the compensation was extremely low. Duan Ling Tian had no interest whatsoever in such low compensation. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the one of the first few folders among the assignment folders. An assignment that was posted 3 years ago. Assignment poster. Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan. Assignment details. Cure the poison of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Senior Marquis. The Senior Marquis was infected with the Void Stage Demon Beast Dark Nether Minx poison. A demon beast is a type of formidable beast that surpasses fierce beasts, similar to how a fierce beast surpasses a wild animal. Only a fierce beast at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage and who breaks through to the void stage after surviving the 6-9 lightning tribulation will undergo a metamorphosis and transform into a demon beast. Dark Nether Mink wouldn't attack humans under ordinary circumstances. Looks like it's probably the Senior Marquis who provoked it, and as a result was bitten by it. Through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian obtained quite the understanding of the Dark Nether Mink. This assignment's reward. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon the back of the folder. Assignment reward. The Divine Might Marquis Estate will satisfy any condition that is within their power by the person who completes this assignment. This generation's Divine Might Marquis seems to be that Cavalry Grand General or whatever again. I wonder what his status is like within the Imperial City, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He then asked the young man behind the counter, may I know what sort of figure this Cavalry Grand General, Senior Grand Marquis Ni Yuan is? Unexpectedly, however, admiration and veneration was aroused in the young man upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan Grand General is a figure similar to a god of war in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and along with His Majesty the Emperor, he holds control over half of the military might of the kingdom. As for the Divine Might Marquis Estate, its status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom is not one bit inferior to the large clans like the Shao clan. Besides that, the Divine Might Marquis himself is allegedly a void stage powerhouse with a strength not one bit inferior to the 18 county governors of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The young man slowly said. Duan Ling Tian was shocked, as he originally thought that the Divine Might Marquis Estate was just any other ordinary Grand General estate, but never had he imagined that it would have such a background. Right. How do the Duan clan and the Shao clan compare with each other? Duan Ling Tian asked. The young man lightly smiled as he said, the Duan clan and the Shao clan are both equally famous large clans of the Imperial City. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded before closing the folder and passing it back to the young man. Didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. No. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and left after saying goodbye to the young man. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear into the distance. What demeanor! Not arrogant nor conceited, unlike that Shao He, whose alchemist natural talent is only ordinary compared to his but is fond of putting on airs. Duan Ling Tian had only just left the alchemist guild when 3 figures slowly walked out of a nearby street and followed him. Chapter 143, Ni Yuan, Ni Fen. Where's that kid? The 3 middle-aged men had followed the violet-clothed youth into a secluded alleyway, and just when they thought that they were going to hit their target, they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had vanished at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search, a green-clothed middle-aged man said in a low voice as his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy brilliance. Just when the 3 of them were about to split up and search. You don't have to search anymore. A lazy voice echoed out before them, causing them to shudder as if being jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, what they saw was the violet-clothed youth walk out from the alley. Wasn't this youth exactly the target they were looking for? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the 3 of them. He had already taken notice of these 3 people when he was still at the Alchemist Guild's lobby. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, these 3 people's eyes emitted a brilliance of greed and bloodthirst. They obviously coveted his silver. As expected, he noticed these 3 tails the moment he left the Alchemist's Guild. The 3 middle-aged men's bodies jerked as they flashed out to surround Duan Ling Tian, as if they were afraid that he would run away. They didn't even stop to ask themselves, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to run, would he have appeared at this time? However, their minds were currently shrouded with covetous intentions, and all that was left in their hearts was that 10 million silver. One of the middle-aged men had a gaze filled with greed as he licked his dry lips and said, in a low tone, "Kid, hand over the 10 million silver, and maybe the three of us might leave your corpse intact." An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Tisk tisk, being able to kill such a genius alchemist in my lifetime is really the virtue of my ancestors. Another of the middle-aged men's eyes glowed as if Duan Ling Tian was already dead. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he unexpectedly asked, "If I hand over the 10 million silver to you, will you let me off?" Kid, seeing as you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18, you probably have an extraordinary background, and you've seen the faces of his 3 brothers, so we won't take the risk. So you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us. You'll undoubtedly die today. The green-clothed middle-aged man in the lead grunted in a low voice as his eyes emitted a dense killing intent. Then there's nothing to talk about, right? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth contained a smile as he spread out his hands and shrugged. The greed-clothed middle-aged man frowned, as Duan Ling Tian being so composed even until now made him feel apprehensive, and his face sank unconsciously as he shouted, in a low voice, "Kill him. Anything can happen at any time." Instantly, the 3 middle-aged men moved out in unison, and above each of them appeared tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes. They were obviously 3 origin core martial artists. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he raised his arm and said, in a low voice, "Little Black." Instantly, a black bolt of lightning flashed out of Duan Ling Tian's sleeve and circled around him before bringing about 3 dazzling and resplendent strands of fresh blood as it dropped onto Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was a black, single-horned little python that was flicking its tongue, seeming to be seeking credit from Duan Ling Tian. Bang! 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 The 3 middle-aged men that were about to attack Duan Ling Tian instantly dropped to the ground dead. On each of their chests was a tiny, bloody hole which was unceasingly spouting out fresh blood. The green-clothed middle-aged man was still slightly conscious. He glared at the violet-clothed youth, who was teasing the little black python, before struggling for a moment, but it was to no avail and he ended up dying in despair. There was only one thought in his mind before he died: if the heavens were to give him a chance to do it all over again, he would absolutely not throw away the lives of himself and his 2 brothers for 10 million silver, but unfortunately, it was all too late. "Little fellow, all you did was kill 3 origin core martial artists, is that something to be so complacent about?" Duan Ling Tian rubbed the small head of the little black python with a gaze filled with warmth before putting it back into his sleeve. "I gave you all a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked on to the 3 corpses for a bit, and the corners of his mouth curled into a vicious smile. When he left, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon the end of the alley ahead. He seemed to have noticed something. He glanced deeply at that direction before turning around and leaving. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure slowly walked out of the end of the alley. The figure's eyes were filled with a sense of astonishment. Did he notice me? How could that be possible? Even that 4th-level nascent soul fierce beast beside him didn't notice me. Maybe it's just my misconception. However, I really worried for nothing, and I never imagined that he would have such a formidable fierce beast to protect him, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Looking at his appearance, wasn't it precisely the Alchemist Guild's main guild's vice-guild master, Yi Lun? Infected with the dark nether minx poison. That assignment was posted 3 years ago as well. If that senior marquis is a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, then he might still be barely hanging on now. If he isn't, then I fear he's gone to heaven long ago. I may as well go ask. Duan Ling Tian didn't return home after leaving the alley but instead inquired about the whereabouts of the Divine Might Marquis estate before heading over. As expected of an existence that was equally as famous as the imperial city's large clans, such as the Duan clan and the Shao clan. The entire Divine Might Marquis estate encompassed a vast area of land and was extraordinarily grandiose, giving people an unconscious feeling that it was boundless. At the Divine Might Marquis estate's main gate, Duan Ling Tian was stopped by 4 soldiers in light armor. The Divine Might Marquis is worthy to be called a Grand General, so his estate guards are veteran soldiers that have bathed in blood on the battlefield. Duan Ling Tian felt a familiar aura on the 4 middle-aged soldiers, the aura of bloody slaughter from the battlefield. "Who are you?" A soldier in light armor glanced at Duan Ling Tian before shouting a question in a stern voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he slowly spoke. "Who I am isn't important. I came here because I wanted to ask you all one thing. Is the senior marquis of your divine might marquis estate still alive? As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, as long as the senior marquis was still alive, then he had a chance. He didn't, however, think that anyone would have cured the senior marquis of his poison during these 3 years, as the demon beast dark nether mink wasn't a poison that just anyone could cure. Ignorant kid, you actually dare curse our senior marquis. The expressions of the 4 soldiers turned grim and the auras of slaughter on their bodies increased explosively. They were about to attack Duan Ling Tian. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next made them stop in their tracks. I'm here to help your senior marquis cure his poison. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression as he slowly spoke. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the 4 armored soldiers to glance at each other, and after a moment, one of them turned around to enter the divine might marquis estate. Wait a moment, my brother has gone to report to the marquis, one of the armored soldiers said to Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt that what this youth said wasn't really believable, he still didn't dare neglect him. If the youth had a remarkable figure behind him and they were to offend the youth, then it would also mean that they defended the remarkable figure. If that remarkable figure were to really have the ability to cure the poison of the senior marquis but refused due to their disrespect, then their losses would outweigh their gains. Moreover, he noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements were filled with the bearings of a remarkable figure, so he obviously wasn't an ordinary youth. Duan Ling Tian's current appearance after disguising himself was indeed an extremely ordinary face, one that would be easily lost within a crowd. In next to no time, the soldier that went to report Duan Ling Tian's arrival exited the estate and respectfully said to Duan Ling Tian, "Young master, the marquis requests your presence." Duan Ling Tian nodded before following behind the soldier and entering the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall, a robust middle-aged man with a dignified appearance wore casual clothes as he paced back and forth. "Father, didn't the soldier say that the person who came was just a youth? Can he really help cure grandfather's poison?" A young man around the age of 25 that had an imposing appearance spoke with a tone filled with doubt. "Fen, 3 years ago when your grandfather was poisoned, even the Alchemist Guild's main guild master, that grade 6 alchemist, wasn't able to help. After that, even though our Divine Might Marquis estate pledged a heavy promise, not one person came. If your grandfather continues to delay the poison within him, he probably won't be able to live another year. Therefore, no matter what, I still want to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't a remarkable figure behind that youth?" The robust middle-aged man was precisely the current Divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Cavalry Grand General, Ni Yuan. Ordinarily, even when he met the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had not once lost his composure like this. "That's true, there's no harm in trying. If he really can cure grandfather's poison, I, Ni Fen, will be deeply grateful." The young man nodded with a flickering gaze. The person he respected the most in his entire life was his grandfather, the figure that once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and was conferred the rank of nobility by the Emperor. That was how he became the Divine Might Marquis. In a manner of speaking, the glory of the Divine Might Marquis estate was built up solely by his grandfather. "Marquis, I've brought him." The voice of the soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan's footsteps stopped when he heard the soldier's voice, and his gaze moved like lightning to look off far into the distance outside the audience hall. "Ask him in." The moment Duan Ling Tian walked into the audience hall, he saw a robust middle-aged man with an extraordinary imposing manner. He should be the current Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General, Ni Yuan, E.H. Wasn't he supposed to be a void stage powerhouse comparable to the 18 county governors? He probably hasn't experienced the 6-9 lightning tribulation and at most is in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, or half a step into the void stage, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Relying on the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, he saw through the middle-aged man's cultivation but with a glance. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Ling Tian slowly walked in and stood not far from the Divine Might Marquis as he lightly smiled. This could be considered his way of showing respect. Audacious. Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded from behind the Divine Might Marquis. Duan Ling Tian glanced over to see a young man who had a 50 to 60% resemblance to the Divine Might Marquis. His eyes were wide open as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. "Junior Marquis, I wonder where I have been audacious." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, as he guessed the identity of the young man. "You meet the Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General, but you actually dare to not bow. Is this not audacious of you? The young man asked, in a low voice. Junior Marquis, what you say is incorrect. The most important in bowing is sincerity. If there is no respect in my heart and I bow insincerely, what use is that? Could it be that Junior Marquis likes an insincere bow? Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a laugh. Chapter 144, Senior Marquis. You're arguing irrationally. Ni Fen was flustered and exasperated when he heard Duan Ling Tian's difficult-to-refute words. Enough, Fen. What this little brother said isn't without its logic. The divine might Marquis Ni Yuan spoke before looking over to Duan Ling Tian with a focused gaze. Little brother, do you really have a way to cure the dark nether minx poison? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Marquis, the current me doesn't have the ability to completely cure the dark nether minx poison within the senior Marquis yet. Humph. Father, I told you, even the Alchemist Guild's main guild master was helpless against grandfather's poison. How could a kid like him have a way? Ni Fen's face sank when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Fen, shut up. Ni Yuan glared at Ni Fen before gazing once more at Duan Ling Tian and asking, Little brother, what do you mean by what you said? Duan Ling Tian shrugged as he slowly said, the meaning is, I can temporarily cure a portion of the dark nether minx toxic poison for the senior Marquis, whereas the other portion would need to wait until I've become a grade 8 alchemist. Grade 8 alchemist. The father and son pair were both dumbstruck, then they sized up the violet-clothed youth in front of them. This kid only looks to be around the age of 18, but he actually talked nonsense about becoming a grade 8 alchemist. Even if he can become a grade 8 alchemist, when will that be? Who could afford to wait? Kid, our divine might Marquis estate doesn't have the time to fool around with you. Grade 8 alchemist. To think you would dare to utter such nonsense. Even if it's just to become a grade 9 alchemist, I wonder how many more years it would. Ni Fen had a displeased expression, but he wasn't able to finish what he wanted to say before being utterly dumbstruck and standing there like a log. Only because in the movement of lifting his hand, a grade 9 pill fire ignited on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Ni Yuan's eyes shone. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. This youth is virtually a bigger monster than that Shao clan's genius alchemist, Shao He. It was unknown, however, how Ni Yuan's expression would be if he knew that not too long ago, Duan Ling Tian had made fun of Shao He in the Alchemist Guild and even duped Shao He of 5 million silver. I will surely become a grade 8 alchemist within 2 years. Before that, I can cure the toxic poison within the senior Marquis's internal organs and allow the senior Marquis to be rid of any pains from the toxic poison's flare. Once I've become a grade 8 alchemist, I can completely cure the senior Marquis's poison, and furthermore cure his void-prying stage strength. Duan Ling Tian's tone was clear and firm, containing an extremely strong confidence. Ni Yuan took a deep breath before he asking, in a low voice, How did you know that my father was a void-prying stage martial artist? The senior Marquis couldn't have survived until now if it wasn't for him being a void-prying martial artist. If I'm not wrong, the senior Marquis's health is already on its last leg, and if he doesn't find a way to cure the poison within his internal organs, he probably won't last a year, Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Ni Fen was slightly moved. He never would have thought that this youth that seemed 7 or 8 years younger than him would actually have such skill. The matter of his grandfather, the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, being unable to last another year was something that only a few people knew of even within the entire Divine Might Marquis estate. But this youth was actually able to deduce it so accurately. Little brother, I still don't know what your name is. Ni Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, as he now nearly completely believed what Duan Ling Tian said. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist might really be able to make a miracle happen. Or maybe, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist was the miracle itself. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian slowly said. He similarly didn't proclaim his true name in front of the Divine Might Marquis. Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, however, Ni Yuan seemed to be dazed upon hearing his name, seeming to have thought of something as he sighed. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Brother Ling Tian, how about I take you to see my father right now? Ni Fen's gaze flickered as he stared at Duan Ling Tian for a moment with a weird expression before lightly shaking his head. Before long, Duan Ling Tian met the senior Marquis in the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The old man wore a grey robe, and due to being poisoned for many years, he seemed sickly to the point that it gave the illusion that a gust of wind would be able to blow him down. But even then, A domineering and dignified presence was emitted from the old man's brows, seeming to recount his glorious past. Father. Ni Yuan respectfully bowed the moment he arrived in front of the old man. Grandfather. Ni Fen was reverent and respectful as well. Senior Marquis. Duan Ling Tian followed up and smiled lightly to the old man. This is. The old man's murky eyes abruptly shone when they saw Duan Ling Tian, his gaze seeming to be able to see through everything. Father, this is Brother Ling Tian. He's here to cure your poison, Ni Yuan said respectfully. He had always held his father in reverence. Even though his father wasn't as renowned compared to all those years ago, his father was still the towering colossal mountain within his heart. Oh, the old man's eyes emitted a trace of amazement. He understood his son and thus knew that his son wasn't the type of person to shoot off at random. Since the youth was able to arrive here, then it showed that his son believed in this youth. Duan Ling Tian casually acted like he put his hand into his pockets before withdrawing a paper and brush from his spatial ring. He wrote down some medicinal materials on it before passing it over to Ni Yuan. Marquis, prepare these medicinal materials, and after it's done, I'll refine a poison-curing pill for the senior Marquis. Refine a medicinal pill? The old man's gaze focused and then he asked, in a slightly surprised tone, Kid, you're an alchemist. Grandfather, despite Brother Ling Tian's young age, he's a grade 9 alchemist, Ni Fen said with a light smile. Grade 9 alchemist, not bad, not bad. The old man nodded continuously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his tone filled with a heartfelt praise. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Even his tranquil innermost being was startled. Ni Fen followed Ni Yuan and left the rear courtyard, as they went to prepare the medicinal materials. Hey, Fen, tell me, how nice would it be if Brother Ling Tian was the son of your uncle Ru Feng? On the way, Ni Yuan abruptly sighed. Father, they only just have the same name. Moreover, Brother Ling Tian is surnamed Ling, and Uncle Ru Feng's son should be called Duan Ling Tian. Ni Fen shook his head. He couldn't help but think back to that unparalleled genius martial artist of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of outstanding talent, so they gave them a rocky road to travel through. I don't know why, but when I see him, I have this kind of intimate feeling. If it wasn't for me going out to battle that year, how would I have let sister-in-law and little Tian leave the Duan clan? But unfortunately, I never once asked Ru Feng about sister-in-law's background, and although that Duan clan fourth brother knows of her background, he's unwilling to say. I virtually have no way of tracking her and the child down. So many years have passed. I wonder how the two of them are doing. Ni Yuan had a face full of guilt and regret. Don't worry, father. Aunt Ru and little Tian are be fine, as the heavens protect good people, Ni Fen consoled. Little Tian, that child should have grown up by now and should probably be around the same age as Brother Ling Tian. Fen, do you think it's possible that they might be the same person? Father, don't overthink things. Think about it, Uncle Ru Feng had an elegant and handsome appearance, even Aunt Ru had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. How could their child have such an ordinary appearance? It's only just a coincidence. Moreover, Brother Ling Tian isn't surnamed Duan. That's true as well. The child of Ru Feng and sister-in-law would surely have an exceptional appearance. In the rear courtyard, Duan Ling Tian and the old man sat facing each other. Senior Marquis, according to my knowledge, the dark nether mink wouldn't attack humans on its own accord, so how did you come into conflict with it? Duan Ling Tian asked the old man in doubt. Brother Ling Tian, you even know the habits of the dark nether mink. The old man was slightly surprised, and the feeling that the youth before him wasn't simple became even stronger. You're right, the dark nether mink wouldn't attack me of its own accord, but at the time I urgently needed a spirit fruit that the dark nether mink was guarding, so I could only take a risk and force it to leave. In the end, although it left, it also bit me. Luckily, I was able to smoothly obtain that spirit fruit. That spirit fruit is very important to you? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, extremely important. Without it, great misfortune would have befallen my wife. The old man slowly nodded. The old man didn't give any details, and Duan Ling Tian didn't inquire any further, as everyone had their own secrets. Although, he was very curious about what spirit fruit the dark nether mink guarded that would actually make the old man risk his life. Looks like Senior Marquis is not one bit regretful towards this matter, Duan Ling Tian said with a light smile. In life, there are things you must do and there are things you mustn't. As far as I'm concerned, as long my family is safe and sound, it doesn't matter even if I die. The old man lightly shook his head with a carefree expression. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be aroused with admiration. This old man is worthy of respect. Don't worry, Senior Marquis, the toxic poison within your inner organs can be cured as soon as the medicinal pill is refined, and at that time, although you still won't be able to use your origin energy, you can still live like an ordinary person and not be affected by the pain from the toxic poison flares, Duan Lingtian slowly said. Then I'll thank Brother Lingtian in advance. The old man nodded with a smile, and deep with his eyes, a trace of respect flashed by. Maybe in terms of the martial Dao he once stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and looked down upon everyone in his surroundings. But in terms of the Dao of alchemy, he couldn't help but admire the youth before him. A grade 9 alchemist at the age of merely 18, such natural talent was utterly astounding. Before long, Ni Yuan and his son finished preparing the medicinal materials Duan Lingtian requested. Duan Lingtian was free from concern as he directly withdrew his cauldron in front of the 3 Ni family members and started refining the medicinal pill. Although the 3 of them were outsiders of the Tao of alchemy, Duan Lingtian's practiced movements made it seem as if the gods were helping him. This became an eye-opener to them and caused respect to be aroused within their hearts. After 2 hours, Duan Lingtian focused and calmed himself before his hand struck down onto the cauldron. 3 medicinal pills that had streams of light revolving around them instantly flew out of the cauldron before falling into his hand. The medicinal pill he refined this time was the spirit cleansing pill. It was the rebirth martial emperor's masterpiece of his lifetime and was able to cure a myriad of poisons. Although the old man's poison was formidable, it was still inferior to the origin-sealing parasite Xianxia was infected with, and would thus only require a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill to fully cure the poison. Whereas Xianxia's poison, on the other hand, would require a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill to be cured. Senior Marquis, consume these 3 medicinal pills over the course of 3 months. Duan Lingtian passed over the medicinal pills to the old man. Chapter 145, the start of term is around the corner. All right, the old man received the medicinal pills with a smile and directly consumed one of them. After a short moment, the old man's gaze shone. What a miraculous medicinal pill! The medicinal strength has only just dissolved and I already feel much more comfortable. Brother Lingtian, what medicinal pill is this? The spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled before bidding his farewell to the old man and returning to the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall with Ni Yuan and his son. Brother Lingtian, no words can express my gratitude. In the future, if you ever have any requests, as long as it's within the power of my Divine Might Marquis Estate, I will take responsibility without question. The Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan glanced at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression as he pledged. Marquis, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to help the Senior Marquis cure his poison exactly for this promise, as he deeply knew how important this promise was. At a critical juncture, it would even be able to save his life. Although he had only been at the Imperial City for a month, he had already made 2 formidable enemies, the Duan clan's 2nd master and the Imperial family's 5th prince. Although he had never thought of using the power of the Divine Might Marquis Estate to deal with them, he still had to leave a path for himself to retreat. The relationship with the Divine Might Marquis Estate was something that he wouldn't make use of lightly and would keep as a last resort. Ni Yuan ordered Ni Fen to personally send Duan Lingtian out. Brother Lingtian, in my entire life, I seldom admire others besides my grandfather and father. Needless to say, you're the 3rd person that I truly admire from my heart, as you've not only become a grade 9 alchemist at the young age of 18, you're even able to refine the medicinal pill to cure the poison of a dark nether mink. Ni Fen couldn't help but sigh. He himself was an extraordinary young man within the Imperial City, and at a young age his cultivation had stepped into the origin core stage. Combined with his impressive family background, he was an existence that did as he pleased within the entire Imperial City, but even then he still couldn't help but admire Duan Lingtian. He was deeply aware that a genius alchemist like Duan Lingtian would absolutely not be limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and would sooner or later become a formidable existence he had to look up to. Junior Marquis, you're too kind. Your natural talent in the martial Dao isn't any worse. Duan Lingtian modestly smiled. Before long, Ni Fen sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. When the 4 soldiers noticed that the Junior Marquis personally sent the youth out, they were so shocked that cold sweat flowed from their bodies. Luckily, we didn't offend this youth earlier, or else we would have really made a grave mistake. Brother Ling Tian, in the future, if you're faced with any troubles within the Imperial City, you can come see me at any time. I dare not spear about other places, but in the Imperial City, there aren't many things that I can't settle. Before going their separate ways, Ni Fen smiled to Duan Ling Tian and made this promise. If it really comes to that, I will surely not hold back. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile and bid his farewells before turning and leaving. Only after Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared into the distance did Ni Fen turn around and return to the Divine Might Marquis estate. The four soldiers at the gate glanced at each other with gazes that emitted astonishment. I didn't hear wrong, right? The junior marquis actually gave that youth such an exaggerated promise earlier. With the junior marquis's promise, he can nearly do as he pleases within the Imperial City. Does the junior marquis taking a stand in such a way show that the youth was really able to cure the senior marquis's poison? After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian took a few detours before returning to his house. When he arrived, he removed the makeup on his face and recovered his handsome, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry-eyed appearance. I never thought that I'd gain such results in only just half a day. It was currently noon, and the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile as he smelled the scent of food coming from the kitchen. The 5 million silver was great, but the promise from the Divine Might Marquis estate was absolutely priceless. After leaving the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian passed the main building and walked into the rear courtyard. Compared to the front courtyard, the rear courtyard was much more spacious. Duan Ling Tian had only just walked in when he saw two figures that seemed like butterflies dancing in the wind, giving off a beautiful feast for the eyes. Duan Ling Tian walked into the pergola and greeted the woman that sat within. "Mom, Tian, you're back." Li Ru's eyes flashed with a trace of doting as she lightly smiled. Her days went by in a very relaxed manner, no different from how it used to be when her husband was still present, and all of this was something that her son strived for. Unknowingly, her son who once made her worry her heart out had now grown to this extent. Now she had no other requests. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He sat with his mother and started to gaze at the two beautiful girls that were currently cultivating their martial skills in the distance. "Tian, no matter what, you can't let them down, or else Mom won't forgive you," Li Ru abruptly said, with a tone filled with warning. "Don't worry, Mom." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He felt that his mother was really too oversensitive. The two girls had practically become a part of his life that was difficult to give up. How could he ever let them down? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months passed. Still slightly lacking, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed as he slowly opened his eyes, and sighed. Ever since he returned from the Divine Might Marquis estate that day, he hadn't once stepped foot outside his home, and besides accompanying his mother and his two fiancées, he spent practically all his time cultivating. Although he progressed swiftly, up until now he was still a small step away from the 5th level of the core formation stage. Never mind, I'll let nature take its course. It's about time to report in at Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he got up from his bed. Duan Ling Tian didn't bring the two girls along when he went to Paladin Academy, only Shang Quan and Little Black followed him as he swiftly left the house. The house Duan Ling Tian bought was situated very close to Paladin Academy, and thus he arrived at Paladin Academy's main gate before long. Presently, Paladin Academy's main gate was extremely bustling. Some of the youths and the people beside them seemed worn out from their travels, as they obviously had only just made it to the Imperial City. If they were late by just a few more days, they would miss the allocated time frame to report in, and then even if they had the qualifications to become a student, it would still be extremely difficult for them to step past Paladin Academy's main gate. I wonder if Xiao Yu has reported in yet. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he thought about Xiao Yu. He started following the stream of people to arrive before Paladin Academy's main gate and started to register himself. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian before saying, in a flat tone, "Proof of qualification." Duan Ling Tian withdrew his proof of qualification and passed it to the middle-aged man. From the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, the middle-aged man glanced at the proof of qualification and was slightly surprised. Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the pupils of the few youths standing behind Duan Ling Tian constricted. I heard only 7 people passed the training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy in the end during this year's Iron Blood Army's genius camp. I once heard that the Iron Blood Army's genius camp is famous within the 18 counties for being abnormal. Since this youth has displayed his talent and emerged from there, it would seem like he isn't any ordinary person. Even though I'm from Swallow Mountain County, I didn't dare enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp because I might not have been able to survive. The discussions of the youths that entered his ears caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to unconsciously twitch. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was so famous even in the other counties. Duan Ling Tian, this name seems like someone of direct descent within the Duan clan. After comparing the proof of qualification with the information he had on hand, the middle-aged man thought this in his heart but didn't take further notice. In his opinion, if the youth was really a Duan clan disciple, since he had the ability to pass the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, the Duan clan would have long ago directly given him one of the positions of their recommendation quota and wouldn't make him risk his life. Entering the devilish training of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was no different than risking one's life. The middle-aged man stamped a seal onto the proof of qualification before saying to Duan Ling Tian, "If you need to put up within the academy, then go in now and look for the teacher that is in charge of this to make arrangements. If you don't, then go home and take a look at this student's handbook. The term starts 5 days from now. Remember to bring your proof of qualification along." Duan Ling Tian nodded and put away the proof of qualification before leaving with Shang Quan, put up in the academy. He didn't require it. Duan Ling Tian's courtyard house was situated south of Paladin Academy. Presently, in a private courtyard house north of Paladin Academy, two young men sat together. One of them had a face full of unwillingness. "Cousin brother, it's been 3 months. The people uncle sent out actually still haven't found that little bastard." Duan Rong had a face full of anger. As he recalled what happened 3 months ago, flames of fury couldn't help but be ignited within him. That violet-clothed youth shattered his carpal bone with a single finger attack that day, and even though his injuries had been healed, it still left behind some lingering effects. Currently, when he executed a martial skill, it was at least 20% weaker than before. "It can't be helped, you provided too little detail." Violet-clothed youth, middle-aged man that wore a mask. In the Imperial City, where streams of people move about, similar people are everywhere. The other young man shook his head. "Cousin brother, aren't you acquainted with the 5th Prince? That store that sold the courtyard house is a business under the Imperial family that our Duan clan is unable to intervene in, but if the 5th Prince wanted to investigate, it shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Duan Rong seemed to have thought of something as his eyes shone. The young man frowned before relaxing and saying, in a perfunctory manner, "Tell me again next time when I meet the 5th Prince." He and the 5th Prince had only met a few times, so they couldn't be considered as familiar. Even though he was the only son of the Duan clan's second master, he was nothing before the 5th Prince. There were more than 10 princes within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and besides a pavilion within the Imperial Palace, they each had a vast estate within the Imperial City's inner city. Ordinarily, these princes usually stayed in their inner city estates. 5th Prince's estate. "Cousin brother, it's been 3 months. Is there still not even a bit of news?" Tong Li, who was wearing a full body of red clothing, pouted. She was extremely unhappy. "Li, the people I sent have investigated for the past 3 months and have still come up empty-handed. You don't know his background, nor his name, so it's indeed difficult to investigate. Even to the extent that he might be someone who only came to the Imperial City to sightsee and might have already left the Imperial City." The 5th Prince shook his head. His face always held a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze brushed by. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. "Then what are we to do? Surely it doesn't mean that we'll just leave it as it is, right?" Tong Li had a face full of unwillingness. "Of course not. However, we don't have a way to find him, right? How about this? In the future, as soon as we have a clue about their whereabouts, cousin brother will surely take revenge for you, okay?" The 5th Prince then changed the subject. "Li, Paladin Academy's term starts 5 days from now. General or Mastermind, have you decided which you're going to choose?" Chapter 146, Reunion of Friends. General or Mastermind. Duan Ling Tian was attracted by a set of words within the student handbook. It turned out that the students who entered Paladin Academy were required to choose between 2 departments. These 2 departments were respectively the Star General Department and the Star Mastermind Department. Someone who can gallop into the battlefield, is able to command 10,000 soldiers, possesses fearless courage, can easily take the head of the enemy general in the midst of a powerful army, and is full of spirit as he treads through corpses to taint the azure sky. That is the Star General. Someone who is hidden behind the scenes and possesses extraordinary wisdom. During peaceful times, he is able to govern the lands under him, whereas during times of war, he is able to map out a strategy and take control of everything, annihilating the enemy army with only the slightest effort. This is the Star Mastermind. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Paladin Academy deserved the title of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's cradle for geniuses, because if one was able to graduate from Paladin Academy, then no matter where he goes, he will be an exceptional and formidable person. Choose one out of two. Interesting. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile, and he'd already come to a decision within his heart. 5 days later, Duan Ling Tian brought along Little Black as he left the house alone and walked towards Paladin Academy. According to the rules within the student handbook, students of Paladin Academy were disallowed from bringing an entourage into academy grounds. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Paladin Academy. At the main gate, an extremely grand sight of a long line of wagons could still be vaguely seen from one end of the street to the other. Many students were either sent over by their elders or by their entourage. However, in the end, only the student may enter Paladin Academy. There's actually so many female students. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed quite a few female students producing their proofs of qualification and entering the academy. Looks like among the other counties, the tests for the qualification to either Paladin Academy are open to females, unlike the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp that Duan Ling Tian attended didn't accept females, and if a female from the Swallow Mountain County were to desire to enter Paladin Academy, then they would have to travel to another county to take part in a similar test. Where should I go now? Duan Ling Tian noticed that after he entered Paladin Academy, he had been aimlessly walking and couldn't find his way. Eventually, his sharp eyes caught a group of people going east, and he hurriedly followed them. On a vast field on the east side, some weapon racks were scattered about, as this place was obviously the Paladin Academy martial arts practice grounds. Duan Ling Tian took a glance and noticed that there were many young men and young women that had already been waiting here for some time, and the ages of these people were all around 20 years old. Compared to them, Duan Ling Tian was obviously much younger. Xiao Yu. Finally, Duan Ling Tian noticed Xiao Yu within the crowd. Presently, Xiao Yu was chatting with another young man that stood beside him. Duan Ling Tian walked over, and before long, Xiao Yu noticed him as well. He notified the young man beside him before walking over. Duan Ling Tian, I've finally found you. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. I arrived at the Imperial City half a month ago, but I didn't where you were. How about you? What have you been doing for this past half month? Duan Ling Tian asked with a light smile. I was at the Shao clan estate, Xiao Yu said. Shao family, Shao clan, Shao He. Duan Ling Tian's expression stiffened. He recalled the genius alchemist, Shao He, or in other words, a members of the Shao clan. Could it be that Xiao Yu was related to the Shao clan? Or maybe Aurora City's Shao clan was related to the Imperial City's Shao clan. The facts of the matter proved that Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. Yes, the Shao clan. Our Aurora City Shao family is precisely a branch family of the Imperial City's Shao clan. I've already been specially admitted as a member of the Imperial City Shao clan by the Patriarch after obtaining the qualification to study at Paladin Academy. Even though there was no change on Xiao Yu's face, his eyes obviously had a trace of excitement within them. Becoming a member of the Imperial City Shao clan meant that he'd taken one more step forward, and in the future he would be able to use it as a stepping stone to leap up higher and further. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu realized that the young man beside him had been left out in the cold, so he hurriedly introduced him. Duan Ling Tian, he's Xiao Xuan, a genius martial artist of the Imperial City Shao clan, and my friend. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xiao Xuan as he introduced himself. Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan replied with a smile, without a trace of that type of arrogance from a disciple of a large clan. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Xuan's elder brother, Xiao He, is the most gifted alchemist within our Shao clan. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, Xiao Yu added. Xiao He. Duan Ling Tian's face stiffened. Enemies were really bound to meet. He had only casually gotten to know a Shao clan disciple and it was already Xiao He's younger brother. Xiao Xuan's pupils constricted as he slowly said, I used to think that my brother was a rare genius alchemist, but that changed 2 months ago when an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild's lobby. Only then did I realize that no matter how great a person is, there will always be someone greater. It's better this way, it can help lessen my brother's arrogance. I've heard of this as well. I heard that an 18-year-old alchemist even cheated your brother off 5 million silver. Do you hate him? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously. What is there to hate? I've heard of the sequence of events too. At the bottom of it all, the entire matter was my brother's wrong. If it wasn't for my brother being overbearing, the later events wouldn't have occurred. If I meet that genius alchemist, I might even thank him, as he caused my brother to undergo a change and become much more reserved than before. Xiao Shuan shook his head, seeming to not mind. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Xiao Shuan. Birds of a feather flocked together, and Xiao Yu's friend was indeed not like those usual profligate disciples of large clans. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Duan Ling Tian looked over to a red-clothed young man walking over shoulder to shoulder with a robust young man. The person who spoke was precisely the robust young man. The two people who were walking over, weren't they the two youths that passed the genius camp test with them and obtained the qualification to study at Paladin Academy, Su Li and Tian Hu? After a year's time, the two of them had obviously matured. Su Li was much more reserved. The original him had a pressing drive, but now it was completely restrained, and his cultivation had obviously progressed. Su Li, Tian Hu, Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu greeted them with light smiles. Duan Ling Tian, let's have a battle when we have the chance. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, and within his sharp gaze, battle intent flared. I'll be happy to accompany you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, you need to be careful, this fellow Su Li's already stepped into the 7th level of the core formation stage. What a fellow, when I met him a few days ago, he pulled me aside to battle and nearly finished me. Tian Hu seemed to have a slight lingering fear when he mentioned what happened a few days ago. 7th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted and he was extremely shocked. It had only been a year and Su Li has already broken through from the 5th level to the 7th level of the core formation stage in one go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan were shocked as well. 7th level of the core formation stage. Such a cultivation can be considered one of the top among this year's intake of new Paladin Academy students, Xiao Shuan praised, with a sigh. Yeah, there probably aren't many 7th level core formation martial artists within this year's new students. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Su Li's gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian as he lightly said, I don't know about the others, but Duan Ling Tian is surely at the 7th level of the core formation stage. So certain, Tian Hu was slightly surprised. 1 year ago, he was already at the 6th level of the core formation stage. Su Li added, he still remembered the scene from 1 year ago when he challenged Duan Ling Tian to a battle after the Genius Camp final test was concluded. At that time, he thought that since he had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would be more than sufficient to battle Duan Ling Tian. But unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian directly drew upon the energy of heaven and earth and condensed 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes, causing him to instantly feel frustrated. Only Xiao Yu nodded without thinking it was unexpected when he heard what Su Li said. Tian Hu and Xiao Shuan, on the other hand, looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise, especially Xiao Shuan. He was secretly startled in his heart. This youth that has the same name as the Duan clan direct descendants and looks to be around 18 was already a 6th level core formation martial artist last year. Even the imperial family and the few great clans of the imperial city didn't have such a monster appear within their midst in the past few years. Such natural talent could already be compared to the student who entered Paladin Academy last year, Shu Qing. Shu Qing was an existence that was publicly acknowledged as Paladin Academy's genius student with the highest natural talent within the last 20 years. It's you. Suddenly, a figure walked over swiftly from afar. This voice emitted the conflicting combination of rage and joy. Duan Ling Tian looked over when he heard the voice. The person that appeared before him was none other than Duan Ling Xing's cousin, Duan Rong. Duan Rong walked over swiftly before staring at Duan Ling Tian and saying, I've finally found you. I didn't think that you'd be a student at Paladin Academy as well. Now let's see where you can hide. Hide? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, and the corners of his mouth held a disdainful smile. You said I was hiding from you. As a person who lost to me, are you even worthy? Duan Rong's expression went grim as he shouted, in a low voice, long story short, you're a dead man. Trust me, I can grant you death right now. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold when he was threatened by Duan Rong. A terrifying killing intent swept out of his body to envelop Duan Rong when he took a step forward, causing Duan Rong's face to turn ghastly pale before fleeing in panic. Duan Ling Tian, who's he? Why does it seem like he has great enmity and deep hatred for you? Xiao Yu asked. Just a profligate disciple. Duan Ling Tian shrugged before speaking of the conflict between Duan Rong and himself. The nephew of the Duan clan's second master. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted. He had gained quite an understanding of the various clans within the imperial city during this past half-month's time, and thus was extremely clear as to the ability of the Duan clan's second master. Duan Ling Tian, need any help? Su Li's gaze went cold as he looked at the faraway Duan Rong. The sword in his hand seemed to be ready to leave its sheath at any moment. It isn't necessary, it's only just a clown. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and paid no attention to Duan Rong, even though the one standing behind Duan Rong was the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. If he was afraid, then he wouldn't have entered Paladin Academy with his real appearance when he already knew that Duan Rong was a student in Paladin Academy this year. If he were to come in disguise, it would be utterly impossible for Duan Rong to recognize him. Chapter 147, Star Mastermind Department, Sima Chong Feng. Xiao Xuan's brows knitted, but similar to Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, he paid no attention to Duan Rong, as Duan Rong was at most a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and thus was far from being comparable to him in terms of status. I didn't think that there would be so many female students. Tian Hu's gaze descended upon the bustling group of female students that were gathered on the other side of the vast martial arts practice grounds. As for the male students, they were gathered near Duan Ling Tian's group. Do you guys know what we're gathered here for? Duan Ling Tian asked. No, we followed the crowd over as well. Tian Hu shook his head. He and Su Li were obviously similar to Duan Ling Tian and had followed the others to arrive here. Xiao Xuan lightly smiled as he said, we're gathered here right now precisely for the reason of making it convenient for us to choose our departments. In a short moment, when nearly everyone has gathered, a teacher will come over. At that time, we'll be faced with an important choice in our life. The two departments within Paladin Academy treaded on two different paths. Moreover, the curriculums that Paladin Academy offered to the two departments were completely different as well. Talking about choosing departments, have you all decided your departments? Tian Hu's eyes shone as he asked Duan Ling Tian and the others. Xiao Yu lightly smiled as he said, Xiao Xuan and I chose the Star Mastermind department. Xiao Xuan nodded, and his eyes flashed with a luster of wisdom. Then you two are different from me. I decided to choose the Star General department. Tian Hu grinned. We can tell. Duan Ling Tian sized up Tian Hu with a glance before laughing. Really, you're not just making a smartass remark, right? Then tell me, what department did Su Li choose? Tian Hu asked. Isn't it obvious? He'll naturally be choosing the Star General department like you, Duan Ling Tian said, in a matter-of-fact tone. Su Li was like a sharp sword with a pressing spirit. If such a person were on the battlefield, he would absolutely be a slaughtering machine and cause the enemy army to be terrified. Su Li, you're not really choosing the Star General department as well, right? Tian Hu asked. What? Got a problem? Su Li's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Tian Hu. What problem would I have? I'm just slightly surprised. Tian Hu laughed embarrassedly. If it was said that the him who had just arrived at the Iron Blood Army's genius camp that day was still able to compete with Su Li at that time, then the current him had already been left far behind by Su Li. Duan Ling Tian, how about you? You should probably be the same as Su Li and I and be choosing the Star General department, right? Tian Hu asked, and followed by his question, the gazes of Su Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan all descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Under the gazes of the four people, Duan Ling Tian's mouth only slowly spat out three words, Star Mastermind Department. Star Mastermind Department. They were all slightly surprised and felt that with Duan Ling Tian's strength, it would really be a waste if he entered the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head with a smile towards their surprised reaction. In his previous lifetime, Duan Ling Tian was a formidable weapons specialist, so what he specialized in was no different from what the Star General Department taught. Thus, in this lifetime, if he were to once again choose the Star General Department, it would be pointless. Therefore, he chose the Star Mastermind Department. The Paladin Academy teachers have arrived. Duan Ling Tian's sharp gaze noticed the two middle-aged men that were walking over swiftly from afar. At the same time, there were two young women that walked over to the group of female students. They were obviously teachers of Paladin Academy as well. Good day, everyone. I'm the teacher for the Paladin Academy's Star General Department, Niu Mang. Among the two middle-aged men, the robustly built bearded fellow's voice was like explosive thunder, causing the earbuds of the students near him to hurt. This Niu Mang's probably cultivated a martial skill similar to a lion's roar. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Among the offensive martial skills, there was an outlier subsection called sound martial skill. Generally, only a martial artist at or above the nascent soul stage would be capable of displaying the true might of a sound martial skill, and during actual combat, an unexpected attack using a sound martial skill would be able to induce a split-second daze on the opponent. Sometimes, during combat, a split-second daze was more than enough to decide the outcome. Good day, everyone. I'm the Star Mastermind Department's teacher, Sima Chongfeng. Compared to Niu Mang, the other middle-aged man was obviously more refined and extraordinary. He was dressed like a scholar, with a silk headdress and a feather fan in his hand, and had an extremely graceful bearing. Now, those students who chose the Star General Department, gather behind me. And those that chose the Star Mastermind Department, gather behind Teacher Sima. Niu Mang spoke once more and went straight to the point. Immediately, the group of male students started moving. See the three of you later. Tian, who greeted Duan Ling Tian's group of three, and Su Li nodded to the three as well before the two of them left to gather behind Niu Mang. As for Duan Ling Tian's group of three, they glanced at each other before heading to gather behind Sima Chongfeng. So few people for the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Star General Department gathering. Then he looked around himself and was slightly surprised. The number of students entering Paladin Academy this year was 116. Among them, there were around 100 male students, and currently there were more than 80 males gathered for the Star General Department, whereas over at the Star Mastermind Department, there weren't even 20 people. Sima Chongfeng and Niu Mang were obviously not surprised by this result. Students that chose the Star Mastermind Department, follow me. Under the call of Sima Chongfeng, Duan Ling Tian's group of three and the other Star Mastermind Department students followed behind. As for the Star General Department students, they instead stayed on the spot. Even if you chose the Star Mastermind Department, you can't escape death. Duan Rong was amongst the group of Star General Department students, and his eyes stared off onto Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure with a strong killing intent. Duan Ling Tian and the group of new students were taken into a spacious classroom by Sima Chongfeng. Sit. Sima Chongfeng walked up the podium and faintly nodded to the 18 people that entered the classroom. Duan Ling Tian sat down as well. Sima Chongfeng's gaze swept past the group of youths before slowly saying, "From today onwards, I'm the teacher for the Star Mastermind Department for your year. I will teach you how to become a mastermind that's up to standards. Now, who among you can tell me what a mastermind is?" Sima Chongfeng's calm gaze abruptly turned to become filled with wisdom as he spoke. The instant Sima Chongfeng finished speaking, a student stood up and said, "A mastermind is someone who is hidden behind the scenes and possesses extraordinary wisdom. During peaceful times, he is able to govern the lands under him, whereas during times of war, he is able to map out a strategy and take control of everything, annihilating the enemy army with the smallest amount of effort." The gazes of all the students present, including Duan Ling Tian's, fell onto the youth. Too shameless. Isn't this the introduction on the student handbook? That works. Many students were speechless. Sima Chongfeng pressed down his hands to signal for the students to sit back down before saying indifferently, "Exactly, just like the student handbook says. Possessing extraordinary wisdom and mapping out strategies is the core of the mastermind. In your coming days within the Star Mastermind Department, what I will teach you all is precisely how to become a mastermind that's up to standards. You all must remember that a mastermind can allow the general to be undefeated, but similarly is also able to make a general be annihilated. Sometimes, a single decision of the mastermind can decide the fate of the general." As he spoke up to this point, Sima Chongfeng's expression became serious. Duan Ling Tian deeply agreed with what Sima Chongfeng said. If you think of the general as the limbs of a martial artist, which are used for executing martial skills and dodging attacks, then the mastermind would be the eyes of the martial artist, which are able to gain insight into everything. This is extremely important. Today, the first class I'll give you all is precisely on how to deal with one of the types of circumstances on the battlefield. Sima Chongfeng's gaze was filled with wisdom as he slowly asked, "If the enemy forces are stronger than mine, and the enemy knows of my situation, besides the most straightforward method of sneak attack, what strategy can be used to crumble the enemy forces? If the enemy forces are stronger than mine, and the enemy knows of my situation. Besides Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes flashed and seemed to be confident, the remaining students muttered to themselves and unceasingly pondered. Sima Chong Feng's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian before long. He had long since taken notice of this student, as a youth around the age of 18 stood out within a group of 20-year-old young men. Now that he noticed the youth's demeanor, his heart jerked. Could it be that he's thought of a strategy so quickly? After a short moment, Sima Chong Feng's gaze fell onto Duan Ling Tian as he asked, looking at your appearance, it seems like you've reached a conclusion. Have you thought of a strategy? For a moment, all of the students including Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian. He can think of a way. It's a joke, right? He looks like a little kid, what way could he possibly have? Some of the students glanced at Duan Ling Tian disapprovingly. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he stood up and went straight to the point. If I were to meet this type of situation, I would use the strategy of crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens, by intentionally and repeatedly using disguised methods to confuse and deceive the enemy, causing them to let their guard down before I abruptly attack to achieve victory. If someone from the nation of Hua from his previous lifetime were to be present, they would instantly react and realize that what Duan Ling Tian spoke of now was precisely the first stratagem of the 36 stratagems, crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. 1. Sima Chong Feng's pupils constricted. He actually never thought that this violet-clothed youth would be able to produce any good strategy, but the strategy that the violet-clothed youth spoke of now was in perfect harmony with his thoughts in some areas. This caused him to be unable to stop himself from being shocked. Is this really only a 18-year-old youth? Crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. Excellent, excellent. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Xiao Xuan carefully savored it for a moment. He was the first among the group of youths to react and couldn't help himself from praising Duan Ling Tian. Some of the students who looked down on Duan Ling Tian earlier were stunned. They had no choice but to admit that it was indeed an absolutely excellent strategy. After all, if anyone were to repeatedly be deceived, they would surely let down their guard. This was human nature. Good, good, what a good strategy, crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. Sima Chong Feng laughed heartily before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, what's your name? Chapter 148, Higher Grade Students. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Sima Chong Feng as he replied. Duan Ling Tian. Sima Chong Feng's brows knitted. He was slightly surprised. You're a Duan clan direct descendant. Besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, the other students that were somewhat acquainted with the imperial city's Duan clan looked at Duan Ling Tian as well, as the direct descendants of the Duan clan in this generation all had the name Ling. However, all of the students, including Sima Chong Feng, felt it to be slightly strange. If Duan Ling Tian was really a member of the Duan clan, he probably wasn't a nobody. Moreover, not mentioning how the strategy he spoke of earlier was more than enough to prove that he was intelligent and resourceful, just being able to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18 was extremely rare as well. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. So what if the blood that flowed through his veins was the blood of a Duan clan direct descendant? That clan that was cold and detached was something he disdained. Sit down. Sima Chong Feng nodded. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't a Duan clan disciple, then he could understand why he'd never heard of him. The Crimson Sky Kingdom encompassed a vast area of land, and there were plenty of people surnamed Duan, so this was nothing strange. The other students heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a Duan clan disciple, his name would probably have spread through the imperial city long ago. However, even if he isn't a Duan clan disciple, being able to pass one of the tests within the 18 counties at such an age is indeed monstrous. Many students glanced at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that contained slight fear. This Duan Ling Tian, not only does he have great natural talent in the martial Tao, he has such an intelligent mind as well. The strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens, to think he can think of such a strategy. As Xiao Xuan glanced at Duan Ling Tian, a feeling of admiration was aroused within him. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered. Although he was surprised of the strategy that Duan Ling Tian spoke of, when he thought of all the repeated miracles that Duan Ling Tian created, he felt at ease, in his opinion. Duan Ling Tian was a little freak. Meanwhile, Sima Chong Feng's voice sounded. Duan Ling Tian's strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens can be considered to be flawless. Even the plan I thought of contains some of the essence of the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens. Overall, my plan can't compare to his strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens. Sima Chongfeng's voice had only just faded when the entire classroom burst into an uproar. Never had they imagined that the dignified star mastermind department teacher of Paladin Academy would actually show a bearing of being ashamed of his inferiority to a new student. However, with a few thoughts, they came to an understanding. The strategy that Duan Ling Tian spoke of was indeed worthy of admiration, it left no room for criticism. This teacher seems slightly interesting. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze onto Sima Chongfeng and was slightly surprised. Ordinarily speaking, a teacher would place great importance on maintaining their pride and would absolutely not admit themselves to be inferior in any aspect to a student, but Sima Chongfeng, however, behaved in a frank and open manner and didn't feel even slightly ashamed. Such admirable demeanor. In next to no time, an entire morning's worth of time passed within Sima Chongfeng's lengthy lecture. Amazingly, Sima Chongfeng's lectures were considerably interesting and contained much interaction, so for the entire morning, there actually wasn't a single new student among the 18 of them that dozed off. The vastness of Sima Chongfeng's knowledge was something that even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but admire. When it was nearly noon, Sima Chongfeng collected Duan Ling Tian and the other students' proof of qualification before handing out delicate, small badges that were the same on both sides. Besides having some patterns on the edges, the middle was engraved with 2 words, Paladin Academy. This is the Paladin Academy student badge. You can use this badge to travel in and out of Paladin Academy. As Sima Chongfeng spoke up to this point, his eyes, which were just filled with wisdom, abruptly became slightly fierce. However, if someone uses this badge and uses the name of a Paladin Academy student to bully the innocent and commit crimes in violation of the law, then Paladin Academy has the right to reclaim the badge and expel him from Paladin Academy. Sima Chongfeng's warning caused some of the students that planned on using this badge to show off later quickly dispelled the thoughts that had just arisen. They had all spent tremendous effort to enter Paladin Academy, and only they were clear of the hardships they faced. Now that they had become Paladin Academy students, they were the focus of attention and even brought honor to their families. If they were to be expelled from Paladin Academy, then it would really be an extreme loss of face. Paladin Academy is divided into 6 grades, and you're all grade 1 new students. Grade 1 new students have classes for 5 days and rest for 2. According to the school's rules, the students of the Star Mastermind department will have classes in the morning, have lunch in the Academy's cafeteria at noon, and have free personal activity time within the martial arts practice grounding in the afternoon, where they may discuss the martial Tao or spar with another, but it's disallowed to harm another's life. Sima Chongfeng left after finishing. Xiao Xuan stood up and said to Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, "Let's go have food." The 3 of them headed to the Academy's cafeteria, where they found an empty table and sat around it. The cafeteria in Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants in the city. Before long, an attendant walked over and asked respectfully, "Young masters, what would you like to have?" The 3 of them ordered some dishes and a jug of wine. Teacher Sima's knowledge is really vast, and he is admirable, Xiao Yu said. Indeed. Duan Ling Tian agreed with him. Xiao Xuan glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a strange gaze. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu saying he admires Teacher Sima isn't strange to me. But you, who could think of a strategy that caused Teacher Sima to be ashamed of his inferiority, also admired Teacher Sima. The more he savored the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens that Duan Ling Tian presented earlier in class, the more he felt it to be profound and difficult to be fully understood. This strategy was not something that could only be applied on the battlefield, it could also be used in a myriad of different places. And it was a very practical strategy. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he heard what Xiao Xuan said, as the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens wasn't something that he thought about but rather was based on the 36 stratagems of his previous life. Now that Xiao Xuan said that it was he who thought of it, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Before long, the students that arrived at the cafeteria grew in number. Among these students, some were 20-year-old new students, and there were also some that were over 20 years old and were higher grade students. In next to no time, the spacious cafeteria hall was filled with people, and some students could only stand aside and wait. Duan Ling Tian, a familiar voice sounded from afar. It was Tian Hu and Su Li who had arrived. Even though the table wasn't too large, with a little squeeze, it could still fit the 5 of them. "Why are you all so late?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Don't mention it, there are a lot of people in our Star General department, so it was further divided into 2 classes. And we were unlucky to be divided into Niu Mang's class. That Niu Mang is a freak. He only spoke briefly about the Tao of being a general in the classroom before dragging us off to the martial arts practice grounds to run, and we ran the entire morning. I'm dead tired. Tian Hu cursed as he spoke. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the clothes on Tian Hu's body were drenched in sweat. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li, who seemed to be sitting there leisurely, and teased, Tian Hu, it's you who can't handle it, right? Su Li doesn't seem to be out of breath nor flushed. It doesn't seem to be as bad as you say. Can I compare to him? He's a free. Tian Hu was just about to call Su Li a freak when he noticed Su Li's gaze, which was like sword, look over at him, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. In other words, our Star Mastermind department is much more relaxed than yours. We enjoyed sitting in the classroom the entire morning. Xiao Shuan laughed. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the Star Mastermind department, Tian Hu said in slight regret. Su Li grunted coldly and disdainfully said, are you even suited for that? Duan Ling Tian and the others started laughing. If Tian Hu were to really become a mastermind that mapped out strategies, it would indeed be quite difficult on him. Before long, the steaming hot dishes arrived, and Duan Ling Tian asked the attendant for 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The 5 of them had only just picked up their chopsticks and were about to eat. Hey, you 5, put down the silver for this meal, and then you can leave. Just at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the peace at Duan Ling Tian's table. Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he looked over at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man over the age of 20, and there were 3 more young men with similar ages behind him. Based on Duan Ling Tian's guess, these 4 people should be grade 2 students. There's nothing wrong with you, right? Tian Hu's eyes glared with his enormous eyes. He was not one bit fearful as he crossed eyes with the young man in the lead. Kid, I asked you to leave your money and fuck off. Didn't you hear me? The young man in the lead's expression sank. Last year, when he was faced with the threats of a higher grade student, even though he, who was a new student at the time, felt like refusing to obey, he still obediently put down his money and left in the end. Now a new group of students had arrived at the academy, and he originally thought that he would be able to throw his weight as a higher grade student about, but who would have known that he actually encountered someone that would refuse to give in. Thus, he was slightly embarrassed. We asked you to fuck off, didn't you hear? Remember to put down the silver for this meal. Just take it as showing respect to us, and in the future we'll protect you in the academy. What are you looking at? Fuck off. The other young men spoke out as they glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian's group. Duan Ling Tian, while looking at the surroundings, noticed that there were many new students that were faced with similar conditions. Most of the new students chose to swallow the insult and humiliation silently by leaving after putting down their silver and giving away the dishes and wine they'd chosen for themselves to the higher grade students. There are disgusting flies around everywhere these days, so annoying. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed before clamping some food and eating, completely ignoring the higher grade students. Upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Tian Hu, whose rage was rising rapidly, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't think that flies were so poor these days. They don't even have the money to eat. Tisk tisk, if you ask me, it doesn't matter if you don't have money, just kneel down and sing a few tunes, maybe this young master will be pleased and will reward you with some spare change. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian and Tian Hu said, Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan laughed loudly. They stopped paying attention to the 4 higher grade students that were staring furiously at them. They minded their own business and started to eat. As for Su Li, he was sweeping through the food on the table with a cold expression without any fluctuation in his emotions. You all. The young man in the lead's expressions was filled with anger and embarrassment, and the fury in his eyes soared. Chapter 149, Accepting Su Li's Challenge. Good. Very good, just you wait. Even though the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to put down the 5 new students before him, he still didn't dare make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the Vice Dean's eyes and ears. Therefore, if he were to attack someone within this cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still face dire punishment. Even to the extent that he might be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the grade 6 students, There weren't many who had seen the dean in the flesh, and most of the time it was the two vice deans that were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 higher grade students quickly left Duan Ling Tian's table and walked over to a nearby table. After they made those students leave their money and scram, they directly sat down and started gulping down the food, while not forgetting to coldly gaze at Duan Ling Tian's table every now and then, as if they were deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian's group would vanish before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian's group of 5 paid no attention to them. They continued to eat and drink in extreme satisfaction. So full. After a while, Duan Ling Tian ate his fill and burped with a satisfied smile. Xiao Yu and the others had eaten their fill as well. Let's go take a stroll to digest our food. Duan Ling Tian stood up and took the lead as the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 higher grade students that had long since gobbled down their food followed Duan Ling Tian's group and left the cafeteria. Then they surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised about being surrounded by them. The corners of his mouth held a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we will properly teach you the rules today. The young man in the lead had a face that seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, emanating a pressing, cold aura. The other 3 young men looked fiercely at Duan Ling Tian's group of 5 as well. Su Li grabbed his sheathed sword in his arms as his eyes stared at them. "Fuck off," he said, in a cold and indifferent voice that seemed to come out of a pit of ice. His tone shocked their senses. The 4 young men were stunned for a moment before bursting out with faces filled with rage. They were grade 2 students, but now they were actually being trampled on by a grade 1 student. If news of this were to spread, how would they stand their ground at Paladin Academy in the future? "Kid, you're courting death." The face of the young man near Su Li sank, then he burst out with rage and his body flashed towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, as he knew that misfortune was about to befall this higher grade student. The young man slapped out his palm as his origin energy condensed. He seemed to form a layer of origin energy flames on his palm that emitted a burning aura, and it moved to envelop Su Li. Haoji's profound flame palm is worthy of being a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy has almost really condensed into flames. Humph. This grade 1 student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us. He's courting death. The other 2 young men that surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group sneered. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. They weren't even able to see how Su Li moved. A strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang, at this exact instant. Ah! The young man that executed his profound flame palm towards Su Li abruptly emitted a miserable, shrill cry. A strand of fresh blood violently shot out of his wrist, and the origin energy on his feeble palm dissipated. Then the young man's body moved forward due to momentum before crashing on the ground in a sorry state. The other 3 young men unconsciously retreated a step back. They had extremely unsightly expressions. 10. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the core formation stage. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were slowly dissipating above the young man with a cold expression. At this moment, they felt like they had really stepped on shit luck. The amount of grade 1 new students that were at the 7th level of the origin core stage could be counted on hand. However, one was precisely encountered by them. Although they were grade 2 students, during their year, they were at the bottom of their batch of students. Even after being at Paladin Academy for a year, they had been stuck at the 6th level of the core formation stage due to the bottleneck, and they were still unable to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the students that followed them out of the cafeteria to watch show, no matter whether they were new students or old students, they were all dumbstruck. 7th level of the core formation stage. And he's even a new student. Their gazes descended one by one onto the cold figure that held a sheathed sword within his arms. Su Li's sword skill is even faster than before. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. The speed at which Su Li's sword attacked earlier was completely on par with his sword-drawing arts, and when executed with a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, it moved like thunder and was swift like lightning. Besides Tian who didn't feel it was one bit unexpected, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's pupils constricted and their faces were full of surprise, as they obviously didn't expect Su Li to be so formidable. Based on Su Li's sword strike before, Su Li's strength could be considered outstanding even among most 7th level core formation martial artists. Hehe, Didn't the three of you want to teach us about rules? What are you retreating so far away for? What, afraid? Tianhu laughed complacently as he looked at the three young men that were retreating. The three young men had expressions as unsightly as they could possibly be. They lowered their heads in shame and supported the injured young man up before leaving gloomily. Tianhu looked at Su Li after withdrawing his complacent gaze and said, while shaking his head, Su Li, you let them off too easily. I originally thought that you would cut off his hand. I didn't think that you would only give him a flesh injury. This isn't like you. HMPH. Su Li grunted coldly before coolly walking forward. He paid no attention to Tianhu. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Tianhu, is the wrist tendon being severed only a flesh injury to you? He clearly saw the sword strike that Su Li executed earlier. That young man's hand could be considered to be utterly crippled. Wrist tendon severed. Tianhu was stunned on the spot. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan were so shocked that their pupils constricted. To a martial artist, the wrist tendons being severed was no different than their arm being severed. Su Li stopped dead in his tracks and looked back to glance at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with soaring battle intent. He didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to clearly see his sword strike. As expected, it was just as he had thought. Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved once again. Duan Ling Tian's group walked off swiftly, leaving behind a group of new and old students alike who gazed at each other with eyes that were filled with traces of fear. I never thought that there would be such a formidable person among this year's new students. Remember that person properly. We mustn't offend him. They all had a slight lingering fear. Just at this moment, a red-clothed girl with eyes that had a trace of peerless arrogance walked out of the cafeteria. What are you all doing here? She asked the students outside the cafeteria, in a condescending manner and on her high horse. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a person who was proud and arrogant, so virtually no one paid attention to the red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's expression instantly sank. Hey, Big Sister Li asked you all something. Are you all mute? Do you all know what Big Sister Li's identity is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared at the surrounding students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Li is Imperial Concubine Ling's niece, the cousin sister of 5th Prince. 5th Prince's cousin sister. The male students present shuddered and their eyes shone. When they gazed once more at the red-clothed girl, their faces were full of flattery. All of them seemed to have become a completely different people. So it's Miss Li. I once heard of Miss Li's drop-dead gorgeous appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is truly well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance flattered. Yeah, Miss Li's a born beauty, truly an unrivaled beauty. I finally know after seeing Miss Li today that the people of ancient times did not lie. A beauty beautiful enough to cause flowers to blush and the moon to hide and causes fish to sink and birds to alight, such an appearance really exists. Every one of the students that paid no attention to Tong Li earlier now seemed as if they were bulls on aphrodisiac and were extremely excited, as they all wanted to use Tong Li as a means to get a chance to flatter the 5th Prince and join his entourage to seek riches. Tong Li's gloomy face slightly eased up as she grunted coldly, "This miss asked you all what you were all doing here. And that puddle of blood, it should have been left there recently. What happened here?" Instantly the surrounding male students tried to get a word in as they explained the sequence of events. New student, 7th level of the core formation stage. Tong Li's pupils constricted as they flashed with a trace of an odd light. In truth, it was practically impossible for her to pass any of the 18 counties tests and enter Paladin Academy with her natural talent. The only reason she could enter Paladin Academy was by relying on the relationship she had with the imperial family to obtain a place in the recommendation quota. But the actual objective she had for coming to Paladin Academy was precisely to find a formidable groom, as she thought extremely highly of herself and swore that she would find an unparalleled and peerless man. Now that she had heard of that sword-wielding young man, even though she didn't see it with her own 2 eyes, it still aroused a trace of interest in her, an interest to want to get to know the young man. However, at this moment, the Su Li that Tong Li wanted to get to know had arrived with Duan Ling Tian and the others at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duan Ling Tian accepted. He didn't reveal his full strength to make Su Li aware of the difficulty in retreat. Instead, he decided to limit his strength to a strength comparable to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent as well. In the quiet and secluded bamboo forest, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tianhu stood at a side and acted as spectators. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze on Su Li. At this moment, Su Li seemed like a swift sword in his eyes, a swift sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase swiftly, even his martial skills stages had improved. Duan Ling Tian, watch out, Su Li said in a low voice, and in the next moment his entire body moved as if it had transformed into a swift sword. It flew out and flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. 10 Ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Bring it on. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he moved out. Duan Ling Tian's figure jerked as he exerted the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to transform into an agile serpent as he moved to intercept Su Li. In terms of speed, both of them were executing high-grade profound rank movement techniques at the perfection stage, and were thus comparable. Xiaoshuan had astonishment within his gaze because although he had heard that this Duan Ling Tian's strength was extraordinary, when he really saw it, it was a totally different feeling. Chapter 150, Spiritual Force Breakthrough. Accompanied by two extremely swift figures that crossed paths each other, two sword howls echoed out at practically the same time, and at almost the exact same time, two extremely swift swords collided together before splitting apart abruptly. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li exchanged positions before once again facing each other. Their first engagement was actually a tie. Seeing this scene caused Tian Hu to mutter, "Two freaks." Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan were moved. Xiao Yu didn't know that Duan Ling Tian's was already this strong. Xiao Shuan was even more surprised. He could almost completely be certain that among their Xiao clan's younger generation, there was absolutely no 7th-level core formation martial artist that was a match for the two that were currently locked in combat. Their swords were just too swift. All he could see was a violet sword light and a red sword light flashing by followed by a clang sound, and nothing more after that. Duan Ling Tian gazed fixedly at Su Li as he asked, "Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of it? Didn't you not use it as well?" Su Li asked rhetorically. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he slowly said, "I want to experience you at your strongest." "I understand." Su Li nodded, then his legs jerked and his entire body was suffused with origin energy. He seemed to once again transform into a swift sword as he whistled out, kicking up dust all over the air. A strand of red sword light moved like a shadow, flashing straight towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. In the blink of the eye, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification from the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze as he flashed out. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths exploded forth as he instantly went to intercept Su Li, and his flexible and agile body seemed like a spirit serpent. At the moment he intercepted Su Li, an extra ancient mammoth silhouette appeared out of thin air above Duan Ling Tian. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Their swords collided. At this exact instant, Su Li's other hand slapped out with a palm that was coiled in raging origin energy, descending onto Duan Ling Tian's body. It was actually another high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. He didn't expect Su Li to have cultivated another martial skill that had extraordinary might. Su Li's palm strike descended onto Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier. Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier shook, whereas Su Li's oncoming palm lightly trembled. The might of his attack was instantly reflected back to him by Duan Ling Tian's greater teleportation. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier shattered with a crash, and at this exact instant, Duan Ling Tian's other arm abruptly swung straight out like a raging python swinging its tail. Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counter force from Duan Ling Tian's greater teleportation, and now that the sword in his right hand was stopped by Duan Ling Tian, he had no way of dodging Duan Ling Tian's arm that swept towards him, so he was blasted away. Luckily, Duan Ling Tian was able to withdraw his force in time, and thus prevented him from being heavily injured. Su Li's figure flew out, and when he finally stabilized himself with great difficulty, all he felt was the lifeblood within him roiling. He didn't dare to hesitate to hurriedly withdraw a grade 9 gold injury pill and consume it. Only after doing so did he recover slightly. Duan Ling Tian won. Tian Hu was dumbstruck. Earlier, he originally thought that Duan Ling Tian would at most battle to a draw with Su Li, and when he saw Su Li's palm slapping towards Duan Ling Tian, he thought that Duan Ling Tian was about to lose. Never had he imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength, and besides his sword skill, He'd cultivated another shocking martial skill. But what occurred in the next instant caused his heart to be like a wagon passing a mountain road, continuously rising and falling. Duan Ling Tian executed his defensive martial skill to stop Su Li's palm strike, then he followed it up with a swing of his arm that blasted Su Li flying. When he saw Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan glanced at each other and both saw a sense of fear within each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's strength is actually so formidable. Xiao Xuan sighed in admiration. I didn't expect it either. It's only been a year since I last saw him, but his strength has increased so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated, as it could be said that he watched as Duan Ling Tian grew step by step. From the first time Duan Ling Tian stood out during the Genius Gathering and defeated him to become the top ranked on the Hidden Dragon list to when he was full of heroic spirit during the Genius Camp. Duan Ling Tian repeatedly created miracles and caused him to be practically numb to them. Unknowingly, the youth that once had a strength merely a strand above his was now far beyond his reach. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think that I'd still be inferior to you after a year. Su Li lightly sighed but didn't become dejected, and the battle intent within his eyes didn't lessen one bit. However, I will make you my target. I will defeat you one day. I'll be waiting to see. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the most indomitable and firm disposition he'd seen in his lifetime. He did not discouraged by failure and would get more valiant as he battled. Of course, there were many similar figures within the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, and all of those figures carved out a place for themselves in this world. They were all great figures whose names were known across the lands. Duan Ling Tian was confident that as long as Su Li's indomitable and firm heart towards the martial Tao didn't perish, he would surely be able to become a powerhouse whose name is known across the lands in the future. After putting away his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li and Tian Hu as he asked, "What's the plan for your Star General Department in the afternoon?" Tian Hu slowly said, "Niu Mang said to be at the classroom on time. As for anything besides that, I don't know for now. How about you all? We have free personal activity time at the martial arts practice grounds in the afternoon, and once time's up we can leave the academy." Xiao Yu laughed. "Your Star Mastermind Department is so nice." Tian Hu had a face full of envy, but unfortunately he wasn't made for that. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. "It's about time now. Let's go." After walking out of the bamboo forest, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. As for Su Li and Tian Hu, they instead walked towards the Star General Department classroom. On arrival at the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there weren't many people present. Besides their grade 1 Star Mastermind Department students, there seemed to only be the Star Mastermind Department students of the other grades. For an entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan discussed the martial Tao and sparred with other people. Duan Ling Tian lied atop a large tree outside the martial arts practice grounds and slept soundly. At the moment he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice grounds had already left. "Duan Ling Tian, you really are so carefree, sleeping the entire afternoon. Let's go have a drink." Unknowingly, Xiao Yu had arrived under the tree and raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian. "Another day. I've been out all day today, so my family is probably worried." Duan Ling Tian refused Xiao Yu's invitation. Before he came today, he wasn't aware that Paladin Academy students weren't allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay within the academy to have lunch. Thus, the young and old beauties at home would surely be extremely worried. Okay, Xiao Yu didn't insist. He left Paladin Academy with Xiao Xuan to return to the Xiao clan estate. Duan Ling Tian returned to his own courtyard house, and as expected, it was just as he had thought. The three women at home were extremely worried about him, and they started asking all sorts of questions the moment he entered the house. Only after he explained the reason did the three women heave a sigh of relief. That night, after dinner, Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. He kept having the feeling that he would break through soon, but it seemed like he lacked a certain critical element. "Never mind, I'll take it slowly. There's no rush. Maybe it's because of psychological reasons." After falling asleep, at dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating as usual, didn't feel the resistance of breaking through within his heart. And just at this moment, a scene that made Duan Ling Tian joyous appeared. His origin energy charged through the bottleneck as if being helped by the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Is it possible to do it like this? Needless to say, this was an extremely pleasant surprise to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could feel that a change occurred in his spiritual force as a consequence of the breakthrough, and now when he sensed the objects in his surroundings, they seemed to be much clearer. Is this the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist? Duan Ling Tian gaze abruptly shone. Young master, it's time for breakfast. K.'s voice sounded from outside the room. K.', you all eat first, I'll come out once I get dressed. While Duan Ling Tian got dressed, the memories of rebirth martial emperor unceasingly flashed within his mind. What he wanted to do now was choose an inscription from the boundless memories of rebirth martial emperor, an inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. There were many inscriptions at this level, but offensive inscriptions accounted for most of them. As for the other inscriptions, Duan Ling Tian didn't study them, as the silver he had was at most enough to buy materials to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul martial artists. He wouldn't waste his silver on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions fundamental to preserving one's life. After getting dressed, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, and the 2 girls would have their meals here. As the owner of the courtyard house, Duan Ling Tian personally created a rule stating that besides his family members, only Xianxia and Jing Ru were allowed within the rear courtyard. Li Ru noticed Duan Ling Tian's glowing face and curiously asked, Tian, what are you so happy about? Mom, it's nothing, it's only a breakthrough in my cultivation, Duan Ling Tian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough of his cultivation, but the breakthrough of his spiritual force. The breakthrough of his cultivation would only be able to provide him an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth, and this was nothing much. But the breakthrough of his spiritual force, on the other hand, was sufficient for him to inscribe inscriptions that were able to annihilate nascent soul martial artists. Scoundrel, I heard Xianxia say that there's a piece of news that's been spread around the entire inner city and gave rise to much discussion. The news said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It was you, right? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that Duan Ling Tian once left the house in disguise 2 months ago. And that matter in the Alchemist Guild seemed to have occurred on that day. Since you've already guessed it, why ask? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Fei, then his gaze moved downward to descend upon Li Fei's pair of plump jade hills, and his lower region burned as it reacted. In fact, it had been quite some time since he's doted on this little girl. When Li Fei noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, her peerlessly beautiful face flushed and she glared at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 151, A True Void Stage Powerhouse. After taking in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the lust that arose within his heart and left the rear courtyard after his meal. Xianxia. After finding Xianxia in the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a brush and with a wave of the hand, started writing down a long and dense list of materials. Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. This is 10 million silver, take it. At the same time that he passed over the list full of materials to Xianxia, Duan Ling Tian withdrew all the silver within his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it over to Xianxia. Yes, young master, Xianxia respectfully replied. Then he left the house right after Duan Ling Tian left for Paladin Academy. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that both Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan were already there. You two are really early. Because class hadn't started yet, the 3 gathered together and whispered to one another in idle chat. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Xuan, right, Xiao Xuan, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level the so-called void stage powerhouses within the Crimson Sky Kingdom are at? According to my knowledge, some void stage powerhouses aren't truly in the void stage but are only half a step into the void stage, and their cultivation is still at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Xiao Xuan shook his head and smiled. Others might not know of the answer to your question, but I, however, do know. In truth, the void stage powerhouses that are spread thinly within the Crimson Sky Kingdom are largely different compared to the void stage powerhouses from the rumors, who are able to control the air and fly. The 18 county governors under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great trading companies in each county, and our Xiao clan's void stage powerhouse. They are all only peak 9th level nascent soul martial artists, or in other words, the half a step into the void stage that you spoke of. They at most are able to stay in the air for a short period and are unable to truly control the air and fly, Xiaoshuan slowly said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, it was just as he had thought. Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan was also this type of existence. There should be some true void stage powerhouses that can control the air and fly within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian thought of the old man, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate straight away. Although the old man was infected with the dark nether minx poison and all of his origin energy was suppressed, he was a true void stage powerhouse, an existence at the void prying stage. Of course there are. Xiaoshuan nodded, and his eyes emitted a sense of reverence. According to rumors, there are 3 true void stage powerhouses within our Crimson Sky Kingdom, one within the Imperial family, one within the Divine Might Marquis estate, and the last one is within the Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He didn't think it was strange that the Imperial family had a true void stage powerhouse. After all, that's an existence that stands at the apex of Crimson Sky Kingdom. But that Ghastly Shadow was a mere assassin's organization, and it actually had a true void stage powerhouse commanding it as well. After Xiaoshuan finished explaining, he added, "Right, it's fine that you two know, but try not to tell anyone. This is the secret suffering of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and if it wasn't for me annoying my grandfather, he wouldn't have told me." Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. How many people would know that the void stage powerhouses that are spread about outside are practically all half-step void stage martial artists, and not true void stage powerhouses? Xiaoshuan lightly sighed. During the following conversation, Duan Lingtian gained an understanding of the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the apex was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The void stage powerhouse within the Imperial family was allegedly the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Ghastly Shadows and Divine Might Marquis estate's void stage powerhouses were slightly inferior to him. And thus, the 2 powers merely inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis estate, as they each had a true void stage powerhouse in command. The 6 great powers that followed after those 3 were the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, the Duan clan, the Shao clan, and the Su clan, as well as the 3 great trading companies, which included the Violet Tulip Trading Company. There were many half-step void stage powerhouses within these 6 powers. After these 6 great powers were the 18 county governor estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, as they each had a half-step void stage powerhouse. The Divine Might Marquis estate. The current Divine Might Marquis estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis estate stemmed from the senior marquis, and the only reason the Divine Might Marquis estate was still influential now was because the senior marquis was still alive. Even though the senior marquis was infected with the poison of the dark nether mink, there was still no one who dared to look down on the Divine Might Marquis estate. It was like a tiger, even sickly, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a cat or dog could compare to. Of course, if the senior marquis were to pass away one day, then the Divine Might Marquis estate would surely go into a decline, unless another true void stage powerhouse were to appear within the Divine Might Marquis estate. At some point, the students had all gathered within the class and teacher Sima had arrived. However, during the entire morning, although Duan Lingtian was in the classroom, his mind had long ago flown far away. He was constantly thinking about the matter of Xianxia gathering the materials and was wondering how Xianxia's progress was. "I'm now capable of inscribing an inscription that's sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, I'm 90% certain that it wouldn't pose a threat to a half-step void stage martial artist. There are only a few types of inscriptions that are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage powerhouse. However, each of those inscriptions require extremely valuable materials that are difficult to obtain and gather within the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Duan Lingtian's train of thought floated as he lightly pondered. "Never mind. Why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the 5th prince and the Duan clan's 2nd master are capable of ordering a half-step void stage martial artist to deal with me?" Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule as he thought of this. Although there was quite a number of half-step void stage martial artists within the Imperial family and the Duan clan, they weren't existences that anyone could order around, not to mention be sent to deal with a youth. Overall, today's games were not bad. At least he gained an understanding of the various powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As the saying goes, know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. At noon, Duan Ling Tian and the others gathered together for lunch. HMPH. Suddenly, among the young men that walked in the cafeteria, the gaze of one of them was incomparably icy cold as it descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this Duan Rong seems like he won't let the matter go. You should be careful. Xiao Yu recognized the person as he frowned with a slightly serious expression. Don't worry, it's just a clown, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. It's better to be careful. That Duan clan's second master's wife is famous for being extremely cruel and merciless. There was once a servant girl who called her a fat woman in private and was overheard by her. Guess what happened? Xiao Shuan kept them guessing as he spoke to this point. Killed by her. Tian Hu guessed. No. Xiao Shuan shook his head. Okay, stop creating suspense and tell us. What happened in the end? Xiao Yu derided. Xiao Shuan's eyes emitted a trace of being unable to bear the thought of what he was about to say. In the end, she ordered people to fill that servant girl's stomach with water. They continuously filled it for a whole day and night, and finally, that servant girl's stomach exploded open. Supposedly, her intestines flowed all over the floor. Fuck, don't talk about this while we eat. Tian Hu's face was filled with disgust. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold. The Duan clan's second master's wife, or in other words, the mother of Duan Ling Xing. As expected, they were cut from the same cloth. The entire family was so cruel and merciless. Miss Li, he's the one that cut the wrist tendon of the grade 2 student yesterday. Suddenly, a voice full of flattery sounded from afar. Then a young man with a wretched appearance arrived before Duan Ling Tian's table and extended his finger to point at Su Li. Su Li's gaze turned cold as he said, with a chilly voice, "Scram. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that Miss Li wants to get to know you." The young man with a wretched face was so scared that his face went pale, as he saw with his own two eyes of Su Li's ability and didn't consider himself Su Li's match. Su Li frowned and then looked towards the area behind the young man with the wretched appearance. A red-clothed girl was walking over while being followed by another girl. It's her. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he saw the red-clothed girl. The person that appeared before him now was none other than the girl who was taught a lesson by him at the restaurant in the outer city that day, the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter who was also the cousin sister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family's fifth prince. Enemies really are fated to meet. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. However, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that due to the angle, the girl didn't notice him. Moreover, there seemed to only be Su Li within her gaze. Nice to meet you, I'm Tong Li. Tong Li actually put away her usual arrogant expression in front of Su Li and her face emitted a trace of a faint smile. Su Li indifferently nodded to Tong Li. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he saw this. It can't be. This girl is actually interested in Su Li. It's too preposterous. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Xiao Shuan, and Tian Hu all glanced at Su Li with dubious gazes, as they had all noticed the clues. Su Li only glanced at Tong Li before withdrawing his gaze and saying indifferently, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb our meal." Tong Li's pupils constricted, and a trace of fury emerged on her face. Going to flare again, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, people don't easily change. Su Li, what do you mean by this? This misgreeted you, and it's your honor. You don't not know what's good for you. Tong Li fiercely shouted. She completely flared and returned to her original self. As far as she was concerned, her humbling herself to greet Su Li was already giving Su Li enough face, but Su Li's attitude caused her to be unable to bear it. Her attitude just now, which would seem normal in front of a bystander, was, in her eyes, considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Shuan, and Tian Hu were all stunned. The current Tong Li was like a completely different person than the earlier Tong Li. It was known that women are capricious, but this change seems a little too exaggerated, right? Su Li's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted, in a low voice, "Scram! You dare tell me to scram?" Tong Li's expression went grim. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him from before, there actually was another that dared shout at her. He was courting death. Chapter 152, The Reappearance of the Pig's Head. Tisk tisk. Miss Tong, do you want to use your whip to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel like she was waking up from a dream, and when she slightly turned her head to look, only then did she realize that the person at the same table with Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that slapped her tens of times at the restaurant 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. You are. She never thought that she would encounter that violet-clothed youth here. In her eyes, this youth was a devil. Maybe at ordinary times, she would wish nothing more than to kill the youth and be relieved. However, when the youth really appeared before her, her heart couldn't help itself from trembling. The scene that occurred in the restaurant 3 months ago had long since left a lingering shadow within her heart. What, Miss Tong, are you really that surprised? Duan Ling Tian grinned as if he was greeting a familiar person. You know her. Su Li's brows knitted as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a weird gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian Hu glanced at Duan Ling Tian as well, as they had all noticed that when this Tong Li saw Duan Ling Tian, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. They vaguely guessed that something they didn't know about had surely happened between Duan Ling Tian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath. Only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy and that she was very safe here. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Ling Tian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months. Never did I expect you to deliver yourself to me. Let me see where you hide this time. You're dead for sure. I'll get my cousin brother to catch you, and I'll tear you into pieces with my bare hands before burning your bones and scattering your ashes. What, could it be that Miss Tong thinks that since this is Paladin Academy, I won't dare to touch you? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line as he heard Tong Li's threats, and a sneer emerged on the corners of his mouth. So what if I think that? Tong Li grunted coldly as her eyes flickered with killing intent. Never in her lifetime would she forget what happened 3 months ago. Only when the violet-clothed youth dies before her will she be able to vent the hatred within her heart. A violet shadow flashed by. At the same time, the clear sound of a slap echoed out, and Duan Ling Tian, who had left his seat, was seated once more. Since she wanted to tear him into pieces and burn his bones before scattering his ashes, he didn't need to be courteous anymore. You, Tong Li, whose face had an extra hand imprint, had an icy cold gaze. This violet-clothed youth actually hit her again, and he even did it in front of so many Paladin Academy students. How would she stand her ground at Paladin Academy in the future? Her gaze was completely enveloped with rage and hatred, and the hand that held her black whip even started to tremble. But she didn't dare to make a move, because she knew that once she did, she would suffer even greater retaliation. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were dumbstruck, as they realized that there seemed to be a deep grudge that was impossible to reconcile between Duan Ling Tian and the red-clothed girl. They had all heard the ruthless things the red-clothed girl said earlier. She actually hated Duan Ling Tian to such a degree. The girl behind Tong Li never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would dare hit Tong Li, and after being dumbstruck for a moment, her face went grim as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and shouted, in a grim voice, "You're dead. Do you know who she is? Yes, you're dead. You actually dared to hit Miss Li." The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he had seen something unbelievable. Who she is? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled before looking at Tong Li once more. Isn't it only the fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, the cousin sister of 5th Prince, Miss Tong? I'm right, aren't I? The fair Sun County's county governor's daughter. Maybe the Paladin Academy students present didn't pay any attention to the first identity, but the second one was more than enough to make everyone besides Duan Ling Tian experience changes in their expressions. The 5th prince was a descendant of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. A status so exalted that not many people in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian Hu's expressions went grim, as they never expected the red-clothed girl had such an identity. She was actually the cousin sister of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows knitted, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this misidentity and you still dared hit this miss. Tong Li stared at Duan Ling Tian like she was looking at a madman. If I hadn't hit you just now, would you have let me off? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. How could that be possible? This miss will return those gifts you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Hoping that this miss will let you off is utterly a fool's dream. Tong Li sneered. She felt that Duan Ling Tian was imagining the impossible. In her eyes, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a dead man. That's it. If you wouldn't have let me off even if I hadn't hit you, then why would I be afraid of you? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a malicious smile. His body flashed out once more. Clear slapping sounds echoes out time after time, and before long, Tong Li's face become like a pig's head, just like it did 3 months ago. You. The burning pain that came from her face caused Tong Li to be practically numb, but she currently seemed to feel no pain, as she only felt more embarrassed than had ever been before. Her eyes were filled with malice. What? Duan Ling Tian sneered as an awe-inspiring killing intent focused within his eyes. This Tong Li was on her high horse that day, she was acting as if everyone else was only an ant in front of her. After that, he taught Tong Li a lesson, and he originally thought that she would repent and mend her ways, but the facts proved that his education towards Tong Li that day was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't run up to him and be enraged and threaten to tear him to pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Since Tong Li had long since hated him to the core, it was no use crying over spilled milk, so why not teach her another lesson? In any case, he never once thought that Tong Li would shake his hand and make peace, so now he decided to be a tad more carefree and do whatever he wanted to do. Detest someone, then beat them. Beat them until they didn't dare be complacent again. Beat them until they didn't dare be arrogant again. Beat them until they didn't dare talk back again. Tong Li inhaled a deep breath and didn't dare speak another word, as she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she were to voice another ruthless remark, this violet-clothed youth would hit her without the slightest hesitation. She chose to endure. Her heart trembled and warped as she noticed the surrounding gazes that looked at her in a strange manner. The hatred in her eyes were practically at its limits. In this lifetime, if she lived, then there would be no violet-clothed youth, and if the violet-clothed youth lived, then she would not. You'll regret it. Tong Li couldn't help herself from leaving a last remark before turning around and leaving, not even daring to look back. Only now did the girl that was originally following behind Tong Li recover from being struck with terror. She briefly glanced at Duan Ling Tian with eyes filled with terror before leaving to chase after Tong Li. Within the spacious cafeteria, the corner at which Duan Ling Tian sat was deathly silent. Everyone who didn't know Duan Ling Tian looked at him with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed youth actually was not afraid of even the fifth prince. Who the heck was he? Being stared at by so many people caused Duan Ling Tian to frown. He coldly swept them with his gaze. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes, and didn't dare look at Duan Ling Tian again. They couldn't calm the shock in their hearts for a long time. Only then did Duan Ling Tian take his seat. Duan Ling Tian, you. Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian was so bold that he actually even dared to beat the cousin sister of the fifth prince, and even beat her to that extent. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Duan Ling Tian, you're too rash. Xiao Xuan frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan, so he understood the fifth prince and knew that the fifth prince was a fierce and ambitious person. He knew that the fifth prince was no simple figure, even to the extent that he might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian, did you formed a deep and irreconcilable grudge with that Tong Li before? Su Li asked Duan Ling Tian. This was exactly the question that was within the hearts of Xiao Yu and the others. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he slowly recounted the conflict between him and Tong Li 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you hadn't hit her today, it would still be impossible for her to let you off. Tian Hu came to an understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan both came to understand this as well, so Duan Ling Tian and Tong Li had long since been like fire and ice, thus Duan Ling Tian teaching Tong Li a lesson today counted for nothing. In other words, this time it was she who came of her own accord to seek a beating. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can put it that way. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently with a completely unconcerned expression. Enough. Let's not speak of her. Talking about her is just depressing. However, he being unconcerned didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others weren't concerned either. Duan Ling Tian, why don't put up in the academy with me and Su Li from now on? Even though that fifth prince has an exalted status, he wouldn't dare act rashly within Paladin Academy, Tian Hu suggested. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, I think Tian Hu is right, you should put up in the academy, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan said to Duan Ling Tian. Su Li gazed at Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes had a rare trace of concern, and he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. I know you all have good intentions, but I've got a plan, so you don't have to worry. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. As his eyes focused, a fierce light flashed within. Suddenly, a black bolt of lightning flashed out of Duan Ling Tian's sleeve before directly jumping onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Ling Tian had brought along with him. This little black python extended its head and sucked in a bowl of meat and vegetable stock, eating with great relish. This is, Xiao Yu's and the others' gazes were all attracted by the little black python. Xiao Xuan's gaze descended onto the little black python as he exclaimed, in a low voice, "What an unusual snake." The gold striations on its body seemed to be like ancient text. There's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen nor heard of it before. Duan Ling Tian, is this your pet? Tian Hu gulped down a mouthful of saliva, as even he could perceive that this little python wasn't simple. Not mentioning anything else, just the speed at which the little python flashed out earlier was something he couldn't even catch a trace of. All he felt was a black bolt of lightning flash past before the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes, Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it, even he never expected that this mischievous little fellow would come out. He swung his palm across to drag it back into his sleeve. Hiss hiss. The little python swiftly flicked its tongue as if it was protesting against Duan Ling Tian's actions, but unfortunately, its protests were to no avail. After the stir the little python made, the atmosphere at Duan Ling Tian's table eased up slightly, but Xiao Yu and the others were still worried about Duan Ling Tian, as the person Duan Ling Tian offended was the imperial family's fifth prince after all. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.